Chapter 1. The beginning with a passionate kiss. Have you ever experienced a profound ache for a character, even if their existence serves merely to accentuate the protagonist or to enrich the narrative? Even if they embody an endless abyss, representing the boundless despair that follows the emergence of hope? Yet, you find yourself irresistibly drawn to them, yearning to offer the finest treasures of this world to them. You even wish to be with them, to love them on behalf of a world that has failed to do so. As Xue Sanqian awoke, a lingering pain resided in her heart, a consequence of her late-night reading of the unparalleled love story, wherein she mourned the unattainable love of the sickly antagonist, Yi Lanxuan, a figure devoid of affection. However, before she could fully process this heartache, a sharp pain in her neck abruptly pulled her thoughts elsewhere. She slightly lifted her lashes, and before her lay the enchanting sight of deep black hair dancing in the moonlight, alongside a pair of chilling, slightly lowered dark eyes. Below a high-bridged nose were sensual, somewhat indifferent lips, all exquisitely arranged upon a face of striking beauty. Her breath hitched, not merely due to the tightening grip around her neck, but because in the dim light, the man's eyes shimmered with a faint, alluring violet hue. This trait was unmistakable, a harbinger of the murderous intent that Yi Lanxuan was known for. His cultivated, ghostly incantation was a form of extreme energy, and each time he harnessed his power, his eyes changed color, depending on the depth of his practice. There is no need for him to exert himself against someone as insignificant as a rather. He was incensed by Xue Sanqian's thoughts of malice towards the female lead, Ling Xue. She could not mistake him. The narrative was etched in her mind. According to the storyline, this peripheral character, Xue Sanqian, was destined to fulfill her role as a mere pawn at this very moment, to be met with her demise at Yi Lanxuan's hands, thus sealing her fate. Was her death imminent? Should she not feel fear? She recalled how the Xue Sanqian in the book wept profusely, shaking her head in frantic resistance, only to hear the chilling sound of a neck snapping, after which the narrative ceased to mention the fate of her corpse. In truth, the book described Xue Sanqian as a budding beauty, albeit underdeveloped. When she first encountered that scene, a flicker of anticipation coursed through her veins as she found herself easily immersed in the tale, sharing a name with the character. Returning to the present, Xue Sanqian struggled to catch her breath, uncertain whether it was merely her imagination, but the pressure on her neck seemed to have stalled. With a sense of skepticism, she met the gaze of the strikingly handsome man before her. Indeed, despite his villainous nature, he was undeniably captivating. To be candid, her perspective was not strictly defined by the confines of morality as she engaged with the novel. In her view, the narrative did not present absolute good or evil, rather, everything was relative. Thus, she found herself drawn more to the icy and enigmatic Yi Lanxuan than to the protagonist, Feng Xilan, perhaps indicative of her own peculiar inclinations. Yet, she relished this feeling of preference, believing Yi Lanxuan to be genuine. Top is one and only would undoubtedly be a source of immense happiness. She felt her heart racing, her complexion gradually warming, and suddenly found herself unable to maintain direct eye contact with him. In her previous life, she had been a single noblewoman, devoid of any romantic history, and had never experienced such intense emotions for anyone. Indeed, the sensation of infatuation could lead to an involuntary blush. She inhaled deeply, drawing in the cool air, which, while refreshing from the outside in, heightened her sensitivity. She became acutely aware of his hand gripping hers, the sharply defined fingers, and the subtle chill of his fingertips. Unable to resist, she dared to glance up again, this time avoiding his gaze and instead lingering on his delicate lips. After all, if she were to perish, wouldn't a kiss before death be a significant gain? Yi Lanxuan furrowed his brow slightly. He had observed this woman for quite some time. He could have easily resolved the situation, yet he refrained. There was something peculiar about her despite the imminent danger. She showed no fear whatsoever. As he could sense the emotions of those he touched, he understood she was genuinely unafraid. Not only was she devoid of terror, but she seemed to be gradually experiencing a sense of joy, even tinged with excitement. "What are you smiling about?" He finally could not help but inquire. Xue Sanqian blinked in surprise. Had she been smiling? It seemed her lips had involuntarily curled upward slightly. Ahem, she coughed, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, she realized that in her current state, words escaped her, and she could only cough a few times to alleviate her awkwardness. She was not a lovesick fool. She merely admired him and wished to engage with him more deeply. Why Yuan instinctively loosened his grip on her hand. His naturally keen instinct suggested that this situation was far from simple. He pondered whether her lack of fear indicated the presence of a third party, a trap designed to draw him out. However, he had conducted prior investigations into this woman, and her background appeared unremarkable. Although the Xue family was a prominent clan in the Xian kingdom, Xue Sanqian was not a favored member. Had it not been for the remote location of their destination, which coincidentally was where she had grown up and was quite familiar with, the Xue family would not have dispatched her as an escort. A mere Xue Sanqian was inconsequential. He could eliminate her without a second thought. If discovered, with his position as the second prince of the Xian palace, what could they possibly do to him? After a moment's contemplation, he prepared to take decisive action once more. However, just then, a gentle breeze carrying a sweet fragrance swept over him, and in the next instant, he felt something soft and tender brush against his lips. He widened his eyes in shock, his thoughts abruptly severed, leaving his mind blank. Xue Sanqian felt her heartbeat quicken, as if it might leap from her chest. She swore she had never engaged in such a brazen act of kissing. Had she startled him? In truth, her kiss had not been forceful, it had merely been a gentle press of her lips. Surely that was not excessive? As she pondered this, she blinked and swallowed nervously. She was too close, close enough that she could detect his scent, a pleasant, cool fragrance. Uncertain whether it was the alluring fragrance that captivated her, she instinctively parted her lips, her delicate pink tongue peeking out, gently teasing up and down. Once courage burgeons, the consequences can be dire, particularly for one who has already resigned themselves to their fate. Sun Yi suddenly jolted awake, retreating a step to create distance. What have you done to me? He could still sense the lingering warmth on his lips, a stark contrast to his typically cold demeanor. This intrusion of an alien warmth sent alarm bells ringing within him, leaving him quite uncomfortable. He even felt a flicker of an unfamiliar sensation in his chest. His gaze turned icy. Have you poisoned me? Xue Sanqian appeared bewildered at first, but then a thought began to stir within her. Poisoning him? That would indeed be an intriguing tactic. A faint smile graced her lips as she replied, Indeed, I have poisoned you. The antidote exists solely in my possession. Should you doubt my words, feel free to kill me and await your slow demise. However, tell me, is it truly worth exchanging the life of a mere insignificant pawn like myself for that of the esteemed young Master Yi? Who stands to gain, and who to lose in this transaction? Chapter 2. The Dragon Flame Flower. In truth, the toxicity posed no significant threat to him, nor could it waver his murderous intent. Yet the forgotten warmth, the unfamiliar sensations, in the presence of this audacious woman, whose mischievous smile hinted at a certain roguish charm, combined to momentarily dissuade his thoughts of killing her. Yuan lowered his gaze, conjuring a plausible rationale to spare her life. As long as he kept a watchful eye on her, she would not dare to engage in any actions detrimental to Ling Xue under his vigilant scrutiny. He understood that her motivations for such behavior stemmed solely from her affection for Feng's Island. For the time being, he would grant her a reprieve, serving as an obstacle between the two, which held some potential for utility. Xue Sanqian, perceptive as ever, refrained from uttering any further words. She was acutely aware that Yuan was not an easy individual to deal with. Boldly, she claimed to be the person who understood him best within the entire narrative, and she believed it without contest. She reveled in dissecting every passage concerning him, immersing herself in his essence, seeking to feel and comprehend him. This obsession eventually spiraled beyond her control, leading her to become profoundly enamored with him. She recognized that notions of poison posed no real danger to him. Due to his unique constitution and the exceedingly keen nature of his cultivated internal techniques, his physical condition was far worse than it appeared. His martial art was a double-edged sword, capable of harming foes while simultaneously inflicting injury upon himself. Although not impervious to toxins, his resistance surpassed that of the average person. Most critically, he harbored no fear of death, living each day as if it were his last. The exact moment when this flickering candle would extinguish remained a mystery to all. Would such a person truly fear being poisoned? Would he fear death? Xue Sanqian maintained the fading smile upon her face, her gaze fixed intently upon Yi Lanxuan. At this moment, she felt a surge of anxiety and a tinge of fear. It was not the fear of death, but rather the fear of losing an opportunity to remain by his side, to draw nearer step by step, to possess him little by little. She was unafraid of failure, but terrified of lacking even a single chance. Indeed, human nature is insatiably greedy. Initially, she merely wished to steal a kiss. Once that desire was fulfilled, expectations began to blossom, leading her to yearn for more. To live is to pursue what one ought to pursue. After a prolonged silence, Yi Lanxuan finally reacted, coldly uttering a remark before turning away. As he did so, he gathered his cascading black hair into a swift, elegant bun, a motion executed with such grace that it was almost intoxicating. After a moment of distraction, Xue Sanqian exhaled slowly, realizing that her life had been spared for the time being. With his hair now bound high, Yi Lanxuan reverted to the semblance of the frail, sickly gentleman known to the public. At this juncture, neither of the main characters were aware of his true identity. Her knowledge was a privilege afforded by having read the entire book. In truth, no one knew his real identity at this moment. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lanxuan's figure vanished into the shadowy embrace of the woods, leaving Xue Sanqian to comprehend that she had been left behind. Very well, it aligns with the character's persona. Yi Lanxuan harbors a disinclination towards himself, and thus does not concern himself with his own safety. Perhaps he aims to see if he can emerge unscathed from the snow trace forest. The supporting character, Xue Sanqian, has shown no remarkable abilities throughout. She possesses no martial prowess, and should she encounter a predicament, her survival is uncertain. Fortunately, she is quite familiar with the snow trace forest, and with knowledge of the impending plot, she sets forth to seek the dragon flame flower. This flower is exceedingly rare, with its location a mystery. It is known solely for its ability to neutralize the most extreme of Yin poisons, enhance the prowess of those practicing Yang internal arts, and assist those yet to awaken their internal energy to break through. No one anticipated that the dragon flame flower, a symbol of pure Yang, would bloom in the snow trace forest, and so near the spot where Xue Sanqian meets her demise. In the original narrative, Yi Lanxuan kills Xue Sanqian, having employed the ghost wheel curse, coinciding with the onset of his affliction, leading to a release of Yin energy. The situation is dire, but by a stroke of fortune, he encounters the dragon flame flower and consumes it. This act, while suppressing the incessant outpouring of Yin energy within him, also inflicts internal injuries due to the entanglement of Yin and Yang forces. Now that she is present, she would certainly not afford him the opportunity to harm himself further. Without much delay, she successfully locates the dragon flame flower. It is diminutive in size and distinct from ordinary flowers as it blooms towards the ground, making it rather elusive unless one searches carefully. Lacking martial capabilities, carrying the dragon flame flower poses a significant risk, particularly since Yi Lanxuan is astute. Should he detect any trace of her actions and seek to seize it, she would be utterly defenseless. After much contemplation, she decides to take a gamble and consume it herself. She harbors her own selfish motives regarding this matter. Firstly, she must find a means to attain martial strength for self-protection. In the Xin kingdom, individuals either awaken their internal arts or inherit them from their families. Inheritance typically favors the most promising members of a family, and her status within the Xue family renders any hope of inheritance futile. As for awakening, those with superior potential generally do so by the age of 15 or 16, yet she is already 18. And surpassing 16 without awakening means she has little chance of becoming a martial artist unless employing extraordinary measures. Such measures, whether acquired through substantial financial means or unconventional methods, carry inherent risks. In truth, she has little time for hesitation. Seizing every opportunity is paramount, for if she desires to remain by Yi Lanxuan's side, lacking strength and means would only lead to an inevitable demise, whether swift or drawn out. Having grasped the critical nature of her situation, Xue Sanqian no longer hesitates. With determination, she consumes the plucked dragon flame flower in one swift motion. Initially, she feels nothing, but moments later, a searing heat ignites within her. A fierce sensation that leaves her breathless and her heart racing. Could this be the end of her life? She curled her body beneath the tree roots. Half of her form pressed firmly against the rough bark, from which she could faintly perceive a trace of coolness. Yet, it was far too feeble to offer any solace. Her consciousness became engulfed in heat, and she instinctively tugged at her dress, particularly at the neckline, hoping to invite the chill of the outside world to alleviate her torment. However, just as she sensed a slight alleviation from the burning sensation, an even more intense wave of heat surged forth, imparting a stark realization. She had somewhat overestimated her current state. Tears welled in her eyes as she murmured a name in a broken whisper, as if invoking it could bestow upon her greater courage and strength. As night deepened, a petite silhouette nestled against the tree roots amidst the snowy forest. The night grew increasingly cold, and as the wind howled, the accumulated snow cascaded down, striking the girl's unusually flushed cheeks. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a shadow fell before her. After a moment of silence, it lifted her into its embrace. Chapter 3. A touch of regret, and coaxing Xue Sanqian felt as though she were clutching an ice block amidst roaring flames. Yet this block seemed restless, eager to escape her grasp. Just as she found comfort in her hold, its squirming ignited her irritation. "Don't move," she scolded, frowning as she tightened her grip. Ye Lanyun, observing the tenacity of the woman who clung to him, felt his already somber expression darken further. His intention was not to rescue her. Rather, it was the sudden emergence of pure yang energy within her that piqued his interest, potentially promising utility. From the outset, his intent had been to exploit her. Yet now, he felt a growing annoyance, for the circumstances seemed to suggest that she was the one leveraging him. "Let go. I will say this only once." Still dazed, Xue Sanqian struggled to comprehend that the ice block she clutched was speaking. With great effort, she managed to pry her eyes open a sliver, casting a glance toward the source of the voice, only to find herself momentarily stunned. This ice block bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Lanquan. As her eyes widened, clarity dawned upon her. She increasingly recognized that she was ensnared in a dream. Who was Yi Lanquan? He typically kept others at bay, even his beloved, maintaining a deliberate distance. While others perceived this as indifference, she understood it as his form of tenderness, a fear that his aura might adversely affect those around him. Yet, over time, perhaps he too had come to believe that this was merely his aloofness. After all, how could the notion of gentleness ever be associated with a remorseless villain? Thus, Xue Sanqian grew ever more convinced that this was but a dream. She remained ensconced in slumber. "I knew it was a dream." Ye Lanyun, watching the faint smile that graced her lips, felt his curiosity swell. This woman was truly peculiar. She somehow believed she was dreaming. Yet, even more bizarre was the notion of someone like him appearing in her dream. Was that even normal? In the presence of others, he assumes the guise of a frail young master, seemingly hailing from a respectable family. Yet, burdened by a sickly physique, no one truly holds him in high regard. After all, in the ruthless realm of Xianghua, where the strong prey upon the weak, lacking martial prowess makes it exceedingly difficult to safeguard one's wealth. Moreover, a man of such feeble constitution would hardly inspire any woman to entrust her future to him. In private, however, he embodies a figure of dread, a presence that the masses shun with palpable fear. Emotionally and rationally, he occupies no one's dreams. As the night deepens, Yi Lanquan finds himself lost in contemplation when an audacious hand grazes his cheek, followed by a firm pinch. Surprised by the firmness beneath the skin, he muses on the boldness of this woman. A flicker of murderous intent ignites within his deepening gaze. He abhors the sensation of losing control. A mere woman, despite piquing his curiosity, remains inconsequential. Furrowing his brow in silence, he feels the subtle stirrings of the ghost wheel curse within him. Yet in the next moment, two fingers press against his brow. Why the frown? Does it hurt even in dreams? Did I squeeze too hard? Did I hurt you? Do you even realize who you were speaking to? This woman, does she truly comprehend her actions? I do know. I am conversing with Yuan. Yuan is taken aback. She should not know his name. He has always presented himself as young Master Yuan. Even Ling Xue remains unaware of his full name. How does she possess this knowledge? He immediately reconsiders his intention to eliminate her, pulling her hand away from his brow, his eyes narrowing. What else do you know? What else do I know? I know a great deal. I know that as a child, you had a little tabby cat that you adored and named Hua Hua. I know you have a penchant for sweets, yet you find it embarrassing for a boy to indulge in them, so you sneak away to enjoy them in solitude. I also know that you have no desire to take lives. You merely wish to survive, yet they refuse to spare you, leaving you with no choice but to kill. And oh, I know you have feelings for Ling Xue, a profound affection. At this point, Xue Sanqian abruptly falls silent. The air thickens with an oppressive silence. She does not withdraw, but instead climbs closer, resting her delicate chin against his neck. Exuding an air of both disappointment and coaxing, she murmurs, I understand Ling Xue is quite wonderful, but I could be even better. Would you consider liking me instead? Yet, a profound stillness lingers in the air. Why must you be so stubborn, even in dreams? With a long sigh, Xue Sanqian straightens, meeting the astonished gaze of Yuan. Why do you regard me so? It is the first time I have seen the illustrious young Master Yuan with such an expression of surprise. Yuan's lips twitch slightly, struggling to articulate his emotions. Do you believe I would hesitate to kill you right now? A wise person should eliminate the source of uncontrollable circumstances before they manifest. His rational mind informed him that, regardless of the nature of his curiosity, this woman should not remain any longer. Are you going to kill me? Xue Sanqian inquired, rubbing her still aching temples and shaking her head slightly. May I make a small request? Yuan regarded her quietly, conceding that a minor request might be permissible. After all, ending her life was but a fleeting act. I wish for you to strangle me with your own hands. This way, I can feel your warmth, cool yet gentle, which I adore. Moreover, I desire to perish in your embrace, as if I have spent a lifetime with you. Your arms would be my ultimate sanctuary. Yuan furrowed his brow and murmured, Has anyone ever told you that you might be a bit deranged? Xue Sanqian was not offended. Instead, she leaned closer to him, inhaling deeply. I must admit, this dream feels remarkably real, imbued with your faint, icy fragrance. Would you consider harboring feelings for me? Perhaps we are quite compatible. For instance, if you wish to descend into hell, I would accompany you. With a sudden thud, Xue Sanqian was caught off guard as a blow struck the back of her neck, causing her to collapse into Yuan's embrace. He gently laid her on the bed, closed the windows and doors, and silently departed. The night enveloped his expression, leaving only the faint glimmer of turbulent eyes. This woman was indeed unwell, and her affliction was profound. Once again, he refrained from taking her life, puzzled by his own motives. Why had he spared her this time? He had heard countless sweet words, yet none had ever been spoken with genuine sincerity. Even those closest to him had smiled while sending him to his demise. Outside the Xue Inn, the wind howled, yet he could hear the steady, rhythmic breaths of the occupants within. He closed his eyes and steadied his mind. At present, the most pressing matter was to locate the hidden door concealed within the Xue forest and seek out the rumored treasure, the heavenly, mysterious mirror. Chapter 4. The courage you bestowed when Xue Sanqian awoke. Dawn had barely broken. However, sleep eluded her due to the sticky sensation enveloping her body. After summoning the innkeeper for warm water and enjoying a refreshing wash, she donned a pale pink dress. As she observed the brightening sky, her mind gradually began to function anew. She attempted to sense the energy within her. It was evidently distinct from the previous day, suggesting that the dragon flame flower had indeed been absorbed. Yet, it seemed she had not yet activated any internal skills. There was no need to rush. She could only proceed step by step. Reflecting on the dragon flame flower, she suddenly recalled her predicament from the previous night and the dream she had experienced. Biting her lip in silence, her expression shifted from calm to one of embarrassment. Oh no, that dream last night couldn't have been merely a dream, could it? Given my condition, I had no ability to return to the Xue and on my own. How foolish of me to wish to leave a good impression. Fate has truly played a cruel trick, as he detests others meddling with him. Now that matters had reached this point, overthinking would yield no benefit. In any case, if he remained passive, she would do the same. Should the matter arise, she would feign ignorance until the end. Xue Sanqian paced within her room for a while. She had never been one to embrace passivity, particularly when she was acutely aware of her desires. Although she had never experienced romantic love, the essence of male-female interactions naturally lay in creating more opportunities for connection, and this principle was undeniably sound. Given the current narrative trajectory, there existed a minor discord between the male and female protagonists, a discord that was instigated by none other than the original owner of her identity. Based on her understanding of Xue, his decision to spare her life was not merely an act of fleeting compassion. He had undoubtedly discerned the original owner's affections for Feng Xilan and intended to disrupt the burgeoning relationship between the two leads. Unfortunately, what he did not realize was that the present Xue Sanqian was no longer the same as her predecessor. Opportunities, after all, favor those who are prepared. Xue Sanqian stepped out and directly made her way to the room of the female protagonist, Ling Xue, where she elucidated her previous encounter with the male protagonist, which had involved physical contact. Sister Xue, Brother Feng is not one to harbor ulterior motives. He simply does not comprehend a woman's heart. I initially refrained from mentioning it, fearing that if I did, it would seem as though I was overly concerned and might lead you to misunderstand my intentions as being overly meticulous. She paused now. Sharing this with you is not solely for your benefit. I harbor my own selfish motives. Sister Xue, I confide this only to you, and I implore you to keep it confidential. Ling Xue, known for her amiable nature, readily agreed to the request upon seeing Xue Sanqian's earnest expression. Since you call me sister, speak freely. I shall be as discreet as a sealed lips. In a feigned display of coyness typical of young women, Xue Sanqian confessed, I have feelings for Master Yilan, and I wish to avoid any misunderstandings on his part. Ling Xue, initially sensing a subtle change in Xue Sanqian, now realized that after a night's passing, she appeared even more radiant than before. Perhaps the lifting of her previous heartache had rendered her surroundings more enchanting. Not dwelling further on her thoughts, she listened intently as Xue Sanqian continued. Last night, Master Yi was unwell, as you are aware of his frail constitution. Yet he is a man of few words, often keeping his troubles to himself. Sister, I have a small favor to ask. How about you and Brother Feng have breakfast together today? You can gather intelligence regarding the hidden gate, allowing Master Yi to rest a little longer. If that would be agreeable? Ling Xue found no fault in this request and felt that Xue Sanqian was quite considerate. Thus, she readily acquiesced and prepared to depart. As the male and female protagonists set off together, Xue Sanqian, having prepared a portion of breakfast for two, knocked on Yilanxuan's door the moment they stepped away from the Xue Inn. Yilanxuan had already sensed the commotion outside his door and, recognizing Xue Sanqian's arrival, leisurely settled himself at the tea table, showing no inclination to greet her. Had it not been for yesterday's events, he might have feigned indifference to prevent Ling Xue and Feng Xilan from growing suspicious. However, such pretense was now unnecessary, for the inn was devoid of their presence. No one was there to greet her, which was to be expected. Xue Sanqian paid it no mind, noticing an open window nearby. She set the food tray aside and climbed through without a hint of the modesty typically expected of a young lady, leaving Yilanxuan momentarily stunned. To be honest, the Xue family was a prominent clan, and although Xue Sanqian was of a collateral line dwelling in a remote region of the Xianghua, she was still a young lady of an illustrious family. It was indeed unheard of for a young lady of such stature to enter through a window. Yilanxuan felt that she was genuinely unlike other women, embodying a kind of unrestrained essence, reminiscent of her actions from the previous night. Young Master Yi, I have prepared breakfast. Shall we partake together? Xue Sanqian nimbly climbed through the window, then opened the door to fetch the food tray. In a short while, she was comfortably seated beside Yilanxuan, her demeanor as composed as if nothing had transpired moments before, as though she had not been the cause of it. Where are the others? She inquired. They have gone ahead to investigate the hidden door. Then I shall join them, Yi Lanxuan responded, rising to his feet. But before he could take a step, Xue Sanqian, who had also stood, pressed him back down. You may go, but first finish your breakfast. Xue Sanqian, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Who else but you? If you had chosen to end my life last night, none of this would be an issue now. Yi Lanxuan did not expect her to speak so bluntly, yet her words rang with a certain truth. Indeed, it was a matter of life and death. As his murderous intent rekindled, he noticed her placing a plate of red fruits, dusted with snow sugar, before him. Your health has not been well of late. If you are not careful, you may reveal your weakness in front of Miss Ling, and it would be too late for regrets. Yi Lanxuan's expression remained impassive, yet a flicker of surprise coursed through him. How did she know of his recent ailments? He rarely interacted with others and seldom spoke. This fruit is something I specially sought for you. It not only nourishes, but also serves other purposes. The red fruit, known as the sun fruit, was slightly tart, not particularly rare, but its mild properties made it effective in neutralizing the growing imbalance of yin energy within Yi Lanxuan. While it could not entirely quell his condition, it was far better than neglecting it altogether. Moreover, she had sprinkled it with snow sugar, anticipating that Yi Lanxuan would enjoy the flavor. Yi Lanxuan had never tasted such fruit before, yet he could sense its harmonizing effects. However, he was reluctant to accept her gesture of goodwill. Xue Sanqian did not afford him the opportunity to refuse. Tossing a final remark over her shoulder, she rose and moved toward the door. You must finish the fruit. If you do not expect to reunite with Ling Xue and Feng's Island. Only I know the meeting place. Of course, you may opt to search for them through your own power. Yet you are well aware of your current physical state and whether it can withstand such exertion. With that, she exited the room, closing the door behind her, fully aware that any lingering would deter him from eating. He appeared indifferent, yet deep within, he cared for many things. Perhaps overwhelmed by the multitude, he chose to feign apathy. It seems that nurturing a relationship with him would require a patient approach. Chapter 5. This woman. Perhaps it is better to end her. Xue Sanqian stood at the entrance of the Xuan Inn, observing the bustling crowd that thronged before him. He marveled at how, despite its remote location, the town of Xuan, centered around the inn, thrived vibrantly. No matter where one looked, there were people striving for their livelihoods, toiling for their families. They may be busy and weary, yet living necessitates purpose, lending life its significance. So, what is it that Yi Lanxuan truly seeks in the depths of his heart? If it were Ling Xue, it would be both right and wrong. Had he truly desired her, there were numerous opportunities within the pages of the book to act. Yet he refrained. Initially, he merely harbored an affection for Ling Xue, which was insufficient for love. As his feelings deepened, he paradoxically distanced himself from her, both physically and emotionally. It seems that apart from the complete narrative seen through his own eyes, no one else could discern Yi Lanxuan's profound affection for Ling Xue. A love unwavering and steadfast. Could it be the so-called ambitions of the Xuangu Palace that he covets? One must recognize that the Xuangu organization is deemed a reactionary force against the Xian kingdom, comprised of remnants from a past dynasty, targets for eradication by the current regime. The Xuangu is shrouded in secrecy. Over time, its existence has become mere rumor. Only those entangled within its web possess clarity on its enduring presence and the scattered influence it wields across the nation. Yet, even Yi Lanxuan, the second master of the Xuangu, cannot fully comprehend the intricacies of this organization or the identities of its members. The internal dynamics of a Xuangu are profoundly complex, and Yi Lanxuan's ambitions extend beyond mere vengeance. He aspires to ascend to the pinnacle of the Xuangu, wielding unparalleled power to assert his dominance over it. Internal strife and external threats are his constant companions. But is this ambition truly his own? Xue Sanqian's aimless gaze suddenly fell upon a young boy, clutching a candied hawthorn, grinning widely, blissfully keeping pace with his mother. This scene sparked a memory within her of a young Yi Lanxuan, perhaps 5 or 6 years of age, who had been playfully deceived by his own mother and unwittingly pushed into the ghost wheel abyss, a secret realm sought out by the Xuangu. She knew not what he had endured within, but but she recognized that this experience irrevocably altered him, reshaping his character and destiny. The world perceives the second master of the Xuangu as a malevolent specter, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, devoid of vitality. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the seemingly omnipotent figure had never enjoyed a normal childhood, resulting in a lack of resonance with many aspects of life. They mistook his perceived loss of humanity for a flaw, failing to realize that he had simply never been taught otherwise. As Xue Sanqian pondered these thoughts, her hand instinctively rose to her chest, sensing a faint discomfort within her heart. She lacked the confidence to transform him. Her only desire was to treat him with kindness to the best of her ability, even if he did not harbor affection for her. Remaining by his side throughout seemed to embody a certain completeness. Please provide me with the rendezvous location. At that moment, Yi Lanchuan appeared beside her, pausing briefly before casting a swift glance at the furrowed brow of Xue Sanqian. I will go alone. Xue Sanqian was momentarily taken aback, slowly turning to face him. Listening to his voice, which bore no hint of fluctuation, she couldn't help but smile. What? Are you worried about me? I'm perfectly fine. Who is Yi Lanchuan? He spoke little, and when he did, it was with purpose. Others might fail to comprehend his thoughts, but she had meticulously analyzed him, skilled at deciphering his subtle emotions. Yi Lanchuan turned his gaze away, staring into the distance. His exterior was calm, yet his heart roiled with unspoken turmoil. This woman was indeed peculiar. She was aware of his recent discomfort and had brought him the very fruit he needed. She understood his penchant for sweetness and could perceive the unspoken nuances in his words. She was a threat, and for the sake of a greater cause. She must be eliminated. Perhaps, with Ling Xue and Feng Xilan absent, this was an opportune moment. Xue Sanqian quietly assessed Yi Lanchuan's profile, sunlight illuminating his face, where the interplay of light and shadow merged with his exquisite features. The slight hint of a murderous aura in his gaze was concealed in the half-light, creating a breathtaking collision of light and darkness. He was truly handsome. Unintentionally, she noticed a speck of sugar granules at the corner of his lips, and in a moment of impulsive whimsy, she pulled him into a secluded corner. Let me check you first. Check what? Yi Lanchuan was puzzled. However, given their secluded location with no one nearby, he chose not to evade her. He intended to let her draw closer, thinking he would eliminate her once she was near enough. That was his plan, yet in an instant her soft lips brushed against his. A tingling sensation coursed through him, and before he could react, she had stolen a taste. This woman, Yi Lanchuan, abruptly pushed her away with such force that she fell to the ground. Xue Sanqian was taken aback by his intense reaction, unprepared for the sudden fall, and she winced in pain as she rubbed her back. Yi Lanchuan, is that really necessary? I was merely conducting a check. Yi Lanchuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a shadowy aura emanating from him. Xue Sanqian recognized this as a sign of his impatience and hurried to explain. Did I not mention earlier that I would reveal the rendezvous location only after you finished the fruit? I was merely verifying whether you had eaten it. Ah, it is sweet, so you must have. Yi Lanchuan furrowed his brow, grappling with an indescribable feeling as he observed the woman slowly rising from the ground. She then tore her skirt to bandage her bleeding hand. Xue Sanqian discreetly concealed her injured hand behind her back before stepping out of the corner. The light cascaded over her hair, nearly reaching her waist, shimmering like rippling water, dappled and beautiful. Let us go. I shall lead the way. She stood in the light, offering herself a subtle smile, extending an invitation towards him, who lingered in the shadows. He emerged slowly, gathering his composure. His gaze swept across the concealed wound she had deliberately hidden from his sight, leading him to a preposterous conjecture. Could it be that she was aware of her own distaste for the sin of blood? This was a secret known only to him. The second master of the Xuangu Palace, a ruthless killer, yet repulsed by the sight of blood. Such a claim would hardly be believed, even by a child. Who was she, and what forces lay behind her? Patience was necessary. Now was not the opportune moment to eliminate her. Xue Sanqian wandered the streets with Yi Lanchuan, glancing at various stalls. Wasn't this meant to be a rendezvous? Yi Lanchuan snatched the fragrant sachet from her hands. The stall owner, an elderly woman with poor eyesight, chuckled and said, My dear, you have a keen eye. This sachet symbolizes good fortune, adorned with vibrant embroidery. If gifted by a man to a woman, it can lead to a harmonious union. Xue Sanqian knew well that she was not simply browsing. She recalled vividly how, after resolving the issue in Xue town, Yilanjun had purchased this very sachet before departing. If you buy me this, I shall tell you, I promise. With her uninjured hand, Xue Sanqian playfully clung to his forearm, feigning earnestness. Yilanjun recognized the sincerity in her words. It was merely a sachet. What was the harm in purchasing it? Can we speak now? Xue Sanqian seized the sachet, quickly tying it around her waist, patting it with satisfaction. At the inn's entrance, she thought, just a little longer. They should be arriving soon. I didn't deceive you. It truly isn't the inn, but the inn's entrance. This woman, perhaps it would be best to eliminate her. Chapter 6. Well, Yilanjun in high spirits. Xue Sanqian followed in Yilanjun's wake, and he remained silent until they reached the inn's entrance. She leaned slightly towards him and asked, Yilanjun, are you angry? Yilanjun shot her a frosty glance. Angry? Because of this woman? Impossible. He diverted his gaze, feigning disinterest. Shortly, Ling Xue and Feng Xilan arrived. Xue Sanqian held no curiosity about what news they had uncovered. Her focus remained solely on Yilanjun. She noticed him clear his throat twice, his demeanor softening in front of Ling Xue. Although this was within her expectations, it still stirred a faint discomfort within her. Cough! Cough, cough! Xue Sanqian suddenly coughed loudly 3 times, successfully drawing everyone's attention. What is wrong with you, little sister? Ling Xue inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I've caught a slight cold from being together too long. It's nothing serious. As she spoke, her gaze naturally, yet somewhat deliberately, returned to Yilanjun. Ling Xue smiled knowingly, while Yilanjun's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Only the male protagonist, Feng Xilan, continues to tread earnestly along the unfolding narrative. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the Cheesy Temple, located not far from Xue town, may serve as a crucial breakthrough. Speaking of the Cheesy Temple, it has existed for quite some time. Once a dilapidated shrine, it gained notoriety approximately a decade ago when a beautiful woman began residing there alone. Since her arrival, the temple has gradually attracted visitors. It is not solely her beauty that draws people, but rather the temple's newfound efficacy. Anyone facing difficulties in conception who prays at the Cheesy Temple invariably finds themselves expecting by that very night. The temple's astonishing powers raise suspicions. Perhaps it holds clues regarding the hidden realm. Ling Xue concluded. Both Ling Xue and Feng Xilan are disciples of the Sanqing sect, each harboring their own hidden identities. Ling Xue is, unbeknownst to her, the long-lost saintess of Xuangu, which is a significant reason why Yilanjun risked his life to save her. As for Feng Xilan, he is a member of the current royal family of Xian Kingdom, rumored to be the frivolous and carefree 6th prince. It is precisely due to this identity that Xue Sanqian was dispatched by the Xue family to accompany him. Yilanjun is aware of Feng Xilan's true identity. Yet Ling Xue remains oblivious. She only knows him as a formidable senior brother within the Sanqing sect. Their journey to Xue Forest is, in fact, a quest for the whereabouts of the hidden realm on behalf of the Sanqing sect. The Cheesy Temple is an unavoidable main plotline in their expedition through Xue Forest. Trailing at the back, Xue Sanqian is diligently recalling the significant events associated with the Cheesy Temple. From her perspective, there are 2 pivotal moments. The first occurs during the temple's inspection when the ground suddenly trembles, revealing a fissure that appears right beside Yilanjun and Ling Xue. In a moment of urgency, Yilanjun pushes Ling Xue aside to save her, only to fall into the chasm himself. By the time Ling Xue and Feng Xilan attempt to rescue him, the fissure has already sealed, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, Yilanjun tumbles into a cold cave, enduring an entire night within its depths, before being released the following day when strange phenomena once again manifest in the cave. The repercussions of this incident on Yilanjun are neither trivial nor monumental. Due to his unique physical condition at this stage, spending half a day and an entire night in the cold cave accelerates the leakage of his yin energy. Xue Sanqian ponders how to resolve this first critical event. Yet given its necessity in the storyline, it seems unlikely to be easily sidestepped. A mere change of route may not suffice, as the fissure might shift accordingly. The progression of the narrative cannot be halted. Bang! Xue Sanqian, feeling a pang of pain, instinctively touched her forehead. Upon realizing that she had collided with Yi Lanquan, who had deliberately slowed his pace, her discomfort dissipated, replaced by a sense of pleasure. What is this? Is he concerned that I might get lost? I am unaware of your true intentions. Yi Lanquan's expression turned abruptly cold. But I advise you against undertaking actions that are ill-advised. Xue Sanqian pouted. Oh, it seemed she had been overthinking. It was indeed not an easy task to garner Yi Lanquan's special regard after such a short time. She pouted and lowered her head, suddenly noticing slender cracks appearing on the ground, and those fissures were directed towards Xue. Could it be that the rift was approaching? Her first instinct was to grasp Yi Lanquan's sleeve tightly. To her, the fate of the protagonist was of no concern. After all, they possessed the protective halo of main characters, enduring merely some hardships, but never truly facing death. However, Yi Lanquan was different, like a flickering candle. Each additional wound would diminish his life further. Yet, the abnormalities she perceived did not escape Yi Lanquan's notice. With a forceful flick, he effortlessly shook off Xue Sanqian's grasp and rushed towards Xue. Why did Yi Lanquan feel compelled to save Xue? At that moment, he was still unaware of her second identity. Xue Sanqian's thoughts were tumultuous, a multitude of plot lines clamoring for her attention, yet none were the ones she wished to seize. This question had eluded her comprehension while reading. Nevertheless, one thing was clear. Since she had arrived, it was unreasonable for her to remain inactive. Thus, when Yi Lanquan pushed Xue aside, on the verge of falling into the rift, a pale pink figure darted to the edge and summoned every ounce of strength to pull him back. In the original narrative, given Yi Lanquan's prowess, he could have easily extricated himself with any assisting object through the interplay of forces. However, at that moment, the only person capable of providing him leverage was the very Xue he sought to protect. Yet now, the circumstances had changed. Xue Sanqian felt an abrupt downward force, initially believing it to be Yi Lanquan's weight, when suddenly a light blue figure flashed past her, and in the next instant, their positions were exchanged. As he successfully landed, he released her hand, turning back to meet her gaze head-on. In his eyes, she saw no trace of hesitation or compassion, as though viewing a complete stranger. The rift closed rapidly, and his figure vanished into the darkness along with the last glimmer of light. Thud! She crashed heavily onto the ground. The cave was dimly lit, revealing only odd stones emanating a faint blue glow in the corners. Ah, you wretched Yi Lanquan. The sudden pain made Xue Sanqian tremble as she shielded her eyes with her arm, uncertain of the significance of such an act. Her emotions were a tangled web. She knew him, and it was precisely this knowledge that allowed her to comprehend that just moments ago, he truly wished for her demise. Chapter 7. A Fortuitous Misunderstanding. The truth of seeking offspring. Xue Sanqian lay quietly for a moment, exhaling slowly. The instant she resolved to save him, she had anticipated such an outcome. Truthfully, she was not surprised in the slightest. Yet, some events, despite one's awareness of their inevitability, still bring a pang of disappointment when they materialize. She had thought that her relationship with him had undergone some transformation, but it was merely her own illusion. Rising from the ground, she tidied her attire slightly. She harbored no fear of falling into this place, for she was acutely aware that, apart from its frigid temperatures, it possessed no remarkable qualities. The existence of such a locale was primarily due to the bearer of the Ice Heart technique, the striking woman who had arrived at the Temple of Child Seeking a decade ago. Unable to withstand the chilling energies of the technique, she had forced the icy aura into the depths of the temple, creating a unique space over the years. This space would cease to exist once the matter was resolved. In the original text, Yi Lanquan fell into this abyss, which, in her estimation, was merely a device employed by the author to foster a connection between the protagonists, compelling him to be confined. Now, however, the one confined was herself, She pondered whether this would affect the development of feelings between the male and female leads. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that this was not a concern she needed to entertain, for her objective remained Yuan. All she needed to do now was endure until her release. Curiously, she did not perceive the so-called extreme cold. At most, she felt a slight chill, but nothing to the extent of overwhelming coldness. Could it be that consuming the dragon flame flower fortuitously countered the cold here? Wait, if that were the case. She recalled that the novel mentioned that for those wielding a yang energy technique, the most advantageous training grounds were places saturated with yin and cold energies, as this would stimulate the body's instincts, enhancing the efficiency of their yang energy circulation. To win Yuan over, mere tricks would undoubtedly be insufficient. For someone of his caliber, the most direct means to capture his attention and ensure she could not be overlooked was to become stronger, strong enough to command his respect and focus. Yiluanun, the journey ahead remains long, and time will reveal all. Resolute in her decision, she settled into a meditative posture, beginning to cultivate the yang energy within her. Although she had yet to activate any yang energy techniques, she could still harness the currents to enhance its flow through her meridians. After a complete cycle, she discovered not only had the surrounding chill diminished, but her internal yang energy appeared to have grown more robust, indicating that circulating yang energy here not only provided warmth, but also augmented her internal strength. As time trickled by, her mastery over the yang energy within her improved significantly. After completing 6 cycles, she faintly sensed the energy sinking into her dantian, where it seemed to coalesce into a sphere of warmth. This warmth did not scorch. Rather, it emanated a gentle, continuous flow, distinct from the yang energy she was cultivating, as if this warmth possessed a life of its own, nurturing her body. She lost track of how long she basked in this comforting glow, and when she awakened, she found herself no longer in the icy cavern. Not far from her stood the male and female leads alongside Yuan, confronting a gaunt, menacing old woman. The crone held a young girl, appearing no older than 6 or 7, by the throat, her long, sharp nails poised threateningly against the child's delicate face. Heaven has a path that you shun. Hell has no gate that you do not dare breach. Do not move, or I shall kill this little girl before your very eyes. Do you not fancy yourselves as saviors? An innocent life has been sacrificed because of your actions. How can you bear such cruelty? The elderly woman proclaimed, her tall frame and white brows accentuating her sharp features, as her pointed nails pressed slightly into the tender flesh of the young girl, visibly reddening the skin beneath. Stop! Do not act impulsively, Ling Xue urged, her voice trembling with emotion. Ling Xue, she has long since lost her humanity. Now she merely uses this girl as a pawn. If this person is not dealt with, countless others will suffer, Feng Xilan declared, discreetly adopting a stance as if to draw a sword. Xue Sanqian quietly approached, noting that Yuan stood silently behind the protagonists, his expression seemingly calm, offering her a small measure of comfort. Though imprisoned in the icy cave, the outcome was not entirely bleak. The unfolding drama was on the brink of reaching a pivotal moment in their journey through the snow-traced forest. This moment would reveal the truth behind the temple of child-seeking, where the benevolent heroine, in her desire to save the young girl, would unknowingly fall into the web of deception, becoming a hostage herself. In truth, the elderly woman was merely a puppet. The true mastermind was the young girl. It was not that she had cast some formidable illusion, but rather that, over the years, the repulsive effects of the ice heart technique had caused her appearance to regress, now resembling a 6 or 7-year-old child. Should she regress further to the state of an infant, her demise would be imminent. The reason the temple of child-seeking could guarantee offspring upon a single prayer was that the women who became pregnant were not carrying children in the traditional sense, but rather the icy fetuses implanted within them by the ice woman. Once formed, these icy fetuses would incessantly drain the mother's energy, and when fully absorbed, they would detach, leaving the mother in a state of delusion, believing she had given birth to a child. Typically, it wouldn't be long before the imbalance of energy led to her untimely death. Even individuals unversed in martial arts possess a certain proportion of yin and yang energy. When the yang energy is completely siphoned off, life itself reaches its end. The ice woman acted thusly, for despite the repulsion from the ice heart technique, she remained unwilling to relinquish her grip, clinging obsessively to the notion of power. The truth of the temple of child seeking remained concealed, not because there was a lack of visitors seeking aid, but rather due to the scarcity of locals residing in the vicinity. In Xian country, the status of women has historically been low, their primary role being to bear heirs. Men, often indifferent, would typically resolve such matters by ensuring the aftermath was settled before marrying anew, maintaining silence to preserve family honor. Consequently, the number of visitors to the temple continued to rise, while the truth remained buried. During her confinement in the icy cave, the protagonist discerned the anomalies within the temple and uncovered a strange female corpse hidden deep within, thus piecing together the truth. Now, they were poised to confront the ice woman. However, as the heroine was captured in her attempt to rescue the young girl, the hero hesitated to act rashly, allowing their adversary to successfully activate the Great Cold Array, aiming to freeze the trio. In this moment of peril, Xue Sanqian stepped forward, resolutely absorbing the malevolent energy of the Cold Array. At that juncture, the protagonists were still inferior in strength to Xue Sanqian. Within moments, they succumbed to the effects of the freezing array, allowing Xue Sanqian to reveal his prowess and engage in a fierce battle against the Ice Woman. However, despite sharing the same feminine internal energy, in the instance where Xue Sanqian was unwell, he could not derive any advantage. Ultimately, in a bid to save the heroine, he had to take a perilous risk, directly extracting the source of the ice heart technique from his opponent and absorbing it into his own body. This act injured his heart meridian, leading to an immediate onset of illness, placing him on the brink of life and death. When Xue Sanqian lifted his gaze again, the ice formation had already been established, with Xue Sanqian standing alone against the ice woman. Xue Sanqian's expression was as grim as water, intent on forcibly siphoning the source of the ice woman's power, namely the ice heart technique implanted within her. Ice woman, do not harm him. I wish to propose a transaction. A delicate figure appeared gracefully, positioning herself in front of him. Chapter 8. Are you mad? What are you laughing at? Xue Sanqian's sudden appearance left both parties, who had been in a tense standoff, momentarily stunned. The figure blocking the way was charming, with flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a faint, sweet fragrance. Xue Sanqian found himself inadvertently focusing on her, as if it were the first time he truly beheld her, albeit merely her silhouette. What was this woman thinking? She possessed no martial prowess, yet dared to wade into these murky waters. What perplexed him even more was that he had dealt her a lethal blow, personally pushing her into the rift. How could such a delicate, seemingly fragile woman appear here, unperturbed after enduring such an ordeal? What on earth did she intend to achieve? Seeing that the ice woman had yet to speak, Xue Sanqian smiled gently. Senior, you are a wise individual. Initially, it was a one-on-one confrontation between you and young Master Yi. Even if you were confident of a narrow victory, you must have anticipated that it would not come easily. Now, with my presence, it becomes a two-on-one situation. Although my strength pales in comparison to yours, can you truly guarantee a win? The ice woman had to concede that she was indeed shaken by this turn of events. The appearance of this young woman was a significant variable. Her current physical condition was far from optimal. The side effects of the ice heart technique were not merely causing her to regress. She could now harness less than 50% of its power, compounded by her recent lack of yang energy replenishment, making prolonged combat challenging for a frail body. Yet, even if she was acutely aware of this, she could not afford to show weakness before her adversary. What can you offer for a transaction? The ice woman's voice was low, a stark contrast to her current youthful appearance. Xue Sanqian, exuding confidence, replied, if I am not mistaken, the backlash from the ice heart technique is growing increasingly severe for you. You are reluctant to abandon it, which has led you to this juncture. As for me, though I lack substantial abilities, by a stroke of fortune, I have consumed the dragon flame flower. I trust one need not elaborate further. As Xue Sanqian's words fell, the ice woman's eyes widened, revealing a significant emotional shift. Speak. How do you propose to trade? Quite simply, allow young Master Yi and his companions to leave safely, and I shall remain. Xue Sanqian was convinced that the Ice Woman would acquiesce to this condition. The fierce battle yielded no results, exacerbating internal injuries as Yi Lanxuan and his two companions departed, leaving behind a woman who had consumed the dragon flame flower, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. What was there left to hesitate about? Just as negotiations were on the verge of fruition, Yi Lanxuan abruptly yanked the person before him back, declaring, "I do not know what scheme you are plotting, but my affairs are not for you to meddle in." With that, he immediately invoked the Ghost Will spell, launching an attack towards the Ice Maiden. Do not act impulsively. Xue Sanqian attempted to intervene, yet he gripped her wrist firmly, preventing her escape. The narrative swiftly returned to its course, with the Ice Maiden and Yi Lanxuan positioned on opposing sides, unleashing their powers. The air around them darkened suddenly, a bone-chilling cold enveloping her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Yi Lanxuan held her tightly. Escaping was an impossibility. Yet, if the plot continued along this trajectory, it would inevitably revert to the original storyline, rendering her efforts futile. With her body now infused with abundant yang energy, she decided to take a gamble. Xue Sanqian seized the initiative, summoning every ounce of strength to swap places with Yi Lanxuan just as the Ice Maiden's icy palm struck her squarely in the back, releasing a vast wave of cold that exploded outward. Yi Lanxuan stood transfixed, observing the scene before him, her soft hair billowing wildly, exuding an even sweeter fragrance. It appeared as though delicate white ice flowers bloomed behind her, accentuating her luscious lips and delicate features, while her striking eyes shone with an almost blinding brilliance, framed by elegantly curled lashes that held a unique charm. Was she truly so captivating? Had he lost his senses? Yi Lanxuan could not help but furrow his brow and murmur in disbelief. Coughing softly, Xue Sanqian, valuing her life, refrained from unnecessary exertions. Earlier, she had quickly circulated her yang energy to her back, and as she had anticipated, it proved effective. The Ice Maiden's attack had not harmed her internally. What do you think? She felt her heartbeat quickening. Though they had shared such proximity before, it was for the first time that she truly saw herself reflected in his eyes, not as Ling Xue, but simply as herself. Can you still smile? Yi Lanxuan gazed at the corners of her lips lifting, sensing her emotions mirroring those of that fateful night. She was becoming exhilarated, little by little, intermingled with a burgeoning sense of joy that grew ever stronger. Her gaze fell to her waist, where his exquisitely defined hand rested firmly. A sight so perfect it was beyond reproach. It was hard not to conclude that in that fleeting moment, he had developed a desire to protect her. Yi Lanxuan followed her line of sight, only to instinctively distance himself from her, unaware that this very action had been part of her design. Seizing the moment, Xue Sanqian turned to face the Ice Maiden once more, channeling her inner yang energy to begin consuming the cold emanating from her opponent. You seek death. The Ice Maiden, realizing her intentions, intensified her cold output, determined to make this audacious woman pay for her ignorance. Little did she know, a curious spectacle unfolded. The torrent of cold energy was being absorbed, and the Ice Maiden suddenly sensed an impending disaster, attempting to halt her icy heart technique, only to find her internal coldness spiraling out of control. Subsequently, a colorless and odorless ice flower, shimmering with the light of crystalline frost, burst forth from the Icy Maiden's body, swiftly darting towards Xue Sanqian, vanishing into the air before anyone could comprehend the situation. What is happening? Xue Sanqian was momentarily taken aback, then finally grasped the reality. Her intention was to shield Yi Lanxuan from peril, yet unexpectedly, the ice heart technique that was meant to enter his body had now infiltrated hers. It is well known that practitioners of yang energy must not employ the yin energy internal techniques, for the entanglement of these opposing forces results in a discordance of martial arts and inner strength, typically leading to either death or injury. Was she destined to perish? The Icy Maiden, bereft of her ice heart technique, was akin to a warrior stripped of her powers. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lanxuan struck, aiming to take her life. before pulling Xue Sanqian to a corner and forcing her to sit on the ground, initiating his efforts to expel the ice heart technique from her body. Do not waste your efforts. If your cultivation is of yang nature, there might be a slim chance. However, if it is yin, no matter how you exert your strength, the ice heart technique within me will merely absorb it. It is utterly impossible for you to extract it unless you intend to forcibly remove the ice heart technique from my body. Though Yi Lanquan's ghostly wheel spell also belonged to the realm of yin internal arts, it differed from ordinary yin techniques, allowing him to absorb the opponent's inner strength and forcibly extract it to convert into his own. This was why, despite both being yin techniques, he could still draw the ice heart technique from the icy maiden. However, should he proceed with such an act, the one from whom the inner strength was extracted would inevitably perish. Chapter 9. Is he a pervert? Yi Lanquan narrowed his eyes slightly, lowering his posture as he rotated his hand, channeling inner power, swiftly tightening his grip around her warm neck. Perhaps due to the frigid surroundings, the warmth of his hand felt strikingly prominent, unsettling him. Lowering his gaze, his eyes naturally fixated on her delicate, pale neck. Although she was merely a distant branch of the Xue family, it was undeniable that she had been well cared for. Yet, she should not be a flower blooming amidst the ice. Too many perplexities surrounded her. Tell me, who are you? Who is behind you? Who sent you? What do you truly intend? Yi Lanquan's voice was laced with an icy chill, and as this chill deepened, the pressure of his grip intensified. Cough, huh? Xue Sanqian coughed a few times, tears forming at the corners of her eyes, which, despite the situation, slightly lifted. I advise you not to test my patience. He was inherently sensitive to the emotions of others, easily perceiving every flicker of expression. He could not fathom why. As he tightened his grip, his murderous intent intensifying. She showed no fear. In fact, she seemed inclined to smile. Xue Sanqian gazed at him calmly, gently placing her hand upon his, gradually enveloping it. The warmth of her palm seeped through her actions, causing his grip to subconsciously ease. He did not understand her intentions. Disliking the prospect of events straying from his meticulously crafted plans, an unfamiliar unease stirred within him. His heart was in disarray, yet he could not discern the cause of this turmoil. As the pressure around her neck eased, Xue Sanqian took a couple of breaths, finally able to speak normally. Are you not aware of my capabilities? She questioned, a hint of mischief in her tone. She could not divulge that her amusement stemmed from her understanding of him. Recognizing that he was currently flustered, regardless of the reasons, he had undeniably taken a genuine interest in her, though it had not yet reached the point of being unignorable. Nonetheless, it was a positive development. When one encounters joyful moments, a smile naturally follows. Yet his hand still gripped her neck, remaining chillingly cold. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but tighten her grasp on his hand. Your hand is truly icy. Do you not feel cold? In the novels, Yi Lanquan often maintained his distance from others, his body temperature being one of the contributing factors. Although he frequently feigned weakness, his temperature had long been below the normal human range. Was his blood, then, frigid as well? Occasionally, Xue Sanqian pondered such thoughts. She was oblivious to what awaited her after absorbing the frost heart technique. Most likely, it would not be long before her demise. After all, in the stories, Yi Lanquan's death was closely tied to the entry of the frost heart technique into his system. The reason the Frost Maiden was so fixated on this technique was that it was one of the significant inner arts of the hidden sect, a mysterious entity known only to a select few, leaving others unaware of its origins or current whereabouts. Yet, it undeniably existed and was the sole force adept at understanding the storage of internal energy and possessing the art of implanting inner techniques. Outsiders referred to the hidden sect's method of implanting internal energy as orthodox transmission. The internal energy traditions employed by various esteemed families today trace their roots back to the hidden sect, albeit a more basic form of implantation. Within the hidden sect, there existed more advanced transmission methods and even more formidable internal arts. The Frost Heart technique worn by the Frost Maiden originated from the hidden sect, yet it was evident that she was not its rightful heir, as true transmission methods could not result in a backlash from the internal energy. In summary, Having unexpectedly absorbed the frost heart technique, she could not expect to remain unscathed. The timing of any potential backlash was merely uncertain. With such thoughts in mind, Xue Sanqian found her courage bolstered. Noticing Yilanchu in silence, she boldly embraced him, saying, "I am cold. May I hold you for warmth?" Yilanchu, bemused, thought, if one must fabricate excuses, at least choose a more convincing one. Is she so brazenly deceiving me? Who seeks warmth by clutching an ice block? As he attempted to push her away, he inadvertently loosened his grip on her neck, only for her to lean in and plant a soft kiss at the corner of his lips. Xue Sanqian smacked her lips, seemingly savoring the moment. "You taste rather delightful." Yilanchuan found himself at a loss for words, instinctively wanting to toss her aside, yet she held on tightly, her soft voice pleading in his ear. "Oh, I'm in so much pain. Please don't abandon me." Yilanchuan's expression darkened further. Whether she truly felt pain, he could not ascertain, but he was acutely aware that she was currently reveling in happiness. If one were to ponder how one could feel such joy while being afflicted with pain all over, a thought naturally emerged in his mind. Is this woman a pervert? Yet, the emergence of this notion was somewhat amusing. After all, who does not know that the second master of the Xuangu Palace is mercurial, a peculiar being with ruthless methods, undeniably a true eccentric, as recognized by the martial world? Xue Sanqian did not wish to stir up too much trouble, knowing well that Yilanchuan had pressing matters to attend to. She released him and, with a serious expression, remarked, "In truth, you need not be overly concerned about my intentions. I harbor no desire to harm you. Otherwise, given your previous act of casting me into the cold cave, I would surely seek vengeance by aligning with the Ice Maiden, rather than prolong this standoff with me. It would be prudent to take decisive action. Otherwise, how will you explain to the two who lie below when they awaken, regarding who dealt with the Ice Maiden?" Yilanchuan, feigning the demeanor of a frail nobleman before the protagonists, sought the hidden door under the pretext of his impending demise. Encountering the Ice Maiden, he was well aware that he could not resolve the matter alone. He merely wished to share information. Now that he had a lead, uncovering the true identity and origins of the Ice Maiden would allow for further investigation along that path. Traveling together was merely incidental, not indicative of his willingness to share intelligence with the protagonists. Thus, the present moment was an opportune time to part ways with him. In the narrative, he indeed acted accordingly. Yilanchuan searched through the belongings left by the Ice Maiden and ultimately obliterated her corpse. Casting a glance at Ling Xue, he moved her to a relatively concealed corner before departing through the back entrance of the Temple of Seeking Children. Throughout this ordeal, he did not cast a single glance at Xue Sanqian, who remained entirely unfazed by his indifference. From the Ice Maiden, Yilanchuan had obtained a jade pendant, one that was far from ordinary, crafted through special techniques and inscribed with the character for water. This signified a connection between the Ice Maiden and the Xue family, prompting the need to investigate further into the Xue lineage. The matter at the Temple of Seeking Children was not yet fully resolved. The next step was to journey to Huayan City to locate the Xue family for continued inquiry. Upon exiting the temple, Yilanchuan noticed that his pursuer had no intention of departing. "Are you intent on following me?" "I am, after all, a negligible presence to the Xue family, a fact you are well aware of. Otherwise, how could you have executed your plans without hesitation?" Xue Sanqian concluded her words with a playful wink. Although her remark bore a somewhat sarcastic tone, it was delivered in a manner that seemed to seek his favor. Yilanchuan's emotions were complex. He wished to sever ties with her, yet found himself unable to obliterate her existence directly. Xue Sanqian was entirely confident that Yilanchuan would not resort to violence against her at this juncture. After all, his physical condition could not withstand the Ice Heart technique. Should he eliminate her, the fate of the technique itself would be uncertain, as it relied on a suitable host. Currently, she was the vessel of the Ice Heart technique, and should she continue to trace the leads related to the Ice Maiden, discovering the hidden door could serve as a valuable key to her aspirations. He truly could not end his own life, and he also needed himself. Yilanchuan said nothing further, turning to continue on his journey. The city of Huayan was neither particularly close nor particularly far, provided one could traverse the snow trace forest, which would allow for the swiftest arrival. In the narrative, Yi Lanquan swiftly crossed over and reached Hawaiian City, only to fall ill shortly thereafter. Xue Sanqian pondered that it would soon be her turn to shine, unaware that she had overlooked a crucial detail. Yi Lanquan possessed remarkable agility, and his solo ascent of the mountain was indeed rapid. Yet, with her accompanying him, the pace visibly slowed. Thus, before even reaching Hawaiian City, he succumbed to his illness halfway down the mountain. Xue Sanqian dragged the feverish Yi Lanquan into a wind-sheltering cave. However, nestled within the snow-trace forest, it was utterly impossible to kindle a fire. The air was permeated with a frigid essence, imbued with a damp chill. With no other options available, she resolved to use her own body heat to warm the unconscious man. Chapter 10. Endure, y shall dormir utmost. The night in the snow-trace forest felt akin to a frozen prison crafted from millennia of ice. Without appropriate measures, one could indeed perish from a cold. This explained why, despite its remote location, the central area of Snow-Trace Town remained bustling with visitors. The optimal course of action was to either retreat to Snow-Trace Town or hastily descend the mountain before nightfall. Yet, the two found themselves precariously positioned halfway down the slope, unable to ascend or descend. Yi Lanquan lay in a semi-conscious state, while Xue Sanqian, lacking martial training, found herself in a predicament, burdened by his substantial weight. At present, she could only search for a cave to shield them from the biting wind. Xue Sanqian settled him in the innermost part of the cave and, in an effort to shield Yi Lanquan from the cold gusts, gathered stones of various sizes to partially obscure the entrance. Fortunately, the cave's mouth was not overly large, so it did not require excessive effort. She thought that while it may not be entirely airtight, at least it would prevent the piercing winds from rushing in. Once the entrance was secured, she finally began to feel some warmth return to her own chilled body. She intended to employ her initial plan of using her own body heat to warm Yi Lanquan. However, to her astonishment, when she glanced at him again, she noticed a thin layer of frost had formed upon the surface of his skin. Was this not a tad excessive? In her recollection, the novel did not depict such a scene. The text described Yi Lanquan falling ill shortly after arriving in Hawaiian City, with symptoms of chills, merely indicating an unusual coldness, without mentioning frost forming upon his skin. Xue Sanqian snapped back to reality, glancing at her own not overly thick clothing. It was important to note that in the central area, heated stones were available, rendering the cold less palpable. Moreover, the chill of Snow-Trace Forest could not be simply warded off by clothing. Hence, individuals did not don excessively heavy garments, as they would prove cumbersome. It was far more effective to carry heated stones or crystals close to the body. Given the unforeseen circumstances they faced, it was evident that neither she nor Yi Lanquan possessed any means of warmth. The air surrounding them was intensely cold, and the warmth from her body was the only means to provide comfort. The act of warming Yi Lanquan through layers of clothing seemed like an unnecessary complication. Gazing at the exquisite man leaning against the stone wall, his brow furrowed, his long eyelashes trembling, and his lips tinged with a purplish hue, she sighed softly, and a wisp of white vapor appeared, only to dissipate swiftly into the air. Yi Lanquan had a strong aversion to being touched, especially in such an intimate manner. Though the reasons were not elaborated upon in the text, one could surmise that his ability to sense the emotions of others made him particularly sensitive. When immersed in his own feelings, the intrusion of foreign emotions would intensify, especially with prolonged contact, leading to a discomfort that was difficult to endure. She wished to spare him from such distress, yet her greater concern was for his well-being. She recalled that the novel did not delve deeply into the details of his affliction, but mentioned that it struck with considerable force, leaving him unconscious for 3 entire days. Initially, she believed her actions might help him avert disaster, yet upon reflection, his premature onset of illness in the snowy forest could be seen as just another misfortune. All she could do was take it one step at a time. With a faint sigh, she bit her lip and removed her outer garment, wrapping her arms around the frigid Yi Lanquan, now coated in a thin layer of ice. As she embraced him, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. The cold was overwhelming, an all-encompassing chill that struck like a bolt. Within moments, her teeth began to chatter in unison with her body, and she had to bite her lower lip to steady her quaking jaw. How unbearably cold it was. Their proximity was intimate, her cheek resting against his neck, allowing her to hear every breath he took, as well as the soft murmurs that escaped his lips. When she dared to glance up, she noticed that his brow had furrowed even more deeply. Yilan Shun had always been a person of immense strength, rarely revealing his pain, and such a visible expression of distress had never been depicted in the narrative. Perhaps her own emotions had affected him, but the chill was undeniably severe. "Just bear with it. I will do my best," she whispered near his ear, her breath warm against his icy, dark red earlobe, despite the coldness of his skin. Surprisingly, her spirits began to lift. The intimacy of their position was undeniably suggestive, a scenario that would never have unfolded had he been fully conscious. He would never allow it, nor did she possess the audacity to go that far. Suddenly, she found herself thinking that perhaps this was rather delightful. "I do not intend to take advantage of you. It is solely to save you," she reassured silently, tightening her embrace, gradually shifting to bury his face in her chest. Her heartbeat faltered momentarily, and, as her breath caught, her soft, pink lips brushed against his frost-bitten skin, releasing a flurry of delicate warmth. Xue Sanqian lowered her gaze and slowly closed her eyes. Merely relying on her own body heat to alleviate the chill enveloping him proved insufficient. She began to summon the yang energy within her, directing her focus inward to her dantian, where she beheld a vivid crimson glow. The yang energy commenced its circulation, elevating the warmth her body could provide. Yet the effect remained disappointingly subtle. Perhaps if she could absorb the cold radiating from Yilan Shun and subsequently dissipate it, the results might be more effective than her current approach. A bold thought ignited within her mind, accompanied by a sudden emergence of a mantra: "Gather the cold of Een, coalesce the flower of ice." In the next moment, not only did the chill surrounding Yilan Shun converge, but the ambient cold also seemed drawn to her, surging into Xue Sanqian's being as if summoned. Within her dantian, the vivid crimson began to coalesce into a pale azure, though not as distinctly clear as the crimson. It bore a hazy outline. Before she could delve further into this transformation, she sensed the breath of the person in her embrace becoming more rhythmic. Yilan Shun, whose consciousness had been ensnared in an icy abyss, began to awaken. He sensed an intrusion of emotions, instinctively wanting to repel it, yet this particular sensation felt strikingly different. Unlike past encounters that incited nausea, this emotion pursued and entwined him, instilling a deceptive yearning for connection. Why did she perceive it as a deception? Because deep down, he knew no one would ever wholeheartedly accept him. No one. This was an illusion, surely a manifestation of his deteriorating condition. Yet, this was not his first bout of illness. Even if this episode was significantly more severe, it should not invoke such a delusion. He struggled to open his eyes, and through the narrow slits, he beheld skin as delicate as jade, with a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. Momentarily taken aback, his throat tightened, and her hand gently caressed his cheek. He heard her whisper in delight, "Wonderful, it truly works." A tempest of emotions stirred within him. What was this feeling? Like a gentle breeze accompanied by the sweet scent of blossoms, it entwined and blossomed into a hint of sweetness in his heart. Chapter 11. Not just this. A gentle kiss, his previously senseless body gradually regained feeling, sharpening Yilan Shun's consciousness somewhat. However, upon realizing he was cradled in a soft embrace, separated only by a gossamer layer of fabric, his breath hitched involuntarily. His lips pressed together, breaths grew shallow, and his usually steady heartbeat quickened. Just a single inhalation brought forth a room filled with sweet fragrance, unmistakably belonging to the girl beside him. His throat tightened, and in a moment of disorientation, memories of that night flooded his mind. How she had stealthily pressed her lips against his, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she playfully revealed that she had poisoned him. In truth, he was well aware of whether she had truly poisoned him. Yet for an instant, he felt an unprecedented sensation, a mix of unease and inexplicability. Even now, he found himself pondering if her scent was akin to a poison. releasing a breath of cold air. He had never encountered warmth before, leaving him in a state of uncertainty that stirred his emotions. He attempted to break free, only to discover he lacked the strength to do so. He had never felt so utterly helpless, especially not in front of a woman. In this moment, his emotions surged chaotically, entangling him in an ineffable conflict and struggle. Frustration bubbled within him, his tone sharpening as he exclaimed, "Let go, don't touch me." Xue Sanqian was channeling the yin and yang energies within her body, a process distinct from merely circulating yang energy as she had done before. Now, she first absorbed the yin energy, guiding it through her body before condensing it into her dantian. Following this, she would circulate yang energy to cleanse the yin energy from her meridians, allowing it to circulate within her body and then transfer through her skin into Yi Lanxuan's body. This back-and-forth exchange was crucial. It needed to be executed flawlessly to avoid any mingling of the yin and yang energies, which could result in peril. "Stop it," Xue Sanqian instinctively blurted, tightening her embrace around him, fearful that any sudden movement might disrupt the transfer of yang energy. The yang energy she was emitting could only serve as a temporary remedy. It was not a cure. She was hesitant to directly transmit yang energy into his body, resorting instead to this method to alleviate his discomfort. She recalled that the novel had not elaborated much on Yi Lanxuan falling ill upon arriving in Huai'an City, merely stating that he had consumed considerable yang herbs to combat the cold. However, those herbs were not miraculous. He had been bettered in for 3 entire days before regaining consciousness. There were no yang herbs to be found in the Xuan forest, and the existence of the dragon flame flower was an exception. One should not expect to find a second one. If only she had thought to preserve the dragon flame flower. Even a single petal would have been better than the current predicament. She now understood that all things adhere to the law of conservation. While she could help him avert immediate disaster, it did not preclude the emergence of new ones. In fact, it was precisely because she had sidestepped one calamity that another might arise, a delicate balance of choices and trade-offs that required careful consideration in the future. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice how the man in her embrace was momentarily stunned by her outburst. Yi Lanxuan hesitated, and as he regained his composure, a faint crimson hue crept onto his face, mingling with an air of lethal intent in his gaze. It was difficult to discern his emotions. His eyes darkened, hinting at a smoldering anger. He held his breath and, in a sudden impulse, leaned forward to bite at her porcelain-white skin. Xue Sanqian was not particularly plump, but rather possessed a figure that was just right. When he unexpectedly bit her, she glanced down to see him gnawing fiercely, yet lacking a firm grip, resulting in an awkward slip that made it appear as if he had kissed her instead. Both of their hearts trembled at the moment, and the initiator of this folly furrowed his brow, perhaps to mask the foolishness of his earlier actions as he began to struggle anew. She understood all too well that his earlier action stemmed entirely from his anger. After all, he had never been at the mercy of anyone before, especially not a seemingly frail woman, which was an intolerable circumstance for him. With a resigned sigh, she realized that having offended him, it was crucial to secure his cooperation. Otherwise, her efforts would be in vain. After all, this was no trifling matter. She was genuinely attempting to save him. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a hint of menace. As she chuckled softly, "With your current state, do you truly believe you could resist me if I desire to act?" Such blatant mockery left Yi Lanxuan feeling quite uncomfortable, struggling to refrain from giving her a piece of his mind. Yet now, what could he do besides engage in mere verbal sparring? "Do you dare?" he retorted. "I realize you truly do not trust me." Leaning down, her nose brushed against his. One hand pressed firmly against the nape of his neck while the other lifted his chin. Under his incredulous gaze, she tenderly kissed the corner of his lips, slowly inching inward. Her captivating eyes widened slightly, their lashes casting a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow, exuding a delicate mist that tantalizingly caressed his cheek. "Tell me, do you think I would shy away?" This audacious woman dared to challenge him. If previous encounters had merely been fleeting brushes, this moment was undeniably akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, openly entwined in intimacy. He yearned to resist, but as she had stated, he lacked the strength to do so, powerless. The corners of her lips curled upward, her mood exuberantly buoyant, which only served to deepen his discomfort and unfathomable ire. But what was he truly angry about? Her transgression against him? The kiss? Yes, yet it felt more complex than that. Xue Sanqian straightened, lightly licking her lips, and smiled sweetly. So, it would be wise for you to cooperate, or else next time, my affections may not be so gentle. As she uttered the final 4 words, she leaned closer, brushing her nose against his ear, unable to resist the allure of his still flushed earlobe. How adorable you are! Yi Lanxuan shivered, his heart feeling as if it had been pierced. He wished to break free, yet considering her threat, he astonishingly chose to remain still. One must not act rashly. Who could predict what this madwoman might do next? He would certainly settle this score with her later. Yi Lanxuan shut his eyes, acknowledging that her presence had indeed improved his condition. For him, reaching Huai'an City sooner meant increasing his chances of obtaining information about the Ice Maiden before others. His current allies were few and far between, and he had no intention of contacting the palace unless absolutely necessary, for one could never be too careful against eavesdroppers. One must endure the small inconveniences to achieve greater goals. He would focus on surviving this ailment for now. Sensing the man in her embrace had calmed, Xue Sanqian decided to withdraw, continuing to shield him from the biting cold. She could not linger in the snow forest for long. As soon as dawn broke, she would have to take him away, for otherwise, Yi Lanxuan would never recover from his illness. He could not remain trapped here indefinitely. Chapter 12. A Sinister Smile. Approaching the man, the length of the night is dictated by the heart. The relentless exertion of yin and yang energies is exceedingly taxing. Were it not for Xue Sanqian's deep obsession with Yi Lanxuan, she would have long since given up. Yet, despite this, the fatigue was palpable. As moments ticked by, drowsiness began to envelop her, and fearing a misstep in her powers, she reluctantly opened her eyes. She deliberately shook her head to dispel her drowsiness. The moment she opened her eyes, she began to observe Yi Lanxuan's condition before turning her gaze to his face, where the frost upon it had evidently melted away. The internal state remained a mystery, yet the external signs indicated a tangible improvement. In the very next moment, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Yi Lanxuan, who had just awakened. She paused for a fleeting second, accompanied by a hint of surprise, and with a half-smile, she remarked, "With such a situation, why are you still awake?" Yi Lanxuan's expression was impassive, yet his gaze pierced sharply, reminiscent of a hawk circling through the night, imbued with his unique chill and depth. He uttered not a word. Yet she grasped his unspoken thoughts. If I intended to bring harm, would I still be waiting? Rather than remaining on guard against me, it would be wiser for you to seize the opportunity to rest, for you wish to arrive at Huai'an City sooner, do you not? Without requiring him to speak. A mere glance sufficed for her to comprehend his intent. How should one articulate it? There was a tinge of disappointment. He ought to understand the difficulty of her efforts to heal him, as she wielded the powers of yin and yang. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. While others might be oblivious, he could not possibly be unaware. Yet, despite this, he remained on guard. It was akin to straining to open a door, where a glimmer of light beckons from beneath, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, yet the door remains obstinately shut. This was truly the most disheartening sensation. Inside, Xue Sanqian felt a measure of discontent, yet the person in her embrace was untouchable, and harsh words were too painful to utter. Her alluring eyes fluttered slightly, the corners of her lips curving upward, revealing a faint smile. Yi Lanxuan, with such vigilance against me, are you not more fearful of my intentions than of a threat to your life? Yi Lanxuan's expression stiffened. There was a flaw. She approached him, deliberately slowing her breath, allowing her fragrant essence to intertwine with his. Their gazes met as the night deepened, the silvery light seeping through the cracks of the stone entrance, casting scattered illumination nearby, while the whistling wind faded against the clarity of their breaths. It was unnecessary to see clearly. In truth, I have my thoughts. She parted her crimson lips, uttering words unbefitting a lady of noble birth. Yi Lanxuan turned his face away and closed his eyes, unaware that a soft, Warm touch had crept to his throat. He recognized its nature. It was the audacious hand of a certain woman. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have deemed it justifiable to sever her hand. However, given the current circumstances, having already embraced, what harm could there be in a light touch? Her fingertips settled gently upon his Adam's apple, moving in response to him, causing him to glare at her in surprise. Xue Sanqian mischievously raised an eyebrow. Ye Lanyun, look at you, getting worked up over someone as insignificant as me. Doesn't that seem rather unworthy? Your gaze frightens me. You won't, after recovering, directly snap my neck, will you? After a prolonged silence, Yi Lanshuan finally spoke. Afraid? Now that you know fear, it is too late. This woman will certainly pay a price. Afraid? Of course. If I die, I can no longer embrace you or kiss you. Xue Sanqian gazed with sincerity, though regrettably, most of her expressions went unnoticed. In the stillness of the night, Yi Lanshuan was suddenly lost in thought. He had presumed it was merely a sarcastic remark, yet he had not anticipated that it was indeed her heartfelt sentiment. She genuinely harbored such thoughts. In the midst of his daze, this woman swiftly moved her hand from his throat upwards, forcefully prying his mouth open, and then something was thrust into it. Caught off guard, he instinctively swallowed before he could react. What are you doing? He questioned. Do not worry. It is merely a sedative to ensure you sleep well. Given your condition, if you do not rest adequately, how could I, a frail woman, possibly escort you down the mountainside? Sleep now, and when you awaken, everything will be all right. Although she lacked any medicinal herbs imbued with yang energy, she possessed a genuine narcotic. The reason she carried such an item was her intention to act against the male protagonist, Feng Xilan, and to facilitate her ascent in status. Ironically, the very items that Xue Sanqian had never employed in her life were now put to use by her. In truth, drugging Yi Lanshuan to ensure he rested was only one aspect of her reasoning. Another consideration was that she had realized that continually channeling the forces of yin and yang was not sustainable. She too needed to recuperate. In such an environment, conserving energy was paramount. However, she feared that if she rested, Yi Lanshuan's condition might worsen in her slumber, and she was uncertain whether his ailment would rapidly deteriorate in her absence. After much contemplation, she resolved to utilize her own blood. Having consumed the dragon flame flower, her blood would undoubtedly carry yang energy, akin to the medicinal herbs known for their vitality. Since in the narrative Yi Lanshuan recovered by taking herbs with yang energy, her method should likewise prove effective. Removing the silver hairpin from her head, she bit her wrist to draw blood and offered it to him. However, feeding him her blood proved more complex than she had envisioned. She had to take a sip herself and then press her lips to his to transfer it. The initial sips were executed with relative ease, but during the final sip, she could not resist inhaling his scent. She felt somewhat perverse in her actions, yet she understood that such an opportunity would not present itself again. With that thought, she surrendered to her impulses akin to a playful spirit, lingering for a considerable time before withdrawing. In the act of kissing, she did not dwell too much on her thoughts. Rather, she was seized by a sense of novelty. However, after the kiss, the metallic taste of blood lingered in her mouth, mingled with a cool sensation. Xue Sanqian pressed her lips together, a rosy hue creeping from her ears to her cheeks, accompanied by a faint warmth. This was not ideal, yet she found herself willing to repeat the experience. When Yi Lanshuan awakened, daylight had already broken. He had never slept so deeply before, and this realization brought him a mix of discomfort and relief. Having long suffered from insomnia and trying numerous remedies to no avail, he had ultimately resigned to a state of wakefulness for the sake of survival. It had been an eternity since he had enjoyed such a profound slumber. He cast his gaze around, noting that a small portion of the stones at the cave's entrance had been removed, just enough for a single person to enter and exit. The surroundings were deserted, and a faint, sweet fragrance lingered in the air, though it was already quite diminished, suggesting that someone had departed some time ago. Had they left? Unsure if he felt relieved or otherwise, he struggled to rise. Although his condition had improved, movement remained somewhat cumbersome. As he leaned against the wall to stand, he froze in place. A peculiar taste lingered in his mouth. He could not be mistaken. It was the metallic tang of blood. Chapter 13. Is that all you have? Yi Lanchuan was particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. He could discern even the slightest trace with ease, let alone the taste directly in his mouth. Although the taste of blood had become less pronounced, it still left him feeling uneasy and somewhat nauseous. Can you get up? A soft, dulcet female voice interrupted his thoughts. Xue Sanqian squeezed through the entrance, one hand holding a broad leaf filled with snow melt in the other. She gathered her skirt to form a pouch containing a few wild fruits. She offered him the snowmelt first, explaining that returning to the Xuehen Inn was not feasible due to the limited conditions. You're still feeling weak. You must drink a bit of water to soothe your throat, she insisted. The quantity of snowmelt was scant, just enough for a few sips. It wasn't for lack of desire to gather more, but rather due to the scarcity of resources. This small amount had been carefully preserved throughout her journey. Yi Lanchuan cast a glance at the snowmelt, but had no intention of accepting it. This reaction was, however, anticipated, with a wry smile that belied her frustration. Xue Sanqian remarked, "We will continue our journey shortly. If you don't eat or drink something, do you expect me, a frail woman, to carry you down the mountain?" Yi Lanchuan's gaze silently scrutinized her, ultimately landing on her left wrist, concealed beneath her skirt. There was an injury. Could it be? A brief surge of emotion stirred within him, leaving him feeling somewhat vexed. He did not wish to contemplate the affairs of someone unrelated to him, particularly that of this woman. Mind your own business. With that, he leaned against the stone wall and shakily rose. His inherent stubbornness compelled him to straighten up, adopting a facade of nonchalance, exuding an aura that radiated a desire for solitude. "Oh, you don't want me to mind?" Xue Sanqian laughed in exasperation, fully aware of his intellect and how easily he could deduce how he had managed through the previous night. She had sacrificed her own comfort for him, drawing blood as a remedy, fearful that his condition might worsen, and had even provided him with more blood upon waking. She did not believe he could be entirely oblivious to what transpired, yet he chose to feign ignorance, dismissing her with a curt "mind your own business." Mind my own business? Yet last night, when you nestled against me, you clung to my waist, furrowing your brow and gasping, pleading with me not to leave you, not to abandon you. Yi Lanchuan remained silent. Furthermore, you suffer from severe coldness, when the temperature plummeted in the dead of night. I had no choice but to cut my wrist to feed you my blood. However, it seems you possess an intense aversion to the taste of blood, compelling me to resort to feeding you with my own mouth. My intention was purely to save you, without any ulterior motives. Unexpectedly, as she spoke, she feigned shyness, covering her face and continuing, "You cling to me, refusing to let go. You've drawn from me for so long that I nearly lost my breath." Yi Lanchuan, what is this nonsense? Is this truly something he would do? With each word she uttered, his expression darkened further. He could not discern the truth in her words. He only knew that her warmth was genuine, as was her act of feeding him blood. What do you desire? In this world, all actions are driven by ulterior motives, the only difference being the nature of those motives. Xue Sanqian, shedding her coy demeanor, decisively extended the snow water towards him once more. After drinking, she consumed a few wild fruits to stave off hunger, declaring, "We must set off." "Is that all?" Yi Lanchuan hesitated as he accepted the snow water, only to hear the woman before him chuckle mischievously. "Oh, if young Master Yi wishes for me to feed him personally, that could be arranged." Before she could finish her sentence, the darkly handsome man had already gulped down the snow water in one swift motion. Though the snow water was consumed, Yi Lanchuan had no intention of eating the wild fruits, and Xue Sanqian did not press the matter further. Thus, they departed the cave, one following the other. The descent down the mountain was considerably easier, yet Yi Lanchuan walked unsteadily. Given his current physical condition, traveling was indeed a challenge for him. After observing him for a moment, Xue Sanqian stepped forward to halt his progress. "Allow me to carry you for a stretch, and then you can walk on your own. At this pace, I fear we may delay our journey." With Yi Lanchuan's current speed, descending the mountain today seemed feasible, but they would likely arrive just as night fell. After leaving the snow-marked forest, there remained a distance to Huayan City. Fortunately, they would pass by a relay station where they could rent a carriage. However, if they tarried too long, they might find themselves unable to secure a carriage, leaving them stranded without shelter. Yi Lanxuan regarded her with an incredulous gaze, questioning whether she truly understood the implications of her words. Xue Sanqian, facing away from him, seized his hand and pulled him towards herself. I may not be able to carry you entirely, but I can manage with a combination of carrying and dragging, provided you cooperate. Release me. Yi Lanxuan attempted to break free. I advise you to comply with me. You are well aware of your current condition, aren't you? Do you believe that if you resist, I want to take matters into my own hands, right here? Is it a threat? Yi Lanxuan felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Yet, before he could fully react, she had pushed him to the ground. A chill surged through his back, though he had long since grown accustomed to such sensations. To his astonishment, the woman, with a smile radiating brightness, almost blinding, straddled him. Her smile deepened as her fingertips brazenly traced over his chest, boldly outlining his form. Beginning from his jaw and trailing downward, he felt a tingling sensation in his chest as her fingers audaciously circled around the area. A delicate voice echoed, presenting a choice. Would you obediently accompany me down the mountain, or would you prefer to linger here for a moment of passion? Do not accuse me of limiting your options. How would you decide? Do you dare to threaten him, or will you resort to such methods? The night air was thick with tension, a stark insult to his dignity. How audacious! Observing the fury etched on his face, reflected in his starry, ink-black eyes, Xue Sanqian could not suppress a small surge of satisfaction, yearning for more. She firmly believed he must be inwardly raging, vowing that should she dare such a thing, he would make her suffer immensely. Afraid? Yet, he had never truly cared for her. If love was unattainable, then hatred would suffice. She leaned closer, a sweet breath escaping her crimson lips, whispering into his ear, "Tell me, do you think I dare? I'm quite eager for you." This mad woman. Patience is essential for grand schemes. Yi Lanxuan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, acquiescing to her whims. Once they reached Huai'an City and his condition stabilized, he would ensure she begged for mercy at his feet. Chapter 14. The madwoman will eventually be your undoing. The crisp air was laced with a faint scent of grass and wood, a fragrance previously unnoticed, now rendered imperceptible by prolonged exposure. Yet, Yi Lanxuan's gaze inevitably drifted to the pale nape before him, the subtle fragrance of femininity emanating from her, delicately sweet, breaking through the earthy aroma, impossible to disregard. He found himself being carried forward by a woman. To say carried was an exaggeration, despite being a man of stature. A pampered woman could not genuinely bear him. Most of the time, it resembled a dragging, a rather awkward sight. He could not comprehend her desires or intentions. Attempting to withdraw his thoughts from her, he reminded himself of her obvious affection for Feng's island, her evident ambition to align with the powerful, for otherwise she would not have followed him into the treacherous Xuan forest. The previously unyielding coldness of Xuan forest now felt oddly chilling. Without contrast, there can be no harm. He could ease his breathing, but could not shut off his senses. The softness of her presence heightened his awareness of the frigid surroundings. His heart was tumultuous, brimming with irritation. He had learned little on this journey. He grasped that self-preservation necessitated preemptive action, that kindness could lead to exploitation, and strength was essential for survival. That the entanglements of the world were merely transactions of interest, a mutual exploitation deemed justifiable. Some may opine that the best remedy for healing wounds is to offer care. However, the truth lies elsewhere. By inflicting more wounds, the world becomes a tapestry of scars, rendering one's own insignificant. Faced with the sources of his agitation, he would sever those thoughts without hesitation. Xue Sanqian should have perished by his hand long ago, yet she remained, brazenly thriving before him. His dark gaze deepened. The desire to kill simmered, yet now was not the time. Xue Sanqian, gasping for breath, was suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in her neck. She was momentarily stunned, but soon felt an excruciating pain, as if her skin were being sharply gnawed upon, which involuntarily caused her lips to curl upwards. Night Lan's son, who had been observing from the shadows, deepened the bite marks in frustration. He discerned no trace of fear emanating from her. To make matters worse, she even smiled in delight. The distance between them allowed him to effortlessly capture this fleeting expression. Anger surged within him, mingled with a sense of helplessness that seemed to arise suddenly, only to dissipate the next moment. It wasn't until he tasted the metallic tang of blood between his lips that he finally exhaled. Was it that she feared not him, or rather the man he had become? He could not restrain himself from asking in a low voice, "Nightlon, you are such an astute individual. How could you still pose such a question?" Xue Sanqian remarked, glancing sideways at her wound. Indeed, it seemed that true interaction between individuals could only yield meaningful differences in perception. She had never realized he possessed such a side to him, one that appeared almost childlike in its indignation. Nightlon's son lowered his gaze, recognizing that if she truly feared him, she had ample opportunity to leave. Why then would she choose to accompany him? Did that imply she was entirely unafraid of him? Was it genuinely true that she held no fear whatsoever? What, pray tell, is on your mind, Nightlon? How should I comprehend your peculiar habit of biting me? Could it be that you wish to mark me with a symbol uniquely your own? Nightlon's son retorted, "Madwoman, I shall end you upon our arrival in Hawaiian City." With that, he closed his eyes, seeking solace. After enduring a series of minor tribulations, they eventually descended the mountain safely and, around midday, found a nearby inn. "Good sir, we wish to rent a carriage," Xue Sanqian said, supporting the pale Nightlon's son, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. The innkeeper appeared troubled. "You wish to enter Hawaiian City, don't you? Unfortunately, your timing is quite unfortunate. All our carriages have been rented out." Those who worked at the inn were generally perceptive, and as soon as the innkeeper finished speaking, he felt an intense chill wash over him. He stole a glance at the striking woman beside the man whose countenance was dark as a storm cloud and hurriedly explained, "It is truly the case, my lords. You are newcomers, I presume? You may not be aware, but the Xue family is currently seeking a bride for their sole heir, which has resulted in a surge of visitors to Hawaiian City these past few days. We are left with but a single horse. At least there is one horse," Xue Sanqian noted, having read of such occurrences in novels. She nodded. "We shall rent that horse." The innkeeper's expression turned grave. "My lady, you must understand. That horse is newly arrived and rather spirited. If it were not challenging to handle, it would have been rented long ago. That is of no concern. Bring it here, and I shall assess it myself," she replied with a smile, offering him coins. The horse was merely standing there, and since the explanation had been given, there was no reason to refuse the offered money. The innkeeper accepted the coins and promptly made arrangements. Nightlon soon distanced himself from Xue Sanqian, adopting a demeanor of detached amusement. It was amusing to him that this delicate figure would attempt to tame a spirited steed for the first time. He found himself patiently observing another's potential folly. The party cast a fleeting glance at a certain man, and his intentions to revel in her embarrassment were hardly a secret. He might be disappointed, for the former Xue Sanqian was indeed unskilled in horseback riding. However, she was a different story, possessing a natural talent for it. During a previous trip, she had befriended someone at a horse ranch, and, since then, she occasionally visited their stables, taming many a spirited steed with her own hands. Before long, a striking black stallion, its coat gleaming, was led forth, immediately revealing its fiery temperament. Yet, rather than fear, Xue Sanqian seemed intrigued, sensing a resemblance to someone she knew. Instinctively, her gaze shifted to Yi Lanchuan, who met her eyes with a cold smirk, implying that the horse was hers to rent, and he had no intentions of intervening. How amusingly alike they appeared. With a gentle smile, Xue Sanqian reassured him, "Rest assured, in your current state, you wouldn't stand a chance." Yi Lanchuan frowned slightly, vexed by her words. How dare this audacious woman declare his inadequacy? Xue Sanqian approached the black stallion, and with a swift motion, she mounted it, her movements so fluid they seemed almost instantaneous. As the horse bucked violently, she firmly grasped the reins, bending low to maintain her balance, executing each motion with precision. Within moments, she had subdued the spirited creature, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. This was a horse that had bested even the strongest of men, yet it had been tamed by a mere girl in mere moments. Had it not been for the fact that this was the only horse left, the stable hand might have doubted his own judgment. Riding over to Yi Lanchuan, she extended her hand. "Come, let me take you for a ride." Unmoved, he pondered something in silence. Eventually, he reluctantly mounted the horse. "Hold on tight," she commanded, and with a firm go, the stallion galloped away. The thought of voluntarily embracing her was unthinkable. Yi Lanxuan closed his eyes. To his alarm, as the horse accelerated, he realized they were veering off course. "Where are you going?" "Not this way. There's a cliff ahead." "I am aware," she replied, "but this is the last time I will say it. Hold on tight." "Madwoman." As his arms encircled her waist, she executed a graceful turn, returning to the correct path. "I will take my revenge on you in due time." Chapter 15. I am yours. Forever. Xue Sanqian's horsemanship was beyond reproach. She could have minimized the jostling. Yet fearing unforeseen complications, she propelled forward with unwavering determination, reaching Huai'an City in just an hour. The jolting ride had garnered a faint sense of admiration from Yi Lanxuan for her efficiency. She did not seem like a delicate flower raised in seclusion, but rather someone far removed from the typical image of a woman. "Shopkeeper, I understand that your guest rooms are currently scarce, but surely you can spare one for us?" Xue Sanqian said with a cheerful smile, observing the shopkeeper from Tianfu Tower, whose expression was one of clear distress. The proprietor of Tianfu Building is a plump man with a round face. Though his countenance radiates warmth and approachability, he is undeniably a shrewd businessman. Otherwise, the establishment would not have ascended to the pinnacle of the dining scene in Huai'an City within a mere few years. "My dear lady, you have indeed arrived rather late. Tomorrow morning marks the beginning of the Xue family selection of suitors," he remarked, implying that those eager to witness the spectacle have already taken their positions. "Who would budge for whom?" Xue Sanqian stepped forward slightly. "Master, my husband is in poor health, and we must have a place to rest tonight. No matter how full your rooms may be, there must be some space in the woodshed, no? We shall depart after this night. I assure you it will not impede your business." The innkeeper furrowed his brow, clearly disinclined. "If you refuse my offer, I cannot compel you. However, should someone perish from illness or cold outside your establishment by morning, I wonder how that would affect your business." The innkeeper's lips twitched. "My lady, have you taken to behaving like a rogue? Fear not, it is merely for one night. In these extraordinary times, no one wishes to stir up trouble. If it is indeed just for one evening, there is little loss to be incurred," she reassured him. The innkeeper, albeit skeptical, relented. Xue Sanqian led the somewhat drowsy Yi Lanxuan into the woodshed. After surveying the surroundings, Yi Lanxuan's gaze fell upon Xue Sanqian, who was diligently tidying the area. The more he observed her, the less she seemed to embody the essence of a woman. What noble lady would sully her dignity by staying in a woodshed, much less claim that he was her husband and even plan to spend the night there? Even if he were utterly helpless. Such actions were unbecoming of a lady of refinement. "What? Do you not see that I am quite beautiful in my own right? I am not inferior to your beloved," Xue Sanqian asserted, hands on her hips and chin raised defiantly, casting him a challenging glance. Yi Lanxuan turned his face away. What comparison is there? Ling Xue would never engage in such behavior. Though he remained silent, Xue Sanqian discerned his disdain through his expression, filling in the gaps with her imagination. Discontent, she seated herself beside him on the sole wooden bed in the cramped woodshed. Noting his indifference, she grew frustrated and seized his chin, forcibly turning his face toward her. "Dare you? What did this madwoman intend? Were it not for his current physical condition, he would have sent her flying with a single blow. What dare? I have done so much on this journey. Do you think I would shy away?" Xue Sanqian's beautiful eyes narrowed as she leaned in closer, significantly reducing the distance between them. "Do not assume that your silence conceals your thoughts from me. You must understand, had it not been for me, your very life would be in jeopardy. You harbor feelings for Ling Xue. That is your freedom, and I cannot intervene. However, you must be aware that this does not grant you the right to compare my sincerity with her indifference at your whim. I harbor no ill will toward her, but I cannot guarantee what I might do to you." As she uttered her final words, her body almost pressed against him. He wished to retreat, yet he found himself ensnared by her warmth. Her breath brushed against him, and when he turned his gaze, he saw her crimson lips slightly parted, only to be followed by a swift, gentle bite on his earlobe. Yi Lanxuan froze, as if a poisoned needle had pierced his earlobe, followed by an overwhelming warmth that spread through him. causing his heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. "I have little tiger teeth," she teased, and any dissatisfaction that Xue Sanqian harbored dissipated like smoke as she playfully licked the spot she had bitten, withdrawing with a sense of satisfaction. "I know your aim is the Xue family in Hawaiian City. Rest well tonight. We must rise early tomorrow. If we wish to infiltrate the Xue family, we need to prepare some things." She continued, "I do not possess much wealth for this journey. We should conserve what we can, for the tools needed to enter the Xue family will not come cheaply." With that, she did not bother to observe his expression as she set off to the market to procure medicine and supplies. Xuan stared blankly at her departing figure until it faded from view. Then he regained his senses and instinctively touched his earlobe. Indeed, he had to infiltrate the Xue family. Very well, he would endure the present circumstances for now. Surprisingly, Xuan slept deeply, and upon awakening, he noticed the dawn's light encroaching, while someone beside him had already begun their morning duties. He felt significantly better. It was undeniable that her blood had done wonders. "You've awakened? Just in time. Had you slept any longer, I would have had to rouse you myself," Xue Sanqian remarked, extending a set of garments towards him. "Change your attire. I am already dressed." Xuan glanced at her, clad in maidservant apparel, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Lowering his gaze, he saw that he was holding a gown that appeared even more opulent. "What are you planning?" This was his first spoken question since entering Hawaiian City. "With your intelligence, surely you must know my intentions. Do you not wish to blend in with the Xue family? This is the most direct approach." This woman, she intended for him to disguise himself as a woman, posing as a candidate for the Xue family's new bride. "Why do you not take the role yourself?" Xue Sanqian approached him, her demeanor as frigid as winter, and with an effortless grace began to loosen his garments. "Calm down. I do not mean to torment you. The brides selected by the Xue family are all skilled individuals, and, as I lack martial prowess, I cannot play the role of a false bride." As she spoke, his outer robe was already being removed. Her delicate hands disregarded the conventional boundaries of gender as she grasped the edge of his collar and gently pulled it outward, revealing the fair, firm skin beneath. Her breath mingled with warmth as it flowed towards his chest, her eyes shining brightly in the dim light. Behind her, the dawn's light began to rise, dispelling the darkness and illuminating her features. "As your maidservant, I shall certainly assist you to the best of my ability." This statement was delivered with such alluring charm that it sent shivers down Xuan's spine, evoking an indescribable sensation within him. Then, with brazen boldness, she slid her hand across his cheek, brushing against his Adam's apple, and added, "Naturally, I cannot participate in anyone's selection for a bride, for I am yours forever." Chapter 16. Perhaps it is time to take action with a delicate touch. The tips of Songbai's fingers glided through the cascading ebony tresses, gently tracing the graceful curve of the jawline. Beneath the fluttering lashes, her eyes mirrored the alluring hue of her subtly full vermilion lips. A smile instinctively curled at the corners of Xue Sanqian's lips, radiating warmth while revealing a hint of shallow desire, a burgeoning urge to be more audacious, to act with greater freedom. "Are you feeling anxious?" Her gaze shifted, landing on the pair of obsidian eyes that sparkled like black jewels. She arched an eyebrow, or perhaps, "Are you angry? Is that enough?" Xuan averted his gaze, feeling the peculiar sensation of being dressed up for the first time. His anger stemmed not from donning women's attire or from the makeup, but rather from the feeling of coercion. He was accustomed to being the observer, yet now found himself on display. A fierce resolve to eliminate this woman simmered within him, concealed behind his dark eyes. Confident that he could mask his murderous intent until the matter was resolved. "Given how I have treated you, would merely killing me be too lenient?" Xue Sanqian rose, surveying her reflection, a beauty with a well-balanced makeup, her long hair partially styled in an elegant updo. With an inscrutable gaze, she smiled softly. "Do you think I fear death?" As she leaned closer, their eyes met, and she deftly withdrew a silver hairpin from his head. "While other ladies may adorn themselves lavishly, we are on a budget. A more understated elegance would suit us better." This pin seemed somewhat superfluous. She skillfully removed the pin, playing with it casually before pressing its sharp end against her alabaster skin at the throat. Do you wish for my demise? Just say the word, and I shall comply. Even Yi Lanxuan, with his remarkable restraint, could not help but frown at her boldness. It was evident to him that she spoke with sincerity. What a madwoman! Her lips pressed together slightly, a faint sense of irritation wafting like an unshakable mist in his mind, oppressive yet intriguing. After a moment of tension, Xue Sanqian stood up, her spirits as bright as the day outside. It seems you are somewhat reluctant. My efforts have not been in vain. The time has come. Let us set forth. As her words fell, she extended her hand toward the beauty seated on the bed. Miss, allow me to assist you. Yi Lanxuan felt a strong urge to ignore her, to dismiss the delicate hand before him. However, his physical condition was not yet conducive to walking without aid. He steadied his breath and placed his hand upon hers. To his surprise, it was warm and soft. The entire Hawaiian city was well aware of how the Xue family cherished their only son, Xue Mingjing. Even during their excursion to procure supplies, Xue Sanqian had gathered information about him. It was said that upon reaching adulthood, the Xue family had begun arranging a marriage for him. Yet no one in Hawaiian had ever seen this young master, for he had remained within the confines of the Xue family's residence since birth, never stepping outside. Speaking of that residence, it was situated in the innermost part of the Xue family estate, regarded as a forbidden zone. The entire Xue family consists of three components: the outer family, located within Hawaiian City, the inner family that serves as a connection, and at the deepest point lies the water curtain residence. The entrance to the water curtain residence is situated within the inner family, where pure-blooded members of the Xue clan reside, including domesticated servants who are also part of the Xue household. The outer family accommodates individuals related to the Xue family, albeit in limited numbers, primarily serving as a liaison with Hawaiian City. Consequently, the outer family is equipped with numerous guest rooms to receive visitors. For further details, one must delve deeper and witness firsthand to discern truth from falsehood. Although Xue Sanqian has thoroughly read the novel, she has only meticulously perused the sections pertaining to Yi Lanxuan, skimming through the intertwined narratives of the male and female protagonists. Thus, she is aware that the Xue family holds clues for the forthcoming search for the hidden door. However, since the original novel did not involve Yi Lanxuan in the Xue family selection of a bride for the young master, her knowledge remains superficial, lacking intricate details. With your beauty, we should have no trouble gaining entry into the Xue family's outer house, Xue Sanqian remarked, assisting Yi Lanxuan toward the inner strength assessment area of the outer family. This marks the first hurdle in the selection process for the Xue family's young master, where only those who pass the inner strength test may proceed to the second challenge, the assessment of appearance. As the name suggests, this second phase evaluates physical stature and countenance. The initial two stages serve as foundational assessments, and upon passing, one may reside in the Xue family's outer residence. Successful candidates are required to stay for 3 days, during which their needs will be met by the Xue family. This arrangement is not solely an act of hospitality, but a measure to monitor the physical condition of the residents, ensuring no hidden dangers exist before permitting access to the inner family. During this 3-day period, the Xue family will also conduct inquiries into the backgrounds of the newcomers. The Xue family selection process does not adhere to the principle of matching social standings, indicating that they do not prioritize the background of the prospective brides. While Xue Sanqian is unaware of the specific details surrounding the Xue family's bride selection, she understands their intent to find a formidable woman as a wife for the young master, thereby ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Therefore, it is not surprising that they do not focus on social status. She speculates that they may even prefer exceptional women from less distinguished backgrounds, as this would allow for easier management. Throughout the process, Yi Lanxuan remained silent, discreetly observing his surroundings without uncovering any leads. It appeared that Ling Xue and Feng Xilan had not gathered any information regarding the Xue family. Xue Sanqian subtly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "It will soon be your turn. Just make a slight show. There is no need to exert too much effort. As long as we can gain entry into the outer house, we could discuss the rest later." He concurred with her perspective, especially given that his health had yet to fully recover, making it inadvisable to exert himself excessively. The second challenge concluded smoothly, and unexpectedly, Yi Lanxuan, who had anticipated a lower ranking, was assigned to the Tianzi courtyard. After leading the pair to the Tianzi courtyard, the serving girl advised them to rest well and await further notification before departing. Once Xue Sanqian confirmed that the doors and windows were securely closed, she retrieved a pouch of medicinal herbs she had concealed close to her person, relieved that the Xue family's search had not been excessively invasive. As night descended, Yi Lanxuan observed her retrieving a small package from between her bosom, momentarily lost in thought. Soon after, she casually opened the bag and poured a cup of cool tea for him from a kettle. "We have just arrived, and it is not wise to move around, so you must excuse me for offering you cold tea." She extended the cup towards him, noticing he stood frozen, his expression grave. "What is the matter? You just performed your cultivation. This drink will be beneficial for you. We are in the same boat now, and I would never harm you." Pausing, she reflected on her own foolishness. She would not jeopardize him at this critical moment. Surely, he could comprehend this? "So, miss, we are both women. I possess certain things. And you do as well. You wouldn't mind if I took something from within, would you? Where is your feminine demeanor?" Yi Lanxuan frowned. Xue Sanqian leaned in closer with a playful smile, whispering, "Miss, if you cannot discern it, perhaps you could explore further?" Chapter 17. You smell wonderful. I adored explore further. Yi Lanxuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. How improper, he thought, yet paused again. Perhaps he was not so proper himself. Not long after they entered the room, a gentle knock came at the door, revealing a pair of kind-faced maid and mistress. The leading young lady, dressed in a pale yellow gown, was followed closely by her maid in light yellow attire. "Hello, sister. I am Xue Sanqian, the legitimate daughter of the Xue family from Huayan City, here to extend my greetings. May I ask how I should address you?" Xue Sanqian appeared as innocent as a small white rabbit, a quintessential representation of a refined lady. Yi Lanxuan remained silent, seated at the tea table, her previously dark demeanor now softened but still exuding an air of aloofness, as though she were an impenetrable fortress. Xue Sanqian stepped forward with a beaming smile, politely nodding. "My young lady is rather delicate. Upon arriving here after a long journey, she is now unwell and may not be able to entertain Miss Xue." "Ah, I see. No matter. I merely came to say hello," Xue Sanqian replied, glancing at her maid, who quickly retrieved a small tray of pastries from their food box. "These are homemade by me. I hope you will indulge in them." She continued, producing a delicate sachet from her sleeve. "This is embroidered by my hand. I hope you will not despise it." Yi Lanxuan remained unmoved, while Xue Sanqian stepped forward to accept the offerings one by one. "Miss Xue, you are too kind. But there is one thing you seem to have misunderstood." "What is it?" Xue Sanqian asked, perplexed. "My young lady is younger than you, and thus cannot bear to call you sister," Xue Sanqian said calmly, gazing at Xue Sanqian. Xue Sanqian smiled awkwardly before leading her maid away. Yi Lanxuan looked at her, somewhat bewildered. Xue Sanqian returned to the tea table with the pastries and sachet, tasting a piece and finding it quite delightful. "Are you not concerned that these treats might be poisoned?" Yi Lanxuan expressed a hint of dissatisfaction at her nonchalance. Yet, why should she feel displeased? He felt a wave of irritation beginning to wash over him once more. She lacked the audacity to enact a murder here. "Earlier, during your test, I had already matched the names and faces of those young ladies. She is indeed Xue Sanqian, the legitimate daughter of the Xue family." With that, she pushed the pastries on the table towards Yi Lanxuan, stating that these delicacies would be beneficial for his health, should he wish to recover swiftly. The pastries sent by Xue Sanqian were rich in yang energy. It is well known that the internal power of the Xue family is predominantly yin. Thus, the Xue heir sought a spouse with complementary yin energy to ensure the propagation of a stronger lineage. Therefore, Xue Sanqian's offering of yang pastries to someone of yin energy reveals her true, less innocent nature. Yi Lanxuan immediately comprehended Xue Sanqian's implication. Indeed, the Xue family was highly vigilant. If a fatal incident were to occur during their stay, the ambitions of those young ladies would be utterly thwarted. Even the most foolish among them would not be inclined to ruin their futures. These pastries were non-toxic. Rather, they would merely conflict with his yin energy. At present, He feared nothing more than such conflict. In fact, these yang pastries could help suppress the erratic yin energy surging within him. Yi Lanchuan was acutely aware of his desires and was consistently decisive when the moment called for it. After consuming several pieces, he felt a significant alleviation of the chill within his body. "Come, take a look at this sachet. Your younger sister sent it to you," Xue Sanqian remarked as she handed him a sachet she had been toying with. He immediately darkened his expression, seemingly displeased and disinterested in her words. "You may find it uninteresting, but your body surely craves it. Consider this. The food is infused with abundant yang energy. Could the sachet be any less?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lanchuan accepted the sachet, observing the embroidery, which he deemed mediocre. Bringing it to his nose, he was suddenly struck by its scent and was about to discard it when Xue Sanqian seized his hand. A sly smile played upon Xue Sanqian's lips, her eyes glimmering with mischief yet surprisingly pure, as though a flickering flame of desire lay hidden within that clarity. "What are you doing?" Yi Lanchuan questioned, glancing at the delicate, pale hand that gripped the sachet he held. He lacked the strength to resist this woman who was now exerting all her might. "Are you uncomfortable?" Xue Sanqian inched closer, her gaze catching the flicker of anxiety in his eyes. The surroundings seemed to fall into an unusual silence, allowing them to hear each other's breaths. Her eyes drifted from his face to his subtly moving Adam's apple. He was undeniably handsome. Even in disguise, he retained his allure. Stripped of his somber demeanor, he resembled a sweet, gentle pup. His skin was fair and smooth, his eyelashes long and thick, yet he did not appear effeminate. Unable to resist the draw, she leaned in closer, inhaling his cool, comforting scent. Was this intentional? Yi Lanchuan attempted to shake off her hand in vain, only to find himself pulled even nearer to her, their breaths growing increasingly heated. "This matter holds no significance for me, hence I remain quite lucid. Therefore, I suggest you maintain your distance. However, I wonder if you find comfort in touching me? Moreover, as the moments unfold, you shall find yourself increasingly at ease. Do you not desire such comfort?" The final two queries were almost whispered into his ear, each word articulated with precision. Night Lanchuan's heart was tumultuous. Never before had she felt such desperation or embarrassment. She was acutely aware that consuming the delicacy while inhaling the fragrance pouch would intertwine their effects, igniting the flames of desire. He had never experienced warmth nor felt the coolness of a gentle touch. Yet now, he was enveloped in both sensations, emanating from the same individual. He swallowed slowly, his heartbeat quickening, unable to discern if it was the influence of the potion or something else entirely, only aware that the coolness of her delicate skin made it difficult for him to maintain composure. "Release me. Get out," he growled fiercely. "Ah, Night Lanchuan, you are in a rush, but I am not." Xue Sanqian pressed her entire being against him, embracing him intimately, murmuring, "In truth, I also find comfort in this. You smell delightful, and I am quite fond of it." "Mad woman." Night Lanchuan trembled slightly, overwhelmed with agitation, and instinctively bit the corner of her lip. It was full, supple, and tantalizingly soft, with a hint of sweetness and comfort. Xue Sanqian took the lead, wrapping her arms around his neck, exploring with a familiarity that felt like a return to her homeland, fluid and unrestrained. Chapter 18. A yearning heart, their heated breaths intertwined. A rush of warmth surged forth, mingled with a whisper of coolness, swiftly dissolving into an intense heat that enveloped them. Breaths became rapid and uneven, marked by brief pauses and gentle separations, as his mind succumbed to a state of blissful oblivion. This unprecedented warmth was disarming for one who had always been encased in ice. His gaze involuntarily reflected her presence, distinctly perceiving her excitement and joy, as if each intimate contact ignited such feelings within her. She did not conceal the lust in her eyes. The flushed corners were particularly enticing. It was neither abandonment nor indifference, neither aversion nor panic. He too glimpsed his own reflection in her eyes, a self that was acknowledged yet felt somewhat foreign. Unable to think any longer, he simply closed his eyes, held his breath, and swiftly pressed down on his acupoint. Xue Sanqian paused momentarily, then gently laid him upon the bed. She sat beside him, observing the tranquil beauty resting on the bed, and could not help but smile. In this world, complete understanding of another is a myth. Even oneself may not be fully comprehended, let alone others. Just as before she had touched him, her thoughts revolved around cherishing and protecting him, wishing to shield him from harm, hoping for a favorable outcome. Yet now, with him truly by her side, within reach, her thoughts were consumed by the question. Slowly, she leaned closer, her soft lips parting, as if confiding in him, or perhaps musing aloud. Why did you seal your acupoint? Are you afraid that the situation might spiral out of control, leading you to act against me? She extended her delicate fingers, entwining them in his cascading black hair that lay upon the bed, playfully toying with it in a seemingly absent-minded manner. The coolness from her fingertips was soon eclipsed by the gentle itch of the strands, awakening something within her heart, stirring a yearning that became almost unbearable. As her breath grew heavier, she leaned closer, loosening the strands and softly tracing the contours of his face, sketching his features with her touch. Do you not fear what I might do to you while awake? Do you truly trust me, or do you not? Regardless of his thoughts, nothing could deter her from pursuing her desires. In her previous world, there were too many reservations, too many constraints. Yet, the person she had become now felt remarkably authentic. Since arriving here, her thoughts had predominantly revolved around enticing him, desiring his love, yearning to possess him. It was a pure, unadulterated longing, devoid of distractions. She simply wished for him in both body and soul. A soft, almost imperceptible laugh escaped her lips, and the room soon fell into an absolute silence. Save for the gentle breeze that slipped through the curtains, inadvertently stirring them to reveal two entwined figures, one awake, one asleep. She delicately traced his lips with her own, the lightest of touches sending shivers through her heart, causing her breath to quiver. When Yuan opened his eyes, dawn had already broken outside. He furrowed his brow slightly and rose to check his attire. Rest assured, if you are unwilling, I would never impose upon you. It is essential that you consent willingly. Xue Sanqian had been waiting by the tea table for some time, gently shaking her teacup, the temperature just right, ready for him to enjoy. Yuan stood, recalling that he had pressed his sleeping acupoint. He was not one prone to deep slumber, and indeed, had been sleeping less than usual. That acupoint would lose its efficacy after an hour, and logically, he should have awakened by now. Sensing his silence, Xue Sanqian surmised his thoughts and offered an explanation. Your body has yet to fully recover. Should anything happen to you here, my life would be at stake too. Thus, I administered the soothing incense to aid your slumber. With his doubts alleviated, Yuan felt the condition of his body improving, allowing the matter to rest. He lifted his gaze, only to meet her knowing smile, a blend of mischief and amusement. What is this? Oh, nothing. I was simply waiting for you to glare at me. But it seems you have no intention of holding a grudge against me for using the incense on you. Yuan stood and casually picked up the cup of perfectly warm tea from the table, taking a sip, preferring silence over conversation. She regarded him with a gleeful expression, propping her chin on her hand, unabashedly scrutinizing him, raising an eyebrow with a smile. It seems our relationship has improved, hasn't it? You can drink the tea I poured without hesitation. How commendable. No sooner had she spoken than a chill swept through the air, and she found herself pushed against the wall by an unseen force. My patience has its limits. Yuan grasped her soft neck with one hand, applying just enough pressure to redden the surrounding skin effortlessly. Cough, Yuan, aside from me, have you endured anyone else? Her complexion flushed slightly, yet her eyes, glistening like water, revealed no hint of fear. Rather, the corners of her lips ascended to a visibly high elevation. Previously, she had tolerated you due to internal injuries that hindered her from acting, but now she found it more than sufficient to deal with one such as you. Cough. What troubles you? Is it because of me? Yuan clenched his jaw in silence, his expression betraying no emotion, and with a flick of his hand, he cast the individual aside into the corner. The room fell into a tranquil silence, but it wasn't long before a knock resonated at their door. It was a male servant from the Xue family. Miss Yi, did you rest well last night? Returning to the tea table, Yi Lanxuan inclined her head slightly. The servant's gaze deliberately swept the room, and once he confirmed that all was well, he smiled and exited. Xue Sanqian, seeing the servant leave, took a seat and poured herself a cup of cool tea. Now, only we and Miss Su remain in the Tianzi courtyard. Initially, 5 individuals resided in the Tianzi courtyard, 1 in the main house and 2 in each of the side houses, the latter residing alongside Su Wanwan in the left house. This indicated that the 3 from the main and right houses had been dealt with. Yi Lanxuan found nothing peculiar about this. They surely did not anticipate that Su Wanwan would dare to act against the Xue family. She had her roots, and even if the aphrodisiac affected her, it was unlikely to pose a lethal threat. The fate of the other 3 was less certain. Being unable to be chosen as the Xue family's bride was one matter. Behaving recklessly within the Xue family and losing one's virtue was another entirely. Xue Sanqian leaned closer, explaining, Su Wanwan had made preparations. She sought someone to attend to the young ladies last night. I stood guard at the door, asserting that you were unharmed and did not allow anyone in. As for the others, they likely fell victim to her scheme and claimed illness to leave early. Reputation is of utmost importance for young ladies. Their voluntary withdrawal is the best outcome. Should this escalate, it would yield no benefit to anyone. However, the Xue family was not so carefree. Under normal circumstances, claiming illness to leave would prompt them to send someone to check in. Thus, the next 2 days should be utterly peaceful. Chapter 19. It has always been you. Have you grown colder? As Xue Sanqian predicted, the following 2 days passed in calm, with Su Wanwan not making another appearance. During this time, Yi Lanxuan focused entirely on recovery, while Xue Sanqian remained by his side, almost resembling a guardian. Neither of them ventured outside. As the chill within the room intensified, a sense of coldness lingered, and she estimated that his condition had improved significantly. His unique cultivation method meant that once he regained his strength, he exuded a cold aura. At his peak, he could freeze an ordinary person merely with a glance. TSK. Observing the icy beauty seated cross-legged upon the bed, Xue Sanqian couldn't help but shake her head. If he lacked any internal power, even proximity would render him untouchable. It seemed that should an opportunity arise, she must seize it and explore the possibility of cultivating some internal power for herself. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a gust of icy wind sweep past her. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself grasped by the neck by a coldly indifferent Yi Lanxuan. She paused, realizing that the chilling aura enveloping her had grown even colder. Meeting his gaze, one could not discern his current emotions merely through sight. The chilling aura emanating from his body fluctuated with the tides of his feelings. The increasing coldness indicated a disturbance within him. Was he angered? Yet, Xue Sanqian did not resist. Instead, she gently placed her hand upon his, as if to caress. This simple touch caused a slight tension in Yi Lanxuan's jaw. He had not yet regained his full strength, and such contact still elicited a faint warmth. If he had felt profoundly unaccustomed to this sensation before, now he found it surprisingly familiar, even allowing his thoughts to wander toward intimate moments shared with her. The surrounding chill intensified. Xue Sanqian's brows arched slightly, and her mood inexplicably lifted. Do you have a reaction to me? Yi Lanxuan snapped back to reality, his gaze sharp as he tightened his grip. What reaction could I possibly have toward a corpse? Yet, recalling how he had been practicing his techniques and sensed her subtle movements, only to find her deep in thought. A vexation stirred inexplicably within him. He longed to escape this irritation, even now struggling to comprehend the source of his agitation. Killing her would bear no consequence given his current state. Even if the Xue family discovered something amiss, his abilities had returned to around 50 or 60%. With his skill, infiltrating the Xue family's inner sanctum would be a trivial task. He no longer had any need for her. The torment of his affliction was more bearable than the unsettling annoyance he felt. Thus, even if she had consumed the dragon flame flower, so what? He had no need for it. Coughing began to plague Xue Sanqian, her breath growing labored as she faced the chilling intent directed at her. My goodness, he truly intended to strike hard. Nevertheless, To harbor affection for a madman was inherently a perilous undertaking. Life and death, after all, were but fleeting moments. The corners of her eyes glistened with moisture. Struggling to breathe, she held her breath. With some effort, she wrapped her arms around the nape of his neck, only to erupt into a series of urgent coughs. "Give me a swift end. I fear pain." The plea, laden with a tender undertone, felt less like a beg for mercy and more akin to a playful whine. Her moist, rosy lips formed a delicate pout, and her damp lashes shimmered with a hint of light, exuding a fragile charm. She was far from a wilting flower, yet when she displayed such vulnerability, the contrast was overwhelmingly striking, an impactful sensation. He gazed deeply into her eyes, perceiving her composure even as life hung in the balance, their gazes exchanging unspoken sentiments. She was undeniably unafraid of death. He had known this all along. Unafraid of death, yet fearful of pain. "Miss Yi, are you present? It grows late. Preparations to enter the inner sanctum should commence." The figure outside paused briefly before departing. Yi Lanxuan released her, stating, "If you wish to prolong your life, it would be wise to vanish from my sight." Xue Sanqian took a few steady breaths and chuckled. "Look at how you phrase that. If I truly wished to live long, I would have long since vanished from your view. I have had ample opportunity to do so. Indeed, during the time in the snow trace forest, such opportunities abound." The feeling of agitation resurfaced. "What exactly do you intend to do? What do you think?" The two faced each other, both radiating formidable presence. "Xue Sanqian, if you seek to ascend the ranks, the most prudent choice will be Feng's Island. Here, you shall not acquire what you desire. What power, what wealth? If he possessed such, would he personally present himself here? I understand, yet what I desire is you." Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Yi Lanxuan, uncharacteristically furrowing his brow, comprehended the statement, yet could not grasp it. No matter the angle, it eluded understanding. In that instant, he even entertained the thought of reaching out to her, wishing to unravel her deceit through touch, yet refrained from acting. It was a delicate matter. He felt it was false, requiring no ability to prove it. However, unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative. Xue Sanqian leaned closer, their distance rapidly diminishing until their foreheads touched. He could perceive her faint, delicate fragrance and hear her soft yet distinct voice. "It has always been you. You feel colder now." The surroundings were eerily quiet, quiet enough to hear the sound of their heartbeats. Yi Lanxuan abruptly withdrew, his thoughts in disarray. As it was ostensibly a simple matter, Xue Sanqian pouted and hurried after him. "All right, let's first attend to our business," she said, moving to his side, drawing nearer as she whispered. "Over the past few days, I have observed, although there has been no commotion among the candidates from the outer family, the stirrings within the Xue family are not insignificant. Numerous individuals have been visiting the inner family, their attire suggesting they are not ordinary folk, resembling disciples from various sections. The last time I deliberately bumped into one, I caught a glimpse of his exquisite token, implying a certain status. The Xue family is indeed a prominent clan in Huayan City, yet that status is confined to within the city. In truth, Huayan City is not a large city, and currently, they are merely selecting a bride, which should not provoke the attention of those sections. Ye la munskaze deep in it. This can only imply that there are hidden intricacies within the Xue family's inner workings. The existence of the Xue family has always carried an air of subtlety. Their martial prowess is not high, and they have not nurtured any exceptional successors, with most offspring being female. The current Xue Xiao can be regarded as a rare son. Nevertheless, regardless of changes in fortune or shifts in external powers, the Xue family remains steadfastly the foremost clan in Huayan City. The businesses they operate are merely average, certainly not enough to elevate them to the status of the premier family in Huayan City. What, then, lies hidden behind that which is overlooked? Chapter 20. We should act early. You are exerting too much force. The layout of the Xue family's inner house is far more meticulous than that of the outer family. Even Xue Sanqian, who knows nothing of feng shui, could effortlessly sense the sophistication in the inner family's arrangement. However, Miss Yi, this is your residence. Following the first round of selection, you shall reside within the inner family for approximately 4 to 5 days. During this period, apart from the final round of selection, efforts would also be made to nurture the participants' well-being. Those who succeeded in this last round would be granted the opportunity to meet the young master, and ultimately, who would remain dependent entirely on his inclination. Yi Lanxuan, with an air of indifference, nodded slightly. Xue Sanqian rose, adorned with a smile, graciously escorted the matron out, discreetly slipping a few pieces of jewelry into her palm. Your efforts are much appreciated. It is merely a token of my gratitude. The intricacies of monetary transactions can be cumbersome, but the trifles of a young lady hold fewer reservations. The matron cleared her throat, glancing around before swiftly concealing the items into her sleeve. Feeling compelled to say something after receiving the gifts, she remarked, "In truth, there's not much to say. Just mind your own business and keep to yourself." Her words seemed to convey significance, yet simultaneously, they felt utterly void of meaning. Xue Sanqian, beaming, watched her depart and began to reflect upon her observations since entering the inner residence. This inner sanctum was notably quieter than the outer quarters. Whether this was due to fewer inhabitants was debatable. She noticed an intriguing phenomenon. The servants in the outer area were predominantly youthful, while in the inner quarters, they were mostly aged. Young maidservants were a rarity, so scarce that one might describe their presence as pitiful. Occasionally, one might spot a couple, each appearing hurried and preoccupied. Moreover, judging by their attire, they were not of the lower echelon. Most were ranked attendants, implying they served esteemed masters. Yet, since her arrival in the inner residence, she had yet to encounter a single master. Gazing at the picturesque scenery outside, the splendid weather was inviting. The sun was warm and bright, accompanied by a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers. Was it not the perfect moment for a leisurely stroll? She turned back to the room, approached Yi Lanxuan, and cheerfully proposed, "Miss, given the delightful weather, why don't we take a walk?" Yi Lanxuan regarded her with a smile, but was not particularly inclined to engage. However, considering the purpose of their visit, he acknowledged that a brief exploration was indeed warranted. He rose and stepped out, not intending to cultivate a more amicable rapport. Xue Sanqian glanced at her empty hands, shrugged, and felt a surge of joy at the realization that he had refrained from decisively extinguishing her existence. His well-being seemed assured. With his capabilities, even if servants were present, eliminating her would be effortlessly within his grasp. "Oh, Yi Lanxuan, have you perhaps developed unwarranted affections for me?" Xue Sanqian pursued him, as they ambled leisurely together. After wandering for a while, Yi Lanxuan's expression darkened, and he led her straight back to the room. "You should venture out less," he remarked as he settled at the tea table. He lifted the teapot, removed the lid, inhaling the aroma before falling into a brief contemplation. "Venture out less? What do you mean by that? Are you concerned I might inadvertently expose your secrets? Or do you wish to conduct a covert investigation?" Yi Lanxuan poured himself a cup of tea, so meticulously that the liquid nearly overflowed, yet he halted just in time. Xue Sanqian was curious about his intentions and found her attention drawn to the surface of the water, only to quickly shift to the delicate green, onion-tipped fingers resting on the teacup. His hands were truly exquisite, and she felt an irresistible urge to touch them. Yet before her imagination could wander further, a sudden chill swept across her face, snapping her back to reality. The full cup of tea had not graced anyone's lips. Instead, it had been entirely splashed upon her. To be precise, it was her face that bore the brunt of the liquid, a deliberate act of tea dousing, executed with precision. "You." Xue Sanqian felt a surge in her chest, her temper rising. "What? Are you angry?" Yi Lanxuan continued to pour another full cup, seemingly unfazed by her glare, and then splashed it again. His movements were so swift that Xue Sanqian had not anticipated a second assault, and thus she fell prey to his antics once more. Before she could speak, he coldly remarked, "If you feel wronged, why remain here? You ought to understand, in my presence, what can you truly do? I spare your life simply out of boredom. Watching you seethe with indignation yet remain mute is, I must admit, quite entertaining." Xue Sanqian was indeed furious. Yet she understood Yi Lanxuan's character. Would he truly spare a life out of sheer ennui? Would he deliberately splash tea just to witness her restrained fury? Clearly, such behavior was beneath him. Something felt off. She narrowed her eyes slightly, refusing to comply with his taunts by storming off in a huff. Instead, she calmly took a seat beside him, meeting his scornful gaze with her own. If you wish to show concern for me, you need only to express it directly. There is no need for such easily misinterpreted actions. Or are you simply too shy to admit it? She edged her wooden stool closer to him, a minor shift that allowed her to draw nearer, gradually closing the distance. A flicker of something unusual crossed Xue Sanqian's eyes, but he maintained an aloof demeanor, keeping her at arm's length. It seems not only is your intellect lacking, but you also struggle to read the room. After a mere stroll, you halt, suggesting that the floral fragrance outside poses a problem. Are you so eager to pour me this harmless tea because you fear the scent might affect me? Xue Sanqian's hand froze momentarily, gripping the teacup tighter, a subtle movement that would have gone unnoticed by most. However, for Xue Sanqian, who had been eyeing his delicate hand since earlier, it was an easy observation. Let me guess, that fragrance only affects women, which is why you caution me to stay indoors. Your imagination is commendable. You ought to know, with my capabilities, while I may not surpass you, uncovering the issue with that scent would be a simple task. Are you truly so obstinate in your denial? Xue Sanqian gazed at him with a gentle smile. The floral fragrance is problematic. Prolonged exposure can lead to infertility. Infertility? Xue Sanqian attempted to stand, only to be abruptly pulled back by her side. Xue Sanqian boldly wrapped her arms around his waist, casually asking, "Are you worried that I might be affected and become infertile?" His body stiffened. What ist? Whether she bore children or not had little to do with him. He merely furrowed his brow, an overwhelming sense of irritation surging forth. Yet, even if I were to give birth, I remain uncertain whether I could do so smoothly alongside you. The more proficient your skills become, it seems, the less responsive you are to such matters. You suggested that perhaps we should not delay any further. Night Soon's Adam's apple bobbed incessantly, an unfamiliar anxiety coursing through him. What nonsensical words is this madwoman uttering again? He abruptly rose, his usual decisiveness manifesting as he attempted to free himself from her grasp. Ouch, that hurts. Xue Sanqian gazed at him with a pitiful expression, her eyes tinged with red. You are being too forceful. Chapter 21. She will be excited. Your heart beats so fast. Night Soon paused, gazing down at the features of the individual beneath him. Although their acquaintance had spanned merely a few days, he had witnessed her in various states. She intrigued him. In the presence of different individuals, she displayed an array of expressions. Yet, when confronted by him, regardless of his actions or words, even if she initially felt discomfort, she invariably returned to a singular, unconditioned expression. He endeavored to decipher this expression, but found himself at a loss for a coherent explanation. She would become animated, her face radiating anticipation. He could not comprehend what excitement she derived from a person like him, or what expectation she harbored. No one else would regard him with such an expression. Then, her eyes overflowed with an inexplicable tenderness, a subtle softness seemingly enveloping a desire, her desire for him. One might wonder, would a rational individual develop such sentiments toward freak? A madman, a cold-blooded killer, a person whose hands were stained with blood? This defies logic and comprehension. When thoughts arise that even a madman cannot fathom, it is difficult not to consider that the other party might equally be mad, perhaps even more so. The room was eerily silent, as if one could hear the faint heartbeat resonating in the chest. Xue Sanqian possessed remarkable patience, relishing the quiet intimacy of their gaze. He had not completely withdrawn, which imparted to her a sense of having retained him. She enjoyed this attachment to him, though it was not a simple dependency. She understood he was deeply engrossed in contemplation. Though she was unaware of his thoughts, they seemed inconsequential to her from the outset. Indeed, from the very beginning, she was acutely aware of his affections, of whom his heart yearned for. Engaging in a battle whose outcome was already known brought her a sense of reckless liberation. She had little to lose. Having arrived at this juncture, she resolved to embrace it. Given that fate had bestowed upon her such an opportunity, even if it led to her demise, she would seize it with fervor. A savage impulse burgeoned within her. A terrifying thought emerged. If he were to choose death, she would accompany him in that fate. Thus, it would indeed represent a form of completeness. Clearly, she needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, how could she share such an end with him? You say you like me? Unexpectedly, a chilling statement descended from above. She momentarily froze, her mouth opening in surprise, only to be lifted by an unseen force. She sensed the ethereal sensation of her skirt fluttering as if animated by an invisible breeze. In a moment of reverie, she found herself pressed against the plush expanse of the bed beside him. The softness of the bedding accentuated the awkwardness of his movements, which were somewhat forceful and uncomfortably close. His breath, laden with an unsettling tension, enveloped her, compelling her to awaken from her daze. Indeed, I am fond of you. But how fond? A rare smile flickered across his face, yet she discerned the sharpness in his gaze that was almost blinding. This question was a challenging one to address. How fond? Fond enough to accept all of him? No, it transcended that. She adored him to the extent that even if she could not possess him, she would still strive to attain him, even if it meant death. Such a love was undeniably pathological. However, upon the stark realization of the morbid nature of her affection, she could not help but feel an exhilarating rush, her blood surging with fervor. It was rather warm. Ah, must one ponder for so long? Night Lanchuan found herself at a loss to articulate her current feelings. She felt the excitement rising within her once more. Their encounters had been few. From where did this affection arise? Yet he was acutely aware of her emotions. She was not deceiving him. Thus, there remained only one possibility. She genuinely liked him. But this affection must be tinged with her ulterior motives, of which he was blissfully unaware. Her love for herself was genuine, and so too was the presence of selfish desires or intentions behind it. She must hold some significance for him. He may not comprehend the intricacies of romantic affection, yet he understood the importance of a woman's virtue. In ordinary circumstances, he would not presume to harm her, and his most frequent declaration was merely to end her life. Clearly, she did not harbor much fear of death, but what of her virtue? If he were to act contrary to expectations and refrain from pushing her away, what kind of panic would she exhibit then? Would her panic not be far more captivating? With a slight smirk gracing his lips, he raised a hand to her neck, his fingertips grazing her skin with a cool touch, tracing the elegant curve of her neck inward, inching towards her alluring collarbone. In truth, I have yet to experience the essence of intimacy with a woman. His voice, tinged with its habitual chill, bore a newfound inflection. Xue Sanqian was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected gesture, her heart racing in response. So what now? The coldness in the air intensified, his distinct chill enveloping her as if it sought to consume her. Her fingers curled slightly, a rare tension creeping into her demeanor. Night Lanchuan observed her subtle movements, sensing that the truth was on the brink of revelation. Indeed, she was nervous. This was the first time she had shown such anxiety in his presence. Her previous composure and playful teasing had vanished. Ah, how evidently she acted with intent, now troubled by her own virtue. To frighten her, to terrify her thoroughly. Once the thought emerged, he clumsily yet forcefully took action. He leaned down, pressing his lips to her collarbone, a gentle kiss that grew fervent. His slightly parted lips capturing the tender skin with a fierce intensity, lingering once more. Xue Sanqian's heart began to race uncontrollably, and in that instant, it felt as though her breath had ceased entirely. What is he doing? What does he wish to accomplish? Her past identity as a single lady has left her in a state of unfamiliar anxiety when confronted with such intimate matters between men and women. Primarily, she is inexperienced. As for devotion, she is undoubtedly willing. Snow 3000 resolutely closed her eyes. Since she lacks experience, she might as well acquiesce to his desires. However, after waiting in vain for his next move, she was met instead with a cold laugh. What's this? No longer pretending? Did you not profess your affection for me? Yet, upon my mere touch, you seem so frightened. Snow 3000 abruptly opened her eyes. No, you misunderstand me. Do not presume that just because you have aided me, I would hesitate to act decisively against you. Even without your intervention, I would not perish. To dispose of you, however, would be a trivial endeavor for me. Regardless of your intentions, given your past assistance, I advise you to abandon them. Snow 3000 felt a throbbing pain in her head. Abandon? Abandon what? She was not one to engage in lengthy discourse, yet she had exhibited particular patience with him. Still, some matters are better demonstrated through action rather than words. She reached out, pulling him closer and asserting herself, pinning the unsuspecting man on the bed. With his mildly astonished gaze upon her, she loosened her collar, revealing her flawless, pale shoulder. With a bold sweep, she gathered her half-draped hair to one side and leaned down to kiss his collarbone, then his Adam's apple. I may lack experience in intimate affairs, but I believe I can give it a try. As her gentle voice resonated, her hand, unbeknownst to her, wandered to his side, loosening the ties of his waistband. I do have an agenda. I desire not only your body, but your heart as well. Anything that belongs to you, I wish to possess. Do you think yourself mad? Perhaps I am even madder. With that, her hand deftly explored, and she noticed his Adam's apple nervously bobbing. Her face drew closer to his. Your heartbeat is rapid. Chapter 22. Can she understand him? Who is she guarding against? The atmosphere thickened with subtle tension. One party seemed to tread the perilous edge, while the other deliberated between life and death. Snow 3000 was aware that Yuan was not adept in matters of intimacy, and his current demeanor was evidently a show of bravado in response to her advances. Ultimately, she still could not bring herself to believe that she might harbor feelings for him. It was precisely her understanding of his thoughts that stirred her curiosity. Although she too was inexperienced, every endeavor must begin with a first time, mustn't it? Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave, his current predicament unsettling him. Gradually, he seemed to acclimate to the sensation of losing control when in her presence. Perhaps it was her apparent willingness that hinted at her acceptance of him, allowing him to sense the sincerity behind her actions. He could not fathom her motives. Did such intimacy require profound connection to be attained? If not, why would she willingly make such sacrifices? Although there was no absolute hierarchy of gender here, in a world where the strong reign, the presence of male strength was undeniably more prevalent. A reputation unmarred by scandal is indeed advantageous in securing a commendable man as a pillar of support, particularly for someone of her noble lineage. Shall we embark upon a trial? I must clarify that this is my first experience as well, thus I am not entirely adept. However, it is said that such matters are instinctual for men. Her delicate lips parted slightly, releasing a fragrant warmth that mingled with the surrounding chill. Yuan's gaze momentarily faltered, yet in the next instant, he tumbled from the bed, instinctively pulling her soft form up, his entire demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Someone was present. Xue Sanqian received the alert and swiftly transitioned into the role of a dutiful maid, tending to her mistress. Just as Yuan settled back at the tea table, the door was abruptly flung open, revealing a stranger clad in the attire of a servant from the Xue household. The woman appeared to be of similar age, clearly at the threshold of marriageable prospects. They exchanged a furtive glance, and Xue Sanqian stepped forward, boldly inquiring, "Who are you to barge in so recklessly?" The woman, disregarding the question, hastily scanned the two and swiftly closed the door behind her, adopting a posture of surrender as she deftly concealed herself in an adjacent wardrobe. Shortly after, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. "Miss Yi, I apologize for the intrusion. Have you seen a woman flee this way?" The pause from the elder woman prompted a mutual understanding between the two, and they instinctively shook their heads. Xue Sanqian, feigning eagerness, remarked, "There was indeed a commotion outside. I initially thought it was something significant. I approached to discern the cause and observed a shadow dart to the right." The elder woman, upon hearing this, swiftly cast a glance at the group of male servants trailing behind her, urging them to pursue with urgency. Xue Sanqian continued, "Is there a thief among us? Could you possibly assign a couple of formidable guards for my mistress? Although they were ostensibly here to participate in a matrimonial selection, such a request seemed futile at this juncture." The elder woman's agitation only intensified, prompting her to hasten her pursuit. Once the coast was clear, Xue Sanqian returned to the room, closing the door behind her. "You may come out now." The young woman in the light blue maid's attire emerged from the wardrobe, hesitating momentarily, as if grappling with something she wished to articulate. "You should leave. We have not laid eyes upon you," Knight Lanxuan said languidly, sipping his cool tea. The young woman paused, then nodded decisively, taking her leave. Xue Sanqian watched her depart before seating herself beside Knight Lanxuan, propping her chin on one hand and idly toying with a vacant teacup. A silence enveloped the room until Knight Lanxuan broke it, remarking, "You seem rather composed." Xue Sanqian fluttered her eyelashes, casting him a sidelong glance before smiling. "Have you noticed that your attention towards me seems to have intensified? Does this imply that my standing in your heart has risen, albeit slightly?" As she spoke, she deliberately gestured with her hand. In the face of her ambiguous response and probing insinuations, Knight Lanxuan should have been incensed. Yet, observing the other's actions with a playful glimmer of cunning, he found himself devoid of any anger, instead spawning a sense of curiosity. Did she genuinely wish for his affection? As anticipated, Lanxuan was unlikely to respond to such inquiries. However, this did not deter her from continuing their conversation. Although clad in maid's attire, she was undoubtedly more than a mere servant, for the fragrance that enveloped her was distinctly extraordinary, far beyond what a typical maid could afford. If it were bestowed by her mistress, she must have been adept at winning her favor. Otherwise, how could she have ended up pursued by an elder woman? Xue Sanqian tilted her head slightly, deepening the smile at the corners of her lips. Her letting go was a result of the ambiguous circumstances, a reluctance to involve herself in any entanglements. Lanxuan, while decisive in his dealings with life and death, was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. He appeared cold and unfeeling, yet his actions bore a certain warmth. Lanxuan remained silent, merely lowering his head to sip from his cup once more. He had not anticipated that she could perceive so much beneath the surface. It had been an eternity since he encountered someone capable of understanding his thoughts, so long that he had ceased to harbor any hope. The strong require no comprehension from others. Strength alone suffices. Yet, being understood is indeed a novel sensation, one that does not incite much affection but is not unwelcome either. The entire afternoon passed without incident, save for the steward dispatching someone with medicinal pills intended to bolster the health of the candidates, claiming concern for any discomfort among the women vying for selection. Lanxuan and Xue Sanqian shared an unspoken understanding, realizing that these pills were less about fortifying health and more akin to an antidote to the floral scents outside, aimed at ensuring the reproductive capabilities of the contesting women. From this, one could infer another point. Within the Xue family estate, there were restrictions on the women's ability to conceive. But who were they trying to protect themselves from? The evening meal at the Xue family estate was served later than at the external residence, seemingly allowing the Xue young ladies to dine first, followed by the candidates. Lanxuan and Xue Sanqian arrived not too early. The path was familiar, and as they approached, they unexpectedly crossed paths with several Xue young ladies. Both possessed keen senses, and immediately they detected a familiar fragrance. Indeed, it belonged to the young woman they had rescued earlier that afternoon. Upon closer observation, their speculation proved correct. Her identity was indeed remarkable. At that moment, she donned the attire of a Xue young lady, adorned with a jade pendant featuring a red-edged water character. Xue Sanqian narrowed her eyes slightly. The jade pendant was strikingly reminiscent, save for the differing color patterns along the edges. It was identical to that of the previously encountered Ice Maiden. Both began to entertain various thoughts, yet refrained from immediate discussion, instead proceeding to the dining area. At that time, the Xue family's male servants were setting up a new dining table, while two elder women, one on each side, lit incense, claiming it was for calming the mind. Yet, both women detected a scent within the incense that bore a striking resemblance to that of the medicinal pill from earlier. Chapter 23. Charming Whispers. Only I may indulge the evening repast unfolded in a tranquil manner. And the Xue family did not skimp on the hospitality extended to the candidates for marriage selection, setting 2 tables, one in the inner chamber for the esteemed young ladies, and another in the side chamber for their personal maids. The dishes, though slightly varied, were largely similar in essence. Xue Sanqian gazed at the array of dishes before her, and after merely sampling a couple of bites, she pursed her lips and departed. As anticipated, while she lingered outside the inner chamber, it was not long before Yuan emerged, his expression inscrutable. Although he did not deliberately wear a frosty demeanor, he exuded an aura that suggested an aversion to company, almost as if he were a specter to be avoided. Those who beheld him might feel a twinge of discontent. Yet upon witnessing his innate beauty, such sentiments quickly dissipated, leaving them hesitant to draw near. Xue Sanqian's lips curled into a subtle smile, a trivial expression that did not escape Yuan's notice. He found himself perplexed by this woman, often unable to decipher her emotions, as was the case now. He could not fathom what joy she derived from solitude. The two departed in succession, moving further away until they confirmed they were unaccompanied. He turned his head, casting a casual glance her way. "What is the matter? Have I vexed you in some way?" Xue Sanqian peered out from beside him, her face adorned with a gentle smile, as she extended a sugar pill towards him. "Here, take this. It will ease your discomfort." Ye Lanyun hesitated, unwilling to accept the offering, but she insisted, placing it firmly in his palm. He contemplated the sugar pill for a moment. It was but an ordinary confection, and he was not particularly curious about its source, knowing well her audacious nature would make acquiring such a treat effortless. Yet what was her intent? Just as he was bewildered by her inexplicable cheer upon seeing his stern visage, he found himself frowning at the sugar pill nestled in his palm. "Oh, do you fear it might be poisoned? You know your own constitution well enough. I am aware you dislike meat. That table was laden with chicken and duck. You must be feeling unwell now. Suck on this sugar, and you will soon feel better." Yuan tightened his grip around the sugar pill, only to hear her teasingly inquire, "Or perhaps you wish for someone to feed it to you personally?" Her words were accompanied by a deliberate lick of her lips, which startled him. By the time he comprehended her insinuation, the sugar pill had already been swiftly tossed into his mouth. In that moment, his emotions became rather convoluted. He had merely acted correctly, yet this unpredictable woman was capable of anything when she set her mind to it, a fact that was indisputable. Upon returning to their quarters, a profound silence enveloped them. Yuan practiced his martial arts while Xue Sanqian indulged in much-needed slumber. Time passed, and eventually Yuan rose, preparing to step out when Xue Sanqian, who had been dozing on the tea table, seized his long sleeve. "Where are you off to?" she inquired. "I have matters to attend to." Yuan turned to regard Xue Sanqian, whose drowsiness was still apparent, instinctively tugging at his sleeve, only to find he could not budge her grip. "Are you intending to seek out the young lady of the Xue family, who masquerades as a maid?" Xue Sanqian firmly grasped his sleeve with one hand while lazily stretching with the other, attempting to act while I slumbered. Little did he consider that having resided together for so long, the moment the chill beside me receded, I would discern any movement on your part. Concealing your intentions from me is not so simple. Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of the notion that he would need to conceal his actions from anyone. Why should he? It was indeed laughable. Yet, he could effortlessly subdue anyone with a mere flick of his finger, yet he refrained from doing so, even as he observed her tightly clutching his sleeve. "You wish to extract information from that young lady of the Xue family, do you not? That cannot be allowed." Yuan slowly turned to face her. "Why can't I go? If I do not, will you? You possess no martial skills to protect yourself. How can you navigate such an environment freely? Should any trouble arise, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult." Xue Sanqian paused, acknowledging the truth in his words. At this moment, she was undeniably vulnerable, yet I had no idea you cared for my well-being to such an extent. Is that not the crux of the matter? Enough of this. Xue Sanqian released his long sleeve, smiling as she remarked, "You merely wish to gather information, yet with that expression of yours resembling a warning to others. What did you possibly learn? Do not jeopardize the trust of the Xue family young lady. Attempting to extract information from her later would be a formidable challenge. As for me, I am adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. Moreover, lacking martial prowess, I, in comparison to you, am more likely to earn her trust. Furthermore, as a man, Do you truly believe you can understand the delicate sentiments of a young lady? Delicate sentiments? Understanding? Yi Lanchuan regarded Xue Sanqian with a cool gaze. Though he uttered no words, she discerned a hint of disdain reflected in his eyes. She was uncertain how she arrived at that moment of thought. Perhaps it was her innate stubbornness at play. By the time she realized it, she had grasped his chin and pressed him down onto the tea table. With her rosy lips slightly pursed, a fragrant allure enveloped the air. She softly declared, "It is absolutely out of the question for you to venture alone into a young lady's private quarters. You need not even entertain such thoughts. What nonsense is this?" Yi Lanchuan found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to articulate the enchanting yet inexplicable charm emanating from her. It was not the kind of allure that was vulgar. Rather, it possessed a unique delicateness that belonged to a young woman, with her eyes glimmering like stars against the night sky. He turned his face away, refusing to gaze at her any longer. She had grown accustomed to his demeanor, draping her arms around his neck. Her voice, light as a feather, brushed against his heart like a gentle breeze. "Even if she were your beloved, it is still inappropriate for you to be alone in a room together. As long as I draw breath, it shall not happen. Only I am permitted." Thud! It was as though something had struck him fiercely, his heartbeat and breath becoming oddly erratic. Presently, his martial prowess had recovered significantly. He should have felt nothing, save for the enveloping chill that surrounded him. However, he felt the vigorous heartbeat, the lingering fragrance that enveloped him, and an indescribable tingling sensation around his neck. After speaking, Xue Sanqian felt a sense of relief, not expecting any response from Yi Lanchuan. It was rare that he did not push her away. She found herself enchanted by his scent, his warmth, and everything about him. Burying her small face into his neck, she slowly closed her eyes, employing a softness she was unaware of, and playfully said, "I really like you. I know what you want to do. May I do it for you?" Chapter 24. If I had the power to kill him, he would forever be mine. Yi Lanchuan cast aside Xue Sanqian's delicate arm, rising with a fluid grace, his movements crisp and decisive. Xue Sanqian raised an eyebrow, hoping their little interaction would finally see some progression. However, even being brushed off a moment later felt like a step forward. After all, for someone like Yi Lanchuan, killing could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. With a cheerful smile, she straightened her posture, only to see him retrieve a familiar pill from his sleeve. "Take this, it may come in handy." Xue Sanqian paused, quickly grasping his intention. This pill was the tonic given to her by the servants of the Xue family after her arrival. It had been offered once upon her arrival and again after dinner. It was evident that the Xue family's various concoctions posed significant issues. Otherwise, there would be no need for such frequent distributions. Yet, she delicately pinched the pill from his elegant hand, her lowered lashes fluttering slightly as she remarked, "Didn't you have two? Why only give me one?" Given her understanding of him, this behavior seemed rather peculiar. Yi Lanchuan was not one to welcome inconvenience. He would not carry unnecessary items, nor would he leave anything without a backup. This implied that he had given away one of the two pills, which was clearly something he had no use for. Why bother with such an act, unless, lifting the pill, her restless little finger playfully traced a circle in his palm. "Worried about me? Leaving me an extra?" Yi Lanchuan abruptly withdrew his hand, a frown knitting his brow. "Are you going or not?" As night deepened, it was indeed inconvenient to search for that young lady's whereabouts. Even though she had been mindful during dinner, carefully observing the direction in which the lady had departed. Enough teasing. After all, there would be ample opportunities ahead, and attending to serious matters was paramount. Off you go. If you lack the capability, won't you become a burden? Xue Sanqian tucked the pill away and swiftly exited through the door. Fortunately, while the Xue family's environment had its complexities, the layout of their residence was relatively straightforward. Luck was on her side, for she found the young lady she had rescued earlier without much delay. At that moment, within the lady's chamber sat a figure clad in a half-red, half-white outfit adorned with flame patterns. She pondered whether her intrusion was appropriate when a nearby maid's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Miss, you ought to heed my advice. At this point, the truth cannot be concealed." What cannot be concealed? She wondered, only to hear the young lady respond after a brief silence. Even if it cannot be hidden, we must try. If we do not conceal it, will good fortune come our way? It is merely shifting from one pit to another. If that is the case, I would rather remain as I am. Miss, you have always been astute. How is it that you find yourself perplexed at this moment? Even if you manage to momentarily deceive the Xue family, or the Feng family, given the current circumstances, can you truly believe your efforts will suffice? Moreover, this matter ought not to be delayed. Prolonging it only serves to sow unnecessary suspicion. Miss, have you truly learned naught from the teachings of the Xue family? What am I to say to you? Xue Sanqian pressed her thin lips together, discerning from the subtext that this young lady was entangled in some predicament. The Feng family? Why did she possess no recollection of them? Even if she had carelessly overlooked details while perusing novels, she should at least retain some semblance of memory regarding mentioned people and events. Was the Feng family involved in this affair? As she pondered, the previously silent man suddenly spoke, exclaiming, "Someone!" He abruptly stood, turning towards the door, pointing in her direction and reiterating, "Someone." Xue Sanqian felt a jolt of surprise, but quickly reassured herself. She had come seeking collaboration, not to engage in mischief. Thus, she composed herself, adorned a pleasant smile, and awaited the opening of the door. The door swung open, revealing a striking couple, poised to greet the occupants within. Suddenly, the man clapped his hands and joyfully bounced in place, exclaiming, "Let us play hide and seek." This rather handsome gentleman appeared somewhat foolish, didn't he? The young lady inside swiftly recognized the accompanying maid from the afternoon, who had rescued her. Although uncertain of the maid's intentions, she deemed her not to be a villain and signaled her to enter. Xue Sanqian addressed her directly. "I wish to conduct a transaction with this young lady." As she spoke, she retrieved a pill, asserting, "I believe you are familiar with this. Allow me to boldly conjecture that you are in need of it at this moment." As a member of the Xue family, she ought to thrive within her own household, yet she found herself in a rather precarious situation. Every family bears its own burdens, and it appears that the desires of the young lady conflict with the expectations of the Xue family. Her sensitivity to fragrances had already been established. During their earlier encounter at dinner, she recognized that this was indeed the person who had been saved. Moreover, she could discern that this lady was distinct from the other Xue maiden she had encountered. There was an added scent, one akin to that of the medicinal pill, suggesting that Xue Sanqian boldly speculated, "Miss, you wish to avoid affecting your progeny. Am I correct?" The Xue family maintained stringent internal regulations, which inevitably led one to infer that they likely did not desire their daughters to become pregnant, thus exhibiting meticulous care over their diet and living conditions. She had not been informed that the Xue household harbored an outsider. Reflecting on the numerous visitors the Xue family had received in recent days from various sects, she had pieced together a tentative understanding of the situation. "Who exactly are you?" The young lady regarded Xue Sanqian with a wary expression. The demeanor and discourse of an ordinary maid could never be so refined. There exists an innate nobility within her, each word striking with precision, rendering her far from an average servant. "May I inquire how to address you, miss?" "You may call me Sanqian," she replied. "I am known as Xue of the Xu family, lineage of Hongyu." Perhaps the medicinal pill had endeared itself to Xue, for she exhibited no discomfort. Instructing a young maid to escort the esteemed Xiao Feng into the inner chamber, thereafter divulging the intricacies of the Xu family without reservation. As the night breeze flowed gently, Xue Sanqian was captivated by her tale, oblivious to the presence of a figure outside, deliberately concealing its aura, remaining eerily quiet. So, it is, at that moment, Xue Sanqian comprehended why the Xu family had not borne any martial prodigies over the years, yet maintained their esteemed position as the foremost in Hawaiian City. The daughters of the Xu family possessed a distinct constitution, although they could not cultivate the unparalleled ice silkworm essence of the Xu clan. They served as excellent vessels for martial practitioners. Thus, the so-called external suitors were, in fact, clandestinely forming alliances with various sects of the Xu family, seeking to select a vessel to aid in their cultivation, which necessitated that the Xu daughters be closely monitored to prevent unwanted pregnancies. her hands fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. I ought not to share such matters with an outsider, yet I find myself with no other recourse. As the youngest of the Hongyu lineage, born into this family, I should resign myself to fate, but who is born willing to accept such a fate? Fortunately, my first love brought me to Xiao Feng. He differs from those other young masters who regard us as mere vessels. He is compelled to follow this path due to his own cultivation issues. He treats me exceptionally well, yet during a training session, he encountered a mishap, leaving him with a mind a child. His position within the Feng family is precarious, and my desire for a lasting bond with him has led me to harbor selfish thoughts. Suddenly, Xue raised her gaze. Sanqian, I know you may think me foolish. Indeed, my actions may be futile. Our future may not even exist. Though he treats me kindly, my status remains a barrier. Should he recover, he may not regard me with the same esteem. Xue Sanqian gently patted the back of her hand in a comforting gesture. I understand. I, too, have someone I admire, even if I know he has never held me in his heart. Others may perceive him as a villain, yet I cherish him deeply. Sometimes, I even ponder that if I possessed the power to take his life, he would forever belong to me, unwilling though he might be. Suis manière gaspit, momentarily breathless. Outside, the silent figure observed, Chapter 25, I am not joking, you miser. Upon the conclusion of Xue Sanqian's words, a profound silence enveloped them. Xue slowly blinked, awkwardly forcing a smile. Miss Sanqian, you truly have a knack for jest. However, this jest was far from amusing. In her search for a hint of humor in the other's expression, she found none, and recalling the previous statement, she instinctively straightened her posture. Xue Sanqian smiled lightly. One must look out for oneself. Perhaps my earlier declaration was indeed exaggerated, yet our sentiments must surely align. After a brief pause, she placed the jade pendant from the Xue family upon the tea table. Allow me to conjecture what resides in Manner's heart. You have developed feelings for the young master of the Feng family. Regardless of whether he can regain his former self in the future, you intend to stand by him unwaveringly. Thus, you seek to break free from the constraints imposed by the Xue family, wishing to bear his offspring. This intention is not difficult to discern. When Xue Manner beheld the so-called restorative pill, her eyes gleamed with desire, making her longing evident. Should young Master Yin not have cultivated any aberrations, considering various circumstances, the probability of their union would be rather slim. At this juncture, Xue Manner, leveraging the matter concerning young Master Yin, hopes to successfully conceive a child of the Feng lineage while navigating the waters of the Xue family. Regardless of the outcome, young Master Yin will always be entangled in the affairs of the Xue family, thus making this endeavor potentially feasible. Hence, the ability to conceive young Master Yan's child has become the crux of the matter. Indeed, this presents a splendid opportunity for Xue Manner. Rather than being handed over to another or compelled to accept her family's arrangements, she would prefer to remain with the one she truly loves, even if he currently lacks intellect. Ultimately, it is her own choice. Xue Sanqian is not a benevolent figure, but if she can benefit herself while performing a good deed, she is naturally inclined to oblige. I shall not impose any excessive demands, she stated, lightly tapping the Xue family's jade pendant twice with her delicate fingers. I require you to uncover information regarding the owner of this pendant. The more, the better. Whether you exert yourself is for you to decide. My time is limited, and I may have countless opportunities, yet yours perhaps amounts to this solitary chance. Xue Manner nodded slightly, picking up the pendant from the table and examining it closely. She furrowed her brow and remarked, although the jade pendants of the Xue family daughters share a similar design, the edge patterns and primary colors differ with each generation. This pendant resembles that worn by the Xue family daughters of the second generation of white jade. Indeed, it is unmistakable. After the second generation, the Xue family's pendants underwent a redesign. After a thorough inspection of the pendant, her certainty grew. Indeed, this was not only a pendant from the second generation of white jade, but also a twin pendant. Sanqian observed the thickness of this pendant, and then compare it to mine. Xue Manner contrasted the red jade pendant at her waist with the one in her hand. Do you see? This one is half as thick. The white jade pendant is thinner and more translucent. This is a twin pendant. The pattern on this side is the front, yet the reverse bears no pattern. The Xue family's pendants display differing patterns on each side, which clearly indicates that this pendant belongs to the elder sister among the twin sisters, while the missing back piece belongs to the younger sister. Could the ice and snow maiden indeed have a sister? Xue Sanqian pondered for a moment. Is there any method to ascertain the identity of the owner of this pendant? That is not difficult at all. The Xue family has maintained meticulous records of matters containing family secrets throughout the years. Each Xue family young lady has a corresponding booklet within the family, and the booklet resonates with the pendant, thus enabling the identification of the owner. However, accessing this information poses considerable challenges. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but rather that, given my capabilities, I cannot gain entry into the Water Curtain residence. Water Curtain residence? This matter is indeed somewhat intricate. The information at hand is limited, and recklessly venturing into the Water Curtain residence carries an uncertain probability of success. Furthermore, the location of the tome remains undiscovered. For Xue Manor, this task is undoubtedly beyond her capabilities. Thus, let us set aside the affairs of the Water Curtain residence for now. I implore you to assist me with another matter. Discern the preferences of your esteemed young master from the Xue family. This should not prove overly challenging, would it? Despite the Xue family's utmost adoration for their young master, they share the same environment, and one might glean some hints. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Upon departing from Xue Manor, Xue Sanqian made her way directly to Yi Lanquan's quarters. Upon entering, she found him casually pouring some cool tea. Something felt amiss. Closing the door, Xue Sanqian surveyed the surroundings, then boldly took a seat beside him, snatching the teacup from his hands and drinking heartily. Are you worried about me, Yi Lanquan? He paused, contemplating the empty space where his hand had just been. Xue Sanqian emptied the cup, placing it down before propping her chin on her hand, looking at him inquisitively. Are you following me? Yi Lanquan remained impassive, though internally he was taken aback. She possesses no martial prowess. Thus it is impossible for her to have noticed his tailing. Even if she did possess such abilities, given his skill in concealing his presence, she would remain oblivious. Most likely, she is attempting to deceive him. I lack the leisure for such pursuits, he replied, his tone somewhat somber. Her words were genuinely intriguing. Indeed, what sort of person was Yi Lanquan who would delegate tasks to subordinates while simultaneously trailing them? Was he concerned for her well-being? Are you worried I might come a harm? Are you showing concern for me? Xue Sanqian languidly sprawled across the table. Her spirits lifted as she regarded his brows and eyes. Do you know how I discovered you? It is due to the temperature. The atmosphere in this room is amiss. If you had not left, it would not possess such a chill. She had not considered this aspect. Yawning slowly, Xue Sanqian continued, since you're already aware, I have nothing further to disclose. If you wish to continue your investigation, you must find a way to enter the Water Curtain residence. However, now is not the opportune moment for a rash endeavor. As she spoke, she stretched languidly like a cat, exuding an elegance that was not devoid of charm. If the Water Curtain residence were indeed so significant, then these prospective brides would naturally be unable to enter freely. Eventually, the Xue family's young master would have to meet his candidates. Thus, it would be wiser to wait for the right moment to act. Yi Lanquan gazed down at the casually relaxed Xue Sanqian, feeling a fresh sense of novelty. After all, who would dare to be so informal in his presence? Did you hear that? A gentle female voice interrupted his thoughts as she brazenly leaned closer, her body languidly draping over him, her hands encircling the nape of his neck. He subtly furrowed his brow. I am not jesting, she declared, her eyes gleaming with a restless craving as she pressed her body against him, leaning towards his neck and inhaling deeply the unique cold fragrance that emanated from him, sending a shiver through her entire being. He was indeed cold. Any ordinary person would recoil at such an icy touch. However, such stimulation genuinely exhilarated her. If you do not kill me, you might never have the chance to do so again, for you are reluctant, though you refuse to admit it. As she spoke, she bit into the subtle movement of his Adam's apple, and a wave of pain surged through her neck, plunging her into unconsciousness. The stingy knight, Lan Xuan, silently gazed at the madwoman he had rendered unconscious in his embrace as the temperature around him plummeted dramatically. Chapter 26. The uncontrollable is your provocation. The room was enveloped in an unusual silence. The sudden drop in temperature seemed to form an invisible vortex, encircling the two people at the tea table. It was profoundly quiet, allowing the gentle whispers of the night wind to be easily heard, mingled with the almost imperceptible, bone-chilling sounds of the swirling air, and Knight Lan Xuan's deliberately suppressed, nearly imperceptible breaths. The figure in his arms was warm, a rarity. Those who clung to him, touched by him, somehow retained a flicker of warmth. This warmth distracted him, as though a fissure had appeared in his frozen heart, his inner self resisting this unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar feeling, giving rise to an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Beneath the icy surface of the stagnant lake, something discordant seemed to swirl, its presence undeniable yet elusive, dancing within, eager to disrupt the silence. The frigid stillness was no longer all he could feel. Thus he suppressed his breathing, hoping to control his unusual emotions through this means. Yet, her soft, delicate hair caught the silver light, deliberately casting a faint glow, diverting his attention. Her breath was weak yet steady, despite being compelled to cling to him. To the embrace of a feared monster, she remained remarkably tranquil. The warmth of her breath washed over him, and whenever this warmth threatened to dissolve into his surrounding chill, her heated skin served as a constant reminder of her presence in his arms. His heartbeat quickened, and Knight Lan Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing a twinge of discomfort. For someone like him, accustomed to cold desolation, such changes were acutely perceptible. Even if he wished not to acknowledge it, his body, his senses, and his feelings all reminded him, you are different with her. You truly cannot bring yourself to harm her. Knight Lan Xuan exhaled deeply, lifting the unconscious figure in his arms and gently laying her upon the nearby bed. Though she carried the dragon flame flower within her, the chill radiating from him would inevitably erode her warmth, and his inability to control his emotional fluctuations only intensified the surrounding cold. He needed to calm himself. Yes, to find tranquility. Slowly, Knight Lan Xuan shifted his gaze towards the window. It seemed he had never truly observed the so-called scenery. He was either fleeing from pursuers or hunting others. He preferred the proactive approach to being reactive. The sensation of holding the reins brought him comfort. Indeed, he was a monster profoundly sensitive to blood and filled with aversion, even experiencing physiological reactions of disgust. Yet, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the blinding crimson hue. The more vibrant the red, the more profound his sense of satisfaction became, as if he could feel the pulse of his own blood coursing through his veins, the rhythm of his heart beating emphatically. It was a sensation that affirmed his existence. However, as the specters under his command multiplied, this feeling began to wane. To seize power was to sustain life. To grow stronger was also an endeavor for survival. Yet, he seemed to have lost the essence of truly living. Was this what it meant to be a monster? A sudden, delicate voice from the bed jolted him back to reality. He furrowed his brow and turned to the source of the sound. The figure on the bed remained in slumber, seemingly troubled by an unpleasant dream, her soft lips pouting in a manner that conveyed her displeasure. It was a rare display of emotion from her. In an inexplicable impulse, he leaned closer to her. The dreamer murmured, "Ling Xue is nothing special. I possess everything you desire, so why not love me, you fool?" His lips twitched slightly, and before he could process the first half of her words, the latter too caused his brows to furrow in confusion. Fool? To whom was she referring? Surely not him, for no one had ever deemed him foolish. Yet, this thought stirred an unsettling feeling within him, a discontent that intensified under the weight of speculation. Hadn't he, this daughter, always aspired to align herself with Feng Xilan? Was it not apparent to anyone with clear vision that Feng Xilan held affection for Ling Xue? Compared to himself, Feng Xilan was indeed a fool. Thus, when she professed her love for him, perhaps deep within her heart, it had always been Feng Xilan she truly adored. After all, who could genuinely love a monster? The tumultuous waters of his heart suddenly calmed. Yet the discontent continued to spread, compelling him to take action. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of her soft, pink lips. A low, almost sardonic chuckle escaped him as he settled beside her on the bed. Leaning down, he brushed aside the strands of her dark hair that obscured her face, his throat instinctively tightening as he gazed at her with a fierce intensity. In an unexpected act of tenderness, his lips pressed gently against her warm mouth. It wasn't until he realized what he was doing that his lips parted, filled with her scent and warmth, causing his heart to race wildly, emotions flooding forth, leaving him momentarily devoid of thought. He could not, and did not wish to, restrain himself. At that moment, he yearned to claim with ferocity. Like a cunning serpent, he instinctively invaded her defenses, teasing, stirring her, greedily seizing her essence, absorbing her fragrance. In her dazed state, she felt her breath grow heavy and labored, and as she slowly opened her eyes, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the face she had longed for. Surely, this must be a dream. Xue Sanqian would never kiss her with such fervor, as if he intended to consume her entirely. As her long lashes fluttered, realization struck her. He merely rendered her unconscious, exerting minimal force. Thus she could awaken at any moment. He momentarily lost control, neglecting this fact. However, as he paused to contemplate his next move, a gentle sensation suddenly enveloped his neck. She instinctively parted her lips, yearning for the intoxicating cold fragrance that captivated her, attempting to retain the fleeting encounter. "Please, don't leave. I still desire more." A shiver coursed through Xue Sanqian, his breath faltering. The figure on the bed had evidently not fully regained consciousness. She was merely instinctively drawn to these delights, for they were precisely what she yearned for. Even if this were merely a dream, she had never been one to fuss over trivialities, indulging in the pleasures of her dreams. "Do you know who I am?" His voice was chilling, its clarity imbued with an unfamiliar tremor, yet it was melodious enough to render her enraptured. Indeed, such joy could only be savored in dreams. "Then let us linger in slumber a while longer." Xue Sanqian tightened her embrace around him, affectionately nuzzling her forehead against his nose. "Xue Sanqian, you truly are insufferable. I adore you, yet I cannot contend with you. Otherwise, I would claim you for myself." Deceiver. His Adam's apple moved slightly, yet he restrained himself, prolonging the kiss that felt overwhelmingly real, leaving her in a daze. After a while, he murmured, "Xue Sanqian, it was you who enticed me." His icy fingertips traced her face, which had sunk back into slumber, pausing at her slightly swollen lips. Chapter 27. What madness is this? My limitations. When Xue Sanqian awoke, warmth coursed through her being, and she languidly squinted, only to suddenly open her eyes wide and sit up in shock. During this period, she had grown accustomed to the aggressive, biting cold. It was hard to recall the last time she woke feeling this normal, as if the past belonged to another lifetime. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to her. The warmth enveloping the air indicated that she had been away from him for quite some time. Could it be that while she was rendered unconscious, he had gallivanted off, leaving her abandoned? This was entirely plausible. After all, in Xue Sanqian's eyes, she was merely an expendable presence. Without the luxury of time to ponder, she hastily adjusted her attire and pushed the door open. A refreshing breeze swept in, and as she lifted her gaze, she spotted him lounging lazily among the branches of a nearby tree. It was rare to witness him in such a tranquil state, especially in a posture of serene repose. If his cold, piercing gaze when open resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell, the current version of him was, in stark contrast, akin to a whimsical spirit traversing through time. The gentle breeze caressed her face, her dark hair dancing in the air, framing his exquisite profile as it stirred the long, thick lashes that fluttered delicately, momentarily lost in distant contemplation, only to return to the present due to nearby, subtle movements. At the instant their gazes met, Xue Sanqian instinctively pressed her lips together. "Why do my lips feel numb?" She had awoken in such haste that she hadn't taken the time to truly feel, but now she was aware of the tingling sensation. Furrowing her brow slightly, She couldn't help but raise her hand to touch her lips. As night deepened, Xue Sanqian momentarily paused, deliberately averting her gaze. It was time to gather the net. The steward had recently approached, stating that residences would be reassigned, which meant closer scrutiny was imminent. Xue Sanqian regained her composure. The stewardess' next move indicated that contact with young Master Xue was approaching. Once they established that connection, their oversight would undoubtedly intensify, making it impossible for them to act as freely as they currently did. There was no time to ponder the state of her lips. She needed to meet with Xue Manor swiftly to glean whatever information she could. Upon seeking out Xue Manor, Xue discovered that the latter was indeed quite diligent. However, the information regarding young Master Xue was abundant yet contradictory when attributed to a single individual. Xue Manor furrowed her brow and said, "I understand what you wish to convey, but I assure you, this information is likely genuine. All of it. Are you suggesting that young Master Xue is both introverted and taciturn, shunning laughter and preferring solitude, as well as being vivacious, chatty, and fond of merriment? Are both descriptions truly applicable to him?" Xue Sanqian queried, incredulity lacing her tone. Xue Manor nodded helplessly, acknowledging the inconsistency. "I recognize that, by conventional reasoning, such traits would not coexist. Yet, the information I have gathered is sourced from at least 3 different individuals, indicating that these characteristics and preferences are indeed real." Intriguing, Xue Sanqian mused, patiently inquiring about the sources of the information. She soon uncovered an interesting phenomenon. The accounts from the same group of Xue family ladies were consistent, while those from different groups were at odds, creating a stark contrast when compared. If one were to consider that a person's character could evolve over time, it would be plausible. However, the discrepancies were far too pronounced. A person's habits are notoriously difficult to change. Even amidst transformation, certain behaviors remain steadfast. For instance, how could someone who was once an adept cook suddenly forget their craft entirely? It seemed that young Master Xue harbored some underlying issues. Given this possibility, they could not act rashly. A personal meeting with young Master Xue was imperative. Though the discrepancies in Xue Manor's findings were considerable, Xue Sanqian acknowledged her efforts and left her 3 medicinal pills before departing. While this quantity might not sustain her until the child was born, it would suffice to ensure stability for the fetus. Ultimately, this matter could not remain concealed forever. Xue advised Xue Manor to confide in the steward once the pregnancy was secure. The timeline for Feng Xiao's recovery remained uncertain, and honesty at that juncture would significantly increase the likelihood of a safe delivery. No one can guarantee another's future. Destiny ultimately lies within one's own grasp. While Xue Sanqian was compassionate, her benevolence had its limits, as she leaned more towards self-interest than altruism. Her disdain was reserved for hypocrisy, and the extent of her assistance to Xue Manor was as far as she could extend. In truth, she had more than 3 pills stockpiled, retaining 2 for herself. Originally, she intended to give everything away in one go, but unexpectedly, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to secretly conceal the 2 items once more. "I am aware that Miss Xue must take care of herself. We part ways here. Best of luck." The 2 hurriedly bid farewell, and on their way back, they caught sight of a woman standing before Yi Lanxuan, engaged in conversation. They were quite close, allowing her to discern that the woman's figure was quite appealing. Instinctively, she glanced down at her own waist, and an involuntary thought emerged. Who possesses a better physique, herself or that woman? Especially in the eyes of Yi Lanxuan. The mere thought of this stirred a sense of agitation within her. What was Yi Lanxuan thinking? Normally indifferent to her presence, often regarding her with a cold gaze tinged with disdain. Why didn't he step aside? Why not keep his distance? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she found herself approaching the 2. As she drew near, recognition dawned upon her. It was Su Wanwan, whom she had met previously. Were it not for this encounter, she would have entirely forgotten about her existence in this household. "Miss Su, if you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak with me." Xue Sanqian positioned herself between the 2, grasping Yi Lanxuan's hand hidden within his sleeve. The sudden chill jolted her into clarity. She tugged him back slightly, facing Xue Sanqian with a gentle smile, despite the seemingly unfriendly gaze of the man beside her. "Miss Xue, your intentions are not lost on us. If you have something to say, you may speak directly. After all, at this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. I am, in fact, the master here, while Miss Yi is merely my personal maid." What? What? Both Yi Lanxuan and Xue Sanqian directed astonished looks at her, though Yi Lanxuan concealed his shock quite adeptly. "Unlike Miss Xue, who is backing, I must rely solely on myself. It leaves me uneasy to keep a hand in reserve. May I inquire what brings you here, Miss Xue? If there are no pressing matters, I am feeling somewhat unwell and shall return to rest." Having spoken, she turned without waiting for a response, leading her companion back into the room. Once assured that the outside had grown quiet, Yi Lanxuan withdrew his hand. What madness was that? Huh? Should I catch you again in such close proximity to another woman, I will truly show you what madness looks like. Yi Lanxuan, let me tell you, enduring Ling Xue is already my utmost limit. She leaned closer, pressing him against the door, her gaze inadvertently falling upon his subtly moving Adam's apple. With a puff of her cheeks, she leaned in, capturing his lips, drawing in a gentle breath. Chapter 28. She tasted so sweet, he smelled so fragrant. The soft, tender sensations coursing through her throat, each fleeting pause deepened the longing for the next kiss. Yi Lanxuan's breath hitched. It seemed that only through such an act could he numb his senses, resisting the alluring warmth wafting from her, ignoring the bold, soft entanglement she dared to explore. The woman, time and again, trampled upon his boundaries, and each time he found himself at a loss. Lost in these thoughts, he instinctively grasped her shoulders, perhaps unable to control his strength, and soon heard a soft moan escape her lips. It was but a faint sound, yet for the highly sensitive night-lawn sun, it resonated profoundly, awakening a primal instinct within him, a certain ferocity. In that fleeting moment, the taut strings of his heart snapped, transforming a mere touch into an overwhelming surge of emotion. Words unspoken converged into an intense impulse as he lifted her chin with a raw assertiveness, leaning down to gaze into her eyes and fiercely pressed his lips against hers. Xue Sanqian's eyes widened in surprise. She had never anticipated that night-lawn sun would kiss her back. After a brief moment of mental blankness, she found herself captivated by the rare, predatory glint in his eyes, when the one she cherished gazed at her with such profound wildness. All she could hear was the unsteady breath exchange between their lips and the thunderous rhythm of her own heartbeat. She was uncertain of her thoughts, perhaps not thinking at all, merely wanting to succumb to this extraordinary conquest, immersing herself in an indescribable haze of intimacy. She was so sweet. He was so intoxicating. After what felt like an eternity apart, night-lawn sun was engulfed by an unfamiliar terror. He could not reconcile with his recent actions, or rather, he was unwilling to acknowledge that the one capable of such acts was indeed himself. The yearning of his heart in that moment sowed a desire to flee as clarity returned, a notion that grew increasingly potent, compelling him to abandon Xue Sanqian and escape through the door. He resolved to swiftly restore order, knowing where to obtain the next clue. There was no need to continue the charade with her. His patience had waned, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he dared not extend it any longer. He resolved to act decisively. Indeed, resolute and ruthless, he needed no one and was unyielding to any influence. That was who he was. Xue Sanqian felt the chilling wind sweep past her, and as she refocused, the recent events seemed like a fleeting illusion, his coldness retreating entirely. She was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he had not rendered her unconscious as usual, while an unsettling feeling began to rise within her. This was troubling. Beneath the abnormality lay something unusual. Though she could not fathom his thoughts during that kiss, one thing was certain. His actions were far from a simple retreat. He was averse to complications rather than evade. It would be more convenient for him to render her unconscious, and he had indeed done so in the past. This was dire. He seemed to have lost his patience, intent on a forceful approach. After all, in the original narrative, he had always maintained this demeanor, believing that in the face of absolute strength, cunning was unnecessary. Just as Xue Sanqian prepared for the next moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and lights flickered to life throughout the residence, followed by alarm bells echoing from all directions. An enemy attack. Someone had infiltrated the water curtain residence. Goodness, they were indeed coming in force. She was unaware of the precise location of the water curtain residence, but with such commotion, reaching it would not be difficult. Avoiding the throngs of people, she honed in on a more refined-looking small group. Though she lacked a definitive script from the Xue family, her instinctive reaction upon being attacked was to investigate the most crucial locations. Uncertain of where this group she was trailing was headed, she deemed it more prudent to follow them rather than wander aimlessly. The barrier of the Xue Lian residence had been breached, allowing her unfettered access despite her lack of magical prowess. Following closely, she discovered that the group hastily made their way to a building known as the Secret Archives. This secluded location was soon vacated by the Xue family team after they confirmed all was well. Holding her breath momentarily, Xue Sanqian waited until the surroundings fell silent before emerging from the nearby thicket. Instead of retreating, she approached the front of the building, only to find it cloaked in a shimmering protective barrier. It was no wonder they had retreated without a glance. The building was secured by a magical formation. Suddenly, she recalled what Xue Manor had once mentioned, that the affairs of the Xue daughters were meticulously recorded. If this were merely a library, it would not warrant such stringent protection. Though she had never learned the art of breaking formations, it was not in her nature to simply walk away without attempting something. Xuan, that troublesome fellow, likely viewed her as a nuisance and wished to avoid further entanglement. Thus, he had acted decisively. The more he perceived her as a burden, the more she felt compelled to uncover vital information. The greater her leverage, the more likely he would feel bound to her. Indeed, she had pondered his thoughts thoroughly during her pursuit. At this moment, it was critical for her to advance without retreat. He fled while she pursued. Adopting a gentle demeanor would not suffice to capture his attention. It was time to take a risk. Breaking the formation was merely a matter of disruption. She pressed against the barrier surrounding the building, channeling the heat and soft blue energy from her inner core. Earlier, she had learned to absorb the cold energy to warm Xuan, enabling her to harness the principle of converting yang energy. While she lacked expertise in magical techniques, she understood the principles of thermal expansion and contraction. She resolved to first infuse the barrier with yang energy before converting it to yin energy. The collision of extreme yang and extreme yin would likely provoke a reaction from the barrier. With this strategy in mind, she proceeded, and to her astonishment, a crack appeared in the barrier with a sharp sound. The fissure widened, and, in the next heartbeat, the barrier exploded outward. Gasping, her first instinct was to shield her face. After all, her visage was her asset, and any scars would pose a significant inconvenience, particularly during intimate moments. Almost immediately, she felt a searing pain in her forearm. Instinctively trembling, she summoned her internal yang energy to form a protective barrier before her, but it was a moment too late. The result was a long, narrow gash on her right forearm, from which crimson blood began to pool, indicating a grievous wound. With no time to tend to her injury, she pressed onward into the building, determined to explore the archives before the Xue family returned. Upon entering, the wall sconces illuminated one by one, casting a warm glow throughout the space. The secret pavilion is vast, yet consists solely of a single level, with various bookshelves crafted from different shades of jade, easily evoking the corresponding hues that symbolize the lineage of the Xue family daughters. The ice maiden she seeks belongs to the second generation of the Bayou lineage. Thus, it is imperative to locate the Bayou bookshelf. After a swift glance, she discovers the Bayou bookshelf nestled in the deepest recesses. Compared to the other shelves, the Bayou bookshelf is relatively sparse, containing only 2 tomes. As she retrieves the jade pendant of the ice maiden she carries, a wondrous phenomenon unfolds. The pendant begins to emit a faint glow. Before long, a volume perched atop the highest tier of the first bookshelf levitates and gracefully descends to her feet. Upon taking the tome in hand, she realizes it is a duel-bound volume, each side featuring an indentation designed to accommodate the jade pendant. Experimenting with both sides, she finds that the pendant from the ice maiden fits snugly into the recess on the back. Once the pendant is inserted, the cover on the back emits a subtle tremor, akin to a lock being unlatched, and the pages begin to turn automatically. Xue Sanqian hastily peruses several pages, committing a few key pieces of information to memory. Xue Yun'er, the second daughter, remarkably compatible. Chapter 29, auspicious or ominous, she dares to confront herself. Aside from a brief introduction on the first page, the subsequent pages outline dietary arrangements, followed by perplexing diagrams of formations, culminating in a torn page revealing the word success. While the central formation has been deliberately excavated, flipping back to the front, she attempts to forcibly open the cover, only to discover her efforts are in vain. It appears that a corresponding jade pendant is essential to access the tome fully. According to Xue Man'er's earlier assertion, the Ice Maiden is indeed a daughter of the Bayou lineage, the younger sister among a pair of twins, and what remains missing is the elder sister's pendant. If the pendant can detect the tome, does it follow that the tome can also sense the pendant? Furthermore, could the younger sister's pendant potentially resonate with that of the elder sister? With these contemplations in mind, Xue Sanqian discreetly conceals the tome within her chest. She refrains from lingering any longer, both out of urgency to locate Yi Lanxuan and the awareness that, should she encounter members of the Xue family, her abilities would be insufficient for escape. Recognizing the need to retreat while the situation remains favorable, Xue Sanqian stealthily departs, initially retracing her steps. However, midway through her journey, the jade pendant concealed within her sleeve suddenly illuminates. She hastily withdraws the pendant, noting that its brightness and flickering frequency vary with her orientation. Following the pendant's most vigorous reactions, she proceeds in that direction. At first, she treads cautiously, wary that hurrying might lead to misdirection. After a brief interval, she is struck by a familiar chill. It is unmistakable. Only one individual could possess such a sensation throughout the entire volume. Yi Lanxuan, dreaming of evading me, is futile. Ignoring the pendant's ongoing reactions, she clutches it tightly and races towards the source of the cold, for all her endeavors serve as a means to ensnare him. The scenery around her shifts erratically, as if she has entered a peculiar formation. Yet her acute sensitivity to Yi Lanxuan's chill allows her to navigate through the illusions before her, swiftly guiding her into a picturesque landscape of serene mountains and clear waters. This place is truly enchanting. Although it is clearly night, it shines as brightly as day, though one could argue that the light is softer, imbued with a surreal quality. Before she could ponder further, a fierce shout echoed from nearby. If you dare harm our young master, the Xue family will risk everything to turn you to dust. Xue Sanqian followed the sound and, indeed, spotted the man who had abandoned her. Yi Lanxuan, with an expression of indifference, was gripping a young man's neck with one hand. The young man possessed a delicate countenance, his dark eyes radiating a strikingly ethereal blue luminescence. Should anything happen to your young master, bring forth the secrets of the Xue family's second-generation jade. You know better than I what I seek. How direct, Xue Sanqian mused, a slight smirk forming at the corners of her lips. Her gaze then fell upon the young man being choked, noticing a peculiar flickering emanating from him. The frequency of the light sparked a bold thought in her mind. Could it be that the jade pendant belonging to her sister, Xue Yun'er, was with the young master of the Xue family? But wait, was that even plausible? Why would it be in his possession? She felt a surge of clarity. Yet the next moment, she witnessed Yi Lanxuan suddenly cough up a copious amount of blood. What on earth? Without a second thought, Xue Sanqian dashed towards him, her appearance taking everyone by surprise. By the time they reacted, she had already placed herself in front of Yi Lanxuan. What is wrong with you? All that the onlookers could see was a strikingly beautiful young woman, expertly navigating toward a face as cold as ice. And in that brief moment of distraction, she touched his forehead. Weren't you better? Why is your temperature rising again? It didn't take long for her to pinpoint the issue. Yi Lanxuan's illness had indeed been cured, but the problem lay with the individual he was currently grasping. The young master of the Xue family was radiating a dense chill, something quite extraordinary. It appeared that the prolonged grip on the young master had caused an influx of icy energy into Yi Lanquan's body, clashing with the lingering warmth of the medicinal energy within him, leading to a disruption in his vital energies. With a sharp smack, she forcefully struck Yi Lanquan's hand, pulling the young master from his grasp. "Can't you take better care of your own body? I am truly exasperated." Though he released her, his annoyance was overshadowed by her current fury. Just the thought of his deteriorating health and his tragic demise left her unable to remain calm. For whom had she endured such hardships? Yi Lanquan should have felt anger. After all, this woman not only dared to touch him in front of everyone, but also forcibly snatched away his hostage. He was indeed angry, yet when he met her reddened eyes, he found himself momentarily at a loss. How could she be angrier than he? And why were her eyes so red? This look was not unfamiliar to him. Those who beg for mercy before their demise often bore similar expressions. Yet, he had done nothing to her. The unexpected turn of events left the members of the Xue family momentarily stunned, momentarily believing they had received assistance. However, they soon beheld a delicate young woman with reddened eyes, who swiftly seized the arm of their young master. With a decisive motion, she restrained him as if apprehending a criminal. Xue Sanqian shot a fierce glare at Yi Lanquan before addressing the 10 or so Xue family members before her, demanding, "Fetch your family head. I shall escort your young master to the room behind. No one is permitted to approach without my consent. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your young master." As she spoke, she retreated, her expression menacing, as if they owed her a significant debt. She was acutely aware of their underlying thoughts, speculating that they doubted her ability to harm their young master. This bold assumption was justified. Had she been capable of inflicting harm, these individuals would not have remained so composed, but rather sent someone to fetch the Xue family steward. The fact that Yi Lanquan had spat blood served as ample proof that they possessed some knowledge regarding the Xue family's young master. While speaking, she raised her left hand, channeling a surge of yang energy. "If I were to infuse this energy into your young master's body, would you still believe there to be no issue?" Upon hearing her words, the opposing party visibly paled, retreating hastily. The leader among them urged, "Please, miss, do not be hasty. We will summon Granny Lu immediately." Xue Sanqian redirected her gaze, casting another glare at Yi Lanquan. "What are you standing there for? Come with me." How fierce! Yi Lanquan astonishingly realized that she could indeed be formidable, and she dared to be so towards her. Upon entering the room behind, Xue Sanqian unceremoniously tossed the Xue family's young master aside. She had noted that his demeanor was that of a mere bystander. When she had seized him, he did not even attempt to resist. Chapter 30. The Union of Twin Gems, the Whisper of Twin Blossoms. Yet, in comparison to the predicament concerning the Xue family's young master, Xue Sanqian was more preoccupied with Yi Lanquan's physical condition. However, just as she released her grip, the young master's gaze followed her hand, and he reached out in an attempt to grasp her. It was Yi Lanquan who reacted first, pulling him towards her and positioning herself in front of him. "What are you doing?" Xue Sanqian was oblivious to the movements of the Xue family's young master behind her. Realizing that his prior action had startled her, the young master turned, furrowing his brow. "That question should be directed at you. With your limited abilities, how dare you intervene?" He had noticed her injury the moment she appeared. He was extremely sensitive to the scent of blood, and there was no mistaking it. Xue Sanqian found his reaction amusing. "So you acknowledge my limited capabilities, yet you still dared to abandon me to commit misdeeds? What is it? You caused trouble, I suffer the consequences, and when you depart, I am left to bear the burden?" It was no wonder she harbored such a negative perception of him. He was entirely capable of such behavior. Yi Lanquan hesitated, contemplating a retort but realizing that there was little to counter. Ultimately, he simply wished to sever all ties with her cleanly. Little did he expect her to barge in so boldly. "Why the silence? Am I so unwelcome?" Originally, it was merely a casual remark. Yet the other party did not refute it, and indeed, as the conversation progressed, a sense of displeasure emerged. "You were aware all along," Yi Lanquan remarked coldly. Feeling as though she had instigated trouble for no reason, she felt a pang of defeat. Xue Sanqian quickly regained her composure and said, "You should take a moment to gather yourself. I do not ask for your protection. I merely hope you remain unscathed. Noticing that a certain man seemed oblivious to their exchange, still standing motionless, she suddenly burst into laughter. If you wish to return to a time when I could indulge you at will, then do not take a moment to gather yourself. I would take great pleasure in it, and this time I shall certainly have you. Yi Lanxuan furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing at the young master of the Xue family, who gazed at them with an expression of innocent anticipation. No one may leave until I have completed my meditation, she coldly declared before moving to a corner to sit cross-legged. Once Yi Lanxuan entered her meditative state, Xue Sanqian finally found the leisure to observe Xue Mingjing, the young master of the Xue family, who stood beside her. To her surprise, he indeed lived up to his name, exuding a refreshing charm, especially with his pair of clear and tranquil eyes, which seemed to reflect a mirror-like quality. She couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times, feeling a dissonance amidst the harmony. A slight furrow creased her brow as she fell into contemplation. Xue Mingjing found it peculiar, based on his experiences. Such clear and innocent eyes seemed somewhat feigned. Yet, did he truly need to feign innocence in front of her? No. From the moment Yi Lanxuan had threatened his family's servant, to when he took over, he had appeared detached from the unfolding events. Was this normal? What is your name? Xue Sanqian inquired tentatively. Name? Xue Mingjing's expression revealed a hint of confusion. She took out the white jade pendant belonging to Xue Yun'er and waved it in front of him, attempting to entice him. Do you see this jade pendant? The one hanging at your waist is its counterpart. Give it to me. She harbored little hope, simply wishing to test the waters, as he appeared innocent and harmless. It would certainly be preferable if he willingly relinquished it rather than her resorting to force. Xue Mingjing stared at the swaying pendant for a moment, then, after a brief hesitation, he removed the matching jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Xue Sanqian. To her astonishment, the exchange went smoothly, despite her growing doubts. The urgency to unlock the other half of the tome compelled her to accept it without hesitation, fitting it into place. The tome opened effortlessly, revealing its contents, which mirrored those of Xue Yun'er, detailing the story of her sister, Xue Yun'er. However, unlike her sister, the entries concerning the elder sister chronicled a series of unsuccessful matches. Each attempt at rematching resulted in adjustments to her diet, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The final page of the tome was crossed out multiple times with various formations, leaving only one formation annotated with the words auxiliary formation. What on earth were the Xue family attempting to match these two sisters with? The younger sister succeeded, while the elder sister did not. The younger sister fled the Xue family alone, taking with her the cold ice heart method. In such a vast Xue family, could she truly escape solely by her own strength? She instinctively twirled the jade pendant belonging to Xue Yun'er. Her sister had fled from the Xue family, yet the elder sister remained behind. Why, then, was the elder sister's pendant found upon Xue Mingjing? Unconsciously, she brought the two jade pendants close together, and suddenly, an invisible magnetic field emerged between them. As she regained her senses, the two pendants unexpectedly fused, emitting a dazzling white light that engulfed the surroundings in an instant. What was happening? Filled with astonishment, Xue Sanqian felt a presence flowing into her body from the pendant. Simultaneously, the tranquil azure energy within her dantian began to sway and stir, as her consciousness was invaded by a mysterious force. However, the sensation was akin to a cool stream winding gently in, devoid of any oppressive feeling, instead invoking a delightful sense of comfort. Soon after, a scene unfolded before her, drawing nearer as if she were experiencing it firsthand. From a haze to clarity, she felt like air, unable to touch anything, yet capable of perceiving everything around her. In the courtyard ahead, two young girls, seemingly of similar age, nestled closely together. The frowning little girl tugged at the emotionless girl beside her. Sister, if I were a boy, would mother not have been driven away? The girl referred to as sister gently wrapped her arms around her sibling's shoulders, saying, "It has nothing to do with you. I have heard it all. There can never be a boy in our family. We as twin sisters are the first of our kind." The younger sister shrank closer into her elder sister's embrace, Father seems to dislike us entirely. Sister, I am frightened. Behind the two sisters, voices of contention echoed from the council chamber. Originally, it was said that only if a son were born could you enter the Xue family. You cannot do this. What are your intentions? What do you mean? To reunite you with your wife. You all. The two girls grew up under surveillance, their hearts pounding with fear. As seasons changed, and they swiftly matured into young women. The younger sister was gentle, while the elder sister was more aloof. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, though the younger sister favored warm-colored dresses while the elder adored cool hues. You are not being raised by the Xue family merely to enjoy free meals. With a commanding shout, the scene shifted, and the sisters were thrust into a dim chamber. Inside, they were forcibly pressed onto jade beds, where two ice flowers were implanted within their bodies. The air was filled with the agonizing screams of the sisters. Xue Sanqian instinctively thought of the ice heart technique within the body of the ice maiden. Could it be that this was the embryonic form of the ice heart technique? Chapter 31. Brother Sun, I would perish without you. Accompanied by this question, she watched as if witnessing it firsthand, observing the sisters being confined and raised. Indeed, it was a form of rearing. For the most part, they were confined to their rooms, only brought out during medicinal baths, allowing them a fleeting glimpse of the outside world. Until one day, someone took the younger sister away, declaring that she had successfully matched and could proceed to the next stage. As the younger sister was taken away from the room, the elder sister exhibited signs of anxiety. The two siblings had been raised separately, and after several failures, the elder sister, caught in a daze, overheard the servants of the Xue family murmuring behind her back. Their insinuations suggested that she had lost her worth, and that the higher-ups were contemplating her disposal. She was no longer a child. Certain truths were self-evident, even in the absence of instruction. First, their mother had been driven away, and after a fleeting promise of reunion, their father had vanished from their lives. Clearly, both parents had been disposed of, and now it was her turn. Why? Why did it have to be like this? Why was it her life that was at stake? A tumult of envy, jealousy, resentment, and fear surged within her, intertwining to form a dreadful notion within her already shattered spirit. If only she could survive. If only she were granted the opportunity to continue living, perhaps the heavens had heard her silent plea. For the impending disposal was interrupted by an extraordinary event. The unique nature of their twin bond revealed itself here. Although the elder sister could not succeed alone, she could harness their twin powers to foster life. Should this endeavor prove successful, the Xue family would attain the path to immortality, thus rewriting history and breaking the curse that bound them. Such a prospect was tantalizingly close. On a stormy night, as if something celestial had descended, several formations materialized above the Xue family's secret chamber. For 3 consecutive days and nights, the formations lingered, until they finally dissipated, revealing the interior. The younger sister lay weakly on the bed, and the elder sister was in a similarly dire state. Gazing at her frail sibling, a thought surged into the elder sister's mind. She had never forgotten the words she had heard in her childhood. Only by bearing a son can one hope to enter the Xue family. Gritting her teeth, the elder sister removed the younger sister's garments, swapping their jade pendants and attire, which they had worn since childhood. At this moment, Xue Sanqian was taken aback. Wait, she seemed to realize something. The scene began to blur, as someone rushed in from outside, clutching something, and, just as the door was about to open, what was happening? Yilanchuan abruptly pulled the dazed Xue Sanqian back, causing the resonating jade pendants to fall to the ground with a sharp clatter, jolting Xue Sanqian back to consciousness. Meeting Yilanchuan's gaze, she blinked and offered a sweet smile. How rare it was to see herself reflected in his eyes. He truly cared for her. Not for anyone else, but for her alone. What a time for her to be saying such things. Xue Sanqian clearly would not squander any opportunity to cultivate a connection with Yilanchuan. She leaned closer and whispered, I believe I have uncovered a remarkable secret about the Xue family. Would you like to know? Yilanchuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This expression was familiar to him. Every time she schemed, she wore that same countenance. Previously, she had abandoned him to act recklessly on her own. Now, they were to draw clear lines between one another. It was unreasonable for her to expect shared information unless she pacified him first. Pacify you? Did this woman realize what she was saying? Who she was addressing? Convincing a formidable figure whom everyone feared to appease her? Calm down. Was he to cease breathing? Xue Sanqian curled her lips on the verge of speaking when a sudden chill surged from behind her. She turned to see the previously tranquil Xue Mingjing clutching his head and screaming, appearing as if he were on the brink of a splitting headache. What has happened to him? The words escaped Xue Sanqian's lips, causing Yilan Sun to feel a sense of discomfort. Was she, regardless of who it was, always compelled to meddle? Thus, when she saved her back then, was it merely out of a penchant for stirring trouble? However, before Yilan Sun could dwell further on her thoughts, a piercing cold erupted from within Xue Mingjing. The extreme chill transformed from formless to tangible, manifesting as a stream of pale blue energy. The energy swirled chaotically from within Xue Mingjing, lacking any discernible pattern, intertwining and repelling one another, generating sharp, blade-like currents that indiscriminately assaulted all in their vicinity. Instinctively, he reached out to shield her. Something was amiss. For Yilan Sun to deem something as amiss, it was certainly not a trivial matter. Even the Ice Maiden, who once wielded the Ice Heart technique, had never unleashed such formidable cold. If the Ice Maiden could hardly be considered human, then what of Xue Mingjing? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Lu Lao Lao. What on earth is this overwhelming cold? It was Ling Xue's voice. Xue Sanqian's brow furrowed. Indeed, the protagonists had arrived. It was only natural, for they were the central figures of this tale. Although she had gained the upper hand, the inevitable could not be evaded. As Ling Xue's words fell, Yilan Sun noticeably relaxed her grip upon herself, looking down with a twinge of unease in her heart. However, now was not the time to indulge in petty grievances. Although she had largely skipped over the events concerning the Xue family, she had nonetheless caught a glimpse of the conclusion. The protagonists, working in tandem, with the male lead employing the Sanqing sect's inner technique, Sanqing Ju, managed to restrain the nearly collapsing Xue Mingjing and temporarily seal his mind. They then hurriedly transported him back to the Sanqing sect to preserve his life. At that time, she had thought, true to form, the protagonists were always engaged in noble deeds. Misusing the Sanqing Ju could lead to backlash. Indeed, they were the quintessential heroic couple. In retrospect, it seemed that the Xue family's affairs were far from resolved. Compared to the previous narrative, she had introduced an unforeseen variable. For it was evident that Xue Mingjing's current loss of control stemmed from the twin jade pendants in her possession. In the original plot, while the protagonists had indeed uncovered the Xue family secrets, they had never acquired this pair of pendants, nor had Xue Mingjing's pendant ever resonated with hers. Xue Mingjing would not perish. The protagonist would manage to subdue him, although the challenge would undoubtedly be greater than before. Yet with the protagonist's halo, they would surely emerge unscathed. It was time to withdraw. In the original narrative, Yilan Sun had never intervened in the affairs of the Xue family. If she lingered any longer and inadvertently revealed herself to the female lead in distress, it would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Xue Sanqian tightened her grip on his hand. You would want to reveal yourself, would you? If they were to discover you here, you would find yourself at a loss for words. Knight Lan Sun turned his gaze, sensing her firm grip on his hand. He understood her intentions, yet witnessing the frenzied Xue Mingjing, he realized that Ling Xue would never stand idly by. However, given her capabilities, she would pose quite a challenge. Noting his silence, one could easily deduce he was contemplating Ling Xue's safety. It was truly ironic. No matter how devoted she was, as long as Ling Xue was present, she would inevitably occupy the foremost place in his heart. With a silent sigh, she audaciously dragged him into a corner. Just as Knight Lan Sun anticipated her to resort to brute force or utter some threatening words to hasten his departure, he was met with a pair of tear-filled starry eyes. Brother Sun, they will be fine, but without you, I would perish. Chapter 32. You are truly beautiful. I will follow you to the end, Brother Sun. One could not deny the sudden softness in her approach, especially with that endearing address, capable of melting hearts. The tone, Sweetly sultry was a tactic she had never employed, nor had he ever heard such a pitch from anyone before. He had never allowed any woman this close, let alone under his ruthless demeanor. Who would dare to call him brother so boldly? At that moment, his attention was wholly captured by her eyes. They will be fine. The Ling Xue you are so concerned about will absolutely be safe. Trust me, I swear on my life. We must leave now, otherwise it will be too late when they break in. Playing the part to the very end, Xue Sanqian said, gripping his hands, shaking them gently. Brother Sun, please, I beg you, we can observe secretly. Unable to bear it any longer, Nightlon Sun abruptly withdrew his hand and leaped through the window from the corner. Xue Sanqian was left speechless, for she had no cultivation skills. She could not perform lightness techniques. Before she could ponder further, she too jumped out of the window, clumsily yet nimbly, already bracing for the pain of landing. Unexpectedly, she did not hit the ground, but instead fell into the arms of a certain man. What to do? It turned out that even the slightest kindness from the one she cherished could fill her heart with sweetness. With a sudden boldness, she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth. You. At that moment, this madwoman dared to act so brazenly. Hurry. Let us go. Xue Sanqian had become completely immune to his displeased expressions, finding them rather endearing. She loved it and wished to see more. As Xue Sanqian had anticipated, they indeed needed to use the three clear sex technique to seal Xue Mingjing. From a distance, Nightlon Sun found himself on the verge of impatience several times. Yet was continuously thwarted by her relentless antics, her hair getting caught, her clothing snagged, and her belt pulled loose. He knew she was doing it on purpose. Yet every time he caught her in these little maneuvers, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction would arise within him. He must be going mad. Ling Xue and the others would surely take Xue Mingjing back to the three clear sect. It was time for them to head there as well. Taking advantage of the chaos, the two individuals hastily departed from the Xue residence and sought refuge in a nearby restaurant to satiate their hunger. Waiter, please serve me a portion of your signature dish, called out Xue Sanqian, waving his hand while propping his chin on one hand, grinning at Yi Lanxuan. Yi Lanxuan remained silent. As she had mentioned, the subsequent clues equated to a journey to Sanqian. While Ling Xue's motive to rescue Xue Mingjing might stem partly from compassion, Feng Xilan's intentions were certainly not driven by mere goodwill. Sanqian had dispatched him down the mountain for a purpose. Otherwise, it would not be so easily summoned. Reflecting on this, he lifted his gaze towards Xue Sanqian. The establishment was bustling with patrons, and soon enough, a specially prepared roast chicken was placed before them. The waiter enthusiastically remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our signature dish. Enjoy it while it's hot." After the waiter departed, Xue Sanqian deftly picked up his chopsticks, swiftly removing 2 chicken wings and placing them in Yi Lanxuan's bowl. Gazing at the aromatic, steaming wings, he momentarily lost focus. "What are you dawdling for? This roast chicken is glazed with sweet sauce. It's not that I'm reluctant to share good food with you. Aren't you fond of chicken wings?" Xue Sanqian stated assertively. Yi Lanxuan frowned it. How could he possibly know her preferences? Xue Sanqian then served himself a chicken leg, taking a hearty bite while smacking his lips. "Hurry up and eat. Once you're full, we shall be on our way. Don't even think about leaving me behind. I possess information about the Xue family that you are unaware of. Once you ensure my safety to Sanqian, I shall reveal it to you." Piecing together the scenes he witnessed through his spiritual perception, he deduced certain revelations. The one who fled was not Xue Yun'er, but rather Xue Yu'er. As for Xue Yun'er, given to Xue family's modus operandi, she was likely no longer alive, a classic case of leaving the child while the mother perishes. Why say leave the child? Xue Yu'er's jade pendant was found on Xue Mingjing. And considering the Xue family had never had a son before, how suddenly was there a young master? Why was the rumored young master characterized by contradictions? A bold conjecture arose. Xue Mingjing was born through some extraordinary means, a closely guarded secret of the Xue family, perhaps known only to someone of Granny Lu's stature. The turbulent energy within him, more explosive than the Bingxin technique, indicated that something extraordinary resided within Xue Mingjing. Since Sanqian had taken him back, they would undoubtedly continue to investigate the Xue family's affairs. Conversely, as long as Xue Mingjing remained in their hands, they had no other recourse but to rely on Sanqian to ensure his safety until the turmoil was resolved. Xue Sanqian narrowed his eyes. We shall lie in wait at Sanqian and allow them to conduct their inquiries. Yilanshuan did not reach for her chopsticks, but instead gazed intently at him. How long do you intend to accompany me? Still harboring doubts? Xue Sanqian rolled his eyes lightly. Finish the chicken wings, and I'll tell you. I keep my promises. Biting his lip, he picked up his chopsticks and took a delicate bite. Previously, he had never regarded eating as a process. Yet for some inexplicable reason, with each bite now, he felt an unusual sensitivity. As she raised her gaze, she was met with the sight of the other person resting their chin on their hands, their starry eyes sparkling as they gazed upon her. You are truly beautiful. The wooden chopsticks in her hand trembled slightly, and she continued, I will follow you to the end. Ahem. The phrase follow you to the end might not be mere jest, yet executing such a vow is not an easy endeavor. To infiltrate the Sanqing sect, the simplest approach is to participate in their disciple selection. The Sanqing sect is rather laid back, indifferent to formalities, which means there is no fixed time frame for selection. This aspect indeed favors Yilanshuan and Xue Sanqian's infiltration. However, Xue Sanqian lacks any martial skills, and her original body had failed to awaken its abilities at the appropriate age. Even though the Xue family is a prominent clan, they would never expend resources on a family member deemed to have no potential, a mere tool. In essence, Xue Sanqian missed the opportunity for awakening, and no one would invest resources to implant abilities in someone considered incapable. The outcome was that, while one of the two, having altered her appearance, successfully entered the inner sect for cultivation, the other was barely assigned to the outer sect as a menial worker. As they parted ways within the Sanqing sect, Yilanshuan left her with 3 words, do not cause trouble. Chapter 33. Menial work in the outer sect, I endure hardship. Although both were within the Sanqing sect, a distance separated the outer sect's menial work area from the inner sect's disciples' cultivation zone, along with a mountain, a stream, and a vast medicinal herb garden. For Xue Sanqian, who possessed no martial skills, seeking out Yilanshuan proved to be quite challenging. Moreover, as the weakest in combat among the outer sect's menial workers, she had to toil diligently to survive in this area. After entering the Sanqing sect, only the first week's accommodation and living expenses were waived. All subsequent costs had to be earned through her own labor. Furthermore, transactions within the Sanqing sect are exclusively conducted using Sanqing coins. If one wishes to convert circulating currency into Sanqing coins, they must first become a disciple of the outer sect. Within the sect, there are 2 trading halls. One is a low-end trading hall accessible to outer sect disciples, and the other is a relatively high-end trading hall open to all disciples. Though affording such luxuries is another matter entirely. Glancing down at her humble outer sect menial worker attire, a green martial skirt, she lifted her gaze to the task board in the menial work area, where the assignments mostly involved physical labor. The corners of Xue Sanqian's mouth twitched. Before pursuing matters of the heart, she must first address her own survival, and it must be done swiftly and effectively. She recalled clearly that although Yilanshuan concealed her identity within the inner sect, she had developed a romantic subplot with the female lead, Ling Xue. The unfortunate news is that this romantic arc has significantly deepened their affections for one another. The somewhat fortunate aspect is that this event occurs just before Yilanshuan is set to leave the Sanqing sect. Interference is imperative. She must disrupt the two and ideally seize the female lead scenes for herself. How could she rest easy without at least trying? Thus, she must swiftly amass funds for her accommodation and devise a strategy to ascend from the outer miscellaneous area to the outer cultivation zone. Only in this manner can she possibly engage in some journey tasks assigned to the disciples of cultivation, qualify to exit the Sanqing gate, and covertly venture to the site of the romantic entanglement, the Nether Cave. How might one efficiently earn money? Xue Sanqian began to meticulously examine the task plaques before her. Even though these were merely labor-intensive tasks, there existed distinctions in their difficulty and rewards. The varying patterns on the wooden task plaques hinted at the complexity of each task, with the more refined plaques offering greater rewards. Grasping this logic significantly expedited her assessment, allowing her to concentrate entirely on the high-reward tasks. She discovered that within the miscellaneous area, high-reward tasks fell into two primary categories: herbal cultivation and elixir crafting. The foundational strength of the outer disciples in the miscellaneous area was evident. The so-called herbal cultivation could be likened to farming. While the rewards for this were indeed higher than those for other menial tasks, such as laundry or cleaning, the time required was cyclical. Furthermore, cultivation demanded patience and meticulousness, ultimately rendering the compensation only slightly superior to that of basic labor. Xue Sanqian instinctively stroked her chin. However, compared to mere physical toil, engaging in the cultivation of herbs might allow her to learn something new. With a stroke of luck, she might even stumble upon some small benefits. Subsequently, she turned her gaze to the tasks associated with elixir crafting. Although the duration for crafting elixirs might be shorter than that for cultivating herbs, the availability of tasks in elixir refinement depended entirely on demand. This implied that if no one was refining elixirs, there would be no work. From a long-term and stability perspective, the sustainability of tasks related to elixirs was less reliable than that of herbal cultivation. As she reached the end of her search, she suddenly spotted a jade task plaque. For a moment, she thought her eyes were deceiving her, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed a jade task plaque. Without a second thought, she seized the pale green plaque. The moment she touched it, the task transformed into an emotionless voice that resonated in her mind. Task content: cultivate ice jade orchids. A deposit of 3,000 Sanqian coins is required to accept the task. If the ice jade orchid seedlings are damaged, the entire deposit will be forfeited. If successful in obtaining ice jade orchid fruits, the reward will be 6,000 Sanqian coins per fruit. 6,000? Given the remote location of her residence. The accommodation fee was modest. If settled monthly, it amounted to 1,500 Sanqian coins. As for food, she need not purchase every ingredient. She could forage in the Sanqian mountains. Moreover, her appetite was modest, so by purchasing only staple foods and economizing, her monthly expenses could be kept around 1,000 Sanqian coins. This meant that successfully cultivating a single ice jade orchid fruit would suffice to cover her accommodation and sustenance for at least 2 months, significantly saving time that could be devoted to other endeavors. If one could cultivate 2 or 3 fruits, it is evident that no task could be more lucrative than this. Moreover, the task does not specify a time limit, implying that the factors influencing the ripening of the ice magnolia fruit may not be merely temporal, but rather contingent upon other considerations. This presents a worthy challenge. However, the question remains, where will the deposit of 3,003 purities coins come from? Swift acquisition of these coins to pay the deposit is unlikely, and thus she shifted her focus to several high-reward alchemical tasks. Although labeled as alchemy, the reality is that it merely involves overseeing the alchemical furnace. The most profitable tasks require one to vigilantly monitor the furnace overnight, enduring a high-temperature environment, which is both arduous and tiresome, leading to a scarcity of willing participants. Consequently, the rewards are comparatively elevated. With a firm resolve, she accepted 3 tasks involving overnight supervision of the furnace. Completing these assignments would yield precisely 3,003 purities coins. But this was her sole opportunity. If her cultivation efforts failed, there would be no subsequent high-reward alchemical tasks available. The stakes were high. With some time remaining before the furnace monitoring commenced, Xue Sanqian hastily returned to her abode, a nondescript, slightly dilapidated thatched cottage, and immediately began to meditate. Fortunately, slumber posed no challenge for her. After nearly 2 hours of rest, she arose, consuming half of the steamed bun distributed by the outer gate senior brother upon her arrival, achieving a satisfactory state of fullness before setting off to the task location, perhaps due to the inherent risks associated with the furnace. Combined with the time-consuming nature of the task, it was deemed unsuitable for disciples in the midst of their cultivation. Thus, The alchemical chambers of the Three Purities sect were situated relatively close to the outer gates errand area. She was greeted by an inner sect disciple, easily identifiable by the lake blue fitted robes they wore. Upon observing that the worker was a delicate young woman, despite Xue Sanqian's appearance being somewhat diminished through disguise, her figure remained unaltered, rendering her still a fragile and refined maiden. Xue Sanqian, adept at reading expressions, noted the other's hesitation and quickly donned an innocent smile, her eyes brimming with sincerity as she proclaimed, "Senior brother, you can trust me completely. I am quite resilient and hard-working." In Chapter 34, Fostering Yang Energy, she inadvertently encountered a performance. She feigned a bold yet slightly apprehensive demeanor, complemented by her sweet, soft voice, which indeed brightened the other's expression. Understanding the hardships faced by the outer gates errand disciples, the inner disciple sighed softly. The latter half of the night is crucial. The first half is not as pressing. If it becomes unbearable, a brief nap is permissible. However, the latter half is of utmost importance. Although this task lacks a formal punitive system, it is an assignment issued by the inner sect elders, and its significance is evident, I presume. Understood, senior brother. I shall endeavor to perform well. Upon receiving the alchemical chamber token from the inner sect disciple, she immediately sensed its superior quality, crafted from exquisite jade. Each token corresponded to a specific alchemical chamber, and the finer the jade, the more prestigious the chamber, indicating that the issuing elder possessed a certain stature. Utilizing the Danfeng brand, she successfully entered the alchemy chamber. As soon as she stepped inside, a wave of heat rushed toward her with great intensity. Xue Sanqian quickly squinted her eyes and sought refuge in a corner, maintaining a distance from the central alchemical furnace. Along the way, an inner sect senior had imparted several precautions. When the flames beneath the furnace began to weaken, it was imperative to add firewood. The wood available in the alchemy chamber was known as Qianhua wood, a premium kind, and its usage needed to be meticulously recorded. Each time the flames diminished, she was to add approximately 3 or 4 pieces. Exceeding this amount would be inappropriate, while adding too few would render it ineffective. Having confirmed the location of the firewood, she settled cross-legged in her corner. Just as the inner sect senior had indicated, the flames remained relatively stable at this moment, allowing her to rest. However, the temperature in the chamber was gradually rising, making it quite challenging to find solace in such a stifling environment. She pondered whether this oppressive heat would adversely affect her skin. It was not a trivial concern. After all, people are naturally drawn to beauty. If one neglects self-care in their youth, it becomes regrettably too late to rectify in later years. In her past life, she toiled tirelessly, seldom paying attention to her maintenance, only to regret it deeply as age caught up with her. In this life, she resolved to cherish herself more and seek out joy. With these thoughts in mind, Xue Sanqian closed her eyes and focused, channeling the crimson and azure energy residing within her dantian. She could harness the surrounding heat through her yang energy, absorbing it into her body, and subsequently summoned the yin energy to nourish herself. This practice would allow her body temperature to reach a moderate level, while simultaneously providing an opportunity to train in managing the opposing energies within her. Her objective was clear. Everything that could aid her in mastering the techniques of Yi Lanxuan deserved her utmost attention. Although she currently lacked the ability to acquire internal skills, persistently invoking the yin and yang energies would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Diligently working while regulating her internal force, she realized, after half an hour, that the heat generated by the Qianhua wood was of exceptional quality. Once it coalesced in her dantian, it surprisingly began to nurture a fervent yang energy sphere. Originally, the intense crimson yang sphere had formed inadvertently after consuming the dragon flame flower. While its energy was pure, it had not undergone any refinement, leaving it with a somewhat fierce nature, somewhat akin to a hint of malevolence. To her astonishment, the yang energy from the Qianhua wood was able to refine and enhance this sphere. What a fortunate turn of events! With her eyes closed and her cultivation in progress, Xue Sanqian unconsciously curled her lips into a smile. Who would have imagined that merely overseeing a furnace would yield such unexpected benefits for her cultivation? As the night wore on, she continued her practice, eventually opening her eyes to attentively monitor the state of the flames. To lower her body temperature, even when not in a state of cultivation, she diligently regulated the yin and yang energies within her. Although it did not reach the same depth as during her intensive meditation, she skillfully managed to protect the condition of her skin. Thus, the seemingly tedious task of monitoring the furnace concluded smoothly. When the intersect senior brother arrived for the handover, he was astonished to find that Xue Sanqian exhibited no signs of fatigue. Typically, after spending a night in such conditions, one's skin would show some flush, and their overall demeanor would appear somewhat languid. Yet, she not only appeared unaffected, but seemed even more spirited than when he first encountered her, with an impression that her complexion had improved. Had it not been for the furnace fire's optimal condition and the normal usage record of the heavenly fire match, he might have suspected she had been slacking off the previous night. Indeed, this is your reward for the task, the intersect senior brother said, handing her a pouch filled with coins. Xue Sanqian accepted it with delight, expressing her gratitude before she attempted to depart, only to be called back by him. Junior sister, I've given it some thought, and I feel compelled to offer you a word of caution. Although the Sanqing sect is relatively safe, one must remain vigilant within its confines. Clutching the pouch tightly, she nodded in acknowledgement. Considering her return to tend to the furnace later, she decided to inquire further. Thank you, senior brother. May I ask your name? My surname is Ge. Very well, brother Ge. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall return to monitor the furnace tonight. I have accepted all 3 nights of tasks. As she departed, Xue Sanqian deliberately avoided the main entrance, opting instead for a side door. Brother Ge's advice resonated with her. Lacking any martial arts to defend herself, should she encounter trouble, she would find it exceedingly difficult to resist. Rather than waiting for trouble to strike, it was wiser to take precautions in advance. Thus, she resolved not to return home, but to wander towards Sanqing Mountain, seeking a secluded spot where she could rest beneath the heavens and on the earth, before resuming her second night's task and gathering some fruits to quell her hunger. With this in mind, she advanced, only to be startled by a sudden torrent of abusive language ahead. Hey kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over your valuables to honor your senior brother. I'm here to teach you the entry rules of the Sanqing sect. I advise you to behave, or you can forget about living peacefully within the sect. That phrase sounded eerily familiar. Xue Sanqian quickened her pace towards the source of the commotion, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized 2 intersect brothers, one stout and the other slender, both resembling ruffians. Blocking the path of a refined man donned in a lake blue intersect robe, exuding an air of elegance from his silhouette alone. Scram! After enduring the vitriol and being cornered by the 2 intersect brothers, the elegant man managed to articulate a single word after a prolonged silence. The utterance of that word sent a shiver down Xue Sanqian's spine. That voice, there was no mistaking it. It belonged to Yi Lanxuan. What a coincidence! How could this be? She had no recollection of such an encounter occurring in the original narrative. In the text, Yi Lanxuan's presence in the Sanqing Mountain storyline was minimal, as he concealed his identity and abilities, leading an exceedingly low-profile existence. Apart from his interactions with the male and female leads in the Yuming Cave, he was practically invisible while they thrived and significantly enhanced their martial prowess during this period. Especially concerning the female protagonist, it is rather amusing. In fact, the period of her most significant growth coincides with the events in the Abyssal Cave. Surprisingly, her development is not primarily attributed to the male lead, but rather to the ever-reserved and self-restrained antagonist, Yi Lanxuan. Contemplating this, Xue Sanqian hesitated for a moment, retracting a step she had just taken, feeling an unusual inclination to witness the unfolding drama involving Yi Lanxuan. In Chapter 35, titled The Sealing of Techniques, she pondered, who instructed you to treat the female protagonist with such kindness? I cannot help but feel pity for you. After all, with mere minor adversaries to contend with, what harm could they truly inflict upon you? However, the young man seemed oblivious, as it became evident that without a taste of hardship, he would never learn to adhere to the rules. The portly intersect brother exchanged a knowing glance with the lean brother beside him, who swiftly formed a hand gesture and uttered an incantation. The words, upon being spoken, gradually expanded until they matched Yi Lanquan's physique, ensnaring him like a spider's web and rendering him immobile. Xue Sanqian, observing from the shadows, instinctively softened her breath, considering that the lean intersect brother had likely employed a form of verbal spellcasting. Such incantations, when directed at individuals of superior cultivation, would be as ineffective as a mere tickle. Seeing that the immobilization had taken effect, the stout intersect brother raised his elaborately designed, oversized boots and aimed a kick at Yi Lanquan's chest. Surely he can evade this? Xue Sanqian mused, only to hear a resounding thud as the kick landed. Despite the immobilization, Yi Lanquan's rigid form trembled slightly. What is happening? Why does he not evade? A wave of confusion surged within her mind, leading her to recall that during the abyssal cave incident, Yi Lanquan had demonstrated his prowess to save the female protagonist from attack by a territorial-level beast, only to suffer a backlash due to his own actions. At that time, she had been frustrated by his apparent disregard for his own well-being, attributing his injuries to the beast's formidable strength. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed increasingly incongruous. Given Yi Lanquan's later displays of power, how could a mere territorial-level beast inflict such severe harm? Do not provoke trouble. The three words he left behind echoed in her mind once more. A bold yet plausible hypothesis emerged. Could it be that he had deliberately subdued his powers to maintain a low profile, perhaps even sealing his inner strength? Indeed, this seemed highly likely. After all, they were within the confines of the Sanqing sect. If he did not restrain his abilities, how could his unique cold aura go unnoticed? Thus, the backlash he had experienced during that earlier encounter was entirely due to his forceful unsealing of his powers. Enlightened by this realization, Xue Sanqian gritted her teeth in frustration. She was incensed. What was so remarkable about the female protagonist that it warranted such sacrifices? After all, she was the protagonist, radiating an inherent brilliance. Even without intervention, countless others would rise to her defense. Could she truly be in peril? As she observed the portly intersect brother prepare to strike Yi Lanquan again, she shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? Is it permissible within the Sanqing sect to bully your fellow disciples?" Xue Sanqian cleverly altered her voice and, seizing the moment before they could react, turned and called out, "Brother Gu, I am here, and two senior brothers are bullying a newcomer." She lacks the means of self-defense and is unwilling to witness Yi Lanquan suffer injuries in vain. Yet she does not wish to act as a thoughtless hero. Instead, she must engage in a battle of wits, for who knows? Perhaps calling out Brother Gu might be effective? Upon hearing her words, the stout and slender figures indeed ceased their actions. The slender one, with keen eyes, noticed that the outer sect female disciple possessed a remarkable task jade plate at her waist, its hue reminiscent of the task plates from the Guangxin Hall. The inner sect brother gestured towards the task plate, and upon hearing the outer sect female disciple call out Brother Gu again, the two of them wasted no time and swiftly fled. Xue Sanqian had been attentive to the commotion behind her, and upon hearing the panicked footsteps recede into the distance, she finally exhaled in relief, slowly turning around to meet the gaze of those cold eyes that remained indifferent even after a change in appearance. Yi Lanquan had recognized her the moment she spoke, for despite her attempts to alter her voice, their prolonged acquaintance rendered any disguise futile in his presence. However, the mere utterance of Brother Gu inexplicably unsettled him, leaving him at a loss to articulate this discomfort. Noticing his gaze drift behind her, Xue Sanqian pouted and pulled him into a slightly secluded corner. "What are you looking at? No one is coming. That was just me deceiving those two." A hint of the previously oppressive atmosphere seemed to lighten. "What on earth is happening? Have you sealed your cultivation?" Xue Sanqian inquired, reaching out to examine him, confirming that the cold aura he usually exuded had indeed vanished. Yi Lanquan's expression darkened slightly. Sealed? This description was inaccurate. His unique cultivation method would sometimes result in a random period of diminished power, not completely lost, but reduced to a very elementary state. during such times to evade enemies. He would conceal himself in a safe location, adopting various disguises and identities that were difficult to trace. This matter remained a secret, one he had never explained to anyone. And naturally, he had no intention of doing so now. How did you end up here? Yi Lanquan countered with a question of his own. Xue Sanqian had grown accustomed to his evasive responses, interpreting his silence as an acknowledgement. A hint of jealousy crept into her tone as she remarked, "So, for Lingxu, you actually sealed your internal power just to avoid causing trouble in the Sanqing sect? What does this have to do with Lingxu?" Yi Lanquan frowned slightly, lowering his gaze to the task plate at her waist, which elucidated her presence here. "You should not have intervened, even with most of my internal power diminished. I'm still stronger than you. Engaging in conflict without any internal power is tantamount to a slow form of suicide, especially considering the challenges women face in this world." "Ah, yes. Then you shouldn't have crossed paths with me here. Had it not been for you, would I have acted?" She retorted. "Forget it. You need not worry about me. I am quite clever. You should focus on Lingxu instead. She has a kind heart and tends to meddle, while I, with my skewed morals, am merely a cautious and self-preserving pawn." What was she even saying? What morals? What pawn? Xue Sanqian merely intended to jest, observing his indifferent demeanor. She refrained from further comments. Her gaze fell upon his garment, which seemed to conceal something intriguing. Her swift hand reached in, and she encountered a round object. Knight Lanquan, caught off guard, noticed her fingers had touched the hidden medicinal pill. Just as he contemplated intervening, a sudden sensitivity coursed through his chest. No one had ever ventured into such uncharted territory, and the warmth of her fingertips sent his heart racing, his ears flushing crimson. "Huh? There seems to be another one, albeit smaller and rather plump," she mused. Knight Lanquan abruptly yanked her inquisitive hand away, inadvertently revealing the concealed pill. Chapter 36. Deceiving for the medicinal pill, quest for the ice Yulan. Seeing his intense reaction, Xue Sanqian realized the implications of her actions and quickly withdrew her hand, gesturing for understanding. "I didn't mean to," she exclaimed. Yet, given her past extravagant antics, she couldn't expect him to regard her with trust. Goodness, could he possibly think her a lovesick fool? Though she had to admit, as an admirer of beauty, she occasionally succumbed to infatuation. "I assure you, it was unintentional. Please, do not look at me like that, or shall I return the favor?" In a bid to convey her utmost sincerity, Xue Sanqian puffed out her chest. Knight Lanquan had begun to acclimate to her unpredictable remarks and had no intention of further engaging with her. Just as he turned to leave, Xue Sanqian suddenly had an epiphany and deftly grasped the medicinal pill. She now understood why Knight Lanquan was present. He had likely utilized the local alchemical furnace. It was improbable that he possessed any spare funds, and given his discreet demeanor at Sanqing Gate, it was likely that this pill was of his own making. In the original narrative, this particular pill played a seemingly minor, yet significant role in the emotional arc between the protagonist and the heroine. When Knight Lanquan and the heroine encountered one another in the abyssal cave, she had initially sustained an injury that warranted her return to the camp for rest. However, Knight Lanquan produced a pill that miraculously healed her, allowing them to continue their journey together. The efficacy of this pill was unknown to her, but she recognized that without it, the heroine might not have continued alongside him. Perhaps even her intervention now would not entirely alter the course of events. Yet one certainty remained. It would indeed shorten their time together. Every step counts, after all. "Return it to me." Knight Lanquan furrowed his brow, perplexed by her intentions regarding the pill. To her, lacking any martial arts expertise, the pill held little significance, as it was intended to remedy internal energy imbalances. Xue Sanqian gripped the pill tightly, her mind racing. Retaining this pill could prove invaluable should Knight Lanquan sustain an injury in the abyssal cave. However, seeking it from him under false pretenses was out of the question. She couldn't possibly reveal her foresight, could she? "Life beyond the gates has proven to be exceedingly arduous for me. I find myself utterly incapable of sustaining my existence. You possess remarkable abilities, and if you can create one, surely you can conjure a second." Yet, such words merely escape her lips as idle chatter. She is acutely aware that if it were possible to produce multiple elixirs, one would hardly suffice. Knight Lanchuan's eyes narrowed slightly at her insinuation, which inevitably led him to suspect that she might be contemplating selling his pill for monetary gain. To his surprise, Xue Sanqian retrieved a storage pouch, opened it, and placed the pill inside, stating, "The sight of it reminds me of you, and the thought of you fortifies me against any hardship." Engaging in a dramatic performance. She also extracted a fragrant sachet from the pouch, an item she had previously deceived him into purchasing, originally belonging to the protagonist. "Look, this too is a gift from you. I have kept everything you bestowed upon me with utmost care. I must embrace them while I sleep to find solace." Caught off guard by her behavior, Knight Lanchuan hesitated, contemplating whether he should seize it back, for it was indeed his possession, and every action he undertook was meticulously planned. Surely, there are those who would not hesitate to part with a single pill for me. I have endured considerable suffering for certain individuals, bearing countless wounds, shedding untold blood, all the while concealing my pain. With a furrowed brow, Knight Lanchuan ultimately relinquished the notion of reclaiming the pill. He felt it unwise to linger in her presence, for it seemed to dull his wits. Without so much as a farewell, he deftly vanished into the shadows of the forest. To his astonishment, persistence truly bore fruit. Xue Sanqian lingered for a moment before deviating from her original plan, opting instead to seek a tranquil spot within the Three Qing Mountains to rest, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest. The subsequent 2 nights of executing the pill furnace task unfolded seamlessly. She neglected to return to her residence, resulting in her attire becoming rather disheveled. Brother Gu observed her remarkable resilience and thought to lend a helping hand, rewarding her with an additional 500 Qing coins upon settling accounts. Consequently, she amassed a total of 3,500 Qing coins from the 3 tasks. "Thank you, Brother Gu." Noticing Brother Ji's kindness, Xue Sanqian's mind began to whirl with ideas as she sketched a residence for him. "Brother Gu, should there be more tasks related to the pill furnace in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out directly. I shall accept as many as you offer." With a minimum 3-month stay at the Three Qing sect, she knew that while living expenses could be met, the pursuit of strength was inextricably linked to financial resources. If she could earn more within the sect, perhaps she could afford to indulge in some personal enhancements. Brother Gun nodded in agreement, and they parted ways. Eschewing rest, she hastened to the miscellaneous task station, selecting the assignment to cultivate ice magnolia fruits. Upon accepting the task, the jade tablet automatically absorbed 3,003 Qing coins, providing her with a sense of assurance as she relinquished the deposit. After all, if she were to encounter any robbers, she found herself utterly defenseless. To be candid, this feeling of helplessness only solidified her resolve to enhance her martial prowess. Without it, she would be unsafe wherever she roamed and remain a burden to Knight Lanchuan. She aspired to surpass Ling Xue, to be stronger and more capable, returning to her residence to cleanse her garments, and after a day's rest, Xue Sanqian arrived at the medicinal herb garden of the Xianyeoman, where the task of planting the ice yulan awaited her. This expansive herb garden nestled within the Sanqing Mountains featured various plots, each marked by distinctive signs indicating their ownership. The Xianyeoman's garden was indeed a notable one, for it was adjacent to a mountain spring, with soil of ideal moisture and a richer hue compared to other fields. The earth bore traces of reddish-brown powder, suggesting it was fertile ground. Upon her arrival, she noted that the herb fields were managed by a middle-aged elder. Each plot appeared to have its own rental fee, and once leased, the plots were managed by their tenants. This explained why, during her journey, she had encountered not only outer disciples busy with menial tasks, but also a few inner disciples, indicating a connection between the two factions. "Are you the outer disciple responsible for the ice yulan planting task?" A somewhat gruff voice interjected nearby. Xue Sanqian snapped back to attention, noticing a plump elder in the garb of a senior, his distinctive black mustache quivering as he spoke. "May I ask how to address you, elder?" she inquired. "Who?" he replied succinctly. "So you are the one who took on this task?" He rolled his eyes dramatically. "Little girl, I hope you didn't come here without any preparation. I suggest you reconsider. The 3,000 Sanqing coins are hard-earned. I'll refund you, and you can go back to your business." Chapter 37. cultivating yin energy, understanding the harvest. Xue Sanqian anticipated that the ice yuan planting would be quite challenging. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been assigned such a delicate task. To be honest, she lacked complete confidence in her abilities, yet having come this far, she felt it necessary to at least give it a try. Elder Hu, as a newcomer to the Sanqing sect, I admit my time has been rather limited, and, as you rightly pointed out, I have not extensively studied this task. However, having arrived, I am prepared to face the challenges ahead. Should I fail, I will accept the penalties for the 3,000 Sanqing coins. I merely seek an opportunity, she stated earnestly, her voice tinged with a quivering note as if she were on the brink of tears. As an elder of the Sanqing sect, elder who understood the plight of the outer disciples, who rarely had opportunities for advancement unless they amassed significant resources along with a stroke of tremendous luck. If not for the unique nature of the Ice Yulan, the Zion Yeoman could have resolved the matter internally, rather than delegating the task to the outer disciples. Looking at the seemingly fragile young woman before him, Elder Hu scrutinized her once more, doubting her capability to succeed. However, seeing her sincere demeanor, he relented. Very well, but let me make this clear. Should you fail, no amount of lamentation will absolve you from the penalty. Understood, Elder Hu. Elder Hu raised his hand and gently swept it to the side, revealing a dimensional space. He gestured for the people behind him to follow, and together they slipped into the dimensional rift, vanishing from the scene in the blink of an eye. Upon entering the otherworldly realm, Xue Sanqian felt a dizzying whirl, and when he regained his footing, he found himself before a frozen lake. The surface of the lake was entirely encased in ice, adorned with plants resembling exquisite ice sculptures. However, upon closer inspection of a few nearby specimens, it became evident that they were not mere sculptures, but rather plants that bore an uncanny resemblance to them. These were, for the most part, the ice magnolias. The surrounding chill was palpable, and Elder Hu, stroking his mustache with a grave demeanor, remarked, "The temperature here fluctuates with the passage of time. It grows colder as night falls." Implicit in his words was the notion that the current temperature was not yet at its most frigid. Xue Sanqian understood, reassuring Elder Hu that he could endure. Many claimed they could withstand the cold, but few could genuinely endure it. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Hu added, "If you truly cannot bear it, do not force yourself. Keep this teleportation talisman. Should you find it unbearable, or upon completing your task, you may use it." He continued, "Let me explain what you must do. As you can see, these ice magnolias are currently in a state of unfruitfulness. The fruiting process of the ice magnolia is quite peculiar. Each plant bears fruit at different times, contingent upon its absorption of cold energy. Each plant will have a specific moment each day when it can successfully bear fruit." What? Each plant bears fruit at a specific moment each day? Xue Sanqian hastily scanned the surface of the lake. There must be at least 20 or 30 specimens visible, if not more. Noticing her incredulous expression, Elder Hu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you heard correctly. Each plant will have a moment each day to bear fruit, but the exact timing remains unknown to anyone. Moreover, once the ice magnolia bears fruit, it must be harvested within a limited time frame and placed into a specially designed storage pouch. The cold upon touching the fruit is unbearable for most. If you release it at any point, the fruit will fall and vanish." As Elder Hu elucidated, he handed Xue Sanqian the special storage pouch, emphasizing, "Although what I am about to say is unlikely to be an issue for you, it bears repeating. The ice magnolia is an extraordinary plant. It will only bear fruit when it senses no threats. This means that even if it is capable of fruiting, if it detects any sense of danger nearby, it will refrain from doing so." At this juncture, Elder Hu paused, then continued, "This is the primary reason this task is assigned to the outer sect's miscellaneous tasks area. Practitioners who have already mastered their techniques instinctively activate their powers whenever they feel unwell. Should they do so, the ice magnolias will cease to bear fruit." Understanding dawned on Xue Sanqian. This clarified why such a lucrative task was relegated to the outer sect's menial tasks. It was somewhat amusing that, in the absence of any techniques, her current condition became an advantageous factor. With all necessary instructions conveyed, Elder Hu said little more, departing with a heartfelt reminder for her to act within her capabilities before swiftly disappearing. After Elder Hu departed, Xue Sanqian first circled the lake. Upon completing this circuit, she estimated that there were at least 100 ice magnolias planted throughout the entire frozen lake. How could one possibly keep track of 100 ice magnolias? It was entirely uncertain which would bear fruit first. If one were to adopt a gambling approach, it would involve monitoring only small clusters, as it was impractical to focus solely on a single plant each day. Furthermore, if one were to observe a small cluster, it would likely contain around 10 plants. How could one determine which would yield fruit first? And what if several bore fruit in succession? Solving this conundrum would certainly render the task much simpler. Wait a moment. Elder Hu previously mentioned that the fruiting of ice magnolias depended on two factors. One was the presence of threats, which did not apply to her since she had not cultivated inner energy. The other was the state of her own cold energy. Cold energy? Xue Sanqian recalled the icy energy mass residing in her dantian. What if she could harness the operation of this cold energy within her body to stimulate a particular ice magnolia to bear fruit? There was some risk involved, but it was worth a try, as the path ahead was forged by oneself. Often, being overly cautious would only lead to indecision. With a resolute mind, Xue Sanqian sat cross-legged and endeavored to mobilize her cold energy. To her astonishment, upon attempting to channel it, she experienced a striking revelation. A resonance occurred between the yang energy within her and the heavenly fire, and now the cold energy within her responded to the chill emanating from the frozen lake. She realized she could absorb and transform this cold energy into her own, subsequently directing it. If the ice magnolias relied on the cold energy of the lake to bear fruit, then by absorbing and transforming enough of this cold energy to a near equilibrium state, she could surely stimulate the ice magnolias to bear fruit ahead of schedule. Having grasped this insight, she seized the moment, dedicating the subsequent hour and a half entirely to the processes of absorption, transformation, and regulation. She distinctly noticed that the cold energy within her became purer and more attuned to nature throughout this endeavor. Once she sensed that the assimilation was nearly complete, she opened her eyes and attempted to concentrate the cold energy at the tip of her finger, selecting one ice magnolia to test her method of transmission, doing so gradually and with the smallest increments. During this process, she endeavored to perceive the cold energy of the selected ice magnolia and was astonished to realize that she could sense the intensity of its cold energy. In that moment, when the ice magnolia successfully bore fruit, a flash of inspiration struck her. She remembered the intensity of the cold energy at the moment of fruition. If she could replicate that intensity with a second plant, she could facilitate the widespread transfer of cold energy. The cold energy during the harvesting process posed no harm to her. Thus, achieving a harvest of 100 ice magnolia fruits was no longer merely a dream. Chapter 38, 600,000. Branch of the Guanxian Hall. Xue Sanqian carefully stored the successfully cultivated ice magnolia fruits in a specially designed storage bag. Subsequently, she chose a spot by the frozen lake to sit cross-legged. Although excitement surged within her, she refrained from acting impulsively. It was precisely in such moments that one must exercise caution and composure. She entered a state of meditation, focusing intently on harnessing the yin energy within her. Although the chilling energy influenced by the icy lake and the ice magnolia remained profoundly frigid, it had become markedly gentler. This sensation, seemingly paradoxical, was indeed a tangible transformation. As she circulated the yin energy within her, she willed it to manifest externally, conjuring a shimmering azure starry sky within her mind, which gracefully enveloped the nearby ice magnolias. She realized that perhaps due to her frequent attunement to the cold emanating from the night, she had become exceptionally adept at detecting the varying degrees of chilling energy contained within different ice magnolias. This revelation indicated her capacity to induce a bountiful harvest. The azure starry sky gradually descended, meticulously directing the yin energy into the ice magnolias at varying rates. as the starlit sky transformed into a cascade of azure crystalline dust. The nourished ice magnolias began to tremble gently, initiating the fruiting process. With a sudden burst of clarity, she opened her eyes and deftly began to harvest the fruits. Unharmed by the chilling energy, the process was remarkably simple, allowing her to collect a fruit within mere seconds. To prevent the ice magnolia fruits from being compromised by prolonged exposure, she summoned the Yin energy within her, enveloping her palms with an invisible cushion of frost. Once her hands could no longer accommodate more fruits, she swiftly deposited a portion into a specially crafted storage pouch. Repeating this process, she soon harvested all the fruits from the numerous ice magnolias surrounding the lake. Each ice magnolia fruit was worth 6,000 Qin coins, and her pouch now held at least 100, amounting to a staggering sum of 600,000 Qin coins. The significance of 600,000 was somewhat elusive to her, yet for someone who would not remain long at the Sanqing sect, it undeniably represented a fortune. After securing the pouch close to her, she fell into contemplation. It was evident that she could not sell all the ice magnolia fruits she had just gathered to the immortal medicine sect. The unique nature of these fruits necessitated that this task be relegated to the outer sect's miscellaneous area. Her ability to complete this task with such ease stemmed from two factors: her mastery of the frost heart technique and her abundant inner strength, albeit lacking formal techniques. It occurred to her that, within the entirety of the Sanqing sect, she was perhaps the only one capable of such a feat. Given that each ice magnolia fruit could yield 6,000 Qin coins, it was clear that these fruits were both rare and valuable, as rarity begets worth. Her thoughts raced. Her abilities must remain concealed from the outside world, lest her personal safety be jeopardized. She had no desire to be confined, reduced to a mere tool for cultivating ice magnolia fruits. Additionally, exposing her abilities could lead to a devaluation of the fruits, a scenario she wished to avoid. Thus, it would be unwise to sell all the fruits to the immortal medicine sect. Perhaps selling 2 would suffice. Claiming good fortune and a resilient constitution would easily explain her success. But how to store the remaining ice magnolia fruits? She examined the special storage pouch and discerned that its uniqueness lay in its ability to create an aura of icy energy within, akin to a refrigeration system. If that is the case, she took out her storage pouch, which contained very little. She attempted to channel a frigid energy into the pouch, and after releasing a sufficient amount, she transferred the remaining 100 or so ice magnolia fruits from her specialized storage pouch into her own. She then placed the pouch upon the frozen lake to preserve it. She could not leave immediately, for doing so too hastily would arouse suspicion, and moreover, she was in no rush to depart. Given that circulating the Yin energy within her body here would aid in purifying and enhancing it, a place that naturally nurtured Yin energy, why should she be anxious to leave? Quickly entering a meditative state, she earnestly began to absorb the nourishing Yin energy within her. Time flew by unnoticed, but as she sensed an unusual aura approaching, she abruptly opened her eyes, tidied her storage pouch, and feigned a trembling demeanor as she crouched by the icy lake. "Why aren't you coming out? I thought you had fainted in there," Elder Hu exclaimed anxiously, spotting Xue Sanqian, who was visibly shivering, though her complexion appeared relatively stable. "I just wanted to earn a bit more," Xue Sanqian stammered as she rose unsteadily, her movements appearing quite cumbersome, all of which was a mere act. She handed her specialized storage pouch to Elder Hu, who took it and opened it to discover that she had succeeded, and there were indeed 2 fruits. His eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but scrutinize the young girl before him. To someone of Elder Hu's age, Xue Sanqian was indeed just a little girl. "You are quite impressive. You managed to withstand the cold here?" Elder Hu had not elaborated much about this place earlier, for he did not believe that a young girl could succeed. This frozen lake had taken over a century to form, and he could confidently assert that it was unique in the vicinity, unlike any other place in the Three Qing sect or its surroundings. When the ice magnolia fruits are harvested, they release a terrifying chill as a self-protection mechanism. The cold that invades the body can cause not only external injuries, but also internal harm, making it unbearable even for those adept in Yin cold cultivation. let alone ordinary individuals without any techniques at their disposal. Xue Sanqian chuckled lightly. Well, I have a somewhat unique constitution since childhood, but it is indeed uncomfortable. I can barely endure it. She had initially thought that obtaining 2 fruits was not particularly remarkable, but seeing Elder Hu's expression, as if he had witnessed the end of the world, she surmised that perhaps it was still excessive. She hastily feigned weakness, portraying an image of near collapse. Elder Hu quickly led the group away, ensuring she could rest while lamenting, with your constitution, should you awaken a technique and enter the Hall of Vast Immortals, you would surely have a promising future. What a pity. The Hall of Vast Immortals? ISNT that where Brother Gu is affiliated? Xue Sanqian inquired. Elder Hu, I am new to the Three Qing sect and understand little. Could you enlighten me about the Hall of Vast Immortals? Considering the young girl's contributions, Elder Hu was unusually patient and began to explain to this outer sect disciple of seemingly little significance. Originally, the Guangxin Hall is a branch within the Sanqin Gate, where practitioners cultivate techniques associated with the frigid and yin energies. The selection of the training ground is of utmost importance for the mastery of such skills. The Ice Lake, a creation of Guangxin Hall that took a century to forge, is not a natural formation. Only the core disciples of the hall are permitted to practice here, while others are deemed unworthy. The resources and manpower invested in the creation of this ice lake are beyond mere estimation, despite its seemingly modest size. Indeed, Guangxin Hall is formidable, as its members are also adept in alchemy, likely due to their unique cultivation methods that grant them greater heat tolerance than the average person. In alchemical practices, temperature and patience are paramount. According to Elder Hu, Guangxin Hall is the only branch capable of financially competing with the Eight Treasures Gate. While Guangxin Hall profits from alchemy, the Eight Treasures Gate thrives through talisman and weapon crafting. As Elder Hu continued to elaborate, he inadvertently revealed the remarkable properties of the ice Yulon fruit. This fruit serves as a tremendous boon for those cultivating yin energy techniques. A single extreme yin pill crafted from it is equivalent to a year of diligent practice. Chapter 39. The Apothecary Becomes a Disciple. Entering the Immortal Medicine Gate. Xue Sanqian paused, her mind whirring with thoughts. Selling such an abundance of ice Yulon fruit within the Sanqin Gate would be impossible. Her own strength was limited. And even if she engaged in anonymous transactions, the Sanqin Gate, despite its vastness, was not a nation. Should an investigation ensue, she would inevitably find herself ensnared. It would be unwise to plunge herself into such a predicament purely for profit. While some earnings might still be possible, the scale of distribution would be severely restricted. Initially, she contemplated the possibility of discreetly selling a small quantity of ice Yulon fruit in the trading hall. But it now seemed impractical since the demand for this product was exclusive to Guangxin Hall, given the unique characteristics of the ice lake. Fortuitously, her conversation with Elder Hu had provided her with insight. Otherwise, the repercussions could have been dire. Are you planning to undertake any tasks next? Why the silence? Are you feeling unwell? Elder Hu, noticing the young girl lost in thought, expressed concern as she appeared somewhat unwell, especially since she was capable of harvesting ice Yulon fruits. While he was an elder of the Immortal Medicine Gate, if he could procure even 1 or 2 ice Yulon fruits, it would be beneficial for his alchemical endeavors. Previously, he had not considered this direction due to the difficulty of obtaining such fruits, but now, with a newfound perspective, he handed a prescription to the young girl. This concoction was highly effective in dispelling cold and possessed gentle properties, eliminating only harmful chills while promoting overall health. Xue Sanqian snapped back to reality, glancing at the prescription. For me? Can you understand it? Elder Hu asked with a smile. Seeing his grin, Xue Sanqian felt a bit more at ease and shook her head in a manner that suggested she did not fully comprehend. Well, you see, as an outer disciple, you Haven Tea awakened your inner strength, right? Advancing to the inner sect as a cultivating disciple is not an easy feat, Elder Hu cautioned gently. Unless one possesses a substantial fortune to invest in oneself, what savings can a mere disciple in a menial position truly accumulate? Even if by some stroke of luck, one manages to gather some wealth, lacking any background or cultivation techniques, The moment that wealth becomes apparent, it could spell catastrophic disaster for them. Xue Sanqian feigned contemplation before slowly nodding in agreement. Elder Hu, twitching his prominent mustache, appeared increasingly excited. While my prescription may indeed benefit your health, should you wish to concoct it yourself, you would still need to hire a skilled practitioner. Furthermore, if you ever gather enough resources to refine a pill for yourself, be mindful that the rental fees for an alchemy chamber are far from inexpensive. At this juncture, he feigned difficulty, letting out a long sigh, proposing instead, "How about this? I will make an exception and accept you as my apprentice." Having risen to the status of an elder, it would be a trivial matter for him to take on apprentice. Xue Sanqian's eyes lit up with excitement, her feigned enthusiasm evident. She was all too aware of the old man's schemes. Truly, the people of our town are adept at manipulation. Really? Then, I humbly greet my master. Regardless of the title, as long as one is amiable, efficient, and likable, the benefits would surely follow. Elder Hu, hearing a young girl refer to him as master, was momentarily taken aback. After all, elders value their reputation, and selecting an apprentice was a matter of careful consideration. Just as he hesitated, she interjected, "Master, are you perhaps having second thoughts? It's quite all right. I know my aptitude is ordinary. If you choose not to take me on now, it's truly no trouble." Tears welled in Xue Sanqian's eyes as she fought to keep them from spilling over. Thankfully, she had altered her appearance. Otherwise, it might have melted Elder Hu's heart. "I understand my limitations, but master, every rule has its exceptions. Perhaps I am that exception. I may possess untapped talent. Master, please accept me. I am hard-working and resilient. I can toil tirelessly." If he were to refuse her now, would it not mean the demise of his own ambitions? Xue Sanqian was deliberately making it difficult for the old man to decline. This was a game of strategy, leveraging her ability to harvest the ice magnolia fruit for an opportunity to enter the revered realm of medicinal alchemy and become Elder Hu's disciple, thus gaining a powerful ally. It was a deal that promised profit, contingent only upon her audacity. One must be shameless when the occasion calls for it. If she were to gain entry into the inner circle, seeking out Yuan would become significantly easier. Moreover, having already procured a pill from him, it was likely he would concoct more. Securing her place within the immortal medicine sect would grant her insight into his actions, as those alchemy chambers were managed under the auspices of the sect. With this in mind, Xue Sanqian steeled herself and boldly took action. She knelt, straightening her posture, and offered 3 respectful bows to Elder Hu, declaring, "Master, I bow 3 times in your presence." Elder Hu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had merely intended to accept a little apprentice. Yet here he found himself with a disciple. Having completed the 3 bows, to refuse her now would only invite ridicule, as it would be shameful for a dignified elder to toy with a mere outer disciple. "Forget it. Let's bring you in, should you succeed. It would indeed be a matter of great pride. Rise and accompany your master back. First, we shall procure you a fitting outfit. Let me be candid. I currently have no disciples, and you are my sole pupil. My expectations of you will be exceedingly stringent. If you feel unable to endure such demands, do not hesitate to speak up. A retreat may allow you to assume the role of an apothecary assistant instead." Elder Hu declared as he helped the young one to her feet, utilizing a teleportation talisman to whisk her away in an instant. Xue Sanqian's lips curled into a faint smile. How amusing! Having entered the door, how could one possibly expect to negotiate a demotion or a pay cut? Upon arriving at the immortal medicine sect, she followed Elder Hu to his mountain abode. Although Elder Hu was merely an elder of the sect, he had evidently established himself on this mountain early on, enjoying a splendid environment and picturesque views. "You shall reside in that wooden cabin nearby. Take this. All your necessities and changes of clothing are within," Elder Hu said, tossing her a beginner's storage pouch from the immortal medicine sect. "My dear, you haven't yet revealed your name." "In response to my master, I am called Sanqian." "Very well, Qian girl, please wait here while I fetch some items for you." Elder Hu retreated to the central, high-end wooden cabin, and after some commotion, he returned with another storage pouch. "During these 2 days of recuperation, you may begin your studies." Within this pouch lies the distilled essence of my lifelong knowledge, various herbs and elixirs. Let us see how far you can progress. If you can pass the assessment in 2 days, I shall formally register you as my disciple. Should you fail, it would imply a lack of aptitude, and one should not force what cannot be achieved. The implication was clear. The materials were provided, an examination awaited in 2 days, and failure would result in relegation to the role of an apothecary assistant. Xue Sanqian accepted the pouch containing her study materials. Pondering, you may have underestimated the efficiency of learning methods employed by those from a city. Time is of the essence. Eager to pass the assessment swiftly, she resolved to seize every moment. After a few jubilant hops towards her wooden cabin, she suddenly turned back. Master that, Elder Hu. Assuming the young girl sought to haggle, donned the stern visage of a strict teacher. These items are fundamental. If you cannot grasp them in 2 days, then, in truth, did she not possess an inkling of whether 2 days were sufficient to absorb a lifetime of distilled experience? Nevertheless, Xue Sanqian did not wish to negotiate. Master, I wish to remind you of the 6,300 Qin coins for the 2 ice Yulon fruits. Please remember to transfer them to me. Chapter 40. Not dirty. I like it. Elder Hu replied that the 6,300 Qin coins would be credited to her identity jade tablet. But whether she would possess her own identity jade tablet remained contingent upon her performance in the assessment. As long as there was no dishonesty, Xue Sanqian chose silence and immersed herself in her studies. She had always aspired to learn pharmacology and alchemy. This opportunity was a boon she could hardly complain about, nor would she lament exhaustion. Learning must be approached methodically. Fortunately, she possessed an abundance of strategies, having traversed from a new era. Her thought process is undeniably more agile than those of the locals. She categorized all knowledge points systematically, grouping multifunctional herbs into one category and single-function herbs into another. She began with the latter, distinguishing between primary enhancers, auxiliary enhancers, and those whose medicinal properties altered when combined. Through a meticulous categorization process, not only can one swiftly memorize the functions of various herbs, but also comprehend their underlying principles of application. Consequently, delving into the intricacies of elixirs becomes considerably more manageable, and recalling diverse combinations is no longer a daunting task. One need only commit a select few specialized formulas to memory. Additionally, she envisioned the content provided by Elder Hu as being divided into introductory, intermediate, and advanced levels of study. After methodically reviewing the foundational knowledge, she boldly surmised that if the individual in question was merely intent on creating difficulties, the examination would likely focus on the most perplexing queries. Thus, reinforcing the advanced material could be of paramount importance. The optimal time for effective learning is undeniably during the bright hours of the morning when one is most alert. Equally, one must prioritize rest when needed. After rejuvenating her spirit with a midday nap, Xue Sanqian resolved to seek out Yilanquan, the garments of the immortal medicine sect. Besides featuring the azure hue characteristic of inner disciples, displayed subtle distinctions in design. Adorning the wide sleeves was a depiction of a particular herb, the value of which varied according to one's rank within the sect. Xue Sanqian's sleeves showcased the esteemed high-grade herb, bamboo silk chrysanthemum, renowned as one of the finest healing herbs. Although she had yet to receive her identity jade token, this flower represented her status as a core disciple within the immortal medicine sect. Clad in such attire, Xue Sanqian's quest for Yilanquan was destined for success. Prior to her visit, she had meticulously brewed the medicinal concoction provided by Elder Hu. Given that he had recently self-proclaimed a technique bringing his physique closer to that of an ordinary person, this remedy should serve to bolster his health. Locating the new inner disciples posed no challenge, as they were still under unified supervision and had yet to be assigned to specific branches. After inquiring, Xue Sanqian discovered that, at this juncture, the new inner disciples were practicing at the martial arts arena, and she swiftly spotted Yilanquan among the crowd. It was not her speed in locating him that stood out, but rather the throng gathered around his solitary figure. Upon drawing closer for a clearer view, she recognized that the encircled individual was none other than Yilanquan. Hey kid, we're heading to the 8 treasure sects soon. Remember how you dared to offend their senior brother? It's time you learned your lesson. A lean, darkly clad man stepped forward, attempting to shove Yi Lanquan, though he found him unmoving. In the midst of the awkwardness, a subordinate rushed over, presenting a translucent orb resembling a crystal ball. Boss, I brought the memory orb. The darkly clad man smirked maliciously, gesturing for his companions to restrain Yi Lanquan like a prisoner. Clutching the orb in one hand, he aimed a punch at Yi Lanquan's abdomen with the other, delivering a forceful blow. The sound of impact echoed, and the assailant grimaced, shaking his hand as if the punch had not been light. Yet, the recipient remained utterly still, not uttering a sound. Xue Sanqian furrowed her brow, scanning the surrounding inner disciples. As the punch landed, they momentarily glanced over before promptly averting their eyes and retreating to their previous activities. 2 newly initiated disciples passed by her and kindly advised her to keep her distance, claiming that the members of the 8 treasure sect were notoriously overbearing. They suggested that if she wished to maintain her peace at the 3 pure sect, it would be best not to provoke them. Has he often been bullied like this? Xue Sanqian inquired. Just in the past couple of days, it seems he has been earmarked for the 8 treasure sect. One of them reminisced. The other shook his head, saying, "What do you mean earmarked? It's merely that rotund man from the 8 treasure sect who has paid enough money. Should be quiet. They call him Master Fu. You didn't see it, did you? Just yesterday, those few conspired to kick him into the lake, and Wu Ti let him come up. He was stuck in that lake for an entire night. The person they referred to was undoubtedly Yi Lanquan." Xue Sanqian's brow furrowed tightly. An entire night? Soaking in the lake all night. She gripped the medicine box even tighter, her heart ablaze. How could he endure such indignities? Was it necessary? Surely. Self-defense would not be excessive in this case. One must protect their own man. Ignoring the protests of bystanders, Xue Sanqian strode forward. As she approached, Yi Lanquan, who had been keeping his head lowered, seemed to sense her presence and slowly lifted his gaze. Upon seeing his filthy face, adorned with bruises and swelling, her anger flared anew. The gaunt man had yet to realize someone was behind him. He was confident that no one present would dare intervene, focusing solely on how to torment the man before him while recording it with a memory orb to present to Master Fu. Just as he lifted his foot, he noticed his subordinate's eyes widening in alarm. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but before he could react, he received a harsh kick to his back, followed by an undignified fall onto the ground. The surroundings fell silent, save for the soft gasps of those witnessing the sudden turn of events. What was happening? The bewildered gaunt man attempted to rise, only to find his back pinned down by a foot. A cold female voice echoed from behind. "Let him go, or I want to say it a second time." Among the lackeys holding Yi Lanquan down, one seemed to recognize the woman as a member of the immortal medicine sect. His eyes darted, and he quickly exclaimed, "We are working for the 8 treasure sect. What do you mean by intervening? The immortal medicine sect and the 8 treasure sect have always kept to themselves." The immortal medicine sect was known for its amicable nature, refraining from meddling in the disputes between factions due to their own stable interests. Furthermore, the members of the immortal medicine sect generally possessed lower combat abilities, adopting a policy of self-preservation. Are you implying that you wish to escalate this personal grievance into a factional issue? You want to expose your bullying of newly inducted disciples? Xue Sanqian smiled coldly, bending slightly to pick up the memory orb that had fallen beside the gaunt man. She cast a sidelong glance at the orb, recalling the tale of him being trapped in the lake for a night, and narrowed her eyes. With conviction, she smashed the memory orb onto the ground before declaring, "Send a message to Master Fu. This man is under my protection. I advise him to be wise. Leave some room for future encounters. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to handle him myself." Xue Sanqian remarked, deliberately revealing the bamboo silk chrysanthemum on her wide sleeve. Otherwise, as a closed-door disciple of the elder of the immortal medicine sect, I am not one to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the lean, dark-skinned man felt an immediate drop in his rebellious spirit. Unsure whether her words were genuine or merely a ruse, he hastily rose and fled with his companions, seemingly to relay the message to Master Fu. Xue Sanqian adjusted her skirt before meeting Yi Lanxuan's gaze. He intentionally avoided her eyes, silently conveying a warning to refrain from causing trouble. The mere mention of those words infuriated her, prompting her to step forward and attempt to seize his hand to lead him away, only to have him evade her grasp. What do you mean by that? Observing his disheveled state, she realized this was a scene unlike any she had witnessed during their time at the Sanqian sect. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have guessed he had endured hardship even while there. Lost in thought, her eyes involuntarily reddened, her mind drifting to his tragic demise, one that went unnoticed by all, while everyone else found their happiness, except for him. Yi Lanxuan subtly raised his gaze and caught sight of her reddened eyes. Assuming she was overthinking, he reluctantly explained, "It's dirty." Xue Sanqian sniffled, grasping his hand firmly. "Not dirty. I like it." Chapter 41. The snake scale at his waist, Yi Lanxuan's throat tightened slightly. The contact between their skin allowed him to sense the truth in her words. His eyes fell upon his hands, stained with mud and debris, remnants of a night spent forced in the lake. Initially, he had attempted to swim ashore, only to be blocked by the laughter of those few men. In the struggle to return, he nearly stumbled due to the softness of the riverbed, his hands sinking deeply into the muck as he tried to steady himself. Not dirty? He gazed at his darkened nails, for a fleeting moment, questioning if his abilities had faltered against her from the very beginning. Amidst his confusion, her flawless hand, as delicate as exquisite jade, gently led him onward. "I have brought you a medicinal soup beneficial for your health. Fortunately, I prepared some remedies on my way here, including some healing ointment. Take me to your residence. I shall examine it." Yi Lanxuan paused, aware of her nature and the futility of resisting her stubbornness. Moreover, given his current physical condition, it was wiser to acquiesce than to create further complications. He guided her to his nearest dwelling, contemplating shaking off her hand. Yet she seemed to see through his intentions, always managing to grip him tightly just before he succeeded. Eventually, he ceased to struggle. "Here we are." As he spoke, he successfully withdrew his hand while she surveyed the surroundings. "Is this where you reside?" Xue Sanqian's eyes widened slightly as she glanced at the solitary tree in this secluded area. No matter how lush its foliage, it was just a tree, and there were no small cabins above, implying that he had been sleeping on its branches these past few nights. How could one possibly rest well in such a manner? Oh, by the way, she suddenly remembered, does Yi Lanxuan even need to sleep? Even if he does, it must be an uneasy rest. What a bother. As night fell, Yi Lanxuan reluctantly offered an explanation. Due to his character and physical condition, he had scarcely spoken in recent days. But today his words surpassed those of the past 3 days combined. Xue Sanqian quickly grasped the nature of the trouble. Newly admitted inner disciples shared a common residence until assigned to different tasks, and he desired to avoid complications and the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. Thus, he sought a secluded spot to rest. How could she have imagined that Yi Lanxuan's understated existence within the Sanqian sect was marked by such restraint? Puffing her cheeks in exasperation, she pulled him behind a large tree, a relatively concealed spot, and insisted, "Let me examine your injuries." Yi Lanxuan frowned slightly. In truth, those individuals had not inflicted any severe harm upon him. At worst, he bore only superficial wounds. Although his body was currently in a state of disarray, these minor injuries would heal themselves once he returned to normalcy. "I do not require it," he stated firmly. "I don't care whether you think it's necessary. I care about what I deem necessary. You know my temperament." Seeing him remain steadfast, Xue Sanqian smiled mischievously. "You would be shy, would you?" "Shy? What kind of emotion is that?" Yi Lanxuan was momentarily distracted, allowing the woman before him to begin tugging at his garments, exposing his chest to the cool air. He frowned sharply, intending to stop her, but she, oblivious to her impertinence, pressed her soft form against him to avoid any struggle over the examination of his injuries. "You have 2 choices," she declared. 1. Allow me to check your injuries willingly. 2. I will insist upon it. Yi Lanxuan swallowed hard, acutely aware of her sweet, intoxicating scent. He felt her softness and warmth, and despite his current condition, this very state heightened his awareness of what it meant to be an ordinary person. It was only in this moment that he could embrace another without fear of causing harm, to connect with someone and experience the subtle nuances of human interaction. With his senses still sharply attuned, her sweetness enveloped him, igniting an instinctual impulse he found difficult to resist. He turned his head, inhaling deeply, aware of his own uncleanliness and unwilling to tarnish her pristine attire. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. He wished to trouble no one. Noticing his compliance, Xue Sanqian's delicate hands glided across his chest, pulling down the torn fabric to reveal his shoulders. Xue possessed a physique that was tailored yet robust, not overtly muscular, but perfectly fit for her tastes. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she seized the opportunity to indulge in a brief, playful touch. Nevertheless, she remained cognizant of the priority at hand. First and foremost, she needed to assess his injuries. It appears to be merely some superficial injuries. Allow me to apply some ointment. I shall endeavor to be gentle. As she spoke, she poured the medicinal oil into her palm, warming it with her body heat before locating the wounded areas. First, she set about retrieving a cloth to wipe them clean, then applied the oil. Given the limited conditions, a completely sterile procedure was unattainable, yet it was certainly preferable to neglect. As she worked her way down from his shoulder along the collarbone, traversing the pectorals and reaching the abdominal muscles, the previously docile man suddenly exhibited signs of resistance when she began to address the side of his waist. "It will be fine soon," he insisted, his demeanor markedly altered. In the midst of their struggle, Xue Sanqian abruptly noticed a layer of scales adorning the rear of his waist. What could this be? Just as she was about to reach out and touch it, he forcefully pressed her back against the tree, stating, "I said it's unnecessary. This is definitely not an injury." Meeting his icy gaze, Xue Sanqian firmly replied, "Moreover, there was no such scale-like substance on your waist previously." Xue, having observed and felt much of his physique, was quite certain of this fact. Watching her inquisitive demeanor, Xue's mind began to wrestle with conflicting thoughts. Memories of cold mockery flashing through his mind alongside his mother's disdainful glances. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes. A mere look can plunge one into a frigid abyss, revealing the essence of heartbreak. Is your curiosity insatiable? Of course, I wish to know all about you. Is it because of affection? Tell me, would you still feel the same? Monster, would you still harbor such feelings? His eyes exuded an icy chill, locking onto hers, as if hoping to unearth fear within her gaze, yet simultaneously frightened of discovering it. This internal conflict rendered him exceedingly restless. Xue Sanqian gently caressed his cheek, asking, "What troubles you? I cherish every part of you." With that, she rose onto her toes and delicately kissed the corner of his lips, careful yet brimming with compassion. Despite her repeated declarations of affection, she ultimately found it impossible to mend the myriad wounds in his heart. Nevertheless, she remained resolute. This was a war of attrition, and she would devote her life to healing him. The warmth at the corner of his mouth seemed to test his limits, akin to a hammer attempting to break through the walls he had erected. "I do not self-seal my abilities. I am a monster. At certain times, scales begin to emerge from my waist, rendering my techniques ineffective." Chapter 42. Do not touch. I am unusually sensitive. She had always believed his self-imposed restrictions were for Ling Xue's sake, to prevent trouble for her sect, and to quietly accompany her. It turned out that she had overthought and misjudged him. Yet, in the face of her misconceptions, he remained silent. Was it because her misunderstandings were inconsequential? Or had he grown numb to such things? "My apologies, it is my fault," Xue Sanqian murmured as she gently caressed the scales sprouting from his side. In truth, these scales were dark and glossy, rather aesthetically pleasing. As night fell, Sunyi did not expect that upon hearing such a dreadful truth, she would actually apologize. Not only that, but she also caressed his scales as if it were an ordinary occurrence. How could one be certain these were serpent scales? Might they belong to another creature? The curious child diligently stroked the scales, oblivious to the fact that such actions would provoke a restless yearning in the man. Unlike a mere fleeting desire, it bore an inexplicable air of ambiguity, teasing the most sensitive areas of his being. He opened his mouth, intending to halt her, Yet the soft, seductive sounds that escaped his lips compelled him to press them tightly together. Holding his breath, he seized her hand, which was rhythmically caressing, signaling her to cease. Xue Sanqian paused for a moment. His hand, though still somewhat cold, radiated a warmth that was not entirely frigid. It was akin to a temperature-regulating creature, absorbing her heat and gradually undergoing a transformation. She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, somewhat astonished. "Are you feeling something there? Your ears are quite red." Realizing the implications of her words, he found it difficult to reconcile such notions. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have shot her a cold glare and fiercely cast her hand aside. Yet he found himself saying, "Please, don't touch." His grip on her hand softened, nearly losing hold, but that infuriating woman switched to her other hand, clearly doing so on purpose, and unabashedly continued her explorations. Xue Sanqian watched him intently, not missing a trace of change in his expression. How should one describe it? The thrill of teasing him was undeniably delightful. Witnessing a hint of embarrassment on his icy visage, she mused that perhaps she was the only one in this world to have seen such a look upon him. Deciding to take her leave, Xue Sanqian withdrew her hand and proposed, "Why don't you stay at my place? After today's commotion, who knows what those boys might be scheming to gain favor with Master Fu. Now that I am part of the inner sect, it would be the same if you came to my quarters." Before departing, she conveniently took several teleportation talismans back to the immortal medicine sect. As elder who had only her as a disciple, and he was preoccupied with the sect's affairs, ensuring he would be unavailable for at least the next couple of days. Though Sun Yi wished to decline, Xue Sanqian had already made up her mind, and, as she spoke, she grasped his hand and activated the teleportation talisman. She brought him back to her quaint wooden cottage, where she began preparations for him to take a bath, changing him out of his soiled inner sect attire. "Drink this broth first. I've added some herbs to the bathwater to enhance your physique. Rest assured, I am a disciple of the immortal medicine sect, and these items are quite ordinary and require no payment." Sun Yi, for reasons unknown, felt the tension within him ease while staying with her. As the tightly wound string finally relaxed, fatigue surged forth, for his current constitution was closer to that of an ordinary person. Not long after soaking, he leaned against the bedside and drifted into a drowsy slumber. Xue Sanqian deliberately lit calming incense beside the bed. Indeed, she had infused both the drink and bath with soothing herbs. One must admit that Elder Hu's teaching materials were quite effective, and she was putting them to good use. Moreover, it is indeed true that the herbs in the small cabin require no expenditure. This place seemingly served as Elder Hu's storage for medicinal plants. Although the decorations are exceedingly simple, there exists a substantial herbal cabinet. Even the slightest trace of herbs here is not of any precious variety, thus posing no significant concern. Observing Yelanyun Peangeful Festasleep, she tidied up a bit and resumed her studies. This time, she directly revisited the key points she had previously organized, simulating various prescriptions in her mind based on different needs. During this process, she even improved some of the formulas found in her textbooks. Through her studies, she gained a considerable understanding of alchemy. It is built upon the foundation of herbal prescriptions, and both prescriptions and formulas can indeed be interchangeable. The only distinction lying in the purity of the herbs extracted during the alchemical process, which cannot be matched by mere boiling. Furthermore, the primary difference in the purification of alchemy, aside from the differences in the alchemical furnace, is predominantly the control of heat, which can be understood as the management of yang energy. In other words, though she had yet to master any techniques, it appeared feasible to purify and heat the alchemical furnace using the yang energy within her. She planned to wait until she officially became Elder Hu's disciple to borrow the alchemical furnace, attempting to transform her theoretical knowledge into reality. Should she succeed, the effect of the ice magnolia fruit she possessed would be substantially broadened. She vividly recalled that the extreme Yin pill could significantly enhance Yin cold internal energy. Striking a balance between work and rest, she acknowledged the necessity of sleep, promptly finishing her review of the remaining key points and organizing her materials. Contemplating the situation, she realized it was time for her to retire for the night. However, there was only a single bed. Stealthily approaching the bedside, she noticed that Yi Lanxuan, under the influence of a triple calming spell, was deeply asleep. Gently attempting to shift him further onto the bed, she discovered it was quite a challenge. With only one bed available and unable to shift him comfortably, she recognized the importance of rest. With a mischievous smile, she whispered, "This is not an attempt to take advantage of you. Rather, the circumstances compel me. Please bear with it." She removed her outer garments and slipped into the inner side, wrapping her arms around him as if cradling a doll. With the absence of cold, his lingering cool fragrance was still delightful, reminiscent of grass intermingled with a faint hint of mint, gradually lulling her into a deeper state of consciousness. Xue, in an extraordinary twist of fate, found himself dreaming, remarkably. It was not a nightmare. In this dream, he lay amidst a flower garden filled with fluttering butterflies, being embraced tightly by a plush creature whose temperature was just right, neither cold nor hot. However, as he lay there, the plush being gradually pressed down upon him, its fur covering his face, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. In his struggle, he abruptly opened his eyes to behold a rather ungracious sleeping posture of a certain woman, who, with no regard for modesty, held him close. Her lustrous, silky hair, due to her proximity, had cascaded over his neck and onto his face. He raised his hand to push aside her strands, catching a whiff of a subtle fragrance. Realizing he had momentarily lost focus, he intended to rouse the person beside him. However, when he leaned forward to find his bearings, his lips inadvertently brushed against her cheek. He froze momentarily, suddenly becoming acutely aware, and attempted to extricate himself from her embrace, only to discover that despite his current strength, he was unable to do so. It is better not to struggle than to struggle in vain. Now he sits up halfway, while she still clings to him tightly. The difference being that her embrace has shifted from his waist to lower down. She even nudges her cheek against his abdomen. His ears betray him, turning crimson. At this moment, he realizes something he had not before. Since the emergence of his serpentine scales, his lower half has become unusually sensitive. In Chapter 43, The Kiss of the Black Scales, do you not feel it? Her fair skin clings almost impenetrably to the black scales, the soft and delicate texture seemingly intertwining with the dark scales, transmitting an electric current of ambiguity that strikes directly at his meridians, spreading a delicious softness that fills his heart. It is akin to a faint current swirling within, causing his breath to hitch and an electrifying numbness to swell within him. He dares not move. Any motion would amplify the sensations brought on by the friction between the delicate skin and the black scales, which is perilously overwhelming. She is truly peculiar. He distances himself, yet she draws nearer, unabashedly entwining herself around him. Despite his attempts to reveal his anomaly in a bid to frighten her away, she remains undeterred, growing bolder in her advances. Taking a deep breath, he finds this newfound sensitivity brings a warmth he has never experienced nor could have imagined. For the first time, he understands that this is the warmth shared between individuals. But can he truly be considered human? How can one discern that these are serpentine scales and not some other type? Her earlier question resurfaces in his mind. He had refrained from answering, perhaps out of a desire to avoid recalling the past, or perhaps to maintain a semblance of dignity. His gaze settles on the black scales, which seemed to reflect the only smile his mother ever bestowed upon him. Yet that was merely a ruse, a bait to draw him into an abyss of darkness. The love you believe in is as toxic as arsenic. The kin you trust can be more ruthless than your enemies, enduring the torment of countless serpents. He languished in a world devoid of light, where cries for help fell on deaf ears. In the throes of despair, he grasped a fundamental truth. He possessed nothing. No one would come to his aid save for himself. Why must they treat him thus? He struggles to believe that perhaps his mother is entangled in her own troubles. Why not fight back? Even if it leads to his demise, he must escape this place. Ultimately, he survived, battered and bruised, and amidst the haze, he awakened the arcane spell of the ghost wheel. In this world, there are no free lunches, nor rewards without sacrifice. Every action bears a cost. From that moment on, his body underwent numerous transformations, and the serpentine scales began to manifest. He did not wish to be a monster, gritting his teeth as he tore away the scales, believing that it would restore his normalcy. The bloody wounds evoked no sympathy, only his mother's disdainful glances as he carefully concealed the scales behind him. Pretending to be an ordinary person, with utmost caution, he spoke, "I'm not a monster, mother. Look, my blood is red. Did I hurt you?" Amidst the haze of slumber, Xue Sanqian stirred awake, propping herself up, her consciousness gradually returning. She became acutely aware of the rather shameless predicament of entangling herself with another's body, eliciting an awkward smile from her lips. Her voice, soft yet insistent, successfully roused Xue Sanqian from his reverie. However, as he shifted his gaze to her delicate shoulder, his eyes lingering on her smooth, icy skin, a thought crossed his mind. Had her complexion improved significantly? Xue Sanqian tilted her head in confusion, trying to discern the source of his gaze. Following his line of sight, she found it resting between her bosoms, instinctively puffing out her chest. Was it pleasing to the eye? After all, one would presume that someone of his esteemed background would have been educated in the propriety of modesty between the sexes. Oh, so it is appealing then? With a playful grin, she leaned closer to the slightly flustered yet still composed gentleman. Outrageous. This woman was utterly outrageous. As Xue Sanqian attempted to rise, the awkward positioning led to a tug that caused the unsteady Xue Sanqian to instinctively cling to his lower body. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, as an unexpected sensation reverberated through him, resulting in some uncharacteristic sounds. Mistaking her actions for causing him discomfort, she gingerly touched the black scales at his waist, inquiring, "Did I hurt you?" "It was unintentional. Shall I blow on it?" With that, she leaned closer, gently blowing upon the black scales. "Stop." The sudden sensation on his most sensitive area was indescribable, causing his face to flush crimson. "What is the matter? Don't you find this repulsive?" Even he found the situation distasteful. Each time the serpent scales emerged, he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat into silence, preferring the pain of his own flesh over the prospect of seeking attention. It was then that Xue Sanqian realized the implications of his serpentine scales. A bold notion surged forth, igniting her excitement as she extended her nimble fingers and, with a mischievous glint, pressed her lips against the black scales, daringly licking them once, then twice. Through her actions, she conveyed her utter lack of fear or concern. Xue Sanqian's complexion deepened in hue, a torrent of heat flooding his senses as he felt himself pushed back onto the bed, glaring at her in a mix of embarrassment and fury. "Are you a pervert?" With innocent eyes, Xue Sanqian blinked. "How can you say such a thing? After all, I am a girl of considerable charm. Stop feigning innocence." Once again, he sensed no trace of revulsion from her. Instead, she appeared increasingly exhilarated. "Do you feel anything? Be quiet. Your face is so red." "Are you?" Her words were abruptly silenced by his lips crashing against hers. Their gazes locked, as if he were engaged in a battle of wills with her, seeking to punish her disobedience. He reassured himself that this was not a kiss, but rather a reprimand to silence her incessant chatter. Yet, as she fearlessly responded to him, even daring to caress the scales at his waist, he felt his mind begin to cloud. The line between punishment and something altogether different blurred, and in that moment, they became inseparable, perhaps just as it was meant to be. She caressed the black scales with one hand while her other hand wove around the nape of his neck, gradually shifting from passivity to initiative. The heat of their breaths intertwined, a subtle whisper lingering between them, reminiscent of tender spring shoots breaking through the earth, forming ambiguous notes under the nourishing spring rain. "Xue Sanqian, have you risen yet?" A sudden voice from outside the cabin interrupted the two on the bed. Xue Sanqian jolted awake, attempting to rise, but was restrained by the person beneath her. "What are you doing?" "Just discussing a matter. If you disagree, why not let those outside come in to take a look?" Threatening him to use your own purity as leverage? "Will you retract those black scales when the time comes? If they fall away, send them to me. Never underestimate how mad this woman can be." "What do you want that for?" "To collect. Perhaps I could learn some sorcery that would make you see and think of no one but me." Being discovered here would leave no room for rebuttal. Xue Sanqian ceased her playful banter, swiftly pulled her off the bed and grabbed the dried inner door martial attire nearby, nimbly climbing out the window. Xue Sanqian glanced in the direction he departed. Although she wished to tease him further, preserving her current support was quite essential, so she hurriedly composed herself and stepped outside. "Master, did you call for me?" "Girl, there has been an unexpected situation. I just received a transmission notice. The entire Xianyao sect is to gather at the Xianyao Hall immediately. Come with me." Chapter 44, by Dan Fong. Medicinal Duel. What is happening? The Xianyao sect is mobilizing en masse. What has transpired? Xue Sanqian nodded slightly, obediently following Elder Hu. Along the way, she pondered the circumstances unfolding within the Xianyao sect. Unfortunately, her memories of the original text were primarily centered around Yuan, leaving her with scant recollection of other plot lines. Thus, she could only adapt as events unfolded. Upon arriving at the Xianyao Hall, she realized the number of people in the entire Xianyao sect was relatively small compared to other branches, and a significant portion seemed to be of advanced age, with scarcely any fresh blood among them. However, this was to be expected, for in a world dominated by martial prowess, everything, be it medicinal pills or talismans, was aimed at enhancing one's own strength. The individuals here preferred strengthening their innate abilities over relying on external forces. Thus, those who chose to cultivate external powers were few, typically supplementing their primary focus on internal techniques with occasional external practices. Xue Sanqian closely followed Elder Hu, as the collective gaze of the assembly was primarily fixed upon a group in the center of the hall, distinguishable by their pale lavender robes, indicating they were not from the Sanqing sect. Once the gathering seemed sufficient, the leader of the Xianyao sect, an elder with a beard of both black and white, slowly stroked his beard, signaling that it was time to commence. Commence? Commence what? Perhaps sensing Xue Sanqian's confusion, Elder Hu leaned closer and whispered an explanation. The visitors were from Bai Dan Fong, and they had some connections with our Xianyao sect. In simple terms, they had come to duel with medicinal herbs. If they lost, the Xianyao sect would have to allow them to utilize their herb garden for 3 years. Upon Elder Hu's mention, she suddenly recalled a segment of the plot. Indeed, the reason the female protagonist ascended so swiftly within the Sanqing Gate was her assistance in resolving a troublesome matter for the Xianyao sect. It cannot be deemed a complete resolution. However, due to her efforts, the sect granted her a unique privilege, allowing her to purchase high-grade herbs at a discounted rate, while ordinary herbs could be utilized free of charge. The cultivation method she practiced was rather feeble in its initial stages and presented considerable challenges for advancement, necessitating external support for breakthroughs. The benefits provided by the Xianyao sect significantly aided her progress. As she pondered these matters, the lead elder of the Biden workshop began to raise objections. He insisted that the upcoming alchemical contest required the participation of the younger generation, as the future of their strength and prominence could not solely rely on the familiar faces of the past. Otherwise, what significance would this contest hold, but for mere trickery? This Su appears to have come well prepared. Elder Hu muttered, frowning in discontent. There was no need for her master to elaborate further. She had already discerned that the Xianyao sect had no new disciples upon reaching the alchemical hall. As soon as Elder Su's words fell, whispers circulated in the vicinity. He then scoffed. What is the matter? Is the Xianyao sect afraid to compete? Or do a few of the old-timers believe that their longevity affords them the right to deny the younger generation an equitable battle? Xue Sanqian furrowed her brow, recollecting the details. In the original narrative, the contest at Baidan Workshop involved the antidote to toxins, wherein each party would provide a poison for mutual exchange, followed by the concoction and consumption of their respective antidotes. The victor would be determined by which side could neutralize the poison in the shortest time, with the most rapid efficacy determining the winner. The Xianyao sect, being inept at concocting poisons, implied that their provided toxins would be relatively easier to counteract, whereas the Baidan Workshop, known for its ruthlessness, consisted of individuals primarily seeking profit through elixirs, lacking any semblance of benevolence typical of healers. Thus, the toxins they provided were significantly harder to remedy. At a crucial moment, when the Xianyao sect appeared on the verge of defeat, the female protagonist intervened, presenting the wand Xue Dan bestowed upon her by the male lead, a prized royal offering. The instant she consumed the wand Xue Dan, it neutralized the poison from the Baidan workshop, catching them off guard. Subsequently, due to her not being a formally recognized disciple of the Xianyao sect, a dispute ensued, resulting in both parties conceding ground. They decided to divide the herb garden managed by the Xianyao sect in half for a duration of 1.5 years. Though it seemed a mere year and a half, the abundant spiritual energy of Sanqing Mountain made herb cultivation exceptionally rewarding, rendering even this brief period of time quite significant. As Xue Sanqian reminisced, the plot was advancing, and both sides had now produced their respective poison pills, preparing to designate representatives for the confrontation. Her thoughts raced with possibilities. The worst-case scenario would still involve her stepping forward. In other words, even if she faced the challenge, her life would be guaranteed. Just as the members of the Xianyao sect exchanged uncertain glances, unable to decide who would take the risk, she boldly declared, "I shall go. I am the latest entrant among this group of disciples, making me the most suitable candidate." As her declaration echoed, Elder Hu's mustache bristled with urgency. "No. You have only just arrived. Why should you seek to draw attention to yourself?" Though his voice was moderate, many present could hear him. Yet, his unrecognized disciple responded nonchalantly, "I am the youngest here. Losing would be expected, while winning would be a gain." This assertion was, indeed, not without merit. It appears that the immortal herb sect has truly become desolate, with only a fledgling disciple stepping forward to shoulder the responsibility. Xue Sanqian took a few steps forward, offering a polite smile as she retorted, "Though I am but a novice in the immortal herb sect, my exploration of pharmacology may well rival that of Elder Xue, who merely boasts a longer existence." "You." Elder Xue was taken aback. What began as her jesting about the immortal herb sect had turned into a situation where she felt somewhat embarrassed by this young one's words. Enough of this triviality. Let us commence. With that, she swiftly consumed a toxic pill from Baden Fang, turning to Elder Hu and speaking in a tone audible to him, "If I emerge victorious, shall we forego the test? What nonsense is this girl spouting? It has only been a little over a day. What prowess could she possibly possess? Furthermore, is this truly a matter of winning or losing? This is a matter of life and death. However, with the arrow knocked, it must be loosed." Despite Elder Hu's impatience, the girl had already ingested the toxic pill. What more could he possibly say now? Both sides had completed their ingestion of the poison, and an array of herbs was methodically brought forth. After all, they were in the immortal herb sect, where herbs were abundant. Logically, after consuming the poison, Xue Sanqian should have exhibited an immediate reaction. Yet, whether due to her unique constitution or some other reason, the effects of the poison were slow to manifest. She experienced little suffering and was gradually savoring the flavor of the toxin. She dipped her brush into ink and began to write down the flavors of the herbs she was experiencing. A nearby disciple of the immortal herb sect glanced at the paper and instinctively read aloud, "Lucian leaf, Baiwa root, Zetone wood? This cannot be right. These herbs are all benign." The surrounding disciples of the immortal herb sect nodded and shook their heads in response. Nodding indicated that these herbs were indeed non-toxic, while shaking their heads suggested despair, for surely this meant that the contest of poisons was lost. Chapter 45. A treasure found, to be nurtured at home. It is well known that a concoction entitled the toxic pill cannot simultaneously contain 3 beneficial herbs, and indeed, Lucian leaf, Baiwa root, and Zetone wood are all decidedly advantageous to the body. Unperturbed by the murmurs around her, Xue Sanqian remained focused on her perception. Through this heightened awareness, she discovered something remarkable. She could utilize the yin and yang energies within her body to perceive the yin and yang energies contained within the toxic pill's herbs. How should one articulate this ability? It may seem of little practical use, yet she located a Lucian leaf among the plethora of herbs on the table. Not through scent or taste, but by channeling her internal energies to resonate with its yin energy. Much like she could perceive the degree of yin energy within the icy magnolia, she was equally capable of discerning the level of yin energy within the Lucian leaf. What does this signify? While aromas and flavors may vary due to numerous combinations and subjective or objective interferences, the yin and yang energies of a particular herb remain unperturbed. She set aside the 6 xian leaves and picked up a root of the 100 fruits. Indeed, the yin and yang energies contained within different herbs are distinct. The 6 xian leaves possess only yin energy, while the 100 fruits root embodies a harmonious balance of both yin and yang. She distinctly tasted the flavor of the 6 xian leaves in the poison pill, as it had a unique taste, marked by a peculiar fishy essence reminiscent of sea fish. This marine scent is challenging to eliminate. Even when masked, it remains distinct and easily detectable. This indicated that the poison pill must contain the 6 xian leaves. The 6 xian leaves are not toxic herbs and do not react with other herbal components. They are notably stable, making them a common benign herb with broad applications. They can be used for healing wounds and for bodily regulation, exhibiting remarkable efficacy against liver heat and dryness, and they are among the mildest in their category. Why then? Would a poison pill from Hunter Dan Workshop contain them? With her eyes closed, she continued to fully sense the 6 xian leaves within the poison pill. Wait, something is amiss. The 6 xian leaves are purely yin, yet the component in this elixir is not. A bold hypothesis surged in her mind, as if a tightly shut door had been slightly ajar. Following this opening, she pressed further and suddenly grasped the concept, fully swinging the door wide open. She understood now. This made sense. Swiftly, she documented the remaining singularly toxic herbs and, based on her perception of the yin and yang components and their intensity within the poison pill, she outlined the essential steps for concocting the antidote. Subsequently, she began to prepare the medicines with great alacrity, with the composition of the poison pill in hand. Formulating the antidote became significantly easier, allowing her to simultaneously refine the formula while preparing it, thus saving time. The antidote's preparation was straightforward. It did not require alchemical processes. The essence of antidote creation lies in pharmacology, and since this poison pill was merely a toxic blend resulting from pharmacological interactions, there was no need for elaborate methods to form the antidote. Just as everyone believed Xue Sanqian was destined to fail and began to consider rescue options, she lifted a small bowl of the concocted potion to her lips, having consumed nearly half of it, signaling that she had completed her task. I am ready. This is the formula I have deduced for the poison pill from Hunter Dan Workshop, and this is the antidote I have formulated. She intentionally prepared 2 copies of each formula, handing one to a disciple of the Immortal Medicine sect to be delivered to the sect leader, while personally presenting the other to Elder Xue of Hunter Dan Workshop. At this moment, the competitors from Hunter Dan Workshop were still concluding their preparations, indicating that, in terms of speed, Xue Sanqian had triumphed. However, Elder Xue was skeptical that this newly initiated disciple from the Immortal Medicine sect could discern the intricacies of their poison pill. He disdainfully accepted the 2 formulas, his mind already concocting scornful remarks, ready to unleash his derision. A cursory glance at the prescription, however, left his words stuck in his throat. What? How is this possible? You claim to be a new disciple of the Immortal Medicine sect? Elder Xue trembled, staring incredulously at the young girl before him. To observe, she is merely a young girl, not particularly aged. How could she possibly possess such knowledge? Moreover, such subtle distinctions, unless one were the creator of the poison. How could she discern them? Snow 3000's heart, which had been slightly anxious, found solace upon witnessing Elder Xue's expression. It seemed her reasoning was indeed correct. Yes, just the night before last, Elder who had welcomed me into the Immortal Medicine sect and provided me with several pharmacological texts for self-study. This response, instead of being innocuous, left Elder Xue astounded, his mouth agape as he cast an inquiring glance at Elder Hu. Elder Hu nodded in affirmation, but, mindful of his reputation, added, "She is indeed my pupil, and I intended to assess her tomorrow. Should she fail, I would have to reconsider her status as my disciple." What? Such talent? And you still deliberate? Elder Xue was momentarily taken aback, his composure shaken, causing him to stagger backwards. Yet, he soon regained his resolve, suddenly pressing with fervor. You must be guessing. How else could you know that the 6 mysterious leaves are toxic? Toxic? The crowd, already enveloped in confusion, became even more perplexed. Snow 3000 smiled, explaining, I possess a unique constitution. When I tasted the poison pill, I discerned that the 6 mysterious leaves used were not those harvested in the usual manner, but rather those that had withered and fallen. Am I not correct? You, how could you possibly taste that? Elder Sue's eyes widened in disbelief. Snow 3000, of course, could not elucidate the intricacies of her perception and instead offered a vague explanation about her peculiar constitution, noting that the flavor of the 6 mysterious leaves had altered, infused with a hint of warmth. This served as an ambiguous justification for the blending reaction caused by the mingling of pure yin and yang energies. To be bested by a mere novice? Elder Sue, overwhelmed by the revelation, succumbed to the pressure, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. His accompanying disciples rushed forward to catch him. With their leader incapacitated, they could hardly stir any change, hastily bearing their elder away. As they exited, they brushed past the unsuspecting Ling Xue, who entered the immortal medicine hall with a perplexed expression. Snow 3000 raised her brow slightly, thinking, my apologies, original protagonist. I have usurped some of the privileges you were entitled to within the immortal medicine sect. However, it is but a minor resource, hardly significant. Turning to Elder Hu, she innocently inquired, Master, do I still need to undergo the test tomorrow? This question jolted Elder Hu from his stupor. Indeed, he realized the treasure he had found. What need is there for a test? She must be nurtured and cherished. Chapter 46, Securing Assets. Proceeding to Selection. Upon seeing Ling Xue enter the immortal medicine hall, Snow 3000 wisely retreated to stand beside Elder Hu. After all, Ling Xue was the protagonist. She had no desire to steal the spotlight or draw undue attention, which would only complicate matters for her. Ling Xue stepped to the center of the hall and bowed respectfully to the master of the immortal medicine sect, saying, Master of the immortal medicine sect, my master has sent me to request your presence at the Sanqian Assembly Hall, as there are important matters to discuss. Xue Sanqian lowered her gaze, realizing that the female protagonist's appearance at the immortal medicine sect was due to this. Who is the female protagonist's master? It seems to be Elder Fong, the leader of the Luochuan sect, one of the 3 great protectors of the Sanqian sect. The leader of the Luochuan sect specializes in the water and wood arts, with disciples adept in control and healing spells. Though the damage dealt by their own techniques is modest, their supportive role within a team is unparalleled. The Luochuan sect has always maintained a cordial relationship with the immortal medicine sect, so their correspondence is entirely normal. However, what pressing matter could warrant sending a beloved disciple to personally invite the master of the immortal medicine sect? Though I have not thoroughly studied the original text. With a clever mind, Xue Sanqian narrowed her eyes, concluding that it must pertain to the matter of Xue Mingjing, the heir of the Xue family, as their issues have yet to be fully resolved. This implies that if one seeks to obtain first-hand information regarding the Xue family, the Luochuan sect may serve as a crucial entry point. Nevertheless, she currently could not find a suitable reason to explore the Luochuan sect, so she opted to remain steady for the moment, taking one step at a time. After the master of the immortal medicine sect agreed, Ling Xue noticed that he still needed some time to deliberate over internal matters, so she wisely withdrew. Once the female protagonist departed, the master of the immortal medicine sect turned his attention to Xue Sanqian, saying, Elder Hu, Sanqian is your closed-door disciple. Now that you have a disciple, you must take your responsibilities seriously instead of being idle. Elder Hu immediately adopted a protective stance, shielding his disciple behind him, and replied earnestly, Rest assured, master. This old man has but one disciple. If anyone dares to lay a hand on her, I shall fight to the death. A closed-door disciple is not merely a disciple, but a legacy. Elder Hu has devoted his life to pharmacology and remained solitary. Now that he has accepted a closed-door disciple, he is determined to teach diligently and protect her with his life. His words not only expressed his stance, but also indirectly declared to the entire immortal medicine sect that Sanqian is his closed-door disciple. While subtly warning those with ill intentions to reconsider, lest they provoke his wrath. The master of the immortal medicine sect secretly rolled his eyes. Sanqian had rendered significant service to the sect. Sanqian, do you have any rewards in mind? Feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost to satisfy your request. How could he not strive to meet her desires? In the original text, the female protagonist had merely reclaimed half of the medicinal herb garden for the sect. Yet now it comprised the entire garden. Xue Sanqian contemplated for a moment. With Elder Hu's protection, acquiring herbal resources seemed meaningless. Clearly, the rewards initially granted to the female protagonist were not suitable for her circumstances. After a few moments of serious consideration, she stated, I desire a plot of medicinal herb field and a pill refining chamber. At first glance, the request appears modest, merely asking for a field and a chamber. But upon deeper reflection, this signifies a transformation from the sect's assets into Xue Sanqian's personal real estate. In the long run, this value is indeed difficult to assess. Within the hall of the immortal medicine sect, silence enveloped the crowd. Her request seemed reasonable yet unprecedented, leaving them uncertain whether to commend Sanqian's cleverness or something else entirely. The master of the immortal medicine sect pondered briefly before smiling. Very well, it shall be granted to you. Did he truly agree? Elder Hu blinked in disbelief, hardly able to trust his own ears. Instinctively, he reached out to pinch himself. The sect leader continued, You will be allotted a patch of medicinal herb field and an alchemy chamber. I shall send someone to deliver the ownership plaques to your master, who will then guide you to inspect the land. As Elder Hu's prized disciple, you represent the fresh vigor of our immortal herb sect. I hope you will make good use of these resources and grow into a remarkable talent for our sect. Having spoken, the sect leader directed the elder in charge of affairs to attend to this matter and departed for the Sanqian conference hall. With the leader's words, the efficiency of the proceedings accelerated remarkably. After Elder Hu received the plaques, he led his treasured disciple to inspect their new domain. My dear girl, you are quite impressive. Your little mind is rather astute. You've managed to acquire what others would spend a lifetime in the immortal herb sect without ever attaining. As Elder Hu spoke, he gazed at the two jade plaques in his hands. One could discern that the differing qualities of the plaques signified the varying standards of the herb garden and the alchemy chamber. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow, pondering. What has come over the sect leader today? He is notoriously frugal, yet he has agreed to your request and provided jade plaques. However, upon their arrival at the designated site, Elder Hu's irritation flared. This old fellow, I thought he had changed his ways. The jade plaque is merely a fade. Look at this land. It is good land, yet it is steep and exceedingly inconvenient to use. Hardly anyone rents it. Xue Sanqian glanced at her allocated herb garden and mused. The land is inert, but people are not. It can be transformed. It merely depends on the cost and the methods employed. Master, it is already a blessing to receive this. Shall we now inspect the alchemy chamber? Noticing her calm demeanor, Elder Hu felt a surge of agitation himself. He took a deep breath, reflecting that his disciple was far too easily satisfied. However, given that she was originally a mere outer sect assistant, her current fortune was indeed commendable. Nodding, he promptly led her to the alchemy furnace that belonged to her. Upon entering, he exclaimed, The sect leader is truly taking advantage of your ignorance. This furnace is infuriating. What is wrong with the furnace? Is it of inferior quality? Xue Sanqian inquired, bewildered. Not at all. On the contrary, it is the finest among all alchemy furnaces. Elder Hu retorted, his face reddening with frustration. Confounded, Xue Sanqian asked. If it is the best, why are you so incensed? Meeting her puzzled gaze, Elder Hu frowned. Indeed, it is the best, but it is difficult to operate. The fire burns poorly, consuming an excessive quantity of heavenly kindling, which is why, like that herb garden, it remains unleased. Xue Sanqian could not help but chuckle, realizing the sect leader's miserly nature. You still find amusement in this? Elder Hu huffed, his mustache bristling once more. Master, do not be upset. Since we are here, we must make the best of it. After all, it is within our power to create change. Casting her eyes upon the larger, intricately designed yet dimly hued alchemy furnace, she pondered silently. If it cannot be ignited, it is likely due to insufficient yang energy, which is inadequate to activate and sustain its operation. This principle is akin to cooking. A small pot is easy to manage, while a large pot requires effort. Yet, once mastered, the larger pot can yield greater efficiency. Do you not agree? My girl, your mindset is commendable. Elder Who sincerely acknowledged. Snow 3000 smiled, pondering whether it was permissible to approach Yi Lanxuan in such a manner. How could one possibly usurp someone from the magnetic aura of the original female protagonist? It seemed that she would soon find herself embroiled in a flurry of activity. Contemplating this, Snow 3000 casually inquired of Elder Who, Master, do you know where the newly admitted disciples are at this moment? Elder Who, believing his precious disciple was concerned about the formalities of entering the immortal medicine sect, explained, you are different from them. Our sect leader has already given his approval, so you need not participate in today's selection of new inner disciples. Moreover, that process is merely a formality. Many capable individuals have already been earmarked, and the rest will have to rely on fate. Today, indeed, was the day for the selection of new inner disciples. She felt compelled to witness it herself. Yi Lanxuan's current physical condition was far from optimal, and she needed to keep an eye on him for her own peace of mind. Chapter 47. The Wheel of Battle? A kiss upon his wound. Snow 3000 hastily concocted a flimsy excuse, claiming that now that she was officially a member of the Immortal Medicine sect, she needed to tidy up her former residence. And then she dashed away like the wind. Elder Who contemplated commenting on the worthlessness of the belongings in that decrepit place, but reconsidered, recognizing that his treasured disciple always had her own intentions. Thus, he decided to let her be. After all, she was his apprentice, deserving of his indulgence. The selection for new inner disciples was being held at the martial arts arena, a place Snow 3000 had visited before, and she quickly found her way there. By the time she arrived, the selection had already commenced. The arena was divided into 4 distinct zones, each catering to different branch preferences. There was the 10,000 Swords sect, which emphasized personal combat prowess. The Cave Profound sect focused on spiritual techniques and never engaged in battle. The 8 Treasures sect, which, while slightly lacking in personal combat ability, excelled in the use of magical artifacts. And finally, the Immortal Medicine sect and the Luochuan sect, which served as supportive factions. In the original narrative, Yi Lanxuan had chosen the 10,000 Swords sect. She had previously wondered why, given his affection for Ling Xue and his own Ina tribute techniques, he did not infiltrate the Luochuan sect instead. Now, it became clear that it was not a matter of choice, but rather that, given his current condition, he was incapable of attending at all. As she pondered this, she focused on the selection of new inner disciples in the 10,000 Swords sect area. The selection process was quite straightforward, emphasizing strength above all. With limited spots available, each individual was to select their preferred faction and showcase their combat potential through duels, after which the respective sects would make their selections. Those who were not chosen would be allocated based on the circumstances of each faction. The 10,000 Swords sect specialized in swordsmanship, making it easy to locate the relevant area. As fortune would have it, Snow 3000 arrived just in time to witness Yi Lanxuan engaged in combat on stage, seemingly embroiled in a fierce struggle. Observing Yi Lanxuan, who appeared somewhat unsteady, she immediately noticed the rips in his martial attire. Blood flowed freely, and the depth of the crimson hue indicated that old wounds had been exacerbated by fresh injuries. How could this be? This was not part of the narrative. She could not possibly overlook any plot related to Yi Lanxuan. The only explanation was that her presence had caused certain events to unfold differently. It is akin to her having shielded him from harm on 2 occasions. These injuries did not vanish outright, but rather returned to him under circumstances that were reasonable. TSK. Must one strive so fiercely for merely an opportunity? A female disciple from the Luochuan sect murmured from the sidelines. Xue Sanqian turned her gaze at the sound, noticing that Ling Xue was beside the disciple. Soon after, she heard a disciple from the Wanjian sect, seemingly seizing the opportunity to flirt, explaining, perhaps he fervently wishes to join our Wanjian sect. One must understand that without some skill, one cannot gain entrance. At present, only 1 spot remains. However, to be fair, this lad is indeed pushing himself too hard. Though one might argue that his misfortune lies in the fact that only one spot is left when it is his turn. If he wins, he shall claim that spot, thus transforming this into a grueling battle. Xue Sanqian's thoughts raced. If the sole purpose was to lie low within the Sanqing sect, why not do so elsewhere? Moreover, did he not express a desire for discretion? Engaging in such a combative struggle, could he truly remain inconspicuous? If he sought to be low-key, wouldn't it be more prudent to concede? It was not that she was overthinking, but rather that she had no choice but to ponder deeply. Her gaze subtly shifted to Ling Xue, observing her focus on Yi Lanxuan. At that moment, Ling Xue, who had remained silent for quite some time, spoke. Each individual has their aspirations, and if he harbors such ambition, it is commendable. The path of martial arts is fraught with hardship. Should one easily relinquish it, they would undermine their own resolve. Conversely, perseverance may yield opportunities for growth. With our disciples from Luochuan sect present, he shall remain safe. If the moment arises, we shall intervene. A nearby female disciple quickly echoed, "Senior sister speaks wisely. I have learned much." Upon hearing this exchange, Xue Sanqian felt an unsettling sensation in her heart. The implication was clear. If Yi Lanxuan were to face peril, Ling Xue would take action. If she were absent, it might be one thing, but here she was, witnessing it all, allowing her beloved to forge bonds with another woman without intervening. Just as she contemplated this, a commotion erupted around her. Something appeared to transpire on stage. Xue Sanqian swiftly focused her attention, only to witness the disciple battling Yi Lanxuan, drawing his sword across the latter's neck. Although he managed to evade swiftly, the pain from the injury diminished his agility, resulting in the blade grazing his skin. This should not have been a fatal wound. Yet the blade glimmered ominously in the sunlight as someone shouted, "That blade is poisoned." The uproar ensued from that moment. Yi Lanxuan remained composed, gritting his teeth. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent presumed he would surrender, he executed a swift kick, sending the assailant tumbling off the stage. As if untouched by pain, he propped himself up with the sword, somewhat indistinctly declaring, "Who else wishes to challenge?" Aspiring to secure the final spot is one matter, but taking advantage of another's misfortune is quite another. Regardless of how benevolent the Sanqing sect may be, it remains a prestigious and righteous sect, who would openly seize the opportunity to take advantage of someone in such a scenario. Moreover, whether or not they could succeed, such actions would likely not be well received by the other disciples of the Wanjian sect, potentially burdening them with a tainted reputation for their future endeavors. The spectators exchanged glances, none daring to step forward, thus solidifying the last available spot. In the original narrative, Yi Lanxuan was indeed a disciple of the Wanjian sect. The arduous journey had merely been a trial, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The poison on the sword began to take effect, with the wound on her neck transitioning from crimson to a deep violet, prompting a surge of murmurs from the onlookers. This injury could prove minor or grave. Should the toxin be particularly potent, lingering repercussions might ensue. The presence of the Luochuan sect should pose no issue, or so one would think. Yet, what significance does that hold? Is it the swiftness of their antidote preparation that matters, or the rapidity with which the poison invades the bloodstream? As others remarked, Xue Sanqian glanced at Ling Xue, discovering that she had produced the royal Wan Jie pill, meant for the Baidenfang incident. What a revelation! Ultimately, it seems this elixir is destined for use, whether to gain favor with Yi Lanxuan or to extract benefits from the immortal medicine sect. However, it became evident that Ling Xue, holding the Wan Jie pill, hesitated to deploy immediately. She was in a quandary. What was there to ponder? Yi Lanxuan, you have misplaced your trust. In the original text, you sacrificed yourself for her. Yet what of her? In her heart, you were never the one free from weighing the pros and cons suddenly. A fleeting figure clad in pale blue darted past, reminiscent of a fleeting bamboo chrysanthemum. Before the crowd could react, the individual on stage was forcefully pulled. A young girl pressed her lips against the young man's wounded neck and drew forth a mouthful of toxic blood, expelling it violently. Yi Lanxuan's pupils dilated. Her mind momentarily short-circuited. Chapter 48. I come to embrace the darkness. Never once had she furrowed her brow in pain, even in the throes of poisoning. Yi Lanxuan maintained her composure, yet she found herself ensnared in a state of bewilderment upon encountering Xue Sanqian. The warmth of her lips seeped into the wound, the heartbeat resonating in her ears, distinctly audible. Unlike the pain from combat, this sensation bore an exquisite itch that struck at her very core, prompting an instinctual desire to flee, akin to unwittingly grazing the sweetness of forbidden fruit with reason stealthily undermined. Wake up! What are you? Do you not realize? Do you even deserve this? Such beautiful moments often tug at the deepest vulnerabilities of the heart. Much like light casting shadows, certain elements cling persistently, deeply rooted. With a forceful shove, she pushed the perpetrator away, only to witness the initial mouthful of extracted poison swallowed slowly before his eyes. How could one know the nature of the poison without tasting it? Following the Baden Fang incident, the meticulously crafted poison pills had failed to exert any substantial effect on her. How formidable could a mere sword poison, wielded by a novice disciple, truly be? Xue Sanqian acknowledged her impulsiveness, yet she was not recklessly rash. She was acutely aware of the balance required. Was such an extreme necessary? In truth, the very moment she inhaled the toxin, she had contemplated the ramifications. It is essential to recognize that some opportunities, once lost, can never be reclaimed. The protagonist's halo is not something a mere pawn can contend with. She must take risks, act swiftly and decisively in order to seize even a fleeting advantage. The cherry blossom pink tip of her tongue caressed her lips, stained a deep crimson with blood. A gentle breeze tousled her ebony tresses, while the sunlight illuminated her porcelain skin, rendering it translucent. Her gaze was both resolute and tender. Despite her seemingly fragile exterior, she acted with unwavering decisiveness, exuding an ineffable aura of dominance. Come with me. I shall take you back to Heal. Xue Sanqian had pondered long enough, and without allowing Yi Lanxuan to voice any objections, she activated a teleportation talisman, bringing him to her quaint wooden cabin. Yi Lanxuan withdrew his hand, coldly asserting, "You should not have taken such unnecessary action." While busily preparing medicine, Xue Sanqian scoffed, "What? Do you wish to wait for the one you long for, Ling Xue? To rescue you? Have you not seen her hesitation? Not to mention your current disguise. Even if you weren't disguised, do you truly believe your bond with her is such that she would risk everything to save you? Why does she always mention Ling Xue? I do not require anyone's rescue. Indeed, you do not. However, your needs are irrelevant to me. The crux is that I am determined to save you." She had little expectation that someone who had grown up devoid of love, driven by self-interest, and hardened by the struggles of life, would comprehend the nuances of human connection or empathize with others. In dealing with such a person, directness proved to be the most effective approach. As Xue Sanqian handed him the prepared medicine, she urged, "Drink it. It is not a potent poison, merely something that induces numbness." At this point, she hesitated. Yes, the toxin had a strong numbing effect. Typically, anyone who had bled from such wounds would have succumbed by now. Yi Lanxuan did not take the medicine, sensing her inner turmoil. "I have stated before, I do not need anyone's rescue. Does everyone believe that dying is easy and living is difficult? In truth, the opposite is true for him. He had once felt weary, once contemplated surrender, but each time he faltered. It was truly laughable. In his relentless quest for survival, he suddenly discovered that the pursuit of death was far more arduous. Is it because of the uniqueness of your cultivation method? What do you think? Even if you are immune to the poison, if your wounds remain untreated, infection could become quite troublesome, especially considering your current physical condition." Xue Sanqian set the medicine aside and retrieved some healing herbs, reaching out to lift his sleeve, only to be deftly seized by his hand. "Are you certain you wish to see? Is that a question? It is not the first time, is it?" As he nodded, he willingly removed his martial attire. The rips and bloodstains on his clothing were still evident, yet the wounds beneath were astonishingly healing. Had they transformed into delicate pink scars in such a short span of time? Now do you understand? Yes, I understand. Are you immortal? Whether I am immortal or not is uncertain. Whether I shall endure is also debatable. What is indisputable is that as a being of anomaly, my vitality surpasses that of ordinary humans. I shall reiterate, I am a monster. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. Did this woman truly grasp the implications of being labeled a monster? Xue Sanqian shrugged, returning the healing medicine and substituting it with a restorative elixir she had prepared for him. Drink this. It will benefit your health. For the first time, Xue felt a sense of impotence, as if he radiated intimidation while the other party dismissed it entirely. As he grasped her wrist, he momentarily lost control of his strength, causing the broth to slosh and spill over half of its contents. Upon witnessing this, he was momentarily taken aback, a peculiar emotion bubbling within him, one he could not quite articulate. It suddenly reminded him of the first wildflower he had ever picked in his life, which he had carefully presented to his mother, hoping to elicit some form of approval, only to be met with her displeased gaze. Instinctively, he concealed the flower behind him, biting his lip in confusion, uncertain of what had gone awry. The feeling bore a resemblance to that past moment, yet was tinged with subtle differences. Was he, perhaps, harboring expectations? But what was there to look forward to? Xue Sanqian noticed his unease and found herself equally perplexed by his sulkiness. Thus she spoke whatever came to mind. It's fine. The broth was made for you in the first place. If it spills, there is always more to be had. With that, she turned and swiftly prepared another serving, presenting it to him once again. I know you might look down upon this humble offering, and indeed, Ling Xue can provide you with far superior things. As she uttered these words, a twinge of discomfort stirred within her. For one must acknowledge the strengths of others to recognize one's own weaknesses and strive for improvement. In the dimness of the night, Xue gaze lingered, seemingly absent-minded, yet intentionally focused on the broth. She parted her delicate lips and gently blew across its surface, creating ripples that seemed to echo within her own soul. Yet, this is merely the present. I shall grow stronger. Yes, I concede that you may possess an almost otherworldly strength, as you described, akin to that of a monster. Some attributes are innate and immutable, yet one can strive to enhance oneself. What I mean is, I will become strong enough to stand alongside you. If I too become a monster, will you then choose to be with me? As long as I am a monster no one had ever addressed him in such a manner. Deep within his heart, he perceived the child he once was, perpetually fleeing from darkness. A voice pierced through layers of fear, questioning him. Why flee? Can one not embrace the darkness? I shall become the darkness, to embrace you. Chapter 49. How adorable. Eager to move, is your comprehension of monsters merely limited to strength? It was rare for Xue to pose such a question to herself. Xue Sanqian quickly recognized the detail she had overlooked. The term monster, which he had casually invoked, was of significant import to him. Would a ruthless demon care for the distinction of monsterhood? No. Or perhaps it was that he no longer did. Thoughts unraveled like a thread, revealing a surge of understanding as her emotions swelled. Setting the broth aside, she practically lunged towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace, her arms wrapping around him completely. Xue felt a sense of discomfort from this sudden display of affection. Although his wounds might heal in silence, the tears in his battle attire would not mend. Nor would the overlapping stains of blood dissipate, nor the lingering scent of iron. Yet, her sweetness, accompanied by her warmth, enveloped him. He was not unfamiliar with it, or perhaps he had gradually grown accustomed to it, yet he yearned to resist. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of one thing. He did not want, not at all, to detain her. At the Xue family's abode, after indulgently returning her kiss, he resolutely abandoned her. He thought to himself, after all, she was not that significant. To let go simply meant to be able to let go, didn't it? Was it not that simple? Yet, this thought clashed with the surge of resistance swelling within his heart. Perhaps it was not that letting go was easy, but rather that he did not wish to sully her. Indeed, in comparison, the latter held greater importance. His heart was engulfed in extreme turmoil and confusion. Just as he raised his hand to cast her away, he was struck by the thought, in my heart, you have never been a monster. The hand he had lifted froze abruptly in midair. The sweet, gentle voice continued to resonate. I like you, and I also cherish your dark scales. His throat tightened, and the hand that hovered in the air gently lowered in silence. He closed his eyes, slightly turned his face, and cautiously approached, his nose brushing against a few strands of her silky hair, causing a ticklish, unbearable sensation. Sanqian, an incongruous voice burst forth like a fierce wind. Almost instantly, there was a loud bang as the wooden door was forcefully pushed open, shaking the entire little cabin. Xue Sanqian's lips twitched violently. She did not need to see to know that it was Elder Hu. Nightlon Sun quickly stepped back, and upon witnessing this, Xue Sanqian complied. For there were others present, and besides, the atmosphere had indeed become somewhat awkward. "Master, what brings you here?" Xue Sanqian smiled faintly, behaving as if nothing were amiss. She seemed entirely unfazed by the presence of a living man in her quaint little cabin and had no intention of providing an explanation. Elder Hu, momentarily taken aback, twitched his mustache and said, "They reported seeing you in the selection area of the Wanjian sect, extracting blood from a new disciple and forcibly taking him away." In the face of such accusations, Xue Sanqian remained unfazed, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed. Is that all?" Elder Hu turned to the man seated on his precious disciple's wooden bed. "You extracted blood for him?" Xue Sanqian straightened up and replied earnestly, "Master, I have a question that perplexes me. I hope you can enlighten me. Speak. Is it true that the disciples of the immortal medicine sect are inferior to those of the Luo Chuan sect?" Why, out of the blue, was she mentioning the Luo Chuan sect? Although Elder Hu felt a sense of confusion, he replied without hesitation, "Nonsense. That is not the case. Of course, in terms of martial prowess, the Luo Chuan sect was indeed stronger than the immortal medicine sect." So he meekly added, "Each has its strengths. It is difficult to compare superiority. I feel the same way." In that critical moment, I noticed that the senior sister from the Luo Chuan sect hesitated to intervene. I overheard whispers around me suggesting that the Luo Chuan sect was superior to the immortal medicine sect. Though I had just joined the sect, I had already taken the honor of the immortal medicine sect to heart. Therefore, without fear, I charged forward to extract blood for this disciple of the immortal medicine sect. Nightlon Sun's lips twitched slightly. "Then why did you take him away?" Elder Hu's left mustache twitched in response. The impulsive act of drug use was but a fleeting whim of the disciple. Upon a moment's reflection, she recalled the distinctions between the genders. Being your most cherished disciple, she feared the judgments of others. Thus she took the individual away. And so, this person was brought back here? The principle of saving a person to the very end. How could we, of the immortal medicine sect, abandon our endeavors midway? Such actions would surely tarnish one's resolve and hinder cultivation. Indeed, there is a point. Elder Hu's left half mustache twitched slightly. "Did you directly place the person upon the bed?" Xue Sanqian, feeling aggrieved, responded, "Master, my room is rather small. As a host, I could hardly allow the injured to stand or sit upon the floor. If word of this were to spread, would it not be a source of ridicule for our sect? But why then did you embrace them?" "Master, please do not speak nonsense. I was merely examining the injuries of my fellow disciple. Furthermore, as a healer, one does not discriminate between genders." Yuan blinked, feeling that the explanation, while seemingly valid, still harbored an air of peculiarity. Ultimately, he could only reflect inwardly, "My precious disciple truly possesses a kind heart and is of pure character. Then, shall I refrain from intruding any further, Master?" "Wait, Master, your timing is impeccable. The individual is no longer in serious condition. Could you escort them back to the Wansword sect?" Xue Sanqian, knowing Yuan's disposition, understood that retaining him here would only cause him discomfort. The Wansword sect would undoubtedly be visited, and the original narrative could not be altered. With Elder Hu accompanying them, it would naturally clarify that no untoward matters had transpired between them. Moreover, with Elder Hu as an escort, perhaps his stay at the Wansword sect would be somewhat more bearable. Might he not wield a semblance of authority there? Elder Hu hadn't pondered too deeply. He had but one treasured disciple, whom he naturally wished to indulge. Additionally, it would not be prudent for the disciple to frequently associate with a male counterpart, as such rumors could easily become fodder for gossip. "Very well, come now. I shall take you away." "Wait a moment." Yuan rose, grasped a bowl of medicinal soup nearby, and drank it down with alacrity, then strode out without a backward glance. Yi Wanchuan walked with great strides. Yet Xue Sanqian caught a glimpse of his slightly flushed ear tips, and she couldn't help but smile in the direction of his departure. In a certain sense, Yi Wanchuan still resembled a child, did he not? After all, how could he blush so unconsciously even while merely consuming medicine? Perhaps he was unaccustomed to receiving her kindness, yet felt shy in acknowledging it. Ah, how endearing he is! How I long to pull him into my embrace, to linger against him, burying my face in his chest, savoring his essence without restraint. She licked her lips, the taste of his blood seemingly lingering ever so slightly. As she swallowed, it felt as though a part of him had merged with her own being, stirring her heart with fervor and desire. Confronting him, perhaps she was indeed a peculiar creature. Is this not a fitting match? Chapter 50. The small abacus clicked rhythmically. She felt assured an elder whose capabilities. A sentiment solidified during their time by the ice lake, when he had expressed concern for her well-being, rushing to check on her. Reflecting on this matter, she reached for her personal storage pouch. At present, her asset situation is as follows. She possesses 2 fixed assets: a room for alchemy equipped with a high-grade alchemical furnace and a piece of land for herbal cultivation with commendable soil, albeit on a steep incline. The initial capital for her venture amounts to 12,003 Qin coins, which she acquired through the successful gathering of 2 ice magnolia fruits. Cultivating herbs for profit seems unpromising. On one hand, it requires considerable time, and at this juncture, time is her most precious resource. Only by meticulously planning her time can she hope to surpass the protagonist's growth. Her earlier words to Yi Wanchuan were not mere trifles. They stem from her genuine feelings. When it comes to choosing a partner, it is only natural to select the outstanding. As a woman of enlightened thought, it is only fair that the selection of a partner is mutual. She aspires that one day, when Yi Wanchuan fully trusts and genuinely accepts her, it will not solely be due to her kindness toward him, but rather because she herself is exceptionally worthy. The challenges of profiting from herbal cultivation also lie in supply and demand. What she ought to plant and to whom she should sell are matters that require considerable effort and networking. Moreover, as elder Hu's cherished disciple, would she truly lack access to herbal resources? Thus, renting out the herbal cultivation land emerges as the most prudent solution. A smile graced Xue Sanqian's lips. Every cause has its effect, and had the Baidan workshop not yielded any gains this time, they are the chosen ones. However, while the Sanqing sect embodies a laid-back philosophy, certain rules still apply. The inner disciples, smoothly assimilated into various branches, are permitted to descend the mountain for procurement only once a week, and this privilege takes effect only after a week of entering a branch. As she has not yet completed a week, her plan to rent out the herbal land must be postponed for a few days. Next, she turned her thoughts to the alchemical room equipped with the high-grade furnace. She still possesses around 100 ice magnolia fruits. Based on her calculations, if she can gather 2 fruits every 2 to 3 days, and if Yi Wanchuan remains at the Sanqing sect for a month, she could sell approximately 50 ice magnolia fruits to the Xianyao sect, thereby earning a profit of 300,000 Qin coins. The reality is that she has at least 2 opportunities each week to enter the ice lake, with each occasion offering the potential to successfully gather around 100 ice magnolia fruits. It could be said that she is on the verge of achieving freedom in the trade of ice magnolia fruits. Her previous reluctance to sell consistently to the Xianyao sect stemmed from fears of attracting unwanted attention and potential harm. However, her status as a legitimate disciple of the Xianyao sect provides her with a layer of protection, especially given the astuteness of the sect leader, who would not allow her to fall prey so easily. That said, relying on others for support is never as empowering as self-reliance. Even if the ice magnolia fruits can be sold steadily to the Xianyao sect, it would be unwise to sell in excess to the trading hall, as even with backing, one must avoid becoming overly ostentatious. Furthermore, her dual inner strength and gradually unique physique must remain concealed. After all, the existence of the Xianyao sect is peculiar. It is affiliated with the Sanqing sect, yet does not belong to any of its orthodox branches. From its operational style to its recruitment, It is entirely governed by the leader's thoughts and intentions. The origins of this individual are likely quite extraordinary. If one were to introduce a substantial quantity of ice magnolia fruits into the intertrade market, it would be akin to inviting disaster. The paramount objective is to acquire wealth swiftly and enhance one's martial prowess. It is imperative to concoct the extreme elixir. Now that I possess a refining chamber, I shall delve into the advanced alchemical furnace, while crafting the extreme elixir for my own consumption to amplify my internal energy. I shall also explore avenues to rent out the refining chamber for profit, an endeavor that serves dual purposes. With a resolute mind, Xue Sanqian promptly made her way to the alchemical chamber. Drawing from her prior experience in guarding the alchemical furnace, she began lighting it with celestial fire sticks, placing 5 into the furnace as a trial. These sticks are costly, although the chamber is hers. The fire sticks must be purchased at a price of 230 qin coins each. Generally, 5 celestial fire sticks should suffice to ignite the furnace. Yet, as Elder Hu had indicated, no significant reaction occurred. A few flickers of flame appeared, but they were fleeting and on the verge of extinguishing. In an instant, she had spent 1,300 qin coins without so much as a substantial flame emerging. Should she continue to toss in more? No. That would be financially painful. There must be a flaw in her method. A flaw in the method? Wait, could it be that this advanced furnace does not require celestial fire sticks for ignition? If not, then what might suffice? As she pondered, she recalled her previous experience of cultivating yang energy within the chamber. Typically, the human body does not harbor the abundance of pure yang energy that she possessed. To put it another way, could her yang energy not rival that of the celestial fire sticks? With this revelation, she boldly attempted to harness her internal yang energy, concentrating and gathering it within herself. She then compressed the amassed energy in her palm, and once it reached a certain concentration, she released this miniature sphere of high-concentration yang energy into the advanced alchemical furnace. A series of sizzling sounds erupted as the 5 celestial fire sticks melted away in an instant, and a wave of intense heat surged forth, igniting a roaring flame in the furnace. Success! No wonder the furnace had remained unused. It required a resource beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. What will be the outcome of this endeavor? Regarding the crafting of the extreme elixir, she had already conducted research while studying the materials provided by Elder Hu. The key ingredient is, indeed, the ice magnolia fruit. According to historical records, one could produce 3 small extreme elixirs from 2 ice magnolia fruits, provided fortune smiled upon them. However, there's a caveat. The failure rate in refining the extreme elixir is exceedingly high. This is understandable, as the process involves employing high heat to catalyze the properties of the ice magnolia fruits, resulting in a collision of extremes between yin and yang. Such a fusion would naturally yield a low success rate. Thus, under normal circumstances, one might need to sacrifice several fruits to successfully create just a couple of elixirs. This explains why the master of the Guangxian Hall continuously seeks ice magnolia fruits. Contemplating this, Xue Sanqian decisively produced 10 ice magnolia fruits, casting them directly into the furnace. While others may hesitate, she was not lacking in resources. Simultaneously, she endeavored to circulate her internal yin energy, continuously supplying it to stabilize the quality of the ice magnolia fruits. Under the tumultuous clash of yin and yang, the advanced alchemical furnace emitted a slight tremor, which soon escalated into a resounding bang. 10 plump extreme yin pills soared from the furnace, landing steadily in her palm. The exchange of 10 ice orchid fruits yielded 10 magnificent extreme yin pills. One might say she struck gold, if such an expression were permissible. Seizing the moment, Xue Sanqian repeated the process 4 more times, successfully producing a total of 50 extreme yin pills, achieving a flawless success rate. After this flurry of activity, she felt a distinct weariness envelop her. A considerable amount of yin energy had been expended. Simultaneously, the advanced alchemical furnace's flames dwindled, on the verge of extinguishing. It appeared that the duration of the furnace's operation was intricately linked to her own infusion of yang energy. While the smooth crafting of the extreme yin pills was contingent upon the yin energy consumed, Xue Sanqian's mind began to calculate the implications with deft precision. Chapter 51. This girl is truly remarkable. Have you heard? The long-neglected advanced alchemical furnace of the immortal medicine sect is now open for public use. Of course I have. To clarify, it is not merely open for use. It is free for 3 days. Each individual is entitled to only one opportunity for complimentary usage, after which a fee will be required. I thought they said the advanced alchemical furnace couldn't be ignited? Yet it seems Elder Hu from the immortal medicine sect is overseeing it this time. Since it's free, why not take a look? Near the alchemical chamber of the advanced furnace. I can't believe it. Using this advanced furnace for alchemy doesn't require heavenly fire. Not only that, but the speed is several times faster than that of a typical furnace. What you've mentioned barely scratches the surface. The purity of the flames elevates the efficacy of the medicinal herbs by a full tier, significantly reducing material consumption. Within the bustling Sanqian sect, don't doubt me. I brought some basic herbs just to test it. What a waste of a singular opportunity. I feel a pang in my heart. I'm only telling you because you're my brother. Bring the most challenging herbs you have. I guarantee you won't regret it. You can wait there, and it won't take any time at all. The speed is astonishing. Hey, do you have a good rapport with someone from the immortal medicine sect? Could you inquire about the subsequent charges and clarify the details for me? Amidst the flurry of activity, Elder Hu found himself teleported to the quaint abode of his treasured disciple. At that moment, Xue Sanqian, seated in meditation, was concluding a brief respite. Upon opening her eyes, she was met by the frantic entrance of her bemused master, his expression a comical blend of concern and bewilderment. What is the matter? Has something happened at the alchemical chamber? She pondered, recalling that she had infused sufficient yang energy for a full day's operation, intending to inspect it later in the evening. If the yang energy was already depleted, she would have to consider delaying her use of the furnace, for profit must be balanced with prudence. Cultivating a good reputation was essential for establishing her brand. Through her assessments, she was thoroughly convinced of the vast advantages of the advanced alchemical furnace. It did not require heavenly fire, could sustain prolonged combustion, significantly reduced herb consumption, and greatly enhanced both the efficiency and quality of the alchemical process. One must ask, with such an advanced alchemical furnace, how could it possibly lack a market? However, what currently troubles her is that igniting the high-grade alchemical furnace entirely relies on the yang energy within her body. This usage of yang energy differs significantly from previous instances. In the past, it was a balanced exchange, but this time it is predominantly one-sided, leading to an exhaustion and weakness far beyond her expectations. Yes, and yet no. Oh dear, I hardly know how to articulate this. The place is overcrowded, truly inundated with people, all clamoring for use. What shall be done? Despite Elder Hu's esteemed position and his experience in handling numerous alchemical matters, he has never encountered such a scene. Xue Sanqian believed it was a matter of great consequence. The more favorable the response, the more free publicity she would receive, a situation she welcomed, yet the sheer number of people necessitated some management. It's all right, master. Once we begin charging, there won't be so many people. For now, they are merely drawn by novelty and the allure of free services. Here's what you should do. Erect a sizable wooden sign outside my alchemical chamber, affixed with white paper for visitors to sequentially register their names. The grade of the formula and the intended usage time. The usage time for primary formulas shall be uniformly set to half a tea session. For intermediate formulas, 1 tea session, and for advanced formulas, tentatively half an incense stick. Thus, all who come to register would be able to confidently estimate their turn, alleviating the congestion outside the alchemical chamber. Elder Hu paused, absorbing the information, pondering its viability. After all, this was not an advanced tactic. Why hadn't he thought of it? All right, I shall attend to this at once. By the way, there's another matter. Many individuals have been leveraging connections to inquire about the upcoming charges. How should I respond? Though it seemed a simple query, it was laden with social intricacies, making it quite a headache. Xue Sanqian contemplated, We shall implement a reservation system. What does that entail? Elder Hu inquired, perplexed. Understanding his confusion, Xue Sanqian patiently elucidated. A reservation system means that anyone wishing to utilize the service must book at least a day in advance. Upon successful reservation, a deposit is required to prevent losses from unutilized time. Elder Hu gradually nodded, comprehending the concept. And how shall the deposit be collected? Simple. It will be half the fee based on the duration of the reservation. For half a tea session, it would be 503 qin coins, making the deposit 253 qin coins. This shall serve as a reference point, increasing proportionately with time. As she spoke, Xue Sanqian rose to pour herself a cup of cool tea, taking a sip before adding thoughtfully whether it is deemed expensive or not. Fairness lies in the hearts of the people. We shall not discuss price, nor shall personal connections sway us. At this juncture, she lightly tapped her fingers on the table, contemplating before stating, every 7 days, on that day, we shall not charge for external use, but rather open it freely to select individuals. As for who those individuals will be, that shall be determined later. No matter how formidable an individual may be, it is ultimately insufficient. She must prepare in advance, gradually amassing her own network and fostering her own people. Perhaps this is fortuitously an opportunity? Elder Hu nodded repeatedly, unable to fathom the depth of Xue Sanqian's thoughts. Instead, assuming that day would serve some personal purpose, which indeed seemed reasonable. Before departing, Elder Hu couldn't help but take another glance at his precious disciple. With a sense of discovery, I increasingly feel as though I have stumbled upon a treasure. Moreover, my apprentice's intellect is truly of a superior caliber. It is so advanced that I fear the current master of the sect may very well be regretting their choices. The latest news indicates that Elder Hu has announced the subsequent payment methods for the 3,000 maidens, which will not be based on frequency of use, but rather calculated entirely by the duration of usage. The master of the immortal medicine sect, currently occupied with high-grade herbs, nodded in acknowledgement. It seems this girl is indeed extraordinary. I'm growing old, and I ponder whether it is time for me to consider who might take over the immortal medicine sect. The cultivation abilities of our members are inferior to those of other sects, and our stability relies on the ownership of the herb garden and alchemy chamber, as well as our profound research in pharmacology compared to other sections. In other words, should we lose our only advantage, the existence of the immortal medicine sect would become utterly meaningless, and it is not inconceivable that the Guangxin Palace and Luochuan sect would divide our territory. Convey my decree. Let all elders within the sect pay special attention to that girl and ensure her safety. Do you understand my meaning? Yes. What is the responsibility of a sect leader? It is to ensure the long-term survival of the sect, to inherit the pharmacological knowledge passed down through generations, and to determine whether there exists someone trustworthy to whom we can delegate our legacy. Chapter 52, I comprehend, and with a determined step forward, I set out. The verdant landscape stretches to the heavens. White clouds drift gracefully, and the sun shines warmly upon the 3 clear mountains, with a melodious chirping of birds fills the air. Having completed her tasks in the alchemy chamber, Xue Sanqian set off to the 3 clear mountains to forage in the wild. She requires a substantial quantity of herbs, rich in yang properties, to replenish herself. With the matter of the alchemy chamber now public, it remains uncertain how many eyes will focus on her. Thus, to avoid unnecessary complications, she decides to forage directly in the wild rather than purchase herbs within the 3 clear sect. Her foraging yields some results, though not particularly abundant. After all, if one seeks herbs of relatively high purity and yang properties, such plants will undoubtedly have specific environmental requirements. Thus, her collection only amounts to some makeshift herbs. As anticipated, the acquisition of high-quality yang herbs will need to be coordinated with her descent to seek out Baidan Workshop, a dual undertaking that she must arrange. Consider it a leisurely excursion to refresh her mind. As Xue Sanqian concluded her foraging and prepared to return home, a sudden cry for help pierced through the dense forest ahead. Senior sister, save me. What is happening? She does not recall any significant plot unfolding in the 3 clear mountains, which implies that the one in distress cannot possibly be the protagonist. Hence, no further explanation is provided in the original text. Should I investigate? To be honest, her current demeanor is somewhat conspicuous. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain. Let go of me. Senior sister, don't leave. Save me. Huh. You can scream until your throat is raw, but your senior sister will not return. If she did, my brothers wouldn't mind letting you serve in turns. Ah ha ha ha. How infuriating. Though she truly does not wish to meddle in others' affairs, it is impossible for her to ignore such a situation. She dashed toward the source of the cries. In her haste, she felt a sudden sharp pain in her calf. But there was no time to stop and assess. Some matters, once past a certain point, could not be salvaged. Stop! As Xue Sanqian hurriedly arrived, she witnessed a female disciple clad in the martial attire of the Luochuan sect being brutally held down in a pile of grass by male disciples from the Saming Babu sect. Once again, it was the Babu sect. The three male disciples were interrupted by the sudden noise, momentarily pausing their actions as they observed the distressed female disciple frantically pulling her torn outer garment closer to herself. Ah, another one has fled, and now another has appeared? Although not particularly striking in appearance, she still possessed a certain allure, thought the leader, a man with dark skin, as he leered at her figure, showing no intention of releasing her. Xue Sanqian stepped forward, casting a glance at the victim. Fortunately, she had arrived in time, and the situation was not beyond redemption. Do you know who I am? Xue Sanqian declared, producing her identity jade token and placing it before the three men for their inspection. Not all intersect disciples possessed jade tokens. The varying qualities of jade represented different social standings. The jade token laid before them was crafted from fine emerald, adorned with intricate patterns resembling bamboo and chrysanthemum, suggesting the presence of medicinal herbs. It signified an inner-sect disciple of the Xianyao sect with a considerable status. The three male disciples, who had previously displayed a brazen disregard, exchanged glances, and the one holding the female disciple's hands down spoke hesitantly. Big brother, she is a high-ranking inner-sect disciple of the Xianyao sect. She might not be easy to provoke. The man referred to as Big Brother frowned, glancing at the exquisite figure beneath him. He was not one to bully just anyone. The current victim was a newly admitted inner disciple of the Luochuan sect, whom he had learned possessed mediocre skills and lacked significant connections, having entered the sect merely by chance. Such disciples, he reasoned, would have to endure whatever happened to them. For the sake of their reputation, they would remain silent, and it was best to act swiftly. The dark-skinned man, clearly unwilling to let go of the prize he had so nearly captured, barked at Xue Sanqian. What business do you, a disciple of the Xianyao sect, have meddling in our affairs? I advise you to keep your distance. We have a substantial deal with your sect, and the person in charge happens to be my relative. You understand my meaning, don't you? I understand, Xue Sanqian replied, retracting her identity jade token. The eyes of the Luochuan sect disciple, which had briefly sparkled with hope, sank into despair. Indeed, even her own senior had abandoned her. How could she expect assistance from others? She was but a lonely and rootless soul. Just as everyone assumed Xue Sanqian would turn to leave, she drew an object from her waist and flung it towards the eyes of the dark-skinned man. What is this? My eyes! My eyes! The dark-skinned man panicked, and his subordinates, momentarily forgetting the beauty they had been tormenting, rushed forward to assess their leader's injury. Xue Sanqian held a deep disdain for men who bully women, knowing that those lacking in true strength resorted to such cowardly antics. She approached and delivered a fierce kick to the chest of the dark-skinned man. Apologies, perhaps I did not articulate my point clearly earlier. My understanding signifies that reasoning with a scoundrel like you is a futile endeavor. I advise you to hastily seek medical attention with the assistance of your two lackeys. Otherwise, you may find yourself blind for life. You just wait. The dark-skinned man, supported by others, fled in disarray. Xue Sanqian let out a cold snort. Waiting is no issue. She helped the female disciple of Luochuan to her feet. Are you all right? Thank you. Truly thank you. The recently risen disciple of Luochuan suddenly knelt before her, preparing to bow. What are you doing? I am Year, an orphan with no support. I was fortunate to enter Luochuan's sect, and had it not been for your rescue, I wait, Did she just say her name is? Yeah? That name resonated with her. In the original text, there was but one character bearing that name, her junior sister, who, after being saved by the protagonist, had always been by her side, assisting her greatly. Year was a name she had chosen herself, as she had been found as a child during the night. Initially, her strength had been feeble, hindered by a sealed bloodline. Upon entering Luochuan's sect, she had seemingly been falsely accused of impropriety, likely due to slander from the very senior sister who had failed to save her. Year, a lovely name, Xue Sanqian remarked with a smile. Year appeared momentarily dazed, completely perplexed as to what was commendable about such an ordinary name. Just as Xue Sanqian was about to speak further, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Instinctively, she lifted her skirt to glimpse her subtly aching right calf, swaying slightly before losing consciousness. Before her awareness faded, she seemed to hear Year exclaim, "You were bitten by a crimson serpent?" Simultaneously, she detected a faint, cool fragrance, reminiscent of his chilling scent. Chapter 53. The 8 Treasures Gate and the Dogs Must Not Be Used. New Identity. Crescent Moon. The deep winter of the Xian Palace was eerily silent, the dark palace resting heavily upon the snow-white expanse, rendering the blackness even more profound, imbued with an intangible oppression. As the cold wind howled, flickering flames formed a line, akin to the horizon breaking at dawn, shattering the stillness of the place. Within the forbidden grounds of the Xian Palace, she played a melodious tune of high mountains and flowing water, the enchanting sound concealing a sword within her zither, which she swiftly drew, piercing directly through his chest. As the melody concluded, the signal had been sent, and numerous righteous individuals surged forth, shouting to eradicate demons and uphold justice. He slowly rose, his black attire adorned with blood-red dark patterns, the only white upon him being the bandages wrapped around his eyes. Blood continued to flow, for the sword she wielded was no ordinary blade, and her techniques were of the same origin as his. The timing of her strike was precisely when he was at his weakest. He rose gradually, his posture upright. He felt neither sorrow nor anger, unwilling to shed his proud demeanor. With a smile, he walked towards the cliff at the edge of the graveyard he had prepared for himself, and before the hastily arriving crowd, he leaped down without a trace of hesitation, his actions as swift as the wind, exuding elegance and grandeur. The fall from such heights might very well be liberation. He has never spoken of the time he risked his life to protect her while lurking at the Sanqian Gate. He has never revealed that, when she was on the brink of peril, he imparted to her the essence of his lifelong martial arts. He has never confessed that, when her eyes were gravely afflicted, he took it upon himself to sacrifice his own sight. Perhaps he does not comprehend love, yet he has silently performed every possible act of devotion, without regard for any cost. As he sinks further into despair, a faint smile graces his lips. Perhaps this is the finest conclusion, the ultimate sanctuary for him. He bears no resentment, nor does he harbor regrets. No, stop. Xue Sanqian jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. The cool cloth on her forehead slipped away as she rose, but fortunately, her companion swiftly caught it. Sanqian, what troubles you? Year inquired with concern, gently placing her hand upon her forehead, frowning as she spoke. You still have a fever. Your body is weak. You must rest properly. Xue Sanqian felt as though her soul had been momentarily lost. Only upon recognizing her companion did she breathe a sigh of relief. It was merely a dream. She had thought that nothing had changed, that he still perished due to Ling Xue. The pain was excruciating. Despite knowing it was a dream, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She turned her face away and looked upward. She must alter his fate, no matter the cost. The thought of those so-called chivalrous individuals further solidified her resolve to grow stronger and cultivate her own power. Is there still discomfort? Year asked. You were bitten by the chi snake, and the venom has invaded your system. Fortunately, you collapsed just as one of the elders from your sect appeared. Administering an antidote immediately. With proper care, you should recover soon. As she spoke, Year rinsed the cloth in a basin of cool water, then dampened it before gently wiping the cold sweat from Xue Sanqian's forehead, continuing to offer reassurances. Do not worry. Although the chi snake's venom is potent, it is not lethal. With timely treatment, you should improve after a night's rest. The fever is merely temporary. Bear with it. Xue Sanqian nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Do not mention it. If not for you, I dread to think of what might have happened. You may not realize it, but as a solitary female disciple of Luochuan's sect, I am prime prey for those unscrupulous individuals. As Yeater spoke, she produced a jade identity token marred with impurities from her sleeve, sighing as she continued, "This belonged to Yuya. She took her own life, and upon discovery, her body was immediately cremated. I had hoped to see her one last time, yet all I obtained was this." Tears streamed down Year's cheeks as she gasped for breath, her voice choked with emotion. "This is what I secretly kept. No one cared who she was. Those without identity or background are treated this way. She clearly existed in this world. Just days ago, we shared laughter and conversation. I was her closest friend, yet I knew nothing, could do nothing. I thought she distanced herself because she no longer wished to befriend me. Reflecting now, I feel utterly powerless. Why did it come to this?" Xue Sanqian had never heard the name Yuya before, but upon reflection, it made sense. Before her arrival in this world, they were merely characters propelling the plot forward. Yet now, they were living beings, each with their own stories. After all, who isn't a protagonist in their own tale? "The Eight Treasure Sect," she murmured. "The Eight Treasure Sect again?" Xue Sanqian furrowed her brows, wondering if no one would intervene. Everyone has their own interests at stake. Who would care about the life or death of an unknown individual? Thus, on this day at Sanqing Mountain, had it not been for your timely rescue, my fate would have been grim. In truth, I had already prepared for the worst. I fear not losing myself. I simply refuse to accept it. With Yuya gone, I yearned to do something in her memory. Yet at that moment, I felt utterly powerless, unable to act, and forced to witness the grotesque faces of those around me. Sensing her agitation, Xue Sanqian quickly reassured her. "It's all right. It's all in the past. Everything will be fine. You are not alone. You have me." Regardless of the reasons, it was essential to gather Yi-Er to her side. Taken aback for a moment, Yi-Er listened as she continued. "May I have Yi's identity token? Rest assured, I will avenge her." After a brief hesitation, Yi-Er handed Yuya's identity token to Xue Sanqian. For reasons unknown, she simply trusted Sanqian. As Xue Sanqian took the token, she instructed, "I am fine here. You should hurry back to Luochuan Gate. Trust me, I will keep my word. You will soon hear some news, and afterward, I will come and find you at Luochuan Gate. Also, once you return, do not mention what happened at Sanqing Mountain. Just say you encountered me and rescued me. Understood?" Yi-Er nodded, wiping away her tears before preparing to leave, concerned that she might face trouble alone on the way. Xue Sanqian called upon her clumsy master to escort her. After all, he was half a savior to her precious disciple, an elder who readily agreed to accompany her once more. The small wooden cabin fell silent again as she took a moment to circle the room, recalling the cold fragrance she had sensed before collapsing. Was it merely her imagination? After all, how could he possibly have followed her in secret? Lost in thought, elder who returned quickly, intending to ease her worries and inquire about certain matters. "Given your condition, shall we still allow free use for 3 days?" "No, that needs to change." Elder who nodded repeatedly, although he remained unaware of how the situation had ignited. "However, given your condition, it is indeed, master. Everything remains the same. Just that one thing." "What?" "Add that the 8 Treasure Gate and dogs are not permitted to use it." "What?" "The 8 Treasure Gate, indeed. Given her current predicament within Sanqing Gate, she could no longer maintain a low profile, so she would accompany the 8 Treasure Gate and enjoy herself." With this thought, she secretly felt the identity token in her palm. Luochuan Gate would require means to gather intelligence, and now a method had conveniently presented itself. Thus, within Sanqing Mountain, she had acquired another identity as Yuya. Chapter 54. You smell delightful and are so petite. Do you not realize I am a man? Although Xue Sanqian had stated that the 8 Treasure Gate and dogs were not permitted to use the facilities, elder who, being well-versed in the ways of human affairs, would not express it so bluntly. Therefore, he did not articulate this point directly, but instead tactfully declined the individuals from the 8 Treasure Gate under various pretexts. As time passed, The repeated rejections of the 8 treasure gate inevitably led to whispers among the people, their imaginations running wild, while the instigator remained lost in slumber. In truth, the venom of the red serpent posed no real threat to Xue Sanqian. Her reaction was merely a consequence of her body's yang energy being significantly depleted, leaving her momentarily vulnerable to the poison's effects. Feeling unwell, she quickly succumbed to sleep after instructing that the 8 treasure gate refrain from using the advanced alchemical furnace. Drifting into a hazy slumber, in her half-conscious state, she became aware of a discomfort that enveloped her. Her skin felt sticky, yet it burned as though subjected to a gentle boil, an unbearable heat. Frowning, she tossed and turned, restlessly kicking at the soft blanket. At that moment, a shadow approached, observing her for a brief, while before gently covering her with a blanket once more. Murmuring in dissatisfaction, she kicked out again, this time with greater force. A silvery glimmer fell upon her, casting enchanting spots on her delicate skin, creating a dreamlike and ethereal beauty. The figure beside the bed hesitated, seemingly contemplating something, before reaching out to tuck her unruly legs back onto the covers. The contact of skin against skin forged a bridge of warmth, and her previously furrowed brow began to relax, as if she had discovered a remedy for her discomfort. Sensing this newfound comfort, she instinctively reached out. In her drowsiness, Xue Sanqian felt as though she had grasped a block of ice, pulling it toward her heated skin without restraint, even preparing to press it against her chest when it slipped away. Discontent, she opened her eyes slightly. She felt restless that night. In her mind's eye, she perceived a figure bending near the head of the bed, the silvery light casting delicate droplets around, revealing a prominent nose and a beautifully sculpted jawline. A familiar, soothing fragrance began to envelop her. She reached out, pulling the figure closer to her side. Night Launchuan? She rubbed her nose against his face, finding immense comfort in the sensation. The coolness was just right, stirring a sense of longing within her. Surely, this must be a dream? You know, I thought you came to save me back then, she murmured to herself, eyes closed. Indeed, it is a dream, just like now, where you always appear in my dreams. Yet I do not exist in yours. As memories of his resolute leap from the cliff flooded her mind, tears welled in her eyes. If it were me, I wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have. Yet, she pondered, when would she truly reside in his heart? With a childish complaint, she playfully pressed him down, transforming herself into an octopus, enveloping him entirely in her embrace. Her thin nightwear clung closely to her, offering little resistance. A satisfied smile graced her lips as her nose brushed against his neck, drifting back into a contented sleep. Despite her slumber, her hands remained restless, exploring the icy coolness, warming it before venturing elsewhere. The clouds in the sky swirled, and the bright moon hung high, its luminous glow distinctly separating the space around the bed. A shadow gradually took shape, appearing beneath the moonlight, lying close beside her. Enveloped in darkness, she nestled against him, radiating contentment and satisfaction. As night deepened, he furrowed his brow slightly, reminding her to remain discreet. Little did he expect her to engage in alchemical pursuits, seemingly with great flair. Given his understanding of the world's perils, he discreetly sought her presence. The moment he saw her collapse, he indeed moved closer, but just as he was about to act, he realized that figures from the immortal medicine sect had already been lurking nearby. It appeared that the sect held her in considerable regard. Upon this realization, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. He found himself reluctant for others to recognize her worth. Was that right? Or perhaps not. What qualities did she possess? Even with the protection of the immortal medicine sect, should he wish to intervene, it would be a trivial matter. Truly, she seemed utterly unguarded. He couldn't help but whisper softly, subsequently grasping her hand, which continued to wander, restless to the extreme. His fingers grazed her sensitive areas, causing his ears to flush and his already erratic breath to quicken. She, perhaps, was indeed different. Even with the elders of her sect safeguarding her, he trailed closely behind, watching over her from the shadows until she began to kick the soft covers like a child. Concerned that she might not quell her restlessness, he ultimately intervened. His gaze fell upon her dainty nose, It seemed she truly possessed a certain allure. Every time he sought distance, wishing to sever their bond, she would recklessly leap back into his embrace. Even in slumber, she could compel him to remain, forcing him to yield to her presence. Though had it not been for her fragile state, he would have never acquiesced to her wishes. To him, she represented a semblance of usefulness in his otherwise solitary existence. Yet, in his contemplation, he seemed to forget that he was inherently alone, requiring no support. Do you even realize that, regardless of the circumstances, I am a man? His gaze traversed from her tiny nose to her fluttering eyelashes, stirring emotions within him, and in a moment of weakness, he placed a gentle kiss upon her curled lashes. She smelled delightful. His throat tightened as his free hand traced the curve of her side, flowing down from her neck, across her delicate waist, and over her gentle hips. She was indeed petite. Perhaps finding his presence as a refreshing solace, she did not kick the covers this time, but instead gently squeezed him, retaining the coolness he provided. Knight Lanchuan paused in his breath, his heartbeat seeming to halt at that moment. The soft, exquisite sensation devoured his reason with each passing second. He was a man. Did she truly harbor no wariness towards him? Despite understanding from her sleep-talking that she thought of him, embracing him as well. He wondered if he was perceived as so harmless in her eyes. He parted his lips, feigning a fierce bite towards the fragrant skin exposed before him. But he only dared to nibble with his lips. It seemed he began to crave every aspect of her, sweet and tender. A voice echoed within his mind. A desire to dominate her surged within him. Her delicate demeanor beckoned him to confine her beneath his form, imprinting his essence upon her, etching it into her very being. His lips gradually descended, trailing over her slender collarbone, where his tongue flicked teasingly, the typically frigid depths of his gaze igniting with an enchanting crimson hue. Chapter 55. The Portrayal of Fang's Ambiguous Equilibrium. The eerie beauty of the silver glow intermingled with a haunting red, a stillness laced with unease. Emotions swelled, becoming increasingly difficult to contain as the blood coursed through him, quickening with each resonant heartbeat. It felt as though something deep within had awakened, driven by a primal instinct, a raw desire. The blood surged, breaths grew more ragged. His tongue danced repeatedly upon her collarbone, the initial chill gradually yielding to a warm, delicate heat. His hand instinctively found her waist, the electrifying sensation radiating from his fingertips, intertwining with the collapse of his reason. It was simply insufficient. There was an insatiable yearning, a desire for more. He pressed her closer, capturing her collarbone with fervent kisses and gentle sucks. Amid this fervor, Xue Sanqian, though drowsy, began to stir awake. As she slowly opened her eyes, they were met by a pair of bizarre crimson orbs. Startled, she gasped, yet an even stranger scene unfolded before her. The pale moonlight illuminated a side profile, the ends of his eyes tinged with a bewitching red, as dark scales began to emerge and overlap. Xue Sanqian found herself overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts, from the initial shock of awakening to the realization of his identity beside her. Before she could fathom how he had come to be there, the sudden appearance of the black scales left her mind in disarray. Knight Lanchuan sensed the turmoil beneath him, his fragmented rationality coalescing. She had discovered him. She was afraid. Indeed she would be. How could anyone genuinely love a monster? It was all a deception. There was no one in this world who could possibly care for him, not even the one who had given him life, who had loathed him intensely. His eyes flickered with a crimson glow, a cacophony of voices clashing in his mind, inducing a splitting headache. Lies, all of it, deceitful illusions. As he murmured coldly, his hands gripped her shoulders tightly. You are frightened, aren't you? Your fear is why you act this way towards me. Isn't it? It's all an act. Isn't it? Xue Sanqian winced under his grasp, casting her gaze down to her shoulder, where she discerned a faint trace of blood on the fabric. She ought to push him away. His demeanor was unsettling, clearly spiraling out of control. Yet, if she did so now, would all her prior efforts be rendered futile? For, as he articulated, she ultimately succumbed to fear, did she not? Pushing someone away is simple, but to re-enter their life after doing so is fraught with difficulty. Even though time may heal wounds, they remain, and the deeper the cut, the more elusive complete healing becomes. Moreover, he had never been welcomed. That's not it, she thought. Knight Lanchuan, regain your composure. You are not yourself. Calm down. Not myself. He tilted his head slightly, his increasingly crimson eyes revealing a ruthless ferocity akin to that of a wild beast. Ah, I am indeed a monster. This is the visage I am meant to possess. Is it not fitting? Xue Sanqian realized that reasoning with him was futile, akin to attempting to persuade a mad beast. What should she do? How could she make him comprehend that her affection was genuine, not a mere act? Words would prove ineffective. Thus, she drew closer, disregarding the pain in her shoulders. Pressing her lips against the dark scales surrounding his eyes, again and again, whispering, "Even if you are a monster, I still cherish you. My words are sincere." Deceitful, he murmured, his brow furrowing, a hint of sharp fangs becoming visible as he spoke. Even in this state, he still doubted her. Anger welled within Xue Sanqian. Very well. Today she would demonstrate what it meant to be underestimated. Suppressing the searing pain, she launched herself forward, forcefully pinning him to the bed. A tearing agony shot through her shoulder, causing her to gasp, yet fear did not deter her. Having come this far, it was time for a bold move. She slipped her hand beneath his garment, caressing the black scales at his waist with gentle, deliberate strokes. The man beneath her trembled, his elongated, pale fingers relaxing slightly. Indeed, her efforts bore fruit. As she nestled against him, she shifted upward, her other hand gliding over the scales at the corner of his eye. Her gaze drawn to his slightly parted lips, where sharp fangs peeked out. Once acclimated to the pain in her shoulders, it seemed less daunting, allowing her to observe him with greater clarity, a side of him she had never encountered in the original narrative. Suddenly, it dawned on her. No wonder he had seemingly vanished for a considerable time in Sanqing Mountain. At that moment, she had presumed his absence was due to his secondary status in the story, unworthy of depiction. This evening, a daring thought emerged. Perhaps he had concealed himself due to his transformed appearance, retreating and remaining hidden for an extended period. A pang of sympathy struck her. "Fear not. I adore you just as you are." She lifted her hand, tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear, allowing the moonlight to cascade upon them, revealing the delicate tips of his ears. How endearing. Unable to resist, she brushed her fingertip against them, eliciting a shiver from him. He was so sensitive. An urge to captivate him and tease him thoroughly began to rise within her. Seizing the moment had always been one of her guiding principles. Thus, she leaned closer to his ear, her mouth slightly ajar. The delicate erogenous zones of the night were gradually explored, and he turned his face away, his mind swirling in a haze of heat. "Stop, please. How could I cease when such a delightful sight is within my grasp?" Xue Sanqian's beautiful eyes narrowed playfully. "Ah, but I can pause, for I possess the ability to use my words." With that, she aimed for his lips, gently descending upon them. The agile tip of her tongue emerged, tracing the contours of fangs. Something entwined, a suggestive murmur danced between their lips, the bewitching red more resplendent than ever, yet this time imbued with an unprecedented clarity. How could she treat herself this way? This madwoman. Why did he not reject her? Instead, he felt an inexplicable comfort. The kiss fell like a dragonfly touching the water, lingering as if the heavens and earth had merged, ceaseless and unbroken. The mingling of coolness and warmth reached a constant known as ambiguity. This kiss lingered, and as it concluded, both were left breathless. As reason gradually returned, the warmth of her blood still lingered on his fingertips, and realizing the gravity of their actions, he chose silence. What expression is that? How am I to interpret it? After all, this is not our first kiss. Xue Sanqian propped herself on one side, observing him as he frowned and turned away. Alas! Did she just feel like she had teased a virtuous man? Well, I assure you, I will take responsibility. Chapter 56. He is mine, and only mine. This time, her teasing was slightly more intense, rendering him unresponsive to her words. However, he did not leave. Xue Sanqian lay beside him, watching him rest with closed eyes, uncertain whether he feigned it or had truly succumbed to slumber. Was he so easily lulled to sleep? Yet, Upon reflection, the distinction between reality and pretense seemed irrelevant. His choice to remain and rest beside her brought her both comfort and satisfaction. Tonight's teasing had escalated, but it mattered little, for there would be more to come. And acclimatizing to it beforehand was not unwelcome. A faint smile graced her lips as she quietly observed his sleeping visage, silently counting his long, dark lashes. At this moment, his lashes appeared altered, seemingly thicker and more curled, each individual lash glistening like tiny pearls or fragments, simply beautiful. In truth, having reached this juncture, she could nearly ascertain that Yi Lanxuan was likely not of the human race. Strangely, upon realizing this, she felt neither dread nor fear. Instead, an exhilarating thrill coursed through her. How unfortunate, for prior to entering this tale, she had been a diligent worker. But this transformation seemed to have unlocked a dark Pandora's box within her heart. Once she had shared such intimate contact with him, an array of unhealthy desires began to swirl in her mind. Her longing for him resonated like an enchanting melody, to possess him, to bind him to her side, to witness his rare shyness beneath his cool demeanor, to hear his low murmurs after being teased. Xue Sanqian took a deep breath, attempting to calm the blood stirred by her desires. She gazed down at her hands, recalling the feel of his skin, his black scales. The echoes of his whispers seemed to linger in her ears. As she quietly raised her hand, her delicate tongue brushed against her jade-like fingers, savoring the unique sensation left by the scales. He is mine, and only mine. Her gaze deepened as she slowly lay down, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing against him, absorbing his warmth, and drifting into a deep slumber. Only when her breathing steadied did he leisurely open his eyes. He had always remained awake, merely choosing to evade her due to his uncertainty about how to express his emotions. He failed to comprehend her, unable to fathom why she treated him with such kindness. Every occurrence has its cause, yet he could not identify this particular one. What troubled him further was the undeniable truth that he felt differently towards her, profoundly different. Nevertheless, the reality remained that he had hurt her. For the first time, he began to ponder what sort of person he truly was. If he were merely an ordinary individual, would he not be able to express himself toward her without hesitation, without entanglement, without overthinking? In the stillness of the night, he urged himself to awaken. He had his duties and a multitude of enemies who sought his demise. While he was unafraid of death, and perhaps she was too, did he not fear that she might perish because of him? Gently placing his palm over her delicate hand that encircled his, savoring her warmth, he lingered for quite some time before ultimately releasing her hand. Xue Sanqian slept soundly, awakening to find her companion absent from the bedside. Yet her shoulder wounds had been tended to. With a slight pout, she grasped his intentions. Regardless of whether he believed in her, he ultimately wished to maintain his distance. Until the fundamental issues were resolved, she could not pry open his heart. Forcing her way in would yield more harm than good, and if her strength was mismanaged, it could bring him further injury. He appeared strong, merely because he had locked away his fragile side. However, as long as emotions existed, absolute strength was a facade, a mere disguise for self-preservation. She was not strong enough to eliminate his doubts and concerns. Thus, she resolved to grow stronger, strong enough to shatter his preconceived notions and to confront him directly. Reinvigorated, Xue Sanqian tidied herself and promptly settled into a meditative posture. To her astonishment, despite her physical weakness from the previous day's substantial expenditure of yang energy, after a night of rest, she discovered the crimson energy mass in her dantian had expanded and taken on a fiery appearance. She surmised that while depleting yang energy, she had simultaneously managed to expand its source within her dantian. This implied that, once she acquired a sufficient and stable source of yang energy, augmenting it would pose no issue. The growth of yang energy equated to an enhancement of yang power. Conversely, the expansion of yin energy could be achieved through the use of extreme yin pills. Thus, she had grasped the methods of nurturing both yang and yin energies, coupled with means to elevate their powers, laying a solid foundation for her future cultivation. It seemed there was no time to waste. She needed to seek her master's permission to descend the mountain and visit Baidan workshop. Just as she pondered a plausible excuse, her naive master approached her, eagerly pulling her towards the immortal medicine hall, insisting she had become embroiled in a significant matter. Confused, she wondered what the gravity of the situation could be, only to discover that the visitors to the hall were from the Eight Treasures sect, leading her to surmise some details. Having met the sect leader before, she approached him respectfully, bowing in deference. Before the sect leader could speak, an elder clad in a crimson martial robe, who led the delegation, coldly interjected, "What is it? Does the little girl not know her own heart? You have repeatedly humiliated the disciples of the Eight Treasures sect. Should not the immortal medicine sect provide an explanation?" Elder Hu, upon hearing this, exclaimed in indignation, "Kong, do not unjustly accuse my disciple." The leader of the immortal medicine sect cast a silencing glance at Elder Hu, then turned to Xue Sanqian and inquired, "Sanqian, do you have anything to say?" Xue Sanqian smiled, directing her attention towards Elder Su. "If the Eight Treasures sect seeks an explanation from me, Xue Sanqian, I can oblige. My explanation is simply that I disapprove of the conduct exhibited by certain disciples of your sect, and I kindly suggest that you should cleanse your ranks." "You." Elder Su was taken aback. This young girl, despite her tender years and the presence of a senior elder, dared to speak with such audacity before their leader. Elder Su felt his dignity compromised and turned to the leader of the immortal medicine sect, stating, "Leader, you have witnessed her attitude. It seems she has no intention of apologizing." "Apologize? Why should I apologize? Am I to apologize for having wronged you? If that is the case, I would not be opposed to it, but only if you rectify your sect's issues. Then I shall apologize for my disdain towards the Eight Treasures sect." Goodness! The assembled crowd, both from the Eight Treasures sect and the immortal medicine sect, was utterly astonished by Xue Sanqian's words. Is this little girl too audacious? Is she aiming for the heavens? Elder Su's expression darkened ominously. "Leader, it appears the immortal medicine sect desires not to collaborate with the Eight Treasures sect any longer. Given the current circumstances, I believe we need not discuss this lucrative deal any further." Elder Hu, upon hearing this, quickly pulled his precious disciple aside, whispering, "Do not act impulsively. This deal is crucial to sustain the immortal medicine sect for at least a year." Xue Sanqian nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Elder Su's expression softened, and just as he was about to offer a graceful exit, the girl interjected with a smile. "After all, it's merely a business transaction. If we do not profit from the Eight Treasures sect, so be it. You will pay for this," Elder Su retorted, sweeping away in a huff, clearly intent on reporting the matter. Chapter 57. Unyielding and resolute, an overwhelming presence. The fury of the Eight Treasures sect's departure incited whispers among the disciples of the immortal medicine sect. Had Xue Sanqian not been the cherished disciple of Elder Hu, it is likely someone would have stepped forward to admonish her. The leader of the immortal medicine sect, after a moment of contemplation, instructed Elder Hu and Xue Sanqian to remain while the others were dismissed. Once alone, the leader, with a serious demeanor, spoke in a low voice. "Sanqian, do you realize you have just jeopardized a significant business opportunity?" Elder Hu, wishing to defend his beloved disciple, was silenced by a piercing glance from the leader, leaving him to express his concern through a worried gaze at Xue Sanqian. Yet, Xue Sanqian remained composed, displaying no sign of fear. Instead, she countered the leader's inquiry. "If you truly wish to secure this transaction, or if this deal holds substantial importance in your estimation, perhaps my presence here today is unnecessary. Is it not?" Elder, who was momentarily stunned, marveling at the girl's audacity, and with her prompt, he experienced an epiphany. Indeed, how astute the leader was. If the intention were to mitigate the situation, employing the leader's years of meticulous and shrewd tactics, how could matters have escalated to this point? The leader of the sect, without providing an answer, countered with a question. "Then tell me, what do you believe my thoughts to be? And why have I summoned you here?" Xue Sanqian's gaze deepened as he pondered for a moment before responding. "Are you testing my stance, sect leader?" "What stance?" "My stance towards the Eight Treasure sect. If I were to show cowardice today under the pressure of Elder Su, there would be no need for you to keep me here for for further inquiries. Are you implying that as the leader of the immortal medicine sect, I would intentionally jeopardize a major deal with the Eight Treasure sect? Furthermore, that your personal viewpoint could sway my judgment? Xue Sanqian's expression turned solemn as he stated, "It is not merely my personal stance, but that of the new generation of the immortal medicine sect. Allow me to boldly speculate. Following the old path too long may yield unsatisfactory results. If we continue down this road, the immortal medicine sect may find its position compromised. The sect leader seeks to explore a new avenue through this opportunity. Oh, in what way is our position at risk? The Eight Treasure sect's ability to secure substantial deals stems from its extensive network. The capacity to leverage business dealings against the immortal medicine sect indicates that it is not exclusively reliant on our participation. With the looming threat of the 100 Dan workshop and the rising prominence of the Luochuan sect, if the immortal medicine sect wishes to maintain its strength, a new path presents an opportunity, while clinging to the old path leads to decline. Elder Hu, witnessing the exchange, found himself speechless, his gaze darting between the sect leader and his cherished disciple, astonished at how the disparity in their standings seemed negligible, as if they were evenly matched. The sect leader raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued, and leaned in with narrowed eyes, asking, "Then take a guess as to why I have retained you here to discuss matters? If I can successfully carve out a new path, then the dealings with the Eight Treasure sect can naturally be abandoned, and I trust that you would assist me in smoothing over any grievances caused by offending them. However, should I fail to navigate this new path and merely engage in idle chatter, the loss of business to the Eight Treasure sect would heavily impact the immortal medicine sect, leading to inevitable repercussions for me, which would, in turn, appease the Eight Treasure sect. Yet, as a newly admitted disciple, what could I possibly have to be punished for? Moreover, as Elder Hu's prized disciple, it would be unreasonable for me to face excessive punishment." The sect leader chuckled, responding, well articulated. "So, what do you propose as a suitable punishment? If I fail to forge this new path, the alchemy chamber originally granted to me would be returned to the immortal medicine sect." Xue Sanqian's expression grew resolute. "What?" Elder Hu was momentarily taken aback. To say that this punishment would be profoundly painful is no exaggeration. It is a wound inflicted not on the body, but on the heart. The alchemy chamber of my prized disciple holds future profits that even a fool could recognize. While it may not immediately surpass a significant business deal, such deals cannot be relied upon indefinitely, whereas the income from the alchemy chamber is ceaseless. Thus, from a perspective of value, the alchemy chamber prevails. This punishment, even the sect leader would find difficult to dispute, leaving little room for criticism. "Do you possess such confidence?" the sect leader asked, slightly adjusting his posture. "Not exactly. However, in this world, no task is insurmountable for those with determination. Certain matters require breaking the old to establish the new. Some confidence must be self-sustained when others do not provide it." Xue Sanqian's declaration resonated with force, carrying an air of conviction. Elder Hu's lips twitched slightly as he suddenly heard the sect leader erupt in a laughter, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent! What a remarkable individual indeed! One cannot achieve greatness without first breaking free from the old." The master of the gate laughed heartily. "You truly are a fearless young bull. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall grant you a mere 3 days. Within this span, you must present me with a feasible solution that ensures the livelihood of the immortal medicine sect remains intact, even if we were to forfeit our dealings with the Eight Treasure Gate. Should you fail, I will reclaim the alchemy chamber registered under your name and require you to apologize to the Eight Treasure Gate. Furthermore, Xue Sanqian raised her finger, declaring, if I succeed, the premises under the immortal medicine sect shall be closed to the Eight Treasure Gate. Elder Hu, rigid with astonishment, nearly doubted his own hearing. This girl intends to single-handedly instigate a transformation within the Sanqian sect. The Eight Treasure Gate, a bastion of resources, manpower, and wealth, is not to be trifled with. Not even by the enigmatic Guangxiandian. What would she possibly be thinking? Does she dare to topple the Eight Treasure Gate with her own influence? The master of the gate, taken aback, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there a problem? Just voice it. If I succeed, The 8 Treasure Gate holds little significance for our immortal medicine sect. We shall not permit them access to any of our facilities, and in return, they need not sell us any of their goods. This is not merely a denial of access. By eliminating their venues, it becomes easier to profit from them, does it not? The master chuckled and shook his head. You underestimate the situation. They can always turn to the Luochuan Gate or the Guangxiandian for assistance. Oh, then we shall offer goods that neither the Luochuan Gate nor the Guangxiandian can readily procure. Elder Hu, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, felt his breath become erratic. Suddenly, an idea struck him, compelling him to pinch his arm forcefully. Ouch! This is no dream. The confrontation between the precious disciple and the master of the gate had been evenly matched, yet now, the disciple exuded a commanding presence. After a prolonged standoff, and through silent exchanges of glances, seeing that she remained resolute, the master finally conceded. Very well. If you can accomplish this, I shall accept your proposal. Goodness! Elder Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. This would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. Master, your authority is unmatched. I shall set to work at once. With that, Xue Sanqian bowed to the master and her teacher before exiting the grand hall. Elder Hu watched her retreating figure until it vanished from view, then spoke, Master, you truly have an extraordinary disciple. She surpasses even you, and I place my bets on her being the future of the immortal medicine sect. The master sighed and smiled. Should she withstand this trial, the legacy shall indeed be passed on to her. Chapter 58, Temptation. My disdain for the 8 Treasure Gate knows no bounds. Perhaps the 8 Treasure Gate believes they are merely troubling Xue Sanqian, unaware that she has skillfully leveraged this situation to earn the Master's respect and secured a legitimate opportunity to venture forth. For her safety, her simple-minded teacher, on the Master's orders, accompanied her closely. Shall we have something to eat first? Elder Hu surveyed his surroundings, contemplating that as a master embarking on his first descent from the mountain, he ought to make proper arrangements for his treasured apprentice. After all, a young girl is bound to have a penchant for indulgence and amusement. Let us proceed directly to Baden Fang. Master, you know the way, do you not? Let on. Elder Hu's smile faltered momentarily. Was there such urgency? Xue Sanqian forced a smile that did not reach her eyes, remarking, I hope it is merely us who are in haste. What do you mean? Baden Fang is situated at the foot of Sanqian Mountain, within the largest town, Sherman. It operates a dual model of storefronts and alchemy workshops, facilitating both commerce and research, thus serving as the largest supplier of herbs in the vicinity, second only to the Sanqian Zainyomen. Upon their arrival, they encountered a familiar figure, the venerable Elder Kong of the 8 Treasure sect. He appeared to have been engaged in jovial conversation with the steward of Baden Fang for quite some time. What brings him here? Elder Hu pondered, recalling the earlier words of Sanqian, gradually realizing their intentions. Trouble was afoot. Xue Sanqian smirked. They certainly do not disappoint. No matter, I fear not their schemes. The 8 Treasure sect, having previously confronted the Zainyomen, must have prepared thoroughly. Business cannot be neglected. The question merely lies in with whom they choose to engage. Abandoning the Zainyomen, who else could they turn to in the vicinity? The answer is quite evident. If they seek trouble, it shall serve my purpose well. At that moment, a servant from the alchemy workshop emerged, relaying a message. Steward Ma, the master has given permission for you to take them to see the lord of the workshop. Seeing this, Xue Sanqian interjected, Hold on, Steward Ma. Before you escort them to meet the master, I wish to trouble you with an item for appraisal. That voice. Elder Kong's brow twitched as he turned. You little rascal. What are you doing here? Who are you calling a little rascal? You old coot. Elder Hu stepped forward, adopting a protective stance like a hen guarding her chick. Steward Ma, perceptive as he was, quickly discerned that the newcomer was also from Sanqian and that the atmosphere was somewhat strained. With a clever glimmer in his eyes, he sought to ease the tension. Perhaps the young lady could wait a moment. There is a natural order to things. Allow me to, Steward Ma, while ordinary matters may follow the principle of first come, first served, certain precious items do not adhere to such conventions. How about you examine my item first, and then we can discuss the order of proceedings. With such wit, it was evident he was not blind to the underlying implications. Steward Ma chuckled, Come this way, young lady. He led her into a private room, while outside, the two elders continued to glare at one another. Inside, Xue Sanqian wasted no time, presenting an exquisite iced jade orchid fruit. She softly inquired, "Steward Ma, are you familiar with this item?" Steward Ma's eyes widened in astonishment. This is not. Xue Sanqian gestured for silence. This transaction is solely between me and the master of Baden Fei. If you wish to negotiate, I would appreciate it if you could first take me to see the master. However, Steward Ma, I trust you are an astute individual. Surely you do not believe the Eight Treasure sect has any means of acquiring this item? Or do you think the commercial opportunities presented by the Eight Treasure sect surpass those I could offer? Xue Sanqian's words struck directly at the heart of the matter. Manager Ma, demonstrating quick decisiveness, instructed, "Come, my lady, follow me. We shall proceed this way." It was evident that someone capable of managing affairs was indeed astute, likely seeking to avoid conflict by leading her out through another route to meet the workshop owner. Xue Sanqian was brought into a tea house filled with the rich ambience of calligraphy and painting. A refined young man, dressed in a dark red robe embroidered with gold, was elegantly preparing tea. Upon noticing that the visitor was a young lady, a fleeting look of confusion crossed his eyes, but he composedly addressed her. "Might I inquire your name, my lady?" Manager Ma timely interjected. "This is our esteemed workshop owner, Lu." "Quite young, indeed," Xue Sanqian observed discreetly, appraising him. Lu, appearing to embody the essence of cultured scholars, exuded only a faint trace of commercial demeanor. His raven hair fell gracefully, and had it not been for the similar medicinal fragrance wafting from him, reminiscent of the previous visit to the immortal medicine hall, one might not have discerned their shared affiliations. "Pray tell, does owner Lu hold decision-making authority?" Xue Sanqian inquired as she took her seat. Lu raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling as he retorted, "What sort of authority do you seek? To conduct business with me, to refuse the current offer from the Eight Treasures Gate?" As she spoke, she produced a piece of ice magnolia fruit and graciously extended it toward him. "Of course, I harbor no intention of coercion. This ice magnolia fruit shall serve as a token of my sincerity in our initial meeting." A token, by definition, is a gift presented upon meeting, devoid of ulterior motives. Xue Sanqian appeared to say little, yet her gesture conveyed an abundance of meaning. Manager Ma could not help but steal a glance at her, incredulous that someone of her youth could exhibit such composure and tact. As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face, even when the other's request seems rather unwarranted at first. "May I inquire the reason?" "The reason," she replied, "is that I aspire for the Baidan workshop to flourish in business." Lu chuckled. "Your words seem rather insincere, my lady." Xue Sanqian nodded, acknowledging the truth in his observation. "Then let me speak candidly. I hold a dislike for the Eight Treasures Gate and can hardly bear to see them prosper." Her directness was striking, and as Lu and Manager Ma pondered her youthfulness, she continued, "Should you choose to collaborate with me, I can offer the Baidan workshop a specific quantity of ice magnolia fruits. Whether you choose to use them for your own purposes or for sale, I shall not inquire about your intentions, nor will you question the source. This shall remain our secret transaction. Secondly, I can lease a plot of medicinal herb garden within the 3 clear mountains to the Baidan workshop. This land is personally owned by me and will be considered a private transaction, with the lease duration flexible, including short-term arrangements. Lastly, I will facilitate new clientele for your workshop. You may understand this as an opportunity to expand your customer base, thus stabilizing supply and demand." Lu, taken aback for a moment, then smiled as he personally poured a cup of medicinal tea for her. "Do taste. This blend is my own creation." Xue Sanqian respectfully sipped a small amount, closing her eyes momentarily, and exclaimed, "What splendid tea! The addition of dragonchild fragrance is truly inspired, harmonizing the flavors while perfectly adjusting the medicinal properties of the Eight Flames grass." With just a single sip, she managed to accurately articulate all the nuances of the meager investment. Master Lu took a sip himself, harboring hopes for a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 59. Deceiving the wolf with empty hands, the girl wore a mischievous grin. Xue Sanqian set down her cup, stating that Master Lu had already perceived her sincerity. "Then, I too wish to witness Master Lu's earnestness." Master Lu smiled faintly, inquiring how the young lady intended to discern it. I wish to inquire if Master Lu could procure some young herbs at a discounted rate of 80%. That should not pose a problem, would it? Xue Sanqian presented a visage of utmost sincerity. She had anticipated a matter of greater import, but in comparison to the ice jade orchid fruit, this was hardly significant. Naturally, Master Lu nodded in agreement, but was soon met with an additional remark. I believe you still require the herb field within the 3 clear mountains, do you not? After all, when it comes to cultivating superior herbs, selecting the right land is of utmost importance. Her assertion was indeed accurate. Biden Workshop was currently troubled by this very issue. Hence, Master Lu acknowledged her statement, affirming their need. Very well then, I shall offset the cost of the young herbs against a portion of the rental fee for your herb plot. Does this arrangement seem reasonable? While it was reasonable, it did carry the faint scent of trickery. However, given the prospect of a significant collaboration, being overly meticulous on this matter would reflect poorly on Baidan Workshop's stature. Reasonable. Master Lu's smile appeared somewhat strained. Within Baidan Workshop, elders Hu and Kong continued their animated exchange, only to see Xue Sanqian return with an expression of contentment. Guided by the steward, Master, I'm famished. Let us seek sustenance. Xue Sanqian cast a glance at Elder Hu, who, though somewhat bewildered, obediently followed his beloved disciple. As they had not ventured far, they were suddenly met with Elder Kong's booming voice from behind, questioning the sudden change in their previous agreement. Elder Hu leaned closer to his cherished disciple, curiosity etched on his face. What transpired? Oh, merely a consensus reached with Baidan Workshop. They have decided against engaging in business with the 8 Treasures Gate. Elder Hu paused briefly, his curiosity piqued further. Why the change of heart? It seems Master Lu also harbors grievances against the 8 Treasures Gate. Achoo! From a short distance away, Master Lu unexpectedly sneezed. The steward, who had hurriedly returned after persuading Elder Kong to relent, asked, Young Master, should this matter be discussed with the Lord? You are aware of my father's current circumstances. Such trivial matters need not trouble him for now. As Master Lu spoke, he instinctively rubbed his chin. Xue Sanqian, if memory serves me correctly, was it not this individual that Elder Su mentioned previously? The steward, recalling the details, nodded vigorously. No wonder I felt this name was familiar. It is indeed her. Young Master, are we truly considering collaboration with someone who caused us to lose that land in vain? In times past, such a partnership would have been debatable. However, given the current internal strife, it would be prudent to avoid external conflicts as much as possible, even if they were to refrain from collaborating with her. An alliance with the 8 Treasures Gate was out of the question. The 8 Treasures Gate, in possession of the elixirs, chose not to engage, instead seeking us at the Hunterdan Workshop. Previously, we had no ties with them. Thus, this collaboration could only lead to a quagmire of complications. However, the girl is different. It is she who collaborates with us, not the 8 Treasures Gate, and this distinction could spare us from much unnecessary hassle. It appears the young master has indeed considered this aspect, as Manager Ma nodded slowly in agreement. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope she can truly surprise me, should she assist. I would not mind rewarding her in return. Within the private room of the tavern, how to earn, the girl mused. It is not that I doubt you, but I truly cannot fathom how you intend to provide the sect leader with a satisfactory response within these mere 3 days. Even if the Hunterdan Workshop refrains from engaging in business with the 8 Treasures Gate, it has no bearing on our profits. Xue Sanqian rubbed her stomach, finally satiated. After some contemplation, she summoned the waiter and requested a selection of desserts to take away. This one, and these 2 as well. Life at the 3 Pure Gate is fraught with hardship. Yilan, after all, does not indulge in culinary pleasures, and she dotes on her man herself. Elder Hu, burdened with worry, furrowed his brow. Observing his prized disciple's nonchalant demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately pouring himself another cup of cool tea. Seeing this, Xue Sanqian chuckled. Master, why the haste? You are correct. Generating profit is one matter, yet preventing the 8 Treasures Gate from conducting business is another entirely. Look at this. As she spoke, she produced a piece of paper and handed it to Elder Hu. Elder Hu examined it closely. It appeared to be a procurement list. "What is this?" he inquired. "I requested it from Manager Ma. This details the types and quantities of medicinal herbs the 8 Treasures Gate requires," she replied. Elder Hu grasped her meaning, yet when combined with their earlier discussion, he found himself bewildered. "Sir, your takeout desserts are ready." The waiter efficiently delivered the goods to Xue Sanqian. Upon seeing the small gift intended for her beloved, her spirits lifted considerably. She eagerly anticipated completing the affairs in Sherman Town to return to her partner, and she generously imparted her insights. "Have you noticed? All these herbs are of a positive nature, and the quantity is indeed substantial, verging on half of our inventory. Indeed, it is a significant order." Elder Hu quickly concurred. "If we slash the price of these herbs by half and offer them for sale, do you think the 8 Treasures Gate would purchase them?" As she spoke, Xue Sanqian cradled the packaged desserts close to her. "While these herbs are not particularly rare, they are nonetheless of decent quality. If we cut the price in half, would it not be foolish for them not to buy? So, the 8 Treasures Gate would indeed procure them from us. But why should we buy from them at half price?" Elder Hu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Recently, there has been much rain. And then? The 8 Treasures Gate is not comparable to our immortal medicine sect. Excessive rain leads to dampness, and there remains a considerable time before delivery." Elder Hu blinked. "Are you suggesting? Behind every large order lies a significant client that must not be easily offended. Should these positive herbs be improperly stored, their efficacy would be greatly diminished. As the delivery date approaches, one must ponder whether repurchase is necessary." Xue Sanqian, with a mischievous grin, suggested, "Let us sell half to them. If they mismanage it, they can hardly blame us, can they? Our own stock is in short supply, and with Baden Feng unwilling to assist, it is utterly impossible to procure such quantities in a short time. As the saying goes, one must seize the moment. It is only natural for prices to soar. In quadrupling, it is merely the order of the day. Besides, what is it that the 8 Treasures Gate lacks the least? Is it not wealth?" Elder Hu was at a loss for words. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Had he truly deceived this little girl into becoming an apprentice back then? Chapter 60. Seizing the Intelligence Line. "Care to taste my sweetness?" Upon leaving the tavern and returning to the entrance of the Sanqian Gate, Xue Sanqian searched diligently in a more secluded alley of Sherman Town, ultimately locating the Yifan escort agency. Elder Hu glanced at the dilapidated agency, its sign barely hanging, perplexed as to why his precious disciple had come here. However, having learned from previous experiences, he felt it unnecessary to understand her motives. In any case, it was quite rare for his disciple to seek trouble. Xue Sanqian instructed Elder Hu to wait outside, stating that she merely needed to speak a few words with the head of the agency. Naturally, she could not explain her reasons to her Na'vi master, for although the Yifan escort agency appeared to be in dire straits, it was, in fact, the nascent form of a future renowned intelligence agency, known as the Yifan Gate, which would dominate both land and water. She was not foolish enough to pin the entire future of the Immortal Medicine Gate on this venture with the 8 Treasures Gate. The new path she spoke of with her sect leader did indeed exist. Interestingly, the Yifan escort agency had a connection with a female protagonist. Just when it was on the brink of collapse due to financial constraints, it received generous assistance from her. Consequently, the Yifan Gate always remembered this kindness, offering the protagonist numerous conveniences thereafter. Information, when utilized wisely, is worth its weight in gold. This line of intelligence was one she must contend for with the protagonist. Even if it were not for the livelihood of the Sanqian Gate, the information she provided had, in varying degrees, aided the protagonist in disrupting the schemes of Yilanchuan. For this reason alone, it was worth her investment. "Master Lei, I have come specifically to negotiate a long-term business arrangement with the Yifan escort agency." Xue Sanqian did not underestimate her counterpart due to their current weakened state. On the contrary, she presented her utmost sincerity. As she spoke, she placed a pouch of coins on the battered table beside her. Lei Yun, the head of the Yifan escort agency, though somewhat robust in appearance, possessed a delicate and thoughtful heart, valuing loyalty above all. Engaging in business with such an individual, transparency was the best policy. As Lei Yun picked up the pouch and weighed it in his hands, he opened it to find it contained Sanqian coins. though not a universally accepted currency. These coins held considerable value in Sherman Town, where they could be exchanged for even more wealth. Here are 20,000 Sanqian coins, declared Xue Sanqian. Do you require us to transport goods? Lei Yin questioned, skeptical that the Sanqian Gate would need their services. The reasoning was simple. There were countless stronger entities within the Sanqian Gate that would not require the added expense of hiring them. Yes, and yet, not entirely, she replied. Xue Sanqian elucidated, I wish to engage in a long-term collaboration with you, facilitating the transport of the medicinal herbs from our Sanqian sect to locations you deem necessary. Lei Yin found it quite remarkable, as it was the first time he encountered an employer willing to allow them to deliver goods to places they believed were suitable. Indeed, 20,000 Sanqian coins will serve as the initial capital for this endeavor. During the transportation, you will possess the resale rights to the medicinal herbs, meaning if someone expresses interest, you will have the opportunity to negotiate a price and sell to them. Upon a successful transaction, I shall grant you an additional 15% of the total earnings as a referral bonus. While the Yifan escort agency was currently in disarray, their extensive experience and travels allowed them to understand the needs of various regions far better than she could. It was improbable that they would return empty-handed after such a venture. After all, the herbs were sourced from the Sanqian sect, and in this world, there would always be individuals with wealth, merely waiting for goods that piqued their interest. By undertaking several such journeys, establishing connections in the herbal trade would pose no challenge. This network would be mutually beneficial for both the Yifan escort agency and the Sanqian sect, devoid of any conflicts of interest, embodying a win-win scenario, far more advantageous than relying on the whims of the Bao sect. Recently, Lei Yin had been troubled by unscrupulous individuals undermining their business, having seized a few of their original contracts. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised that a business opportunity had presented itself to him. Although excitement stirred within him, he maintained his composure and inquired, what if the journey yields no results? The payment for the journey will be made regardless, Xue Sanqian replied without hesitation. Do you trust us so readily? Trust is not a luxury for the cautious. It is essential for the discerning, he reflected, the words resonating deeply within him. Very well. I shall accept this venture. Rest assured, since this is a mutually beneficial arrangement, my brothers and I will exert ourselves to the utmost. Excellent. I will send someone from within the sect to liaise with you regarding the subsequent matters. For now, I must take my leave, Xue Sanqian stated before departing swiftly. This opportunity was indeed worth seizing, and given its implications for the livelihood of the Sanqian sect, it was prudent to delegate the operational aspects to someone within the sect. Having concluded her business, she resolved to return to her primary duties. After instructing Elder who to relay the details of the Yifan escort agency's arrangement to the sect leader, she promptly excused herself, intent on visiting Yilanchuan with a small gift. Finding Yilanchuan was not a daunting task. If he had reverted to his beastly form, he would undoubtedly be at the Wanjian sect. If not found there, he was likely in the alchemy chamber, as she had previously pilfered his elixirs. True to his nature, he would surely replenish his stock once he had sufficient herbs. Given her current standing, it was quite simple to ascertain his whereabouts. And soon she confirmed he was neither at the Wanjian sect nor in the alchemy chamber. Thus, he must be concealed within the Sanqian mountain. Earlier texts had mentioned a hiding spot within the mountain, and she decided to seek it out directly, which was far more efficient than aimlessly searching. Fortune smiled upon her. After traversing a small distance, she indeed located him. This particular site was elevated, forming a small hollow akin to a cave, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 2 individuals. Upon seeing her, Yilanchuan appeared somewhat bewildered, completely at a loss. He could not fathom how she managed to find herself so precisely within the vast, yet confined 3 clear mountains. After a brief moment of distraction, he observed the newcomer awkwardly climbing upward. Realizing that any attempt to dissuade her would be futile, he glanced at the uneven stones and instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Lifting her up, they stumbled upon a small cavern, barely sufficient for 2, yet intimately close. As Xue Sanqian settled in, she tugged at her collar with one hand, while the other delved into her belongings. Yilanchuan instinctively averted his gaze and leaned against the stone wall behind him, exclaiming, What are you doing? Puzzled, Xue Sanqian replied. What do you mean? Can't you see? I'm retrieving something. It's difficult to climb while holding this. No sooner had the words left her lips than a small package appeared between them, further diminishing the already limited space. I specially prepared this for you. It's quite delicious. Do give it a try. Cautiously, Xue Sanqian unwrapped the package, revealing an array of meticulously arranged sweets. I won tea, Xue Sanqian stated, pressing further against the wall, regrettably finding no retreat. Xue Sanqian smiled, a warmth radiating like water. Do you wish for me to feed you, or will you eat it yourself? Could he express his utter disinterest? The unusual sensations still lingered within him, leaving him devoid of hunger or the desire to eat. He even suspected that his sense of taste might be temporarily absent. Thus, he candidly informed her, I cannot discern sweetness. Oh, she replied, nodding. Was she being forthright now? He watched as she took a piece, nibbling delicately, the powder left lingering on her lips. She extended her pink tongue to taste it, savoring a small morsel. Gradually, she inched closer, her body pressed against him, the first point of contact being her modestly proportioned bosom. Then allow me to experience the sweetness for you, she said, her dainty nose brushing against his, igniting a tingling sensation between them. Would you care to taste my sweetness? Chapter 61. Come down. You cannot possibly be devoid of feeling. Xue Sanqian lowered his gaze, shifting his focus to minimize her presence. The darkness of the cavern accentuated the brilliance of Xue Sanqian's eyes, which sparkled as she unabashedly admired him, tracing his contours and features with her gaze. Perhaps due to her profound affection, the light in her watery eyes became even more resplendent. With her soft lips parting, she murmured, Why do you not respond? Xue Sanqian frowned, even without looking at her. He could sense her steady gaze, tranquil yet fervent. During this peculiar transformation, his already keen senses had heightened. Even his pores seemed to breathe. Respond to what? He pondered. How was he to answer her query? His concealed hand subtly curled inward as he fought to suppress the rising tide of emotions within him. His silent resistance appeared to Xue Sanqian as an alluring display of affection. After all, he was Xue Sanqian. To her, his struggle resembled a form of indulgence. She was not the least bit angry. Rather, she only wished to tease him further, relishing in his helplessness. Each struggle of his signified that while she might not have entirely captured his heart, she had nonetheless left an indelible mark. A mere trace, albeit insufficient, was enough for her to linger and entwine herself with him. She elevated her body, positioning herself as the lure and him as the vessel, her supple form pressing closer against him, creating a bit of space in their confined proximity. In this manner, she nearly mounted him, akin to a vine delicately yet firmly clinging to a grand tree. With a hand freed, she grasped his slightly misplaced hand that rested beside her, feeling the coolness that flowed from his palm, a unique warmth that was unmistakably his. Unable to resist, she caressed it gently, observing how his long lashes trembled with uncharacteristic restlessness. A subtle smile graced her lips as she savored every slight change in him, each one intensifying her desire to provoke him further. Guiding his hand to her waist, she lifted herself slightly and leaned against his side, casting a downward glance at him while pressing his hand against her slender waist. She lowered her voice, whispering tenderly into his ear, It's too high here. I fear I might fall. Xue Sanqian furrowed her brow, contemplating resistance, yet uncertain of how to proceed. Thoughts of his hand, enveloped in her warmth, made her heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. She then remarked, Is your silence because you have no retort? His mind momentarily clouded with doubt. She nestled into the crook of his neck, teasingly asking, You didn't say you couldn't taste my sweetness, perhaps because you have, and it was sweet? His throat tightened as images he could not suppress began to surface, lips brushing against one another, warmth mingling with coolness, and heartbeats resonating with an unbearable longing. Xue Sanqian, he muttered through gritted teeth. Yes, I'm here. Get down. I shall not. With a sudden intensity, he lifted his gaze, his expression sharpening. Their eyes locked, and he attempted to intimidate her. Yet instead of fear, her eyes sparkled with vitality as she gazed back at him, utterly unafraid. How could she be so audacious? He could no longer indulge her this way. Indulge? Was he truly indulging her? His breath began to grow erratic as he glared at her, demanding, "Will you come down?" The hand that had rested on her waist had, unbeknownst to him, migrated lower, caressing her leg and slipping beneath her skirt to explore her delicate skin. The unique warmth, coupled with his distinctive touch, momentarily stunned Xue Sanqian, as the subtle movement ignited her senses, causing her soft form to quiver slightly. "Not coming down, are you? You wish to continue?" Knight Lanshuan gazed up at her, attempting to seize the initiative through this intimidation, no longer willing to be led by her whims. He sought to assert his dominance, reminding her that he was indeed a man. However, the suppression he envisioned did not yield the anticipated outcome. He sensed her tension. It was not fear, it was excitement. Indeed, she is exhilarated, her excitement far more intense than when they first met. She smiles seductively, swallowing the dessert in her mouth, then playfully nibbles on his earlobe, her delicate tongue tracing the contours of his ear again and again, even teasing the small sensitive spot within. The assertive tone in his voice dissipates like mist, leaving behind a hint of restrained weakness. In a moment of retaliation, her hand roams freely up his leg from the outside in. The slightly cramped space and dim lighting heighten their sensations. A subtle tickle escapes her lips, producing a soft sound that carries no discomfort, only the freshness and pleasure of exploring uncharted paths. The tips of Yi Lanshuan's ears, already flushed, deepen in hue at the sound she makes. If shyness could be quantified, this moment would surely be at its zenith. "If you do not come down soon, it will not be so simple," she threatens, her voice lacking any real menace. Yi Lanshuan smiles, the corners of his lips curling into a deeper grin. Just as he anticipates her descent, she lowers herself, rubbing against him. The angle and position allow his hand to feel an intimacy that brushes against secrets. Yi Lanshuan is utterly unguarded, in an unprecedented way. His face flushes crimson as he abruptly withdraws his hand. "You." Is he angry? Yes, for it is unmistakably her counterattack. But does he feel anger? Not in the slightest. If he were to feel anything, it would be a fleeting thought of what if it were someone else? He would feel rage, a desire to tear that person apart. But not towards her. He understands, yet once comprehension dawns, he feels anger toward himself. How could he harbor such unwarranted feelings for her? These emotions are like poison, lurking beneath the surface. And when one thinks they can easily control it, it erupts, ruthlessly invading and assaulting him. You cannot possibly be devoid of feelings, can you? Xue Sanqian's concerned inquiry ignites a spark. He pulls her into his embrace, capturing her lips with his. Indeed, he bites down, driven by emotions he cannot fully contain. His sharp teeth graze her lower lip, breaking the skin. He freezes. Reason returns with the taste of blood lingering between them. He cannot. Yet he halts. While she does not. Taking the lead, she continues this blood kiss, softly reassuring him, "I fear pain, but coming from you, it does not hurt at all." He cannot. She gently tucks a stray lock of hair behind his ear, her voice a playful plea. "I specially packed this dessert for you. Won't you kindly indulge a little?" He cannot, but perhaps a small taste of the dessert is permissible. Chapter 62. I do not evade. You are my sole obsession. Yi Lanshuan takes the initiative, picking up a piece of dessert and taking a small bite. The sweetness is simple, though the taste differs from what it once was. However, this simple sweetness remains largely unaffected, merely becoming a tad sweeter. When Xue Sanqian observed him indulging in his meal, she settled contentedly beside him, her demeanor becoming poised as she attentively watched, her heart brimming with joy. Being in the presence of one's beloved, regardless of the activity, or even in the absence of any action, evokes a profound sense of stability and happiness. Witnessing her beloved savor the small gift she had thoughtfully prepared stirred a deep sense of fulfillment within her, eliciting an overwhelming feeling of bliss. Is happiness truly such a simple affair? It appears to be pure and uncomplicated, a subtle sweetness. After Knight Lanshuan finished a piece, his gaze fortuitously fell upon the earnest expression of a certain lady intently observing him. How to describe it? One could clearly discern the palpable delight radiating from her. And if she had a tail, it would surely be wagging furiously at that moment. Did you come solely for this? He remarked, gesturing toward the small package of treats. Indeed, upon seeing them, I thought of you, knowing you would surely enjoy them, so I brought them for you. Xue Sanqian replied obediently. His heart fluttered at her docile demeanor, leaving him somewhat taken aback. You thought of me? He silently echoed, unsure whether it was a question or a retort. Perhaps I expressed myself poorly. It's not merely that I thought of you. Rather, I think of you constantly. As long as I draw breath, every moment, every second, my thoughts are consumed by you. That is quite an exaggeration. Knight Lanshuan averted his gaze. How could that be true every moment? You're deceiving me. What kind of expression is that? Fine, I concede that my words may be a tad exaggerated, but everything I do is for you. Xue Sanqian straightened her posture, feigning anger with her hands on her hips, but in her exuberance, she accidentally bumped her forehead against a nearby hard surface. In an instant, a large hand rested gently upon her forehead. Their eyes met, and the one who reached out fell into a momentary silence, swiftly retracting his hand. Xue Sanqian smiled. You care for me. You have already begun to care for me. Haven't you? This place suits you well. If you do not wish to return to the Xue family, it is fitting for you. It felt as if they had not engaged in such earnest conversation for quite some time. I'm a person who is easy to please and maintain, she remarked, implying that her contentment was not contingent upon location. As she spoke, Xue Sanqian wrapped her arms around his waist, clearly directing her words toward him. This time, Knight Lanshuan did not indulge her. Instead, he gently lowered her down, gazing seriously into her eyes. You and I are not on the same path. Isn't it for me to decide that? She countered. Those who can only live in water and those who can only thrive in trees. Do you believe they can coexist? Without trying, how can you know that those who dwell in trees cannot descend into water? Knight Lanshuan's expression darkened slightly. Once my body returns to its normal state, do you think you will still be able to treat me as you do now? If I revert to my usual self, that icy aura, if the duration is brief, it's manageable, but should it extend, it could severely harm an ordinary person's body. Moreover, you are not a martial cultivator. The path I must tread is one paved with bloodshed. Do you still dare to claim that life will remain so simple? Is this the reason you believe I cannot accompany you? Do you wish for me to remain at Sanqian Gate? Xue Sanqian inquired coldly. The immortal medicine sect treats you well and even discreetly sends people to protect you, Yu Lanshuan remarked, attempting to divert his gaze. A delicate hand swiftly grasped his chin, forcing him to face her, compelling their eyes to meet. Yu Lanshuan, I am not one to evade questions. If there are issues, we shall resolve them one by one. First and foremost, I must tell you that I fear not death, but without you, I would rather perish than live. You are my sole obsession in this world. Call me perverse or mad, question my affections or suspect my motives. I can endure it all, but I cannot tolerate a life devoid of you. Do you understand? Her spirit was fierce, and he stared at her, momentarily breathless. Moreover, I have told you more than once that I will grow stronger. I shall undoubtedly become stronger. By any means necessary, I will not be a burden to you. I will be your support. Whatever decisions you make, whatever paths you choose, I will accompany you. Even if it is a road of no return, you must not love another, neither man nor woman. If you must love, I swear I will slay them, with my life as the pledge. A vision of him plummeting off a cliff flashed through Xue Sanqian's mind, and her eyes welled with tears. I am not merely capable of existing in the trees. I am not as fragile as you believe. Wherever you are, I shall be there too. If you wish to abandon me, let me tell you, it is not a matter of whether you want to or not. It is simply unthinkable. Having expressed her thoughts in one breath, Xue Sanqian felt a sense of relief wash over her. Releasing him, she transformed back into her previous gentle demeanor. It is getting late. I must return, but I will come to see you again. Furthermore, there is no need for you to hide here. You may come to my place, where I can protect you. She departed, clumsily descending, embodying a stubborn spirit. Yu Lanshuan gazed in the direction she had vanished, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. Indeed, she had spoken at length, yet it was not excessive. Each word carved itself into his memory, leaving an indelible mark. At this juncture, he found himself pondering a question. What did she find appealing about him? Was it truly merely his appearance? If so, did he still possess that allure in his current state? After parting ways with Yi Lanxuan, Xue Sanqian returned to her abode, retrieving a great extreme Yin pill and entering meditation to cultivate her Yin energy. The practice of cultivation requires patience. Haste is futile and must be approached methodically. By nightfall, she had consumed 3 great extreme Yin pills, and the blue energy within her began to take on a fiery shape, indicating that the Yin energy in her dantian was being purified and nurtured successfully. Glancing outside at the darkening sky, she noted the time. She had previously observed the schedule for using the advanced alchemical furnace, which was available at this hour. Thus, she gathered the mid to high-level yang herbs obtained from Baidan Fong and proceeded to her alchemical chamber to concoct the extreme yang pill, inspired by the formula of the extreme Yin pill, hence its name. In truth, no one had ever attempted to refine such a pill. The reason was simple. Those who practiced yang techniques were fundamentally different from those who cultivated Yin. They could not utilize such pills to enhance their yang energy without the considerable risk of fatal explosion. However, the circumstances surrounding Xue Sanqian are somewhat different. While both seek to supplement yang energy, this method of supplementation proves most effective for her and yields pure yang energy. Medium to advanced yang herbs can only produce high-level extreme yang pills, while they are incapable of creating the grand extreme Yin pills. Nonetheless, they suffice for her needs. After crafting about 10 pills, she entered a state of meditation, the process of absorption proving to be far more arduous than that of the grand extreme Yin pills. With a slight grimace of discomfort, beads of sweat began to trickle down her forehead. This sense of unease posed no threat to her life, yet it was exceedingly trying. Several times, the thought of interruption crossed her mind, but she could not allow it. Halting now would mean all her efforts would be in vain. Recalling his words and her own, she thought, Xue Sanqian, you can do it. Endure. Chapter 63. Striving for the techniques, there is an urgent need for supplementation. The subsequent dealings of the 8 treasure gate are meticulously overseen by the astute gatekeeper. With the charges for the 2 fixed assets and the ice Yulan fruit being managed and collected by the somewhat Navi master, Xue Sanqian concentrated her efforts, immersing herself wholly in the cultivation of Yin and Yang energies. By day, she combined the grand extreme Yin pill in the ice lake, nurturing and expanding the Yang energy within her dantian into a fiery crimson blaze. By night, she utilized the advanced alchemy furnace to incorporate the extreme Yang pill, cultivating and expanding the Yin energy into a serene azure flame. After nearly a week, she cultivated the dual flames of crimson and azure into a vibrant, rich, and extraordinarily full form. However, she found herself at an impasse regarding the breakthrough of this current flame form, not due to having reached a limit, but rather the utmost threshold she could currently attain. To transcend this limit, the techniques became pivotal. The dual crimson and azure flames serve as the foundation. The more solid and robust this foundation, the greater the benefits for future cultivation and the higher the potential limit. The techniques, however, provide the framework, guiding and facilitating progression. Without such guidance, the foundation would lack direction, rendering further growth impossible. At present, her foundation had reached the prime moment for the acceptance of techniques. Once integrated, it could further advance. Yet, how to acquire these techniques? Purchasing them at a hefty price? Achieving that in the short term is quite challenging. It necessitates having goods that are both excellent and trustworthy, and to meet both criteria, they would likely command an exorbitant price. Frankly, she looked down upon the ordinary offerings. The techniques correlate directly to the pinnacle she could aspire to in the future, leaving no room for carelessness. She could not settle for mediocrity. What to do? Is there any viable solution? She considered taking a gamble. After much contemplation, she steeled her resolve. After all, this was the only course available for the time being. The worst outcome would merely be a temporary suspension of her cultivation, so she might as well seek her fortune at the awakening platform. What if she could awaken? The so-called awakening platform is a high dais designated for individuals of suitable age to autonomously awaken their techniques. Only prominent families and certain influential factions possess such platforms. Out of curiosity, she had previously examined the original text's explanation regarding the awakening platform. In essence, the platform is divided into two main categories, yin and yang, which further subdivide into the conventional 5 elements and anomalous attributes. The attributes of the awakening platform can be singular or composite, with single attribute platforms generally of higher quality than their composite counterparts. Taking the Sanqian Gate as an example, each branch of the Sanqian Gate possesses its own exclusive awakening platform within the gate, such as the water attribute awakening platform of the Luochuan Gate, the fire attribute awakening platform of the Babao Gate, and the gold attribute awakening platform of the Wanjin Gate. However, not all branches possess awakening platforms. For instance, the Xianyao Gate appears to lack one, as it has never been mentioned in the original text. The Babao Gate, which harbors animosity towards them, would find it somewhat challenging to infiltrate and utilize their awakening platform. Furthermore, the effects of the Daji Yin Dan in her possession far surpass those of the Jiang Dan. If she were to select between the water and fire attributes for awakening a water attribute technique would likely be more advantageous for her future progression. Compared to the Babao Gate, infiltrating the Luochuan Gate would be significantly easier, since acquiring the identity Jade token of the crescent moon from Year. She has sought an opportunity to secretly prepare a set of ordinary inner gate disciples' martial attire from the Sanqian Gate. As she retrieved the conventional inner gate martial attire, she could not help but narrow her eyes while caressing the fabric. Since she had decided to infiltrate the Luochuan Gate, why not take this opportunity to stir the pot regarding that matter? In fact, during their time at the Sanqian Gate, Yilanshuan and Ling Xue had a fleeting encounter in front of the Yuming Cave, albeit a very superficial one. Now, as she raised her hand to touch her cheek, a glimmer of calculation flickered in her eyes. It had indeed been several days since they last met, and it was time for a proper reunion. The Sanqian Gate had been shrouded in incessant rain, but today the weather had cleared, and the once lifeless Sanqian Gate began to buzz with activity once more. In the secluded path, amidst the melodious chirps of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, disciples of the Luochuan Gate were making their way in small groups towards the martial training ground within the gate. Each time someone passed by a newly admitted inner gate female disciple who was walking alone with her head bowed, they could not help but cast disdainful glances at her. Although the female disciple kept her head down, she could still feel the discontent surrounding her. She slowed her pace further, deliberately distancing herself from the main path, attempting to fade from the crowd's sight, only to be unexpectedly jostled aside by someone who deliberately followed her. The collision was rather forceful, sending her sprawling to the ground. Instead of apologizing, the perpetrator began to reprimand her harshly. "What is wrong with you? Are you walking crookedly?" Before the fallen disciple could respond, the two companions of the instigator stepped forward, feigning concern for her injuries while mockingly teasing her. "Come on, you shouldn't even bother talking to her." Indeed, a few less words wouldn't hurt. After all, regardless of anything, she does possess some beauty. She could hook up with the Babao Gate before, and now she is rushing off to the Wanjin Gate. She can even play the innocent little rabbit. Her strength may not compare to ours, but she knows how to leverage her looks. Who can compete with her shamelessness? Claps echoed from a distance, growing closer, indeed proving that rumors cost nothing and rely solely on the tongue. Whether she is a little rabbit is hard to say, but you three are undeniably ugly, and your mouths are foul. That is an undeniable truth. The crowd fell silent as they beheld a female, disciple clad in basic inner gate martial attire, approaching gracefully. Though her attire was unremarkable, her ethereal demeanor, fair complexion, and delicate charm made her impossible to overlook. A figure approached the fallen female disciple, bending down to offer assistance. "Year, please rise, the ground is cold." Year looked up with suspicion at the woman before her, who possessed delicate features and an exquisite figure, truly a beauty to behold. However, she had never encountered her before. Xue Sanqian subtly adjusted the identity token at her waist. At this proximity, the crescent moon inscribed upon it was unmistakable. Year abruptly raised her head again. "Sanqian, is it really you? Did I not mention that I would come find you?" As Xue Sanqian helped her up, She turned to the onlookers, including some scattered disciples from the Luochuan sect, and remarked coldly, "Do not blindly follow the crowd. If your vision fails, let your heart guide you. If she truly possessed such prowess, consider how the Bao sect behaves. Do you think they would let her be unchallenged?" Leading Year onward, she continued, "Year, you have done nothing wrong. There is no need for such humility. Do not think that by showing weakness, they will spare you. On the contrary, the more you appear vulnerable, the more they will perceive you as easy prey." "Sanqian, is it truly you?" Year instinctively grasped Xue Sanqian's hand, as if to confirm that this was not a dream, but a tangible reality. "It is I. This is my true appearance. I consider you a sister, and thus I reveal myself to you. Please keep this a secret." As they spoke, they noticed that the martial arts arena was already populated with new inner disciples from the Wanjian sect awaiting the exchange. A quick glance confirmed the presence of Yi Lanxuan among them. The Wanjian sect and the Luochuan sect are about to hold a gathering for newly initiated inner disciples, aimed at fostering collaboration and mutual growth. Excellent. I've been training for a week and am in dire need of his support. Chapter 64. Flushed ears softly. Xue Sanqian withdrew her gaze, pondering in silence. Although Yi Lanxuan should recognize her true self, perhaps due to her careful cultivation of yin and yang energies during her time at the Sanqing sect, or perhaps because she was undergoing the transformations typical of a young woman, she had evolved significantly from her previous appearance. Moreover, with the new identity of Crescent Moon, deceiving him in the short term seemed plausible. "Crescent Moon? What are you contemplating?" Year glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before explaining. "You have arrived at an inopportune moment. We are amidst an exchange with the newly initiated disciples of the Wanjian sect. Acting recklessly could expose us. The methods of the Xianyao sect differ from those of the Luochuan sect. Any rash action would indisputably reveal her identity." Xue Sanqian regained her focus. "Do not worry, Year. Since we are here, we shall make the most of it. Later, we will act separately, and I shall be fine. By the way, I need you to guide me to the awakening platform at the Luochuan sect tonight." The awakening platform? Year was puzzled, but nodded in agreement. Despite their limited interactions, she had heard much about Xue Sanqian recently, particularly concerning her ties with the Bao sect. Many within the confines of the door mocked her, incredulous that she dared to oppose the Eight Treasures Gate single-handedly. They laughed at her youthful ignorance, ridiculing her reliance on a rather unremarkable, perhaps even declining, sect, the Immortal Medicine Gate, and her audacity to act with such arrogance, regardless of the opinions of others. Year understood that she had accomplished what few would dare to attempt, and her courage had profoundly moved her own spirit. After some contemplation, she left behind a parting remark, "I will strive to protect you." Xue Sanqian paused momentarily. Though succinct, the weight of her words, especially following the Crescent Moon incident, was not to be underestimated. Soon enough, participants for the newly initiated Disciples Exchange meeting began to gather. Many had discreetly formed teams in advance, leading to a swift pairing process, leaving only two categories of individuals awaiting selection. One category was the unattainable type, such as the outstanding senior brothers and sisters invited to the exchange, including the male lead, Feng Xilan, and the female lead, Ling Xue. The other category consisted of the inconspicuous type, which could be described as low-key in a favorable light, or unremarkable in less flattering terms. The exchange meeting was an excellent opportunity for networking. Hence, this latter group was not in high demand, and Yi Lanxuan found himself among them. In the original text, as Yi Lanxuan remained until the end, Ling Xue approached him. Just as they were about to engage in conversation, the male lead, Feng Xilan, called her away due to pressing matters, thus thwarting their potential pairing. Indeed, Feng Xilan had urgent business with Ling Xue concerning the groundwork for the dreaming incident at Silver Moon Fortress in the Nether Cave. Alas, it was yet another event serving the leads, after which both their powers surged dramatically. However, Yi Lanxuan had no involvement in that matter, having not attended. Thus he largely bypassed it. Reflecting on this, the remaining individuals dwindled, and waiting any longer would soon reveal the scene described in the original text. Xue Sanqian discreetly observed Ling Xue, who appeared to be contemplating her choice. Do you truly believe you are the protagonist, and that your desires translate into reality? Before Ling Xue could act, Xue Sanqian stepped forward, her intentions clear, and fixed her gaze upon Yi Lanquan. The surrounding eyes followed the graceful figure as she advanced. During the selection period, many disciples from the Wanjian sect had secretly watched this alluring silhouette. The reason was simple. Her beauty was striking, her presence ethereal. If Ling Xue represented a gentle beauty, then Xue Sanqian embodied a vibrant allure, not in an exaggerated sense, but rather a beauty that pulsed with life beneath a tranquil exterior. As her hair danced in the gentle breeze, Xue Sanqian stood before Yi Lanquan with a radiant smile, closer than she had ever been in the original narrative. Her aim was not to replace, but to surpass and envelop. "May I join you in a team?" The silence that answered her was palpable, and her invitation rendered the atmosphere around them almost unbearably still, transforming Yi Lanquan's silence into an awkward void. He gazed expressionlessly at himself, yet Xue Sanqian understood that this was not a lack of emotion. Rather, he was in deep contemplation, perhaps questioning his own worthiness. Had it been any other woman, such a direct invitation met with disregard would have induced immediate embarrassment, prompting her to withdraw or display displeasure as a means of retreat. If it were not for him, perhaps she would have acted similarly. Silence was taken as consent. Xue Sanqian remarked, naturally intertwining her fingers with a certain maness, striding away. The surroundings gradually regained their vitality. Gossiping began to ensue. "Who is that girl? Quite lovely, isn't she? How'd she end up with someone so foolish?" As I drew closer, I caught a glimpse of her identity badge. It seemed her name was Ya. "I am Yuya, what is your name?" Xue Sanqian led him to a secluded corner of the training ground, where solitude reigned. Yi Lanquan glanced at their clasped hands, feeling the warmth of her touch, then met her gaze. He had assumed she was angry that day, and thus had not sought him out again. Wasn't that precisely what he desired? With such thoughts in mind, he lingered in that cave for 2 days after dispelling his beastly transformation. He was uncertain of what he was waiting for, and, amusingly, he felt both grateful and melancholic for the very absence he longed for, 2 opposing emotions intertwining within him, akin to a slow poison that devoured him piece by piece. From struggle to a heart that felt dead yet remained incomplete. Withdrawing his hand, he turned away, torn between wanting to engage with her and wishing to ignore her. He was utterly perplexed by his own actions. Observing his demeanor, Xue Sanqian decided to drop the pretense. It was evident he recognized her. "Oh, so you do recognize me?" She crossed her arms, evading him, then leaped back into his space, her brow furrowed in suspicion. "Are you angry? Is it because I haven't visited you these past few days?" Yi Lanquan slightly furrowed his brow. "Is that so? So you missed me?" "No, you truly missed me." This woman, despite her denials. Fine, darling, I was wrong. Next time, I won't dare to do it again. If something comes up, I'll inform you in advance, all right?" Xue Sanqian playfully tugged at his arm, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. What does darling even mean? Yi Lanquan attempted to pull his arm away, but she clung to him stubbornly, refusing to budge. "Let go." "Why? Afraid of being seen by Ling Xue? What does Ling Xue have to do with this? Did Ling Xue come today? Perhaps she did." However, once he saw her, it seemed his thoughts could no longer wander. The moment she appeared, he was acutely aware. He was merely feigning indifference. Xue Sanqian regretted her words. She needed to rid herself of this bad habit of mentioning Ling Xue at every turn. It was time to put that thought aside. Yi Lanquan could not fathom her purpose for entering Luochuan Gate. This place was far more intricate than Xianyao Gate, with unseen powers interwoven. She ought not to be here. Just as he was about to speak, Xue Sanqian, having released her grip, enveloped him in a warm embrace, burying her face in his chest, rubbing and inhaling deeply, revealing a blissfully content expression, feeling as if she had come back to life. Yi Lanquan stood frozen, caught in indecision, his ears gradually tinged with red. This woman was so soft. Chapter 65, A Date. "You won't pass out after just one drink, will you?" Yi Lanquan contemplated whether it would be better to pull her away, but in the next moment, she lightened his embrace, releasing him. "The warmth in my embrace has vanished. leaving an emptiness that seems to echo within my heart. A slight irritation stirs within me. Must we continue with such pretentious antics? Xue Sanqian's smile is enchanting, though it carries a hint of villainy. What do you wish to do? Yi Lanxuan inquired, a trace of helplessness in his tone. After spending these days together, he has come to realize that she is not one to act without a plan. Yet, in her presence, he finds himself increasingly lost, feeling like a stranger to his own self. Often, he does not wish to embody such a version of himself, yet he finds himself acting in ways he never intended, uttering words that escape his grasp. He has never understood the concept of timing. Everything he desires seems to require seizing by force. He has grown somewhat fearful of being with her, but when they have not seen each other for several days, that fear intensifies. Sometimes, he contemplates the notion of ending her life, keeping her in a coffin close to him, believing that in doing so, she would always remain, and he too would remain unchanged. I wish to go on a date with you, Xue Sanqian finally suggested, feeling that this notion was the most fitting. To date someone you cherish, thereby deepening the bond between you. Such an experience had never been known to his once solitary self. Because he had never engaged in such an act, her proposal stirred a flutter of excitement and a hint of nervousness within him. Even though he might refuse, she would undoubtedly employ her charms to persuade him. Yet, when awaiting his reply, anxiety would still grip her. Perhaps it was indeed because of her genuine affection. It is this affection that compels her to deliberate carefully during certain moments, exercising utmost caution. As she awaited Yi Lanxuan's response, she contemplated resorting to a bit of coaxing. And if that failed, she would resort to intimidation, for she now had the privilege of moving freely within Luochuan Gate, making it much easier for her to gather information about the elusive Xue Mingjing. Unexpectedly good. This simple word rendered her momentarily speechless, leaving her frozen in place, unable to discern reality from illusion. It was the first time he had responded to her so directly, his singular word imbued with his unique, magnetic voice, soft yet devoid of any insincerity, resonating like a melodious summer spring, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves in the spring breeze. It was simply delightful, the kind that stirs the heartstrings. Ah, he is handsome, possesses an admirable physique, and has a voice that is pleasing to the ear. His pure intentions combined with formidable strength. How she adores him. Xue Sanqian could not help but smile broadly, rising onto her toes to plant a gentle kiss upon his cheek. I like you the most. Her lips brushed against his cool skin, igniting a wave of sensitivity that sent shivers coursing through her, leaving her heart tinged with a delightful numbness. Yi Lanxuan was taken aback by her sudden kiss, hastily turning away with a furrowed brow, muttering, "Let us go." Xue Sanqian caught sight of his slightly flushed earlobes and silently smiled, aware that he was once again shy. Thanks to the favor of the 8 Treasure Gate, Xue Sanqian enjoyed the privilege of descending the mountain. Thus, their date could not possibly take place within the bustling confines of Sanqing Mountain, where the throngs of people made it inconvenient for her to express her affections. Instead, they ventured to the finest restaurant in Shimin Town, securing a private room and ordering the establishment's signature dishes, while meticulously selecting delectable desserts. The innkeeper rarely encounters such a lavish and decisive patron, grinning widely as he nods repeatedly and hastens to procure the ingredients, fearing that the buyer may regret their choices if delayed. The number of dishes ordered is indeed substantial. Sitting there, if one were to overlook his fearsome reputation as a formidable figure, his demeanor and appearance could easily be mistaken for that of an aristocratic gentleman. Since this is a date, under a certain lady's insistence, a certain gentleman reluctantly reveals his true self. Handsome, undeniably charming. Xue Sanqian has never concealed her unique affection for Yi Lanxuan. Cradling her face in her hands, she appears nonchalant yet responds earnestly. Not too much, not at all. I simply wish to present you with the very best. What nonsense is she uttering? What does she mean by offering the best to herself? Yi Lanxuan turns his face away and takes a sip of the herbal tea beside him. Perhaps the proprietor, fearing that the affluent patron might regret the abundance of food, swiftly brings forth an array of dishes, soon covering the entire table. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before her, the lady's mind races as she states earnestly, In our culture, dating is a significant affair. During the date, both parties must feed each other. With that, she opens her mouth and gestures towards the sliced lamb nearby with her delicate fingers. Jun pauses, momentarily puzzled by her eager expression, yet he picks up a slice. Hesitating just a moment before, with a gentleness he himself is unaware of, carefully brings it to her lips. Xue Sanqian bites down, savoring this peculiar little happiness with a slow, deliberate chew. Unable to suppress her mischievous thoughts, she swallows the food and states with mock seriousness, "That's not how you do it. No worries, I shall teach you." Upon finishing her words, she selects a slightly smaller piece of lamb, bites the front half, leans forward, and gestures for him to catch her offering. This woman must be teasing him. Just as they remain locked in this playful standoff, the innkeeper enters, announcing, "Esteemed guests, the proprietor has sent you this fine bottle of blush wine. We hope you enjoy your meal and find joy in your dining experience." The feeding session interrupted, the gentleman's face flushes with embarrassment. "Well, this was to be expected. Just wait. One day, I shall make you sweetly initiate our tender moments." Xue Sanqian silently vows, swallowing the small piece of lamb in her mouth and offering a polite smile to the innkeeper. Once he departs, she pours a small cup of wine for Jun, declaring, "Since you refuse to accept my offering, you must be punished. Drink this in one go." Jun glances into the cup. The liquid is not abundant. So he lifts it to his nose and detects a faint floral aroma. He swirls the wine in his glass, hesitating for a moment before obediently downing it in one gulp. Seeing this, Xue Sanqian finally pours herself a cup, just as she is about to drink when a long, elegant hand stops her. This wine, Jun shakes his head, is not to be taken lightly. What does that mean? Is it possible the wine has been poisoned? No. Given Jun's constitution, ordinary poison would hardly have any effect, would it? Xue Sanqian pondered when suddenly a burp escaped from a certain man. Yun, tell me honestly, have you ever drunk alcohol? Burp. No, it's just a small cup. Are you really that sensitive? You can't possibly be the type to fall after just one drink? Unable to hold back, Xue Sanqian laughed aloud. Yun turned to her, captivated by the brilliance of her laughter, which outshone even the most exquisite blossoms. How could she be so enchanting? He shook his head, feeling increasingly dizzy, her laughter ringing in his ears, melodious yet somewhat overwhelming. He thought, just then, Xue Sanqian's eyes widened in astonishment as his lips pressed fiercely against hers. This was merely the beginning. He plunged into her, like a beast liberated from its cage, driven by an insatiable hunger to conquer and consume. It was not enough, far from it. Mere entanglement could not satiate him. He savored her sweetness, indulging in her like a fine delicacy. Chapter 66. Will I make you ache, yet still desire me? The moist, soft sensation intertwined with his aggressive urgency for possession. Unlike before, this was raw and fervent. Xue Sanqian's heart raced like thunder, her senses overwhelmed by his essence, her breath stolen by his fervent kiss, leaving her mind in a haze. In the midst of chaos, a single thought crystallized in her mind. He had captured her tongue. As she felt herself on the brink of suffocation, drowning in his fervor, he released her just in time. She gasped for fresh air, the heat of their entanglement flushing her cheeks. Yun's gaze was fixed on her, the sweetness in his mouth gradually fading, yet his desire only intensified. In his eyes, she appeared even more alluring, her ruby lips parting slightly to draw breath, her long lashes framing those captivating eyes, exuding shyness, a picture of tender temptation. His throat bobbed, and his tongue grazed his lips, only fueling his thirst further. As Xue Sanqian regained her composure, her eyes met his smoldering black orbs. "Are you?" Before she could finish, he used sheer force to sweep her off the table and into his embrace, positioning her atop his legs, their gazes locked. Despite their previous intimacy, her heart raced like a startled fawn. This was different. This time, he revealed his true self. His gaze traversed his inky brows, the desire in his eyes amplifying the allure of his striking features. His cool hand pressed against the nape of her neck, drawing them closer until their foreheads touched. Her delicate nose brushing against his straight bridge, their lashes mingling. Every point of contact sent a delightful shiver through her. As their breaths mingled, he softly inquired, "Do you like me?" The desire in his eyes burned like a sunset staining the sky, saturating his gaze with longing. In his eyes, she saw herself, as if he could only accommodate her being. The wine itself may not intoxicate, yet the aromas spilling from his lips truly enchanted her. "Really? Then kiss me." Xue Sanqian was momentarily taken aback. Such a request from him was unexpected. It seemed he was indeed drunk, seeing her remain motionless for an extended period. A subtle frown creased his brow, and a faint sorrow welled up in his eyes. The mingling of loneliness and the hint of grievance on her delicate features tugged at one's heartstrings. She encircled his nape with one hand while the other caressed his cheek, gazing intently into his eyes. As her lips brushed down from his brow, her breath grew increasingly erratic until it finally met his lips, reconnecting with her warmth. He found himself unsatisfied. Mere contact with her lips could not quench his desire. He craved more than he could articulate. What more could he desire? He longed to immerse himself deeper in her essence. Suddenly, he rose, effortlessly lifting her onto a nearby plush couch, pressing her beneath him, declaring, "I want you." His breath quickened, the words escaping his lips in a hushed, breathy whisper, imbued with a sensuality that seemed to penetrate the flesh and resonate within the soul, leaving a lingering impact. Before she could utter a sound, his hand slipped beneath her skirt, gliding over her silken legs. He bit down on her collar, gently tugging it outward, while his other hand deftly untied the belt at her waist, revealing her alluring collarbone, soft shoulders, and smooth skin one by one. His gaze was captivated by the faint blush lingering on her shoulder, a remnant of the mark he had recently left upon her. His movements faltered, emotions surging within his eyes. Dizziness enveloped him. He wished to disregard everything, consumed by a singular desire for her, heedless of the consequences. He leaned in, licking the tender mark, and in the next moment, he bit down hard. A sharp gasp escaped her lips, unguarded. He intentionally held his grip, meeting her gaze. There was neither disdain nor fear, only an innocent charm that made one yearn to tease her relentlessly. He leaned close to her ear, his breath tickling her skin as he whispered in a tone laced with audacity, "Even if I bring you pain, do you still like me?" Pain? The kind of pain he referred to? Her curiosity was piqued by his question, and she chuckled softly. What could his notion of pain compare to the agony of a heart shattered or the torment of watching him perish without the power to intervene? The pain of the body merely attests to one's existence, while the ache of the heart can make one wish for oblivion. "I do not feel pain," she replied, caressing his cheek, aware that he had bitten her deliberately. In matters of the heart, he was but a child, fearful of the entanglements that closeness might bring. He dreaded the prospect of harm, uncertain of his own future, having always navigated life alone, reliant solely on his own strength for survival. In solitude, he found a peculiar fearlessness. He was reminding himself that being with him would bring suffering. The mere word pain encapsulated a multitude of unspeakable burdens. She leaned closer, her expression sultry, imbued with an otherworldly allure and a hint of frailty. "I adore the wounds you leave upon me. They are a testament to our connection." A madman, he mused. "Thank you for the compliment." It's hardly a compliment, she thought, her head spinning to the brink of unconsciousness. All he knew was that her presence brought him comfort, a solid reassurance. In that moment, it felt as though she truly belonged to him, and him alone. As she observed the person beside her fall into a profound silence, Xue Sanqian gently caressed his fluffy head, unable to suppress a smile. Who could have imagined that this formidable demon, known for his fearless demeanor, would succumb to intoxication? And what's more, he had completely passed out. Is this in accordance with reason? Yet, had she anticipated his drunkenness and the adorableness that ensued, she would have eagerly poured him a drink sooner. After settling him comfortably on the soft couch, she positioned herself at its side, resting her chin on one hand, quietly gazing at him. Her mind was empty. She sought no thoughts, simply content to watch in tranquil stillness. The road ahead was long, with myriad considerations looming, and there was no need for haste in this moment. With a gentle hand, she brushed aside the strands of hair that obscured his face, noting that he seemed to be sleeping soundly and peacefully, a serene beauty in repose. As she contemplated, she found herself wondering how she might create a world for him. This evening's awakening platform would demand her utmost effort. Yet, given his current state, it appeared their planned outing would be thwarted. However, exchanging a canceled date for his newfound assertiveness felt like a fair trade. After all, it was often said that alcohol reveals one's true feelings, which indicated that she had indeed sown the seeds of affection within his heart. She retrieved a prepared storage bag, filled with an assortment of medicinal pills, pondering how she could possibly allow him to remain without even a single pill for his protection. Placing the storage bag inside the inner pocket of his robe, she also selectively packed some of the dishes nearby. As for the desserts he favored, no matter the hassle, she would ensure they were all taken along, allowing him to choose for himself. Having completed these tasks, Xue Sanqian stretched contentedly and summoned a teleportation talisman to send him directly back to her residence for a restful slumber. Outside, the gilded layers paled in comparison to her cozy abode, and she wished to leave more of his essence lingering upon her bed. Chapter 67. The Inevitability of Death. Unburdened by the heart, driven by personal desire, after bringing him home, Xue Sanqian took the time to craft a special calming incense using the finest herbs, placing it near the head of the bed. Once she confirmed that her guest was sleeping soundly, she departed to seek out Yi. Finding Yi at this hour was not difficult. The disciples of Luochuan's sect adhered to a strict schedule and were currently dining in the cafeteria. Recently ostracized, Xue Sanqian felt quite solitary. Yi, I've brought you some delightful food. Let's share a meal together. Selecting 2 meat dishes, a shrimp platter and a fish delicacy, from the packed items, she offered them to Yi. Upon seeing Xue Sanqian, Yi's anxieties eased. She had worried about her friend encountering trouble, but recalling her cleverness, she reassured herself that Xue Sanqian would not place herself in peril. Then I shall not be polite, Yi said, without a hint of hesitation, and began to enjoy the meal. After their appetites were satisfied, Xue Sanqian accompanied Yi back to her modest dwelling. While it was simpler and more secluded, the advantage of solitude made their actions much more convenient. What? You intend to attempt awakening at the platform? Upon hearing Xue Sanqian's intention, despite her efforts to maintain composure, Yi's brow furrowed in concern. Yes, due to certain special circumstances, I have unfortunately missed the opportunity at the awakening platform. However, you must understand that some opportunities, once missed, are truly lost. No one has ever succeeded in awakening after failing to awaken once, or after a second unsuccessful attempt at the awakening platform. Night, fearing that she did not grasp the gravity of the situation, anxiously added, I have heard of someone who, after failing to awaken, lost half their life upon a subsequent attempt. Xue Sanqian understood Night's intent. She was not one to court danger recklessly. Yet some matters cannot be evaded simply by recognizing their difficulty. With this in mind, she retrieved a storage pouch filled with a plethora of exquisite recovery elixirs. Night, knowing the risks, yet proceeding regardless. What do you think motivates such a choice? Night hesitated, struggling with her response. Is it truly unavoidable? Indeed it is. Perhaps my assertion seems overly radical to you, but I am acutely aware of what I desire and the costs that accompany it. Often, the act of choosing is not nearly as daunting. The key is to avoid regret. The path she chose, once embarked upon, allowed no retreat. To turn back was tantamount to death. This resolve must be embraced. The atmosphere suddenly chilled, as Night had never considered that her light-hearted suggestion during the day to accompany her to the awakening platform bore such weight. Are you not afraid of death? Night, aware of her firm resolve, still felt compelled to ask. Afraid? How could I not be? Xue Sanqian gestured towards the bulging storage pouch filled with elixirs. Should I encounter misfortune, these potions would suffice to extend my life back to the immortal medicine sect. Night, if I were to meet with calamity tonight, I shall depend on you to escort me back. As she spoke, she produced a teleportation talisman and handed it to Night. Using this will transport me directly to my residence. My master lies nearby, and you need only to inform him. The rest will be left to fate. It became evident that she had already contemplated this eventuality. Knight solemnly accepted the teleportation talisman. Very well, I shall follow your lead. With some time remaining before their journey to the awakening platform, the typically reticent knight unexpectedly initiated a series of conversations. Do you wish to grow stronger for your own sake? No, not for yourself. Not exactly. Knight found herself perplexed. Then what is it? Xue Sanqian smiled. Do you believe there are saints in this world? Personally, I do not. We are all human, and desires inevitably arise, albeit in varying forms. Knight found herself in agreement with this notion. If one were to strive solely for oneself, it would be all too easy to surrender. Yet, if there exists someone you cherish, someone you hold dear, then for their sake, you must endure and envision the sweetness of the future, rendering all hardship bearable. Ultimately, one must look forward to live a fulfilling life. Life is finite. If one feels that their demise is justified, then at least they have not betrayed themselves in this life, have they? She was neither a saint nor a paragon of virtue, but she remained true to herself, embodying the person she aspired to be. I have perhaps spoken too much. You may take my words lightly. It is getting late. Let us set forth. Agreed. Knight took the lead, her mind lingering on Xue Sanqian's recent reflections. She seemed to have grasped a fragment of understanding, recognizing why, after Yuya's demise, she would wallow in self-reproach. It was not due to a lack of ability to save Yuya, but rather the realization that she had opportunities to intervene. Perhaps a simple invitation or an additional inquiry could have altered Yuya's final choice. Yet, she had not acted. If only she had adhered to her own convictions, articulating her thoughts and posing her questions, then even if the outcome remained unchanged, it would not have been a betrayal of her intentions. Beneath the moonlight, the azure crystal representing the water attribute awakening platform of Luochuan Gate stood tall. The two of them ascended along a winding path, ultimately halting before a circular platform. Atop the platform, 3-meter-high azure crystal shimmered under the moon's reflection, radiating waves of energy with a rich moisture and a gentle, pervading the atmosphere. Engaging with the awakening platform's techniques was not overly complex. One merely needed to approach the center, reach out to touch the crystal pillar, and attune oneself to the vibrations it emanated, resonating with them to absorb the energy. Upon reaching a state of saturation, two outcomes awaited. One was an absence of results, indicating failure, this being the case for first-time awakeners. In contrast, for those awakening for the second time, failure could pose severe risks to life. The alternative was a successful awakening, resulting in the acquisition of a corresponding attribute technique. I shall proceed, Xue Sanqian declared, glancing at Yi, who appeared composed yet gripped the teleportation talisman tightly in one hand while clutching her storage bag with the other, forcing a smile of encouragement. Do not fear. It is not my awakening. What is there to fear? Yi responded with a smile. Though her eyes betrayed a hint of red, she seemed to ponder another question. Who was it that compelled her to tread this path? Xue Sanqian strode forward, inhaling a breath of cool air as she reached the center and placed her hand upon the azure crystal. A low hum resonated. The azure crystal began to reverberate, and during this resonance, waves of water-like ripples expanded outward from the pillar's core. Xue Sanqian gradually closed her eyes, relaxing her body, and began to concentrate on the sensations of resonance emanating from the crystal pillar. A blue aura surged forth from the pillar into her palm, swirling within her body, consuming and amplifying each other, as if striving to fill her meridians. She frowned slightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she sensed an overwhelming heaviness within her body, the meridians being relentlessly compressed. The sensation of expansion bore an ominous unknown, igniting her blood and rendering her bones sore. This is unbearable. Yi, unable to see Xue Sanqian's expression, could only observe her being increasingly enveloped by the deep blue aura. The azure crystal flickered with an unusual brilliance, a sign far from ordinary for an awakening. It was as if Xue Sanqian's body resembled a bottomless vessel. Under the resonance, a torrent of water vapor poured in without pause, even as her body had yet to absorb it. This is perilous. Sanqian, can you hear me? If not, we must halt. This cannot continue. Sanqian. As Yi's frantic cries echoed, a thunderous phenomenon erupted above the azure crystal, a clash of blue and purple lightning. Chapter 68. Resonance of the Awakening Platform. His heart tightened. Amidst the clash of thunder and lightning, Xue Sanqian felt an overwhelming pain coursing through her body, her head buzzing incessantly. Unlike the warmth of expansion, this sensation was a chilling cold surging within, stirring the azure flames in her dantian. Her meridians were assailed by this icy energy, resulting in a persistent throbbing pain that bore down with a heart-wrenching chill. When cold reached its zenith, it morphed into agony. Beads of cold sweat trickled down as the pain caused her body to convulse involuntarily. Breathing intensified the suffering, and she gritted her teeth, holding her breath, her grip on the azure crystal pillar unwavering, while the voice of Year faded into the background. A resounding boom echoed, reminiscent of a proclamation that someone dared to defy the heavens. Year instinctively shivered, and in the next moment, a bolt of purple lightning struck the azure crystal pillar. Sanqian, the descending purple lightning did not vanish but clung to the crystal, transforming into numerous crackling strands that cascaded down upon the trembling Sanqian. Sanqian, surrender. This has transcended a mere awakening. Sanqian, Year cried out, her heart laden with regret. The unfolding events had strayed far beyond her expectations. Even if the awakening were to fail, it should not invoke such menacing purple lightning. Time was of the essence. She had to take her away, must take her away. With resolute determination, Year rushed toward the awakening platform, but just as her foot was about to land, an invisible chill thrust her back. Bang! She stumbled backward, bewildered. How could this happen? It was inconceivable. Could it be the purple lightning that triggered the awakening platform's self-defense mechanism? If that were the case, she could not breach the platform until the awakening concluded. What to do? What would be done? The only option was to seek help from the Immortal Medicine sect. But even if they arrived, could they possibly dismantle the platform's defenses? In such a scenario, the sect's combat prowess would be of no use. Consulting the elders? Given the platform's significance within the sect, would they jeopardize its defenses for an ordinary disciple? The answer was painfully clear. They would not. Sanqian, I beg you, please come down. I'm truly afraid. Sanqian, Year rose and struck the barrier before her with all her might. Hiss! The moment her hand made contact, the frigid air froze her skin, and she recoiled instinctively, unable to fathom the suffering endured by the one trapped within. The pain must be unbearable. Sanqian's consciousness was a mere flicker, sustained solely by her willpower, which emanated from the three characters Yi Lan Sun. She lacked the strength even to contemplate an additional word, feeling as though she hung by a thread, taut and ready to snap. A moment's lapse. A loosening of her clenched jaw, and she would be lost. Boom! Another deafening roar shattered the air, and rain poured down in torrents, drowning out Year's voice. Raindrops pelted the barrier, creating a rhythmic patter that resonated in the chaos. She closed her eyes and tilted her head towards the sky, the prolonged pain rendering her entire body numb. The only sensation she could perceive was a slight warmth at the corners of her eyes, tears born from agony. How excruciating! Was the resonance not yet over? Would she perish here? If that were the case, would she at least catch a final glimpse of him? A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. Even in such a dire state, she still had the capacity for such thoughts. Yi Lan Xuan, I truly cherish you. Far more than you can fathom or feel. Immensely more. Would I regret it? A voice echoed in her mind. No, I have come into this world for him. If I do not instigate change, how can his fate transform? If survival is my only aim, what kind of love is that? Do you love him? Without questioning the cause or reckoning the consequences, the voice persisted. Yes. Very well, I can be of service to you. However, I have a condition. You must find her for me, and assure me she is well. What do you mean? An ethereal image of Xue Mingjing suddenly surfaced in her mind. Xue Mingjing? You must know I am not human, but a mere construct birthed through forbidden arts by the Xue clan. Yet, you were sealed away, were you not? However, your resonance has awakened part of my consciousness, and through this frigid essence, I have established a connection with you. Is your awareness restored? Is my existence normal? I am not Xue Mingjing. I am Bing Campo, the epitome of extreme techniques. Bound by obsession, I cannot let go. You must locate Sha and find her. Only then can I truly serve you. Very well. I vow to seek her for you. I will divide myself in two, one half entering your body. If you can endure, there will be a future. Naturally, I hope you can withstand it. The voice of Xue Mingjing faded entirely, and a surge of intense coldness flooded into her being. Xue Sanqian released her grip on the azure crystal pillar, and as she opened her eyes, pain assaulted her head. Her body felt as though it would burst, and her skin seemed on the verge of cracking from the frost. Through her blurred vision, she could faintly discern lines resembling meridians, pulsating with a bluish-green glow on her skin. The protective barrier of the awakening platform gradually disintegrated, and Yi Er rushed towards her with red-rimmed eyes. Yi Er, please stop talking. Your condition is dire. I must take you back to your residence. Do not speak. Indeed, Xue Mingjing had remarked that her ability to endure lay solely in her hands. Leaning almost entirely on Yi Er, standing became a struggle, and breathing was arduous. The pain wrought by the awakening had not lessened but intensified. It hurt so much. Tears streamed involuntarily down her cheeks. Having come this far, she had to persevere. Yet, the pain was truly unbearable. In her muddled consciousness, Yi Er had already carried her back and laid her upon a wooden bed. He was no longer there, but his lingering scent remained. Xue Sanqian curled up, her hands clasped together, trembling uncontrollably. Before long, she heard her bumbling master's booming voice. What on earth happened? How did she sustain such injuries? Frost has formed on her skin. Were these bluish-purple lines? It was the awakening platform of the Luochuan sect. Sanqian underwent the awakening. Yi Er choked on her words. What? Understanding the audacity of that girl. Has she truly lost her sense of self-preservation? Is this not sheer folly? I must seek out the master. You, follow me. I shall prepare a medicinal concoction for her. With that, Elder who led Yi Er out of the room. The wooden cabin once again descended into silence, save for the trembling sounds from the bed and the hurried, faint breaths. A figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into the wooden abode. Do you wish to perish? The cold tone carried an undercurrent of suppressed anger, a crisp sound, and the faint, lingering scent of chill in the air. Xue Sanqian did not need to turn around and know he had arrived. Yi Lanchuan furrowed her brow, experiencing a level of agitation she had never known before. Not merely vexation, but a fierce anger that made her feel as though she could commit murder. It hurt so much. Throughout her ordeal, she had uttered not a single word of pain. Yet at this moment, it seemed as though she would weep out all her suffering, tears streaming down in large droplets, causing her already trembling body to quiver even more violently. Yi Lanchuan felt a pang in her heart, rendering her utterly devoid of anger. Chapter 69, Affection, after all, is devoid of reason. Someone once said that in the presence of the one you cherish, you remain forever a child. Xue Sanqian had never comprehended this notion, yet now, upon hearing his voice and sensing the concern and tension in his cold words, she found herself unconcerned with her own resilience. All she desired was to weep freely, to release all her previous fear and helplessness. However, her body was so frail that after a few sobs, she could hardly hold herself together. So cold that her teeth chattered. Logically, she should have been accustomed to the chill, but for some reason, she was exceedingly fearful of the cold at this moment. Perhaps it was the entry of the ice silkworm soul into her body that disrupted the delicate balance of the crimson and azure flames within her, making her, who was once unafraid of the cold, suddenly unable to endure it. Of course, it could also be due to her severe physical condition, rendering her less resilient to the cold than before. Xue Sanqian struggled to turn around, gazing up at Yi Lanchuan with tear-filled eyes, symbolically extending her hand for an embrace. Yi Lanchuan remained still, observing her sniffle, on the verge of tears once more. He frowned slightly, but eventually approached, sitting at the edge of the bed and gently pulling her into his embrace. I am rather cold. Perhaps fearing she might overthink, he added, I am truly frightened. Afraid I might not endure and miss seeing you one last time. Thank you. Xue Sanqian closed her eyes, pressing her face tightly against him, tears flowing uncontrollably. She had not intended to cry, yet her tears soaked his garments. Why did you go to the awakening platform of Luochuan? Yi Lanchuan held her delicately, aware of her fragility, and dared not apply any pressure, fearful of causing her pain. Xue Sanqian sniffed and remained silent. She thought he likely already knew the answer. He was merely questioning why she would so torment herself, risking such perilous dangers. To grow stronger? It seemed he had no intention of awaiting her response. As he continued to inquire, again, there was no verbal reply. The girl merely continued to nuzzle against him. Have you ever contemplated that, despite your growing strength, there are certain matters beyond your capacity to resolve? Yet, I can assist you. Yi Lanchuan paused momentarily, acutely aware that her words rang true. She genuinely believed that. If it were a problem I could solve, there would have been no need for your aid from the outset. So what then? Xue Sanqian slowly raised her head. Her eyes tinged with a crimson hue, and gazed earnestly at him, demanding a response. Yi Lanchuan, perplexed, looked down at her, uncertain of what she expected him to answer. I recognize your strength, and I know you will grow even stronger. However, does strength imply that you no longer require assistance from others? Faced with her inquiry, he could only choose silence. To be candid, he had never contemplated such a question. His strength ensured his survival, as there would be no one to aid him. Thus, he had never considered the need for assistance. I do not require it, he murmured softly. Yet I do. Xue Sanqian's smile appeared somewhat weary, yet it was imbued with a continuous gentleness. I need to strive for the one I cherish, to demonstrate through my actions that my words hold weight, to ensure that he, whose heart is shrouded in distrust, understands that in this world he can at least place his faith in me. Indeed, even if I become stronger, it does not guarantee that I will be immensely powerful. However, that is an entirely different matter. You cannot strip away the significance of my existence. Do you comprehend? Even if it leads to death. Yi Lanchuan cast his gaze downward, hesitant to meet her eyes again. Xue Sanqian sniffed. I do not wish to die either. My demise would only benefit others. However, should that moment arise, could you promise me something? What is it? I am aware that there exists a forbidden technique capable of turning a person into a puppet. Yi Lanchuan furrowed his brow, questioning whether she truly understood the gravity of her words. Xue Sanqian tightened her grasp around him. Even in death, I wish to remain by your side. Huh? Yi Lanchuan suddenly laughed. Perhaps, from a certain perspective, they were indeed somewhat suited for each other. She spoke of wanting to be his puppet in death, unaware that not long ago, he harbored thoughts of ending her life to keep her close. Have you ever considered that if I were to truly fall for you? Yi Lanchuan met her gaze once more. I might desire to kill you, to fashion you into a puppet, ensuring that you could never reincarnate, forever bound to my side. He was never a conventional individual. In his eyes, life and death were merely two facets of the same coin. Such a terrifying notion, if shared with her, should instill fear, right? Now, it was Xue Sanqian who stood astonished. She had never envisioned that he could think this way. So, you wish for me to remain by your side. A flicker of joy danced within her eyes. You seem to misunderstand my intent. That is inconsequential. What matters is that you desire my presence. Yi Lanchuan raised his hand to shield her eyes. You need to rest properly. He could no longer meet her gaze, for it ignited a restless yearning within him. Time and again, she audaciously invaded his heart in her own unique manner. The words he spoke were not intended to elicit such a response from her. He intended to frighten her, yet his heart was irresistibly drawn to her. Xue Sanqian obediently allowed him to cover her eyes, smiling faintly. Are you shy again? Spouting nonsense. He denied it. Yi Lanchuan instinctively shifted his gaze to her pale lips, noticing distinct bite marks upon them. He could only imagine the pain she endured at that moment. He pondered deeply, unable to suppress his murmurs. Your affection for me is utterly irrational. Love, after all, is inherently devoid of reason. The justifications that can be articulated are merely born from the act of falling in love. Xue Sanqian pouted in response. Once these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped them. Xue Sanqian contemplated why Yi Lanchuan treated Ling Xue so differently. The original text seemed never to clarify this point. His affection for Ling Xue appeared bewildering, and judging from the later chapters, His loyalty seemed excessively steadfast. What could possibly justify it? Meanwhile, Yi Lanchuan recalled a childhood memory sparked by her words. Her presence had rescued his spirit from the brink of surrender. It was precisely for this reason that he felt. However, if love itself is without rationale, then does a fondness stemming solely from a childhood memory truly constitute love? Or is it merely a different kind of affection? Master, hurry! My beloved disciple is on the verge of collapse, came the anxious voice of the clumsy master from outside. The two, lost in their thoughts, snapped back to reality. Yi Lanchuan carefully repositioned her on the bed and swiftly departed through the window, while Xue Sanqian feigned sleep. Her physical condition remained dire. It was merely the presence of Yi Lanchuan that offered her some comfort. With his absence, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if she were nearing her end. Upon the master's arrival, he assessed Xue Sanqian's condition and took her pulse. Given her current state, it was evident she had awakened her martial arts. Yet the uniqueness of this skill posed a question of whether she could endure relying solely on her willpower. Elder Hu blinked in astonishment, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Is there any way to help her persevere? As they conversed, Xue Sanqian felt a violent cramp within, rendering her unable to maintain her charade of sleep. She suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. This is bad. Her internal energy may be turning against her. The master furrowed his brow, thoughts racing, caught in the balance of whether to save her or not. Xue Sanqian. He suddenly addressed her in a grave tone. Do you wish to live? At that moment, she lacked the strength to respond verbally, merely managing a faint nod. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. But should you survive this opportunity, you will bear the burden of the entire immortal medicine sect. What does that mean? Xue Sanqian struggled to comprehend, but realized that, to survive, she seemingly had no other options. She then heard the master turn to Elder Hu with determination. Fetch the Miao. Chapter 70. What then is love? What? Elder Hu stood frozen, his eyes wide as saucers. The master, channeling the energy of wood within him, infused vitality into Xue Sanqian while raising his voice in urgency. Bring the Miao. Summon the core elders, unless you no longer wish to keep this disciple. Oh, I shall go at once. Elder Hu regained his composure, and upon confirming that he had indeed heard correctly, he turned and dashed away, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Miao, that is Miao. How many years has it been passed down? At least a century, one might say. It is the very foundation upon which the immortal medicine sect was established. A legacy transmitted since its inception, known only to a select few within the sect. The true nature of its benefits is known solely to the sect leader. Is it truly to be used on that girl? Even though she is his treasured disciple, such treatment. Elder Hu remained conflicted in his heart, yet his legs did not slow their pace by a fraction. The sect leader must have his own considerations. Since Miao has been employed, it must be a full effort to save her. Not long after Elder Hu departed, Yi Er returned, carrying the medicinal broth that Elder Hu had instructed her to prepare. Upon entering the room, she was met by the sect leader of the immortal medicine sect, who had previously visited their Luochuan sect. Having had the fortune to glimpse him from afar, she suddenly found herself at a loss, holding the bowl of medicinal concoction. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. Should the sect leader inquire about the circumstances, how would she respond? Would she speak truthfully, or would she falter in her words, fearing that any misstep might bring unnecessary trouble upon Sanqian? The sect leader had just finished a wave of anger, temporarily alleviating the suffering caused by the devouring of his own power, yet the affliction persisted. What kind of awakening could provoke such a tumultuous hunger? The causes of this hunger can vary. Some arise from a mismatch between techniques and inner strength. Since she awakened her abilities on the awakening platform, the likelihood of such a mismatch is exceedingly low, virtually non-existent. Others may stem from forcible awakenings through abnormal means. Her situation indeed bore some resemblance to a forced awakening. It was not due to any unnatural methods, thus it was highly improbable. The most likely explanation is that her physical condition is insufficient to accommodate such power. Yet the resultant hunger is not characteristic of ordinary abilities. Based on this assessment, To preserve her, the most viable solution he could conceive was to procure Yinyao. Yinyao is the eternal sprout, imbued with unparalleled life force. It resembles a medicine, yet is not quite so. It appears alive, yet is not a true living being, said to be something brought forth by the founding ancestor of the sect from another realm. The sect leader pondered briefly, then turned to the anxious young girl holding the broth, sighing, "Given the circumstances, the reasons have become less significant. Leave this to us. You may take your leave with the broth, lest you inadvertently cause trouble." Yi nodded, although she longed to remain by Sanqian's side. The sect leader's words resonated with truth. Her presence here might invite scrutiny. Furthermore, with the sect leader present, her presence was indeed extraneous. Placing the broth on a nearby tea table, she cast one last glance at Sanqian, who lay on the wooden bed, enduring great torment, silently encouraging her. She resolutely turned and departed. It seemed she could begin to comprehend that feeling of striving to become stronger for someone else. The trepidation in his eyes gradually faded, as the rain-soaked night sky appeared to be adorned with radiant stars. Once the night had departed, the master of the door lifted his gaze towards a shadowy corner outside, a hint of resignation in his voice as he murmured, "If you wish to guard, then come forth and guard." Noticing the absence of a response, he continued, "She has never deliberately concealed her intentions to meet you. Do you believe I am unaware of your existence?" As his words fell silent, a shadow approached with measured steps, emerging from darkness into light. The room, brilliantly illuminated, revealed his serene visage, while rainwater dampened his hair, droplets clinging to his strands, poised precariously as if mirroring his current state of mind. He was caught in an unprecedented awkwardness, neither here nor there. Perhaps unaccustomed to revealing such a vulnerable side before others, he felt undeniably disheveled, not in appearance, but in spirit. His concern, though unspoken, was evident to even those uninvolved. He yearned to protect her. Have you ever pondered this? The girl is remarkably astute, yet when she seeks you, she never conceals her intentions. What could be the reason for that? The master regarded him leisurely. This young man appeared rather ordinary, yet his eyes bore an indescribable sharpness, even devoid of emotion. The innate nobility and subtle pressure he exuded were unmistakable. This young man was extraordinary. If you remain silent, I shall assume you comprehend. Indeed, he understood. As the night deepened, Yilanchuan lowered her gaze. How could someone as astute as she be oblivious to the presence of someone following her? Yet, by concealing her tracks and boldly seeking him, she aimed to transparently convey her feelings. She valued herself and sought to protect her own heart. Ah, how fragile she was, as if a mere touch could shatter her. Xue Sanqian's consciousness had become fragmented. She sensed the encounter between the master and Yilanchuan, seemingly without causing much commotion. However, soon after, she found it increasingly difficult to concentrate, gradually succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. The master inspected Xue Sanqian, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "I am aware of the matters concerning you young people. As an elder, it is neither my place to inquire nor to interfere. However, this girl holds a unique significance for my immortal medicine sect. I must ask you, do you harbor feelings for her? Do you harbor feelings for her?" Yilanchuan met the master's solemn expression, confronting this question for the first time. It was a query he instinctively shied away from. He did not wish to leap to conclusions, nor to dismiss the genuine care he had for her. Time passed in slow motion, yet the scene within the room felt frozen. Is it difficult to answer? What truly constitutes affection? He recognized the existence of affection between men and women, acknowledged that she was special to him, and indeed desired her. But does that equate to affection? Is his desire akin to her feelings for him? He was uncertain. No one had ever taught him, nor had anyone ever cared for him. With half of his life marred by pain and resentment, could he truly comprehend affection, or be capable of it? Thus, what is affection? To follow one's desires and seek another's heart. Does that constitute love? If it were merely this way, would such affection not be overly simplistic? And once attained, would it not wane? If that were the case, might it be that unfulfilled desire allows such affection to endure indefinitely? His heart was tumultuous, and he hesitated to respond, gripped by fear. In chapter 71, his blood stained her lips. The sect leader shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that it was indeed abrupt to pose such a question. If you seek her well-being, you shall be regarded as a dear friend of the celestial medicine sect. Should you wish her harm, do not blame us if we exhaust all means to counter you. Is it truly wise to stake the future of the celestial medicine sect on a mere girl? Li Xiao had been contemplating this question ever since he assumed leadership of the sect. He had completely shed the name Li Xiao. His sole identity was that of the sect leader. Once the most venerable among the branches, the celestial medicine sect had now become the weakest, teetering on the brink of survival. This was common knowledge within the Sanqian sect, though it went unspoken. Thus, no one remembered the name of the sect leader. They merely referred to him as the leader of the celestial medicine sect. Over the years, he had desperately sustained the sect through control of the medicinal fields and alchemy chambers, waiting for nothing more than a glimmer of hope. The celestial medicine sect was in dire need of a newcomer capable of disrupting the current order and altering the dynamics of the Sanqian sect. However, such individuals, possessing the requisite ambition and fortitude, were exceedingly rare, and even if they existed, they would likely not align with the celestial medicine sect. Xue Sanqian's arrival was like the last straw. Time was running short. If the sect were to slowly march towards its demise, the ever-pragmatically Xiao was willing to take a gamble. If he were to fail, what would it matter to be branded a sinner of the celestial medicine sect? One path led to a struggle for survival, while the other awaited inevitable death. How to choose? Li Xiao regained his composure and met the gaze of the youth before him. Indeed, our martial prowess is lacking. If you are willing to protect her, I shall request your transfer from the 10,000 Sword sect. They should grant me this small favor. It was certainly no solution for the girl to keep running away. Bringing her back would help her settle down a bit. Yi Lanquan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the leader of the celestial medicine sect would request his presence from the 10,000 Sword sect for Xue Sanqian's sake. Once he shed his veneer of composure, the astute Li Xiao regarded the youth with calculating eyes. This lad harbored some feelings for the girl, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility for the celestial medicine sect to possess more than just healing potions. They could also assist her with matters of the heart and mind. At times, affection requires a gentle nudge from external forces. Yi Lanquan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the sect leader's gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. Before he could ponder further, Elder Hu, accompanied by several core elders, arrived, bearing the treasure herbs preserved in ancient snow ice. In the flurry of their arrival, none noticed the additional youth standing aside. Yi Lanquan, recognizing the need for space, discreetly stepped back to facilitate their efforts in healing. Li Xiao extracted the yinfang herb, and the moment it was placed, the wooden cabin was enveloped by a sweet fragrance of fresh grass. Just a whiff of it instantly revitalized him, as if his very soul had been cleansed. Together with the elders, Li Xiao harnessed their inner wood energy, guiding the pure life essence of the yinfang herb to flow gently into Xue Sanqian's body. A faint, luminous glow enveloped her form, and the lines of her furrowed brow visibly relaxed, indicating alleviation of her suffering. This guidance continued for the duration of a tea break, and the sustained infusion of wood energy began to show signs of fatigue on both Li Xiao and the elders. Yet, despite the improvement in Xue Sanqian's condition, the insatiable hunger of her cultivation method persisted unabated. The sheer purity of the life essence, coupled with the collective effort of 6 individuals directing their wood energy, was astonishing. It still could not counteract the insatiable craving induced by her technique. What sort of power had she awakened? It was utterly absurd. Elder Hu could not help but voice his concern, asking, "What shall we do? If the yinfang herb proves ineffective, what else can possibly save her?" Such worries burgeoned in the hearts of all present at the immortal medicine sect. They had no choice but to fight. Retreat was not an option. Li Xiao raised his gaze to the elders. His assertion of having no retreat was not solely about saving a life. It was also about the future of their sect. When Elder Hu had complied with the sect master's wishes to acquire the yinfang herb and summon them, they understood this gravity. "I have kept a treasured soul revival grass for most of my life," one elder proclaimed. I possess a 9-turn soul revival pill, blood ginseng slices, and a small piece of flame-scaled horn. Alas, I lack the blood of a 9-headed serpent. Otherwise, the combination would amplify the effects manifold. Elder who, witnessing the usually frugal demeanor of the 4 elders transform into such generosity, felt a surge of emotion welling in his eyes. I have nothing to offer. An awkward silence enveloped the room as the others ignored Elder whose lament. Li Xiao sighed and declared, let us utilize everything we have. Our success hinges on this moment. The newfound herb primarily aided internal nourishment, while the offerings from the elders could enhance external healing. With both internal and external efforts combined, perhaps the girl still held a glimmer of hope. Hang in there, girl. With renewed determination, they exerted their efforts once more. As dawn approached, Li Xiao and the others, exhausted, left Yilanshuan to guard the night while they retreated to Elder Hu's quarters to meditate and rest in preparation for the next battle. Xue Sanqian's condition stabilized somewhat. The intensity of her cultivation's craving had diminished, though it was far from entirely quelled. Yilanshuan gazed at Xue Sanqian, whose pallid face lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber. He murmured softly, is it worth it? Do you regret it? He recalled the words of an elder who had suggested that the blood of a 9-headed serpent would enhance the efficacy 1,000-fold. Leaning closer, he crouched down, biting his fingertip to draw forth blood, which gleamed like red pearls. He pinched her chin, parted her lips to administer the blood drop by drop. 5 or 6 droplets in total, each one a desperate plea for her survival. His blood stained her pallid lips, and he gazed intently, reaching out to smudge the vibrant red between her lips. The soft sensation transmitted through his fingertips revealed that she still possessed warmth, rendering her even more exquisite. I want you to live, do you hear me? The sanguine hue filled her pallor as the light of dawn filtered through the window, casting a golden glow upon her face, as if she were adorned with a layer of resplendent gold. Fixating on her, memories of her every frown and smile naturally surfaced in his mind. He could not help but touch the area of his heart, for the first time feeling that pulsation with such clarity. The living version of her was all the more enticing, inciting a desire to tease her. He began to lick away the blood that adorned her lips, for her beauty was a treasure meant only for his eyes. Just then, the sealed snow spirit, Miao, abruptly began to tremble violently. In the next moment, with a resounding pop, it burst forth from the ice, transforming into a green that swiftly darted into the center of Xue Sanqian's brow. Beneath the golden radiance, emerald light radiated outward, flickering intermittently before gradually fading. As the scars on her body vanished in an instant, her skin becoming more radiant than ever, a translucent white with a hint of rosy hue. Chapter 72. I want to hug you. The throbbing headache dissipated in an instant, reminiscent of a sudden illness that struck like a mountain, only to retreat as gently as a thread being pulled. Xue Sanqian sensed something merging with her blood, a sensation akin to withered wood rejuvenated by spring. The ice and snow melting away, as the previously swollen and painful meridians experienced an infusion of vitality. The entity merging within her was cool and refreshing, yet surprisingly imparted a warm sensation, a paradoxical description, yet it was the truth. In the next moment, something entered her forehead, her chaotic consciousness instantly clarifying. The refreshing scent reminiscent of mint calming her previously agitated emotions. Within her dantian, dual flames of crimson and azure, varying in size, were uplifted by a small green sprout radiating a verdant glow. The sprout, with its 2 glossy green leaves, cradled the dual flames separately, guiding them apart. The imbalance that once existed was now restored to equilibrium by the arrival of the sprout. The smaller red flame, akin to a defeated child lamenting its plight, nestled against the green leaf, voicing its grievances. Meanwhile, the blue flame, eager to continue its skirmish, was pacified by the other green leaf, still vociferous but obediently remaining atop the leaf. Her beleaguered body, having endured much, was now being restored in all dimensions by the vitality brought by the sprout. It seemed she had endured. Gradually opening her eyes, A warm tear unknowingly slipped from the corner of her eye. She had not intended to cry. Perhaps it was a tear of joy, a release after surviving calamity. She had not perished, which meant her struggle had not been in vain. Her body was recovering even better than she had anticipated, feeling lighter than before. Surveying her surroundings, she found the room empty. She sat up, feeling a sticky sensation on her skin, and noticed a wooden basin filled with clean warm water on the tea table beside her, with neatly folded wet wipes hanging over the edge. Without further thought, she approached, dampened the wipes, wrung them out to a slightly dry state, loosened her collar, and prepared to cleanse herself. Suddenly, the wooden door creaked open unexpectedly. Upon her first reaction, Xue Sanqian instinctively pulled up her collar, only to be enveloped by a familiar, faintly cold fragrance. With a flicker of her eyes and a surge of thought, her hands shifted from raising her collar to tugging it downwards, exposing her snow-white skin to the cool air, which sent a slight chill through her. Yet, in that moment, her heart raced like a startled deer, restless and somewhat warm. Was this considered seductive? Given the extraordinary circumstances, such methods might be justified. After all, enduring this hardship was not solely for her own sake. It was only natural to seek a bit of sweetness after such bitterness. Indeed, quite understandable. As a certain gentleman stepped in, he was immediately confronted with this scene, while the morning light that filtered in alongside him cascaded onto her shoulder, illuminating her like white jade, pure and radiant. For a fleeting instant, it was almost blinding. Why should he retreat? Such an action would only betray his concern. He tightened his grip on the bowl of medicinal soup, his breathing involuntarily quickening. Having grown up without guidance, he had observed other children receiving affectionate praise from their mothers for their achievements, and he quietly contemplated whether excelling would earn him similar accolades. Thus, he diligently applied himself to his studies. Despite his tender age, through his own understanding, he had grasped many principles. For instance, the notion that men and women should maintain a respectful distance, and the adage that one should not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Yet, there was no subsequent lesson to learn, for he had come to realize one undeniable truth. He was unlike those children. He was a monster. What could a monster possibly learn about being human? Was it merely to masquerade as one? Such a thought was utterly repugnant. Choosing to act as though he had seen nothing, he approached with the medicinal soup in hand, preparing to serve it. Xue Sanqian turned a glance at Yi Lianxuan. Did this elder brother truly remain unfazed? Had he made progress? Perhaps her frequent teasing had finally taken its toll? Regardless of the reason, seizing every opportunity and striving relentlessly was always prudent. Cough, I lack strength in my hands. I feel unwell. Under these circumstances, I cannot manage to drink the medicine. The implication was clear. She required assistance. Moreover, the unspoken truth was that, aside from him, there was no one else to lend a hand. Lack strength? Indeed. What about the strength you exhibited last night, clinging to my arm as if your life depended on it? Did that happen? I have no recollection whatsoever. Furrowing her brows, Xue Sanqian replied earnestly. I only held your arm? What does that imply? That I did not engage in anything further? TSK, what a loss. Shaking her head, she lamented about her own frailty. As she spoke, she reached out, drawing him to the edge of the bed, pressing him down to sit while she effortlessly settled upon his lap in one fluid motion. First, you shall assist me in wiping my body. After that, I shall drink the medicine, for I cannot reach. Yi Lianxuan found himself reluctantly grasping a wet wipe, gazing at her fair, supple skin, her exquisite back resembling fine jade, his throat tightening as his hand froze in place, hesitating to proceed. He had never engaged in such actions before. She appeared as if sculpted from water. One must understand that within the ranks of the immortal medicine sect, there were hardly any women present. Xue Sanqian, with a graceful flick of her long hair, gathered it at her neck. Yet, as the night deepened, Yi Lianxuan furrowed his brows and proceeded to act. However, barely grazing her, the lady could not restrain a soft, low moan, rich with an alluring sensuality. The delicate sound sent a faint flush to Xue Sanqian's ears. She vowed it was unintentional. She had not anticipated his touch to be so gentle, igniting a sensation of tingling that overwhelmed her senses. I feel a tickle. This explanation, rather than alleviating the tension, only heightened it, especially when paired with her soft, yielding voice and the glistening allure in her eyes as she glanced back at him. In an instant, Yi Lanchuan turned his face away, as if he too had sensed that same tingling, a maddening itch that felt intoxicating. He shifted his gaze, aware that even through a wet wipe, he could discern the curve of her back. Images flitted through his mind unbidden, and he swallowed hard, his hand holding the wet wipe trembling slightly. The trembling sensation elicited a soft gasp from the lady, and he could no longer contain himself, his ears flushing a deep crimson. Is it done? Not yet. Xue Sanqian, with a mischievous glint, turned her body slightly, stealing a glance at him, just in time to catch sight of his rosy ear tips. And now, still not. He was utterly adorable. The urge to tease him lingered, an insatiable desire that could not be quelled. After a few exchanges, Yi Lanchuan discerned her intentions and tossed aside the wet wipe, rising to depart, only to be unexpectedly embraced fiercely by the lady. I'm sorry, but I simply adore being close to you. Next time, I promise to be bolder. Let go. No, just let me hold you, I beg you. I've just returned from the gates of hell. Even the king of hell could not stop me from wanting this embrace. Chapter 73. Material wealth has a price, but affection is priceless. Yi Lanchuan found himself in a quandary, unable to rise or sit comfortably, as her soft presence perpetually undermined his resolve, invading his very essence. She resembled a toxic flower, blooming in exquisite beauty, her venom most potent when she captivated the heart. And he, fully aware of this, repeatedly succumbed, greedily cherishing these fleeting moments of bliss. Yet, how long could such beauty endure? Perhaps, sensing his thoughts, a tremendous explosion erupted within the confines of the Xianyao sect. What is happening? Xue Sanqian was momentarily taken aback, the sound resembling something being detonated. However, surveying the Xianyao sect, known for its formidable defenses, there was no location that could feasibly host such an explosion. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to emanate from the pharmacy. Indeed, it originates from the pharmacy. Yi Lanchuan stated solemnly. The layout of the Xianyao sect was relatively straightforward. Aside from the various elders' abodes, it consisted of a main hall, a large pharmacy, and a storeroom adjacent to it. The storeroom, as its name suggests, was a repository for assorted herbs. No, within the Sanqing sect, who would dare? It's a Babao sect, Yi Lanchuan remarked, signaling for Xue Sanqian to rise. With trouble brewing inside, she naturally must remain uninvolved. Swiftly donning her prepared battle attire, she checked her disguise before hastening towards the pharmacy. As night fell, Sun witnessed her swift and decisive change of attire. Wasn't it said that she lacked strength? Before departing, she paused and turned to look at Sun. Without waiting for her to speak, he took the initiative to assure her. Rest assured, I'm still a member of the Wanjian sect. I shall not reveal myself in the open. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed a comfort. Xue Sanqian nodded in acknowledgement and inquired further before setting off. Through her inquiries, she discovered that she had been in slumber for a full 3 days. During this time, the entire Xianyao sect had exhausted its resources to ensure her survival, pouring all available medicinal supplies into her care. It was remarkable that the notoriously frugal sect leader would show such generosity towards her. Evidently, he had staked the entire Xianyao sect on her recovery. How could one not be moved by such an act? If a person is wealthy, then no matter how much they give, it remains insignificant to them. Yet, there exists an individual who, though providing little, offers everything they possess. Such a bond cannot be measured by material wealth. Material has a price, but friendship is priceless. During her 3 days of unconsciousness, the Xianyao sect had been closely monitoring the pressures exerted by the Babao sect, striving to rescue her. This was partly due to the Babao sect's personal vendetta, and partly because her previous schemes against the Babao sect were nearing their conclusion. The combination of new grievances and old resentments had rendered the proud members of the Babao sect unable to restrain themselves. She had underestimated the precarious position of the Xianyao sect. In reality, their situation was far worse than she had imagined. What did it signify that the Babao sect dared to act against the Xianyao sect? It meant that other branches were watching coldly and had tacitly consented to this aggression, suggesting that no support would be forthcoming. Within the Sanqian sect, one branch could so brazenly threaten and oppress another, indicating that the Xianyao sect had become an expendable entity in their eyes, retained only for convenience. Xue Sanqian hurriedly made her way to the scene, arriving just in time to see the sect leader, accompanied by the elders and disciples, confronting the opposition before the enormous cannon erected by the three sections. The Xianyao sect is not merely the Xianyao sect. It is also the Xianyao sect of the Sanqian sect. Is such wanton destruction truly sanctioned by your sect leader? Li Xiao exclaimed in anger. He was aware that the Babao sect would not be easily placated, but he had not anticipated their audacity. We do not see conflict, yet it is you who instigates against us. Surely you understand this well? The leading figure, not an elder or core disciple of the Babao sect, was evidently a temporary recruit. Xue Sanqian furrowed her brow, realizing that the Babao sect had likely prepared an escape route. If they overstepped, they would simply place the blame on these troublemaking disciples, while their core members would remain unscathed. Such a strategy implied that if they did not acquiesce to the demands of the opposing faction, the Xianyao sect would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow today. Sect leader, master, what is truly happening? Xue Sanqian strode forward with great determination, seemingly a delicate girl, yet each step exuded an undeniable aura of resolve. Upon recognizing the arrival of Sanqian, Li Xiao furrowed his brows slightly, while Elder Hu, in a fluster, gestured for her to withdraw. So this is the audacious girl from the immortal medicine sect that I have heard whispers about? The leading disciple of the Eight Treasures sect raised an eyebrow and continued. She is of merely average looks. If I were to consider taking her as a subordinate, it would require considerable thought. Yet, should she seek to serve me, given her capability in herb cultivation and alchemy, I might reluctantly accept her. How can you brazenly utter such words? Do you truly believe there is no one in our immortal medicine sect? A disciple from the sect retorted angrily. Oh my, your skills may be lacking, yet your temper is quite the opposite. How many can your immortal medicine sect truly boast? I wonder, after my 3 cannon strikes, how many of you would remain? Xue Sanqian advanced calmly, asserting, I fear that after your 3 cannon strikes, you may find yourself cast aside by the Eight Treasures sect. As she spoke, she surveyed the ruckus makers from the Eight Treasures sect with a cold smile, asking, are you incapable of reasoning or simply lacking in intellect? Take a good look at yourselves. Do any of you hold a core position within the Eight Treasures sect? The group from the Eight Treasures sect momentarily paused. Their singular focus on gaining credit for this endeavor had left them unmindful of this crucial detail. Glancing at one another, they indeed found no core member among them. Xue Sanqian crossed her arms and patiently continued. Though the Eight Treasures sect and the Immortal Medicine sect both fall under the Three Pure sect, squabbling in the shadows is no concern. However, we must at least maintain a facade of cordiality in public. Now that the Eight Treasures sect has sent you here without any core members, do you believe your contributions are so invaluable, or is there something particularly commendable about you? She took another step forward and coldly remarked, let me enlighten you regarding your value. You are merely expendable, useful only until discarded. Such a simple truth. Yet in your haste, you seem to have lost sight of it. It was only then that Li Xiao and the others realized that no amount of reasoning could compare to the piercing words of this girl. Sanqian's performance further solidified Li Xiao's belief that his choice was indeed correct. This girl possesses a keen understanding of power dynamics and an astute awareness of the situation, coupled with remarkable courage. Clap, clap, clap. 3 resounding claps echoed from above as a figure clad in dark red descended from the heavens. Xue Sanqian. So you are Xue Sanqian? It appears my visit was indeed warranted. His appearance rejuvenated the hesitant members of the Eight Treasures sect. It is the young sect master. The young sect master has arrived. We are certainly not mere pawns. Luo Lin, adorned in a specially crafted dark red martial attire with golden thread, his hair tied high, exuded a rebellious charm, a hint of arrogance dancing at the corners of his lips as he raised an eyebrow at Xue Sanqian. Had this young sect master been arranged to come earlier, there would have been no need for his late arrival. It is evident that he came uninvited, likely feeling discontented with her scheme and eager to confront her directly. Chapter 74. It is merely the survival of the fittest. Xue Sanqian had some recollection of Luo Lin. While reading the original text, she had taken a slight interest in the female protagonist's romantic entanglements due to her fondness for Xue. Why, you may ask, did she pay such attention? Because she cannot bear to see the female protagonist's romantic journey unfold smoothly. In fact, Xue Sanqian believes that, for the most part, a normal person, when reflecting on their innermost feelings, finds it difficult to accept when someone of similar standing suddenly flourishes far beyond their own circumstances. Kindness may alleviate some of this disparity, yet she has never considered herself genuinely benevolent. She must confess that upon witnessing the tribulations endured by Xue, she harbors no desire for the female protagonist to fare any better. Although Luo Lin may not hold an especially significant role, he serves as a stumbling block in the protagonist's romantic path. His rivalry with the male lead, Feng Xilan, stems from a desire to usurp what Feng Xilan possesses. Thus he feigns interest in the female protagonist. In truth, he is not a bad person, merely a mischievous child at heart. Engaging in straightforward communication with such an individual is the most effective approach. Luo Xiaozhu, do share your intentions, Xue Sanqian stated with solemnity. I am quite accommodating. To begin with, the advanced alchemy furnace shall be made available for the Eight Treasures sect. Secondly, the losses incurred by the Eight Treasures sect in recent transactions will be compensated by the Immortal Medicine sect. Finally, the Immortal Medicine sect must publicly apologize to the Eight Treasures sect for its recent actions and, as restitution, grant the Eight Treasures sect usage rights to half of the medicinal fields within Sanqing Mountain for 3 years. Ah, how splendidly you envision this, Xue Sanqian remarked, her smile devoid of warmth. Luo Xiaozhu, your demands are not insurmountable. Luo Lin raised an eyebrow, noting the calmness of her demeanor, devoid of any feminine fragility, which was quite refreshing. The conditions you propose are feasible. However, there are prerequisites to consider, so do listen patiently. First, all disciples of the Eight Treasures sect with questionable conduct must be expelled. Second, a memorial must be erected to honor the female disciples of the Sanqing sect who perished due to the misdeeds of the Eight Treasures sect's disciples, accompanied by a public apology. Lastly, the Eight Treasures sect is to re-establish its regulations to prevent recurrence of such incidents. If the Eight Treasures sect is able to comply, then what you propose will indeed be manageable. As Xue Sanqian concluded, an uproar erupted around them. The gathered crowd was aware of the ongoing discord but remained oblivious to the underlying reasons for the current state of affairs. They merely noted the Eight Treasures sect's dominance, indifferent to the Immortal Medicine sect's grievances. Yet, with Xue Sanqian's declaration, the reasoning became crystal clear to all present. Was it truly merely this straightforward? Luo Lin fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, tinged with derision. Is this your earnest stance? It's merely the law of the jungle. The Eight Treasures sect has existed for many years. He was somewhat aware of the situation. In essence, he maintained his viewpoint. It was simply survival of the fittest. Xue Sanqian nodded, affirming, you are correct, Luo Xiaozhu. It is indeed survival of the fittest. If that is the case, why should my Immortal Medicine sect offer apologies or reparations to your Eight Treasures sect? Her gaze narrowed, her tone icy as she emphasized, it is merely survival of the fittest. The previously noisy surroundings abruptly fell silent, as a multitude of curious gazes converged upon a delicate young girl. Did she truly comprehend the words she uttered? Was she under some misapprehension regarding the law of the jungle? Tell me, with my 3 artillery pieces, how long will it take to obliterate your Immortal Medicine sect? Luo Lin narrowed his eyes. Are you really aiming to destroy the Immortal Medicine sect? What you intend to annihilate is merely its exterior. The Immortal Medicine sect has endured through the ages. Its pharmacology, alchemical formulas, and various experiences are ingrained in our very essence. Do not think that your 3 artillery pieces could achieve destruction. Even 100 would not suffice. Unless, of course, your Eight Treasure sect intends to eradicate my sect entirely. Otherwise, as long as there is a single breath left in the Immortal Medicine sect, Our legacy endures. Xue Sanqian pressed forward defiantly. I am curious to see whether your 8-treasure sect can indeed extinguish my immortal medicine sect today. How did this escalate to annihilation? If it truly reached such dire consequences, the gravity of the situation could not simply be resolved by sacrificing a batch of pawns. Luo Lin's expression shifted slightly. It was hard to fathom that such words came from a delicate girl. It was somewhat stirring, yet his inherent pride forbade him from yielding. I would like to inquire, what confidence does your immortal medicine sect possess to challenge my 8-treasure sect? Luo Lin redirected the conversation. Xue Sanqian pondered for a moment. Do you dare to accept my challenge? What did she mean? Literally, she requested 3 days' time for a duel. If I win, then I shall be the confidence of the immortal medicine sect. This girl dared to declare war upon him, a young master of the 8-treasure sect? Luo Lin found himself both amused and bewildered. A member of the immortal medicine sect challenging him, needing merely 3 days to prepare? It seemed but a stalling tactic. After some contemplation, he found the proposition intriguing. Very well, 3 days it shall be. We shall meet at the Sanqing sect's martial arena. With that, he led his entourage from the 8-treasure sect away. The immediate crisis facing the immortal medicine sect had been averted, yet the matter with the 8-treasure sect lingered. What might transpire in 3 days? Even the disciples held little hope for Xue Sanqian. It was not a matter of underestimating her, but rather the well-known fact that the immortal medicine sect was not adept in martial prowess, and the young master cultivated by the 8-treasure sect held a distinct advantage. Li Xiao escorted the elders and Xue Sanqian back to the immortal medicine hall. 3,000 girl, speak your mind. Xue Sanqian clasped her hands in greeting, esteemed elders. Without destruction, there can be no establishment. This is our pivotal moment for the resurgence of the immortal medicine sect. We cannot retreat, only fight. The elders exchanged glances. An elder who sighed, 3,000, we too possess our pride, yet honor cannot be consumed as sustenance, nor is it hard power. Hard power, indeed. Xue Sanqian smiled. Master, you are correct. Our hard power may be insufficient. Thus we shall enhance our soft power. What is this soft power? The notion of power could indeed be categorized as soft or hard. Esteemed sect leader, we shall establish the Immortal Medicine Alliance, proclaiming to all sects and factions. Any who join our alliance will receive preferential treatment in herbs and elixirs, and even personalized services to assist them in resolving various ailments. To join my Immortal Medicine Alliance, one must adhere to our regulations, the most vital of which is to support our sect and lend a helping hand when the need arises. The crowd fell silent. Xue Sanqian continued to elucidate. Our Immortal Medicine sect's long-standing heritage should not be tarnished. This constitutes our soft power. With this in mind, what fear could the mere 8 treasures sect hold? 3 days. 3 days is ample time to organize this matter, provided that our entire sect unites in purpose. She was well aware of Luo Lin's character. He was proud and would not allow any mischief within the sect during these 3 days. The Yifan escort agency had long been engaged in the trade of medicine, and the establishment of the Immortal Medicine Alliance would serve to create a client base, thus achieving dual benefits. Chapter 75. Adding one more, it is indeed sweet. After arranging the forthcoming action plan, Xue Sanqian returned to her dwelling. Well past the hour of lunch. To be honest, she was famished, having slept for 3 days. Upon entering, she was greeted by a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, and soon spotted a small pot of medicinal porridge on the tea table, accompanied by a thoughtfully prepared wooden bowl and spoon. At first, the aroma was indeed potent. However, upon closer inspection, a hint of bitterness emerged. Peering into the pot, she noted the porridge appeared rather thick, its color an unsettling blend of green, gray, and earthy red. Something seemed amiss. Could this truly be edible? As a discerning connoisseur of aesthetics, she found herself unwilling to partake in such an unappealing dish. Regardless of her hunger, unbeknownst to her, a figure had quietly appeared behind her. It is often said that hunger can stimulate one's intellect, and Xue Sanqian found this to be true. Her mind raced. Suppressing the disdain that nearly escaped her lips, she turned to the man and, with a bright smile, exclaimed, "Oh, not at all. The color of this porridge is quite striking. I was momentarily entranced. It looks absolutely delectable. Did you prepare it?" The last remark was superfluous. Her master was still occupied in the Hall of Immortal Medicines and would likely be unable to extricate himself until nightfall. Error had returned to the Luochuan sect, and the only one capable of crafting such unique medicinal porridge would be him. Yi Lanxuan remained silent. He was not foolish. It was evident that the lady had little desire to consume the porridge he had made. Neither was he particularly inclined to continue with it. He had not given a second thought to the 8 treasure sex affairs. On one hand, he believed that with her capabilities, she would not find herself at a disadvantage. On the other hand, should trouble truly arise, it would be best to address it directly, thereby eliminating any potential issues at their source. What concerned him more was her health. After much contemplation, he realized that this porridge was the only dish he knew how to prepare. He was acutely aware of the porridge's unpalatable flavor. In the past, he had suffered grievous injuries, enduring 3 days and nights of fever. Weakened to the brink of death, no one came to his aid. He could either await his demise or strive to survive. Gritting his teeth, he had painstakingly gathered a few herbs, enduring a torrential downpour that battered his frail body, with rainwater and mud serving as the base for his concoction, employing the simplest, most primitive methods to chew and swallow. In truth, he felt little of the bitterness, for he had grown numb. Yet he survived. Since then, he made it a point to keep a portion of these herbs with him, regardless of his whereabouts. He possessed no understanding of pharmacology or elixirs. He merely knew that when he was gravely injured and on the brink of death, these herbs could save him. He simply wished to do something within his capabilities for her, aside from taking lives, and he suddenly realized that there seemed to be only this singular act. Anxious, yet aware that she might look down upon it, he proceeded nonetheless. There was a tinge of annoyance and a hint of agitation, not stemming from her attitude, but rather from his own actions. As night fell, he reached for the pot of medicine, but Xue Sanqian swiftly intervened, quickly serving herself a generous bowl. 2 heaping spoonfuls directly consumed. Oh! Xue Sanqian forced a smile, attempting to smooth her furrowed brow, yet some flavors, if not swallowed quickly, fermented in the mouth, becoming unbearable. It was truly mortifying. She swallowed forcefully, feeling a wave of nausea arise as she turned her face slightly away, aware that her expression was betraying her discomfort. Is it difficult to swallow? Night Lanxuan observed her placidly. He found himself peculiar. After encountering her, he had become even stranger, with his emotions oscillating more erratically. Noticing her struggle to swallow, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his mind, but it was quickly accompanied by a surge of rebellion. Did she not express a desire to be with him? Was this too much for her to endure? He recognized his own monstrosity, often devoid of empathy, merely pondering. What is this? Is this not manageable? Ultimately, they were not of the same world. This realization stirred his restlessness, amplifying his anxiety. Even such a trivial matter made him feel as though this woman might abandon him, as she learned more of his dreadful nature. He had always been this wretched creature. Just as now, he was acutely aware of her distaste, and after the initial panic, he found himself oddly relishing this sensation. Gradually, he began to appreciate her swallowing his concoction, as if in doing so, she was accepting him, acknowledging his flaws, if only to a slight degree, igniting a tumult within him. Having finished, Xue Sanqian cast a glance at the remnants in her bowl, then closed her eyes, gulping it down in one go. Accompanied by a small burp, she could tell he was invested in this porridge, though she could not discern his true thoughts. Yet, as it was crafted by his own hands, she felt no reason to dampen his spirit. The atmosphere descended into an eerie tranquility. Xue Sanqian pressed her lips together, attempting to enliven the mood. Did you concoct this medicine? She mused, thinking that consuming it might ensure survival. Night Lanxuan raised his gaze, quietly observing her with an air reminiscent of awaiting judgment, yet his demeanor was tranquil, as if entirely unconcerned. Under her slightly astonished gaze, he added, I have not perished. It was as if he were conveying to her that he had survived, yet simultaneously suggesting that although the concoction was unpalatable, it would not bring about death. Yi Lanxuan, lacking knowledge of pharmacology, nonetheless understood the significance of those herbs. They were indeed extraordinary, thriving in conditions that would typically prove inhospitable. while the flavor was rather unappealing. Their efficacy in nourishing the body was undeniable. However, these herbs flourished in harsh environments, nearly devoid of light, characterized by high humidity and low temperatures. Contemplating this, as she glanced back at the pot of medicinal porridge, she felt a pang of discomfort. It implied that during that time, he had been alone, struggling for survival in a pitch-black, damp, and cold setting. With this thought in mind, Xue Sanqian rose to prepare a particular herb, Xue. This herb possessed a gentle nature, capable of harmonizing with various other herbs, purging impurities and offering a degree of refinement. She ground it into a fine powder, cautiously adding a measured amount to the remaining porridge. As the once murky concoction transformed, the plump, glistening grains of rice began to show themselves. By removing the impurities floating on the surface, a fragrant bowl of medicinal porridge was born. She filled the bowl with her own hands and drew him closer, personally feeding him a spoonful to taste. Observing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, he hesitated but ultimately opened his mouth to swallow. There was no bitterness. Instead, a subtle sweetness emerged. Gazing into his eyes, sparkling with flecks of light, who could claim he was not a gentle and refined young man? Xue Sanqian revealed a faint smile, sensing something profound. What was it? Within you, adding a part of me results in sweetness. Chapter 76. What does he truly care about? Yi Lanxuan fell silent. Time and again, she managed to approach him from unforeseen angles, catching him off guard, striking directly at his defenses, penetrating the barriers he had erected around his heart. Yet, she felt it was insufficient. She yearned to push a little further, even if just a tad. However, that slightest intrusion left him breathless, ensnared in an uncontrollable sensation. It was indeed intoxicating. He averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance, and remarked, "Your sect leader wishes to recruit me from the 10,000 Swords sect." "Oh, such a fortunate turn of events?" Xue Sanqian mused. If Yi Lanxuan were to join the Immortal Medicine sect, it would certainly facilitate her scrutiny of his every move. It wasn't that she believed he would seek out Ling Xue. Rather, since her arrival, many occurrences had elicited corresponding sentiments. Such transformations could never be singular. They were inherently reciprocal. For instance, she had spared the medicinal garden of Sanqing Mountain from Baidan Workshop, only for Luo Lin to arrive today, demanding half of its usage rights for 3 years. Upon reflection, this was precisely what one might call mutual transformation. Yi Lanxuan may not pursue the protagonist, but should the plot intervene, it would indeed be challenging to guard against. Remaining with the Immortal Medicine sect would enable her to adapt swiftly to any situation, providing a greater sense of security. Alas, in this regard, she was somewhat possessive. The more she cherished someone, the harder it was to tolerate. What are your thoughts on the matter? Although Xue Sanqian wholeheartedly supports the thoughts of the sect leader, she firmly believes that her affection for Yi Lanxuan should not grant her the right to interfere with his decisions. Love, more often than not, embodies tolerance, mutual care, and the urge to evolve together towards a brighter future, rather than demanding unconditional obedience or sacrificing one's own desires while coercing the other. Prior to her arrival, she was well aware of Yi Lanxuan's affection for the female protagonist. Her aim was to become a better and stronger version of the original, allowing Yi Lanxuan to make his own choices rather than extinguishing his options. "I'm the same wherever I go," Yi Lanxuan stated honestly. Remaining in the Sanqing sect was primarily for the purpose of investigating the future of Xue Mingjing, the young master of the Xue family. As long as he could stay at the Sanqing sect, it truly did not matter much where he was. Xue Sanqian sat at the tea table, resting her chin on one hand, gazing thoughtfully at him. Yi Lanxuan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, furrowed his brow as her intense gaze seemed to penetrate his very being, instilling a sense of unease within him. In truth, he was not particularly keen on transferring to the Immortal Medicine sect. He was uncertain how to articulate his feelings. He did not mind being there, just as he had stated, anywhere would suffice. However, rather than being directly by her side, he preferred to remain in the shadows, subtly present. He might desire to be near her, yet the reality of it scared him. This internal conflict was not a novel experience. He yearned to see her, but feared the encounter. He wished to be close to her, to understand her, yet dreaded being understood by her. What was he afraid of? He feared that the more she knew him, the clearer it would become that he was, indeed, a monster. He worried that her affection stemmed from a lack of understanding, that she might perceive him as a dull creature, skilled only in the art of killing and inept in all else. What a disheartening sensation it was. A twinge of sadness lingering in his heart. Thus, he preferred not to come directly to the immortal medicine sect. Xue Sanqian could easily discern his reluctance. Why? She found it hard to comprehend. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was indeed inconvenient for him to arrive at the immortal medicine sect at this juncture. I will speak with the sect leader. For now, you should remain at the Wanjian sect, she advised. Why? Yi Lanxuan's instinctive question slipped out without forethought. He assumed she would want to by her side. Yet her response, while seemingly aligned with his thoughts, left him feeling utterly unsettled. Did she not wish for him to be near her? Is it not natural to desire the presence of someone one loves? His frustration grew, mounting with each passing moment. Xue Sanqian smiled, bemused by his obvious discontent. Ah, her man was indeed a challenge to please. Yet, she cherished him all the same, including his petulant demeanor. I have previously told you that I wish to give you the very best. Now, with the Immortal Medicine sect and the Eight Treasures sect officially at odds, the Wanjian sect undoubtedly wishes to steer clear of this conflict. Do you truly believe the sect leader of Wanjian would agree to transfer you here? If this matter were to reach the ears of the Eight Treasure Gate, how would they comprehend it? As for my second point, I am determined to provide you with the utmost assurance, ensuring your safe passage without any peril. Knight Lan Sun lowered his gaze, indifferent to how others perceived him, unconcerned about the dangers that might surround him. But what, after all, does he truly care about? Then I shall return to the 10,000 Sword sect. Knight Lan Sun declared abruptly before hastily departing. What, leaving just like that? We haven't even shared a farewell embrace. Xue Sanqian muttered under her breath, feeling a twinge of discontent. Never mind. It is imperative to swiftly deal with the Eight Treasure Gate and bring her beloved to the Immortal Medicine sect. Xue Sanqian immediately entered a meditative state. The vibrant green shoots in her dantian seemed to sense her arrival. The left leaf bore crimson flames, while the right leaf held a larger orb of azure flames, joyfully waving as if in greeting. Quite adorable indeed. This sprout must be the hidden treasure, the yin miao, concealed within the Immortal Medicine sect. Though the process of acquiring it had been somewhat muddled, she had gleaned its existence and its significance to the sect even during her unconsciousness. However, the original text does not mention the yin miao at all. Why does it feel as if she has unlocked a hidden storyline? Coupled with the request from Xue Mingjing to assist in locating the silver-haired woman, could it be that the silver-haired figure resides in Silver Moon Fortress? Previously, she had scoffed at the protagonist going there to cultivate. Thus, the current situation implies that she, too, must embark on a journey to Silver Moon Fortress. Otherwise, the ice silkworm soul cannot be fully obtained. Alas, she had not even reviewed the plot concerning Silver Moon Fortress, making swift progress seem impossible. She could only tread carefully, step by step. Xue Sanqian opened her eyes, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Silver Moon Fortress. She must urgently enhance her strength. The duel in 3 days was not solely scheduled for the sake of delaying time. She yearned to battle. She wished to test the limits of her abilities, taking out a grand extreme yin pill previously due to a lack of proper techniques. The growth of the azure flames in her dantian had stagnated. Now, however, the azure flames had visibly expanded, and she was eager to assess their absorption capacity. As she consumed one pill, it was instantly absorbed without her needing to channel any yin energy. The presence of the yin miao allowed it to absorb and nourish the azure flames instantaneously. The hue of the azure flames appeared to deepen slightly. So swift? She tossed in another, then a third. Each was absorbed effortlessly. Is the azure flame's appetite truly insatiable? Not only was the azure flame a bottomless pit, but her own body had also undergone some transformations. In the past, consuming such quantities would leave her fatigued. Yet now, she felt no such weariness whatsoever. Chapter 77. This is bad, truly bad. Xue Sanqian utilized all the grand extreme yin pills she possessed. her right hand cradling the azure flame as the green leaf was enveloped in a thin layer of ice, evolving from green to a pale blue ice leaf, with fine tendrils gently lifting the azure flame. In comparison to the azure flame, the crimson flame appeared feeble, looking rather pitiful. Xue Sanqian opened her eyes. The azure flame was born from the ice heart technique, which shared its origins with the ice silkworm soul. The compatibility of the technique and the cultivation method was, needless to say, remarkable. But how does one utilize it? Xue Sanqian contemplated for a moment and resolved to restore her identity as Yue, venturing into Luochuan's sect in search of a solution, whether it be through clandestine observation of the sacred texts or direct learning. With her decision made, she promptly set her plan into motion, first seeking out Yi Er to express her intentions. Yi Er, stroking her chin in thought, remarked, "What you may not be aware of is that Luochuan's sect has quite a few regulations. If you wish to peruse the tomes within, you must first have a master within the sect. Without one, entry to the library is forbidden." She paused before adding, "As for learning through stealth, that is also quite challenging. Even if you had a master, their teachings can be rather erratic, not to mention you currently lack a mentor. How can a disciple anticipate when their master will impart knowledge? Did you think Luochuan sect operated on a looser system? In truth, it adheres to a mentor-disciple model. Hence, the priority now is to find a master without delay. What kind of master do you think would be suitable? One with genuine skills, perhaps? What do you mean by genuine? Well, someone with true capabilities." Yi Er furrowed her brow, contemplating the question. "To be honest, this is not an easy matter. Sanqian, before you decide on master, I must inform you that the sect is divided into factions. At the forefront is the assault faction, which, as the name suggests, focuses on techniques that deal substantial damage. Following closely is the healing faction, which is straightforward. It specializes in healing arts that surpass the efficacy of medicinal remedies during combat. At the bottom, and least favored, is the control faction. The control faction ranks last? Xue Sanqian pondered aloud. Who instructs in that discipline? Yi Er's frown deepened. You aren't considering studying control, are you? I believe the control faction has merit. I'll certainly have that inclination. The lack of esteem for control only reflects a superficial mindset, fixated on immediate gains. In terms of immediate benefits, it is undeniably the least rewarding. On one hand, it requires a dual expenditure of energy and mental acuity, demanding patience, practice, and a precise regulation of energy output to achieve desired effects. This process inevitably consumes more time and energy than assault or healing, with intellect being an essential component. On the other hand, there are many disciples in the assault faction. Thus, the frequency and quality of instruction are unlikely to be favorable unless one is a core disciple. Your current identity is a guise. Excessive attention could lead to complications, making it a less than ideal choice. As for the healing faction, isn't the core disciple none other than the protagonist, Ling Xue? Given that there are more lenient paths available, why would you compete with the protagonist for resources? According to the principle of narrative conservation, this would only engender further conflict, which is entirely unnecessary. Furthermore, whether it be assault, healing, or control, I personally believe they are all interconnected. By mastering control, one can effectively regulate their energy output. When the time comes, if you desire to unleash an assault, it merely requires increasing the output of energy. If you seek healing, it entails altering the form of that output. Thus, mastering control becomes the pivotal element. Before night, could analyze the pros and cons with her again, Xue Sanqian asserted resolutely, "I shall choose the control department. Kulme, take me to find the mentor of the control department." However, there was but one mentor, universally acknowledged as an eccentric within the sect. Oh, an eccentric? Eccentrics are often masters in their craft, and with fewer disciples, resources can be concentrated on me. Indeed, Xue Sanqian's thoughts were quite distinct from those of ordinary individuals. Aware of the difficulty in altering her decision, Night Air dutifully guided her to the residence of Elder Lin, the mentor of the control department. Elder Lin was somewhat of a recluse, choosing to reside on the outskirts of the Luochuan sect, near the medicinal herb garden she rented. Night Air pointed ahead to a thatched cottage, explaining that the elder had a peculiar temperament. It was said that when a few disciples had sought to apprentice under her, they were all driven away by her peculiarities, leading to a cessation of visitors ever since. All right, I understand. You may go about your business. You still have healing techniques to practice, don't you? With that, Xue Sanqian watched night air depart, her face etched with concern, before turning to approach the thatched cottage and rapping on the aged wooden door. With a creak, the door swung open, propelled by a faint yet palpable force. Such a subtle energy would have gone unnoticed by anyone whose sensitivity to it did not surpass the ordinary. This indicated the individual within possessed genuine strength. Xue Sanqian stepped forward and clasped her hands together, stating, "I am Ya, a new disciple of the Luochuan sect, here to seek your guidance as my master. I hope you will consider accepting me." Inside, Lin Ruo, who had been reclining in a wicker chair, opened her eyes slightly, raising an eyebrow. This was indeed a refreshing change. While others would inquire if anyone was present, this one had directly asked to become her disciple, as if certain there was someone inside. As she partially opened her eyes, she pondered whether the newcomer was simply impatient or possessed of some substance. To become my disciple is not difficult. You merely need to complete the task I assign you. It is quite simple. You see the herb field beside you? The 5 contiguous plots are all mine. Water them, and I shall grant you half a joss stick's time. Should you succeed, I will accept you as my disciple. There is no limit. You may come every day. If this were anyone else, they would have been wide-eyed, exclaiming that she was being taken advantage of, coerced into labor. Yet, encountering Xue Sanqian, who always viewed issues beyond their superficiality and preferred a multidimensional approach to thinking, she merely smiled. You intend to assess my mastery of the shadow energy and my control over it, do you not? Lin Ruo, seated in her chair, suddenly straightened up. This was the first time someone had come to her without whining, complaining, or beating around the bush, but rather had struck at her very intention. It seemed this individual was not merely impatient, but possessed of some discernment. Before she could utter a word, they heard a voice from outside, chuckling. The task given by the elder is indeed simple. In truth, you never intended for the newcomer to water all 5 plots, did you? Because you merely said to water them, not to complete the task entirely. You aim to stimulate their capacity for thought. The essence of the task lies not in the irrigation itself. Am I correct? Ah, trouble. This one was indeed not ordinary and possessed a keen intellect. Lin Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. She felt an undeniable surge of capability. Chapter 78. The Unchanging Essence of Transformation and Inheritance. Ahem. Lin Ruo cleared her throat, steadying her racing heart. While her enthusiasm was palpable, it was premature. Should this individual merely possess a sharp tongue and a clever mind without genuine skill, all her hopes would be in vain. To put it bluntly, the control sect of the Luochuan school had languished for countless years. If there were any capable practitioners, they would hardly seek her out as a mentor. Contemplating this, Lin Ruo scrutinized the young lady before her. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, her bright and intelligent eyes radiating a lively charm, her figure graceful with alluring curves. People naturally gravitate towards beauty. In comparison, the recently crowned beauty of the Luochuan school, Ling Xue, paled beside this young woman, whose vivacity and allure captivated Lin Ruo even more. If the girl proved to be at least competent, she might consider accepting her as a disciple. Over the years, she had amassed a treasure trove of medicinal herbs. Should she take her under her wing, she could always resort to using her stash of potions. Xue Sanqian could sense that Elder Lin was contemplating her options, and she remained patient. Seeking a mentor required a degree of patience. In a sense, she was the one in need, so sincerity and honesty were paramount. You may begin by watering the medicinal field. Let me observe your methods. Xue Sanqian nodded slightly, glancing at the nearby bucket, which still contained about 2/3 of the water. If she were to use it directly, it would scarcely suffice for even a single patch of herbs. She pondered briefly. As water is of the yin element, she could likely harness the yin energy within her to guide the water's flow. A lack of water does not equate to a lack of moisture. Rather, it is the form of the moisture that clings to the water, which may result in some evaporation. If she could convert the water into ice and then crush it, as long as the particles were sufficiently fine, the ice crystals would disperse throughout the medicinal field, allowing for a more efficient and even distribution of moisture. If successful, this approach would not only accomplish the task of irrigation, but also enable her to extend the limited water supply over a broader area. Engaging in this single task would not only refine her ability to manipulate yin energy, but would also enhance her control over its output. After all, only with sufficient cold yin energy could she transform water into ice. Ultimately, the process of crushing and spreading the ice crystals would elevate her precision control to a new level. This elder Lin seamlessly integrated teaching with practice, her educational philosophy commendable. While her unique understanding of the control sect was evidently distinct, this mentor was worth pursuing. She would not regret it. Having made her decision, Xue Sanqian resolved to forego any unnecessary concealment. After all, she did not wish to face defeat in her impending battle with Luo Lin in 3 days. Such was her nature, either to languidly surrender or to wholeheartedly commit. If she were to undertake this challenge, she would do so with earnest intent, striving for the desired outcome. Whatever the result, she would have no regrets. The entire future of the immortal medicine sect rested upon her shoulders. This pressure fueled her determination. She must emerge victorious. Just as Lin Ruo was about to voice her thoughts, believing the young girl was at a loss, Xue Sanqian approached the 5 plots of medicinal herbs. With her eyes closed and her mind concentrated, she summoned an invisible force that exuded a rich and pure chill. This energy enveloped the bucket of water, causing its contents to rise dramatically, lifting the entire volume in one breath. Lin Ruo was momentarily stunned. Even those with considerable talent would typically manage to lift only a portion of the water on their first attempt at manipulating the chill. Yet here was Xue Sanqian, lifting it all without a single drop remaining. Soon after, the mass of water suspended in midair began to freeze gradually, the chilling energy intensifying with each passing moment. It was indeed a gradual process, not instantaneous, as if she were gauging the energy required for complete solidification. Lin Ruo's expression shifted slightly. It appeared deceptively simple to freeze an entire mass of water without any leakage. Yet the reality was far more complex. Altering the chilling energy around the water could render it unstable, risking localized melting and leakage. Achieving a flawless freeze necessitated either absolute experience, characteristic of a seasoned practitioner, or a meticulous, incremental increase in the chilling force. The former was straightforward, but the latter truly tested one's skill. How could she accomplish such a feat? After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xue Sanqian finally solidified the water completely and continued to manipulate the chilling energy to elevate the frozen mass even higher. Slowly, she opened her eyes and estimated whether the shattered ice would adequately cover the medicinal plots below. Lacking precise measurement, she could only ensure that her aim would not stray too far off. In the next moment, her gaze darkened as she exerted herself, rapidly enhancing the concentration and purity of the chilling energy surrounding the ice mass. With dual focus, she manipulated the energy in counterclockwise motion on the left while directing it clockwise on the right. This remarkable ability was largely thanks to Yi Lanxuan. In her efforts to heal him, she had tirelessly practiced manipulating cold energy and stimulating warmth, laying a solid foundation. Coupled with her rigorous training at the Ice Lake and the Advanced Alchemy Chamber, she had finally achieved the capability to control both processes simultaneously. Before long, the ice mass began to tremble, and when the dual currents of cold energy reached a certain velocity, a resounding explosion occurred. The ice shattered, crystals scattering like tiny flecks of dust in the sunlight, elegantly blanketing the medicinal plots below. The emerald leaves of the herbs reflected glimmers of silver, transforming the fields into a mesmerizing tapestry adorned with starlight. After a prolonged silence, Lin Ruo collected her thoughts and inquired, "What technique have you awakened?" The nature of such techniques is bound by limitations. Their quality directly influences a practitioner's mastery over chilling energy. For a novice to exhibit such control implied that her awakened technique, if not of the highest caliber, was certainly of an advanced nature. Faced with this question, Xue Sanqian found herself at a loss for words. as she was entirely ignorant of the ice silkworm essence and could not conveniently divulge the truth. I am not entirely certain, and moreover, my cultivation technique has not fully awakened. Currently, it is only halfway there. Xue Sanqian has obscured the existence of the ice silkworm spirit, but has sincerely conveyed her current state. What? Is it true that you are only halfway awakened? In an incomplete state? Lin Ruo found it somewhat challenging to digest this information. She furrowed her brow and remarked, "If what you say is true, you could easily pursue the offensive path. Why then choose the control path? Mastering the control path allows for a seamless integration with both offensive and healing techniques, as they all stem from the same foundational principles." Lin Ruo's pupils trembled slightly. The long-gone words returned to her ears. "Disciple, master the control path. For all else is but a variation of the same essence. All variations stem from the same essence." Splendid, splendid indeed. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Ruo threw her head back and laughed aloud. If one looked closely, they might notice a glimmer of light in the corners of her eyes. "Master at last. Someone has seen it. Do you see it? My control path lineage has found its heir." Chapter 79. Transforming into living beings, encountering the 8 treasure scoundrel again. Lin Ruo accepted Xue Sanqian and promptly handled the necessary formalities, immediately replacing her identity token. The new token, crafted from exquisite jade, signifies her elevated status within the Luochuan sect. Although her name still bears the moniker of Crescent Moon, this identity token was earned through her own merit. She stored away her former identity token, a relic of Crescent Moon's existence, now rendered unnecessary and destined to be returned to Yi Air. Once Elder Lin's teachings are complete, she will present Yi Air with Crescent Moon's identity token alongside the news of her apprenticeship under Elder Lin. Elder Lin's instruction was rigorous, never skipping the fundamentals, patiently elucidating from the very basics. The foundational concepts were easily comprehensible, as they bore a strong resemblance to what Xue Sanqian had independently grasped. It must be noted that the educational methods of the past were quite reliable. Teaching one to fish is far superior to merely giving a fish. For mastering the methods of learning enables one to excel in any field with greater efficiency. Let us proceed with the transformation. Lin Ruo sighed deeply. How should I put it? The instruction was remarkably straightforward. This disciple can only be described as exceptionally gifted. She learns rapidly, grasping concepts with the slightest hint. Some matters that Lin Ruo herself took ages to comprehend, Xue Sanqian unraveled with but a moment's contemplation. Since she had fully understood the foundational content, they could commence with the first practical exercise, transformation, to manifest the cold power within you into a tangible form and solidify that shape will greatly aid your future spellcasting. In the realms of offensive and healing techniques, transformation is considered advanced. However, for us in the control path, it is rather a fundamental skill akin to your basic training. Transformation, as the name suggests, entails organizing the cold energy within to simulate a form, which will vary from person to person. Lin Ruo earnestly added, the differences in form will indirectly influence your control abilities. Let me provide a simple example for you to consider. In a rather simplistic manner, one can transform into tangible objects, such as the ribbons favored by women. Thus, your control over this transformation essentially mirrors the capabilities afforded by the use of ribbons, predominantly focusing on binding. A more complex endeavor involves morphing into living creatures. However, this particular transformation presents certain inconveniences, primarily due to the instability inherent in such forms. The difficulty level is significantly greater than that of transforming into mere objects, and the expenditure of cold energy and mental fortitude required to maintain such a transformation is considerably higher. Xue Sanqian nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, if that is the case, wouldn't transforming into a living creature seem somewhat superfluous? In the throes of life and death, if the transformation is merely for aesthetic appeal, then it is unnecessary. Not all. The transformation into a living being undoubtedly possesses its advantages. Otherwise, it would lose its very purpose of existence. The benefits can be broadly categorized into 2 points. The first being the rapid accumulation and exertion of power. There is no need for deliberate reallocation, as the storage capacity of a living transformation is undeniably superior to that of a simple object transformation. The second advantage lies in the essence of vitality. Every entity possesses a spirit, and the yin-cold energy within us is not entirely devoid of life. Transforming into a living creature facilitates the nurturing and activation of this vitality, enabling a synchronization of consciousness with the master. It is crucial to understand that some advanced techniques inherently require considerable time. However, if one can stimulate vitality, the time frame may be significantly reduced, potentially to nothing, a quantifiable enhancement that is difficult to measure. Understood. The choice must lean towards transforming into a living creature, she affirmed. Ideally, this living entity should possess a degree of stability, avoiding lofty ambitions. Lin Ra, observing her deep in thought, remarked with a smile, "This juncture is significant, so there is no rush to arrive at an answer. As I previously mentioned, this is foundational knowledge that must be thoroughly contemplated. Let us conclude for today. Return and ponder this at your leisure. Once you successfully transform, come seek me again." "Yes, master." Xue Sanqian began to formulate her thoughts. The first step is unequivocally to transform into a living creature, while the second step pertains to choosing the type of creature. What kind of living being? As she hurried towards Luochuan Gate, the image of Yi Lanquan surfaced in her mind. Ah, indeed, a viable living entity, albeit too advanced for her current capabilities. It would be prudent to remain modest in her aspirations. In the future, when she has acquired sufficient ability, perhaps crafting a Yi Lanquan inflatable doll, or better yet, a plush pillow to cuddle while sleeping, would be a delightful option. Wait a moment. While a transformation into Yi Lanquan is implausible, a snake is entirely feasible. After all, hasn't he always been sensitive about his serpent-like scales during his transformations? If she were to designate her transformation as a snake, would that not convey that she harbors no objections and, in fact, possesses a particular fondness for it? The more she contemplated, the more feasible this idea appeared. Once resolved, her pace quickened as she hurried to inform Yi, eager to return to her residence and create her snake. "Where are you planning?" "Let me go. Luochuan Gate is just ahead." "Hey there. It's only been a few days. Don't you recognize your brothers anymore?" "Indeed. Today, we can be considered guests of Luochuan Gate. Why the long face?" "That voice." Xue Sanqian briskly advanced, and indeed, not far ahead on the stone steps, she beheld Yi being obstructed by 3 male disciples of the 8 treasure sect. Narrowing her eyes, she recognized them immediately as the very trio that had fled in disgrace from the depths of Sanqing Mountain during their last encounter. Truly, one's nature is hard to change. As she approached, she delivered a swift kick to the leader's posterior, striking almost precisely in the same spot as before, the only difference being the change in scenery. The familiar kick made the dark-skinned man instinctively flinch, and upon turning to see that it was not the disciple from the immortal medicine sect, his confidence swiftly returned. Upon noticing the presence of an even more alluring beauty, he smiled broadly and inquired, "What is your name, junior sister?" "I must say, I have a penchant for vivacious individuals such as yourself." Xue Sanqian chuckled lightly. "Do you truly find me appealing, brother?" Her smile melted the hearts of the 3 men, prompting the dark-skinned fellow to nod vigorously. "Then release this young lady. I shall entertain you, dear brother. I prefer not to have others around, so let us retreat over there, shall we?" As she spoke, she gestured toward a nearby thicket. The dark-skinned man's eyes gleamed with excitement. Not only was she beautiful and proactive, but the secluded location was also advantageous for their intentions. Casting a glance at the despondent expression of his companions, he felt there was no reason to hesitate further. "Let us go." Xue Sanqian discreetly signaled to Yi to remain uninvolved, and with a cheerful demeanor, she followed the 3 men into the thicket. Above the grove, a shadow clad in dark crimson lay languidly across a thick branch, indulging in an afternoon nap. Today, Luochuan sect had opened its doors for an exchange with the 8 treasure sect, which was, in truth, a mere facade of goodwill, reaffirming their amicable relations. He had little interest in such exchanges, yet, as the young master of the 8 treasure sect, it would be inappropriate to remain entirely absent. Thus, he had chosen a spot to relax for a while, only to unexpectedly witness 3 inner disciples of the Eight Treasures sect escorting a female disciple from the Luochuan sect into the grove. For some unknown reason, he recalled Xue Sanqian's words from that day, and his spirits lifted slightly. Rising swiftly, he pondered whether to intervene, only to observe that the accompanying young woman appeared entirely willing. Chapter 80. Surname Gu, given name Grandma. The dark-skinned man rubbed his hands together, eager to pounce upon Xue Sanqian, only to be effortlessly evaded by her deft maneuver. She laughed. Why the rush? Have you even asked her name yet? Indeed, such a beautiful maiden deserved more than a fleeting encounter. He should inquire about her name. A lewd grin spread across his face as he asked, "What is your name, my dear?" "I am surname Gu." "How peculiar. Given name, Grandma." "So, is Grandma Gu?" "Wait a moment. Something feels amiss." Xue Sanqian's smile grew ever more radiant. Yet hidden within that allure was a steely resolve. With a flick of her wrist, a chilling force surged forth, darting towards the dark-skinned man with astonishing speed. Unprepared, he was caught off guard, and as he instinctively tried to evade, the frigid energy enveloped him, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Moments later, he was struck in the abdomen and sent hurtling backward to the ground. Xue Sanqian refrained from using excessive force, even though she mused that it would have been just to incapacitate such scum entirely. Upon reflection, considering the proximity to Luochuan Gate, it is evident that since the individual was summoned by Luochuan Gate, she, as an infiltrator seeking to apprentice, ought to show some regard. Moreover, it is certain that once these individuals fail to locate her, they will inevitably seek trouble with Year. Before her true identity is fully revealed, it is prudent to leave some leeway. Thus, let this serve as a lesson from your esteemed elder. No need for gratitude. Do refrain from that lewd expression. Initially intending to refer to the gate master, she reconsidered due to the slight age difference and casually termed him as the young gate master. The young gate master, suddenly addressed, leaned against the tree trunk and raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this how it is? Fixating his gaze on the delicate figure that was departing, he noticed the dark-skinned man hastily rising, attempting to pursue her. Swiftly, he leaped in front of the trio. The 3 dark-skinned men were momentarily taken aback, and upon meeting their young gate master's menacing glare, they promptly lowered their heads, feigning obedience. Once the delicate figure had completely vanished from sight, Luo Lin spoke. "If you lack ability, do refrain from embarrassing yourselves." "Young master, that woman deceived me," one of them exclaimed. "All is fair in war." Disinterested in conversing further with the inept, Luo Lin rose and departed towards Luochuan Gate. "Brother, what shall we do?" Once the young master had left, a subordinate finally regained his composure. "What do you mean? What shall we do?" "That woman made me lose face before the young master. I must reclaim my dignity." The dark-skinned man gritted his teeth. "You speak the truth. I observe that her name is Xue, affiliated with the control faction of Luochuan Gate." The subordinate quickly added, "Control faction? Is that not the weakest faction within Luochuan Gate?" The dark-skinned man's expression darkened, and he began to formulate a strategy. "Have you joined the control faction? Is it already done?" Year inquired anxiously. "Indeed, my master is remarkably efficient. Not only have I joined, but I have also completed the foundational training. My master has now assigned me a task to achieve transformation," Xue Sanqian replied cheerfully. Yet, she couldn't help but notice that Year appeared somewhat perturbed. "What troubles you?" "It's too swift. I had assumed that no matter how fast you were, it would be tomorrow at the earliest before you officially joined the control faction. But now that you have, it means you must participate in the martial exchange with the 8 Treasures Gate later today. The exchange event is not unprecedented for Luochuan Gate. Attending does not imply need to be prominently featured," Year clarified, sensing Xue Sanqian's apprehensions. "This time is different. During the exchange with the 8 Treasures Gate, each faction sends forth their most exemplary disciples to compete in the arena. Every faction sends their most outstanding disciples. But I have merely just joined the control faction." This seems. Year discerned her thoughts and added, "You overthink it. The control faction previously had no disciples. Now, you are the sole disciple." "Wait. Earlier you mentioned that the control faction ranked last and was not particularly formidable. How could there be no other members? That was because some selected the control faction as a secondary study, but they were not true disciples of the control faction. Only authentic disciples are permitted to compete in the arena. So, I am the only authentic disciple. Indeed. Xue Sanqian's lips twitched slightly. Hold on, there's a problem. I inquire. Is it known among the members of Luochuan's sect about today's martial exchange with the 8 Treasure Gate? I mean to say, my master must be aware, correct? How could it be otherwise? Even if she is not physically present at Luochuan's sect, there are ways to communicate such matters to those affiliated with it. Moreover, Elder Lin, regardless of the circumstances, is still an elder. How could an elder remain oblivious to the happenings within the sect? Ah, her esteemed master. She remarked, how is it that the identity token was issued so swiftly? Quicker than when she was at the Immortal Medicine sect. It turns out she was waiting for her arrival here. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a figure swept past above, leaving behind a calm female-voiced disciple. The arena is a valuable opportunity. Embrace it, for it shall aid your transformation. Fear not, this is Luochuan's sect, and should you falter, it shall be of little consequence. Indeed, what a captivating statement. Observing the frozen figure of Xue Sanqian, Yi offered her comfort. Do not worry. The control faction has remained understaffed for years. Thus, it is unlikely anyone will summon a control practitioner to compete. As long as you do not speak up, it should be manageable. It should be manageable. I wish to summon someone. The dark-skinned male rushed to the arena first. I wish to summon the control faction, a female disciple named Yue. It should be manageable. Yi cast an awkward glance at Xue Sanqian and softly murmured, It is my fault. I have entangled you once more. She had been determined to grow stronger, diligently practicing, yet for some inexplicable reason, her progress seemed stagnant. Now, not only had she failed to protect anyone, but she had also become a burden to Sanqian once again. Xue Sanqian reached out to gently pat Yi on the shoulder. Do not fret. Many matters do not yield clear outcomes until the very end. This sentiment pertained not only to the imminent arena match, but also subtly hinted at Yi's cultivation journey. Subsequently, she beamed, I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to teach that shameless individual a lesson. I must thank you for affording me this chance. For if I do not vent my frustration, it becomes quite burdensome. With that, she ascended the martial arena. What? The control faction has an authentic disciple now? That eccentric Elder Lin has actually taken on a disciple? Recently accepted? Can a newly accepted disciple truly compete in the arena? Beneath the arena, a flurry of fragmented whispers circulated. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, 2 elders, the young master of 8 Treasure Gate and the sect leader of Luochuan, sat in attendance. Elder Luolin, who had remained silent until now, raised an eyebrow. I never imagined that Elder Lin, who has refrained from taking disciples, would make an exception. When did this occur? Luoyang was equally surprised. Her newly accepted disciple had been called out directly by someone from 8 Treasure Gate, suggesting there might be a personal vendetta involved. Although the arena match could enhance her understanding, should the opponent truly strike with malice, it would exceed her expectations. Coincidentally, when the young master of 8 Treasure Gate inquired, she candidly replied, I just accepted her. I merely taught her the basics, and she has yet to complete her transformation. Has yet to complete her transformation? And she is already participating in the arena? Chapter 81. The Waterhorn Dragon of Wanshire Town. Luolin's expression momentarily faltered, finding it hard to fathom how someone with virtually no skills would contend against an opponent wielding various elixirs and treasures. On the arena, both sides took their positions. The dark-skinned male smirked ominously and boasted, If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I promise to spare your life. Is that so? Indeed. Is it possible for a tournament to cause harm to one's life? The dark-skinned man with a grim expression replied, In a tournament, injuries are inevitable. Even if it leads to death within the confines of the Luochuan sect, one is unlikely to lose their life. You are indeed fortunate, came the retort. What do you mean? Literally, he snapped, anger rising within him. Initially, he had believed her to be a delicate girl and thought to intimidate her lightly. But now, seeing her blatant disregard for him in public, he felt his pride wounded. Very well. Today I shall teach you what it means to be at the mercy of absolute strength. You will find yourself on the ground. With that, he threw a rune and formed a gesture to unlock it, channeling his verbal power into the rune to activate it. The rune emitted a soft, earthy glow, and in an instant, it expanded dramatically, transforming from the size of his palm to that of an adult. Countless stone fragments erupted from within, each adorned with sharp, column-like spikes. The spiked stones hurtled towards Xue Sanqian in a relentless barrage, their numbers and density so overwhelming that even the most fluid of movements would be unable to evade them, let alone a fragile girl. No one anticipated such a formidable attack right from the onset. The spectators collectively held their breath, many unable to bear the sight, fearing to witness the delicate girl suffer grievous injury. Only Yer remained resolute, her hands clasped tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Xue Sanqian, her mind echoing the words. Please be safe. In truth, she too should have been fearful, yet she had faith in Sanqian, having witnessed her strength before. As a friend, in her moment of helplessness, she could at least stand in solidarity with her, believing in her capabilities. On the stage, Luo Lin couldn't help but glance at Elder Lin, though his expression remained calm. The grip on the armrest of his chair tightened, a subtle chill emanating from him, hinting at an underlying tension. Despite the daunting circumstances, Xue Sanqian remained unperturbed. It wasn't that she felt no fear. Rather, she understood that fear and panic were futile. She had already begun strategizing the moment the rune was cast. Evading was not an option. It would only squander precious time. She summoned the cold energy within her, modulating its amount based on the scale of the impending assault. The greater the number of stones, the more cold energy she drew forth, consolidating it within her right palm, awaiting the opportune moment. Timing was crucial. Using it prematurely would leave her vulnerable to subsequent blows, while waiting too long could result in her being overwhelmed, destabilizing the gathered cold energy due to distraction. As the stones multiplied, the cold energy within her hand surged. To stabilize the turbulent energy, she closed her eyes, resolutely transforming it into a living entity right there on the stage. What does it mean that this girl has closed her eyes? Is she resigning herself to her fate? Some onlookers speculated. Perhaps her master will intervene at the last moment? However, many believed she was simply paralyzed by fear, unable to move. The disciples of the Eight Treasures sect began to mock openly, for in their eyes, the lives of others held little value. Many female disciples of the Luo Chuan sect harbored resentment towards them, yet constrained by their own limitations, they could only seethe in silence. At that moment, an intense chill suddenly permeated the arena, a pure and formidable coldness that belonged to the highest echelon of power. The expressions of those present on the stage tightened as they turned their gaze towards a seemingly delicate female disciple of the Luo Chuan sect. She appeared to be attempting to manifest her form in front of everyone, displaying audacity that was almost reckless as the stones were poised to descend. Her ambition to transform living entities was evident, and the concentration of such overwhelming cold energy could only signify a pursuit of life manifestation, a perilous endeavor indeed. Listening to the exchanges among the elders, Lin Ruo maintained an impassive demeanor, but within her heart, a tempest of emotions surged. To be candid, she too felt the risk. However, considering the disciples' extraordinary talent, she was willing to take the gamble. After all, even if all was exhausted, she would ensure the safety of this disciple. Patience was paramount. It was not yet her moment to intervene. The stones, arranged in an orderly fashion, began to accelerate towards Xue Sanqian, now mere inches away. The audience gasped, shielding their eyes in disbelief, while some even cried out for the elders to intervene. Just as the tension reached its peak, Xue Sanqian suddenly opened her eyes, her watery gaze ignited with a cerulean light. With a swift motion of her right hand, she summoned forth a large water-colored serpent that coiled protectively around her. This serpent, as thick as a python, bore shimmering scales akin to those of a serpent transformed under the night sky. Its head was adorned with protective scale armor, and it sported uniquely shaped, varying-length water-colored horns, complemented by its luminous, azure eyes that sparkled with an alluring yet formidable brilliance. How could this be? The dark-skinned man was astounded by her manifestation of a living form, but he quickly regained his composure. It was merely a newly formed entity, not a cause for alarm. A single strike would suffice to shatter it. Yet, when the stones crashed violently against the water serpent, there was no sign of damage. Instead, the serpent retaliated, thrashing its tail in fury and unleashing a roar, releasing an ethereal sound wave that shattered each incoming stone. How could this happen? The crowd below began to stir restlessly. This was unexpected. Earth should conquer water. How could this be? The only explanation was that her cold energy far surpassed the Earth's power. Yet that Earth talisman was at least a mid-level talisman. The Earth being vanquished by water indicated the extraordinary strength of her water power. How could a mere control system possess such formidable cold energy? Observing this, Lin Ruo's heart raced not from concern, but from exhilaration. Truly, it was a mix of astonishment and joy. The stone blockade was breached, and the water serpent continued to spiral protectively around its master, impervious to harm. Xue Sanqian coldly remarked, "Even if you beg for mercy, it will be futile. But rest assured, you shall not perish." As her words echoed, the water serpent surged upwards, diving toward the opponent. Just as a treasured artifact leapt from the dark-skinned man's possession, resembling a short staff, instantly forming a robust barrier of earth energy. The dark-skinned man regained his composure and laughed arrogantly, declaring that even if you succeeded in transforming into a living being, Wanshur Town was insignificant. This earthen shield was indeed a mid-tier treasure, and although it could only withstand a fatal blow once, it was not something a mere water snake could shatter. Ultimately, you are merely relying on external forces to survive, Xue Sanqian coldly remarked. What I rely on is of no concern to you. The fact remains that you cannot harm me, while I, the dark-skinned man quickly produced several talismans, can exhaust you. Xue Sanqian's eyes darkened. He spoke a truth. One must not engage in a prolonged battle with him. Chapter 82. Do not feel bitter. You are unique. Is one not enough to break? Then let there be another. Blue Flame, my master, has always valued face, especially when confronting scum. Xue Sanqian communicated with the Blue Flame residing in her dantian. What is happening? Look, another water horned snake has appeared. No, not one. Look closely, there are three. Now there are three on stage. With a wave of her hands, Xue Sanqian conjured two more water-horned snakes identical to the first one. The two water-horned snakes charged towards the earth shield, and gritting her teeth, she uttered a command, merging the three into a singular three-headed water-horned snake. Break! With a delicate shout, the earth shield began to crack, tiny fissures forming under the relentless assault of the three-headed water-horned snake. With a deafening explosion, the shield disintegrated into fragments, scattering in all directions. As the three-headed water-horned snake surged towards the dark-skinned man, a voice commanded, "Stop! Do not take his life." An elder from the Eight Treasures sect leaped down from the platform, deploying a treasure to shield the dark-skinned man. Xue Sanqian summoned the three-headed water-horned snake back to her side and looked up at the elder, inquiring, "Elder, why do you protect him? What those who died at his hands?" The elder, known for his domineering presence within the Eight Treasures sect, was Elder Luo, a figure who wielded considerable authority beneath the sect leader and above the young master. Elder Luo replied gravely, "It is merely the law of the jungle." Xue Sanqian smiled and nodded, acknowledging, "You speak the truth, Elder." Seeing her prepare to leave the arena, Elder Luo retracted the treasure. In that fleeting moment, a cry of agony erupted from the dark-skinned man. Even though Xue Sanqian had turned away, her three-headed water-horned snake struck in an instant, piercing him fatally. "You!" Elder Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, Xue Sanqian did not look back, leaving behind the words, "As you said, it is merely the law of the jungle." The implication was clear. If you protect him, I will withdraw. If you do not protect him, he cannot withstand me. And should I slay him, it would merely adhere to your own rules. What wrong is there in that? A rare silence enveloped the arena, both on and off the stage. Xue Sanqian did not approach Yer directly. She understood that her act of killing could not be brushed aside as inconsequential, and she did not wish to bring trouble to Yer. The responsibility for the death lay with her. and she would bear the consequences. With such thoughts in mind, she chose not to linger in the arena, but directly exited the Luochuan gate. Should she retreat to the immortal medicine sect to evade the storm? Elder Lin will not remain at the Luochuan gate indefinitely. Once the tournament concludes, she will return to the medicinal fields of Sanqing Mountain, which are in closer proximity to the immortal medicine sect than to Luochuan gate. If she wishes to avoid the storm, now is the opportune moment. The elders from the Eight Treasures sect and Luochuan gate are undoubtedly preoccupied with attempting to revive the dark-skinned man. She is fully aware of her actions. Even if they manage to save him, he will be rendered useless, likely destined to spend the latter half of his life confined to a bed. As for regret, she feels not a trace of it. By executing this act, she aims to serve as a warning to those nefarious disciples of the Eight Treasures sect. Retribution may be delayed, but it is not absent. Admittedly, her actions were impulsive, primarily fueled by her disdain for the countenance of that elder from the Eight Treasures sect. Although the young Master Luo had once uttered similar words, at least his demeanor did not betray the arrogance displayed by that insufferable elder. As Xue Sanqian mused, she descended the stone steps, only to be abruptly halted by a shadow. Raising her gaze, she realized that as soon as she mentioned him, he had indeed arrived. What brings the young Master Luo here? Are you seeking trouble over a trivial disciple? Do you comprehend the peril you have stirred with the most formidable elder of the Eight Treasures sect? If you wished to eliminate that man, there would have been ample opportunity, yet you chose to publicly slap Elder Luo's face. She inwardly scoffed, for that was precisely her intention, maintaining an outwardly respectful demeanor. Laced with a hint of mirth, she wondered if the young Master Luo was attempting to offer her a reminder. Luo Lin paused momentarily. His pursuit was driven by an instinctive urge, as he found certain aspects of her particularly captivating. A reminder? Perhaps not, for even without his prompting, she would soon come to understand. Given Elder Luo's temperament, Luochuan Gate must either provide a satisfactory explanation or he would seek out this female disciple for retribution. To be candid, whether or not he intervened would alter little, unless one disregards the fact that she is still nascent in her capabilities. If Elder Luo intended to target her, it would be a simple endeavor, although Elder Lin would undoubtedly protect her. The unpredictability of the situation is something she ought to grasp. Thus, if I were to speak on your behalf, there remains a sliver of hope concerning Elder Luo's matters. Xue Sanqian smiled. Why would Luo Lin wish to advocate for her? Moreover, he had never been one to prioritize sect affairs, living instead according to his own whims. With this thought, she chuckled playfully and feigned shyness. Young Master Luo, could it be that you have developed feelings for me? That would be quite troublesome, wouldn't it? What then of Sister Lingxue? Luo Lin's expression froze. How did she know of his sentiments towards Lingxue? Yet, it was not the sort of feeling she presumed. Frowning, he clarified, "Is not as you think. Surely you're not feeling a bit anxious now, wishing to clarify things with me? If that is truly the case, you may very well be starting to like me." Xue Sanqian suppressed her laughter, adopting a serious tone. I do not engage in exchanges of conditions with others. Things should unfold as they will. Young Master Luo need not concern himself on my behalf. It was a jest. Should Luo Lin speak on her behalf within a day, the news would undoubtedly spread like wildfire throughout the Sanqing sect. When the time comes, others may enjoy the spectacle without concern, but if he Yuan begins to overthink, that would indeed be troublesome. After Snow Sanqian finished speaking, she walked away without a backward glance. As she reached the corner, she fortuitously met a pair of cold, piercing eyes, causing her heart to tighten. Could it be? Was it true that thoughts manifest? When did he arrive? Yuan cast a casual glance at her, his demeanor indifferent, then turned silently and strode away. Snow Sanqian hurried to catch up, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Indeed, why was he present? Initially worried about her predicament, upon seeing her demeanor, his concerns seemed unwarranted. She had boldly slain their disciples in front of the elders of the Eight Treasures Gate, and now appeared to be sharing laughter with the young master of the same sect. Though he could not hear their conversation, the sight of her smiling at him was not lost on him, and the look in his eyes was anything but simple. He intended to leave, confident that with the young Master Luo's presence, she was safe for the time being. Yet, His feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, preventing his departure. Why? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Noticing Yi Lanxuan's indifference, Xue Sanqian sensed an unsettling shift. He must have seen her with Luo Lin. If misunderstandings were not clarified immediately, they could easily fester, making future explanations difficult. With determined urgency, Xue Sanqian dashed after him, seizing his sleeve and forcibly guiding him to a secluded corner. Rising on tiptoe, she initiated an intense gaze, exclaiming, "Are you feeling a bit sour? No worries. A kiss or a hug will sweeten things up. I'll only do this with you." As she spoke, her long lashes brushed against his cheek. Her ruby lips pressed against his thin ones. Beneath the coolness, warmth surged, imbued with an intimate allure. "Don't feel sour. It pains me. You are the one and only." Chapter 83. Justifiably sour. He certainly did not. The moment their eyes met, her misty gaze shimmering with a glassy luminescence. The discontent in his heart dissipated like fog, replaced by a soft warmth that made him unconsciously ease his breath. A tingling sensation danced on his lips as she playfully extended her delicate tongue to tease him. A flutter of excitement coursed through him, causing him to blink involuntarily, his throat tightening while a faint blush crept up his ears. Sunlight filtered through layers of green, a gentle breeze swayed, and the dappled light sparkled like a dream, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Everything felt just right. The restlessness within him gradually faded, replaced by a tantalizing softening. Could it be that what she said earlier was indeed true? Was he feeling sour? What did it mean to feel sour? He lowered his gaze, his heartbeat quickening, breaths becoming shallow, as his hands instinctively encircled her waist. She was so petite, so soft, her touch electrifying. He longed to be closer, even closer. The intertwining sense of cold and warmth seemed to freeze time, transforming a fleeting moment into eternity. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the tranquility, as a shadow clumsily tumbled down from a nearby tree. A startled gaze met two pairs of eyes that seemed to linger with unfulfilled sentiment. The encounter was undeniably awkward. Subordinate, meet the second princess. A figure clad in a form-fitting black martial attire straightened his slightly bent posture and immediately knelt respectfully on one knee. Xue Sanqian tugged at the corner of her mouth, aware that Yi Lanxuan was not well regarded in the Xuangu Palace. Yet she was taken aback to find that his subordinate was a stutterer. Yi Lanxuan's gaze darkened as he coldly commanded, "Speak properly." Upon uttering these words, he instinctively attempted to release his hand from her waist, wishing to create some distance between them. Driven by an inexplicable sentiment, he felt a desire to shield her from the attention of others, wanting to keep her hidden, so that only he could savor her presence at leisure. Realizing this, he abruptly awoke from his reverie. What had he just been contemplating? The woman in his embrace remained oblivious to his thoughts. She simply sensed his wish to distance himself, which left her feeling quite displeased. She was the kind of person who could not hold back her dissatisfaction, always seeking to express it promptly, for after all, her beloved was often oblivious to much, and she could not afford to wait for him to ponder. Thus, as he attempted to withdraw his hand, she firmly grasped it and pressed it back into place. Not only that, but she also smiled and intentionally leaned closer to him, as if to convey to his subordinate that their bond was profound. The blush that had subsided surged forth once more, and for the first time, Yi Lanxuan felt his ears flush in front of his subordinate. The woman in his arms was not one to be trifled with, and he cast a cold glance towards the newcomer. Ahem! The newcomer immediately lowered his head, responding, "It is time, second princess, for you to return to that place." That place? Xue Sanqian frowned, realizing that Yi Lanxuan's apparent lack of activity within the Sanqian gate might not solely be due to his low profile, but rather because he had indeed departed from there. This detail had never been mentioned in the original text. Wait, since the newcomer was from the Xuangu Palace, perhaps she could provide Yi Lanxuan with some insight, considering not all of his subordinates were truly loyal to him. "What is your name?" Xue Sanqian inquired, her voice wafting a soft fragrance into Yi Lanxuan's reddening ears. Yi Lanxuan felt a slight itch in his ear. Increasingly captivated by her melodious voice, How had he not noticed it before? However, he shot another sharp glance at his subordinate, pondering why she would inquire about his name. Why did her question make him increasingly irritated with this subordinate? The kneeling subordinate could not help but shudder slightly. He was not blind, and it was evident that his master shared an unusual relationship with the young woman beside him. Perhaps she would someday become his mistress. Should he not respond earnestly when she posed question? In response to the lady, "My name is Inzi." Inzi, was it truly him? He was the most loyal among Yulan Sun's subordinates, albeit somewhat average in ability, with a character that was both simple and slightly foolish. In summary, he was loyal but not particularly clever, coupled with a hint of weakness. However, that was inconsequential. Loyalty was what she valued most. Yulan Sun cast a discreet glance at her, observing the satisfaction reflected in her expression, which only intensified his annoyance. "I see. You may leave now." Inzi hesitated and added, "Second princess, you must hurry. That individual has been waiting." Who was that individual? Xue Sanqian distinctly sensed the hand resting on her waist tremble involuntarily, revealing the significant influence that individual held in his heart. After Inzi spoke, he vanished in a swift motion, leaving no trace behind. This lad, though lacking in capability, exhibited remarkable skill in gathering intelligence and concealing his whereabouts. "Where are you headed?" "To a certain place in the Xuangu Palace." "And who might that be?" Yi Lanchuan retracted his gaze, lowering his eyes to regard her. "What is the matter?" "Jealous. And you say it so boldly." Observing her fuming, cheeks puffed out in indignation, his previously dismal mood lightened somewhat. Typically, she would take the initiative and he would be passive. "What are you jealous about?" How should I put this?" Yet, when faced with that earnest, inquiring look from him, those beautiful eyes, clear and infused with warmth under the sun, exuded a subtle allure that made her heart flutter unexpectedly. "I'm just jealous." What does jealousy entail? It means you can only be the best with me. Yet there is someone even better. Despite her eloquence, she found it impossible to encapsulate the essence of jealousy completely. Matters of the heart are often inexpressible. After all, Yi Lanchuan paused slightly, realizing that this discomfort he felt when witnessing her smile at another man or express curiosity about his name was indeed rooted in jealousy. "So, who exactly is it?" "My mother." "Ah, almost forgot. She's still alive in the early stages." How had she met her end? The original text only hinted at it, suggesting he had been the one to end her life, after which his powers had surged dramatically. Xue Sanqian fell into a contemplative silence. Previously, she had not been present. Now she was here, unwilling to miss any details concerning him. "I will return with you. Let's make haste." She was aware that Yi Lanchuan possessed secret methods to swiftly return to the Xuangu Palace. The inhabitants of the Xuangu Palace seemed quite adept at manipulating time and dimensional techniques, with their own teleportation formations. "Aren't you supposed to face off against the young master of the 8 Treasure Gate? Make it quick. You have less than 2 days left." "I can feign illness for a day." Yi Lanchuan fell silent. He was reluctant to take her back, especially to that place, the origin of his destruction, an indelible shadow that haunted him for a lifetime. "I warn you, if you do not take me, I will go on my own. I am still weak. As you know, if I happen to perish along the way, it would be better for me to die in front of you now. I'll die for you to see." Yi Lanchuan stared for a moment, unable to suppress a smile. For the first time, someone had threatened him with their life, declaring they would die for him. Would he feel anxious? Under her earnest gaze, he indeed felt a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 84. Gentle as Jade, a Celestial Descends. Yi Lanchuan was at a loss for words, caught in a state of contradiction. "However, we must prepare before we go." Xue Sanqian seized his hand, activating a teleportation talisman that whisked them back to her dwelling. Forcefully drawn into the wooden cabin, he watched as she rummaged through her belongings with fervor, and he could not help but frown. What were we preparing for? The unattractive daughter-in-law must prepare herself before meeting her in-laws, mustn't she? Moreover, we are heading to the Xuangu Palace. It would be quite inappropriate to don a martial attire of the 3 pure ones, wouldn't it? Xue Sanqian mused aloud while rummaging through her belongings, soon presenting 3 sets of dresses before her. "Which color do you prefer?" She compared the pink, light blue, and soft yellow dresses in front of her, her brow slightly furrowing. In truth, aside from their differing hues, the patterns were rather similar, which explained the one-price deal for all 3 sets. These dresses were acquired during her previous trip to the ancient town, simply a spur-of-the-moment purchase, without much thought or careful selection. Let us go with the pink. Xue Sanqian spoke to herself. Pink is delightful. What girl in love wouldn't look splendid in pink? Furthermore, this shade was a soft pink, not overly vibrant, exuding a gentle charm without the worry of being too ostentatious while still remaining attractive. Yi Lanquan observed her excitement as she smoothed the fabric of the pink dress and remarked, "It matters not what you wear. After all, it is merely an endless abyss." Xue Sanqian was not disheartened by his words, for she understood that in his life, darkness was predominant. With only a hint of crimson, black representing unfathomable darkness, and red embodying the color of blood, it mattered little. With her presence, she would gradually transform his world. Turning, she retrieved a snow-white martial robe adorned with silver threads from a well-protected wooden box. The garment was tailored to perfection, and although it couldn't be deemed the finest, it was undeniably a unique and exquisite piece in the entire ancient town. "This is for you," Xue Sanqian declared, unfolding the meticulously folded attire, clearly cherished and preserved with care. Originally, she had intended to present it to him after triumphing over Luo Lin as a token of his transfer from the Wanjin sect. This attire starkly contrasted his usual style, a stark departure from his reluctance to embrace white and the refined, gentle demeanor of a nobleman. Though she adored him in whatever he wore, she yearned for him to try this on, not for the sake of appearance, but to convey that he too could embody such elegance and grace, much like a jade-like gentleman basking in the light. She felt a twinge of anxiety that he might not appreciate it. Growing somewhat reserved, she lowered her gaze, nervously caressing the fabric. "I pondered for quite a while over this. You may try it on. If it truly doesn't suit your taste, I shall select another for you next time." She desired to inspire change within him, yet she did not wish to impose. She yearned for his embrace, yet remained cautious, fearful of inadvertently causing him pain. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to select a garment for you." No one had ever done such a thing for him, not even to choose a simple piece of clothing. "Let it be this one." He took the robe and, in her presence, swiftly donned it with adept movements. When Xue Sanqian finally comprehended the transformation before her, the formidable figure she once knew was nowhere to be seen. His complexion, rather than being overshadowed by the snow-white fabric, was illuminated, casting a radiant glow. His lips were a vibrant red, eyes bright and teeth white, exuding a newfound air of elegance, yet still retaining an innate coldness that lent him an ethereal quality. A demon? No, he appeared to be nothing short of a celestial being. The garment, already well cut, looked even more extraordinary when worn. He was, indeed, a natural model for clothing. "Allow me to arrange your hair." Xue Sanqian was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling an insatiable craving stir within her. She found herself pressing him against the dressing table, an item that her clumsy master had insisted on placing there for her, claiming that every girl should have such things. Initially, she had complained about it taking up space, but upon reflection, she realized that it would be a delightful affair to present herself well before her beloved. However, as various matters consumed her attention, she had never truly made use of it, not anticipating that her first application would be on Yi Lanquan. Yet this was far more exhilarating than using it on herself. Yi Lanquan felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet upon sensing her enthusiasm, he hesitated to disrupt the moment. He was bewildered by the nature of her excitement, feeling a sense of disorientation in juxtaposition to her fervor. Perhaps it was the instinctive uncertainty that came with the unknown. After all, no one had ever tended to his hair before. "Is my strength sufficient?" she wondered, her spirits soaring. His hair was dark and silky, exuding a unique coolness that felt remarkably pleasant to the touch. Unable to resist, she leaned down to gently inhale the fragrance of his soft locks, a subtle, refreshing scent enveloping him. It was neither cloying nor sweet, but rather invigorating. Yi Lanquan, already sensitive, found himself acutely aware of her every movement as reflected in the mirror. The realization that she was inhaling his hair left him momentarily at a loss, his ears flushing crimson. Fortunately, Xue Sanqian did not indulge in her curiosity excessively. Instead, she tenderly and swiftly styled his hair into a high ponytail, adorning it with a matching white jade crown. It was neat and elegant, yet undeniably regal. As she gazed at the figure in the mirror, a phrase sprang to mind. Gentle as jade, the noble young master, a celestial being descended to earth. Beautiful. Ultimately, no embellishments could surpass the essence captured in those two words. When shall we depart? She inquired, seated at the tea table, her chin resting on her hands as she unabashedly observed him. He cast her a sidelong glance. Aren't you afraid? That is the Xian Palace, a place everyone seeks to eradicate, notorious for its malevolence. Why fear it? It is the place that birthed and nurtured you. Naturally, I hold it dear, he replied, turning away, lost in thought. That was the place he despised most, often pondering whether he would have existed as such a monster had that place not been part of his life. Noticing his sudden withdrawal, Xue Sanqian remained unperturbed, instead using her fingers to comb through his cascading hair repeatedly. Time slipped by, yet she found unexpected contentment in the moment, thinking perhaps this tranquil passage of time was what life should be. Let us be swift in our return, he finally murmured after a lengthy pause. Is that an agreement? She exclaimed, rising with joy, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Yi Lanxuan produced a piece of black rune paper, and in an instant, Xue Sanqian leapt into his embrace, holding him tightly. I am prepared, she declared. As he activated the rune paper, intricate patterns began to glow and swirl, and the next moment, the two of them vanished without a trace. Upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself in a room shrouded in near total darkness. Outside, a voice laced with an air of weariness commanded, Kneel. Chapter 85. Unspeakable Torments and Agonies. Xue Sanqian had pondered the possible scenarios upon her arrival at the Xuangu Palace. She was aware that in the early days, Yi Lanxuan held little standing within the palace, and thus, it was improbable that a grand reception awaited them. They would likely traverse a quiet path, discreetly returning to his abode. Alternatively, they might arrive directly at his residence, which was often devoid of company, a serene environment conducive to discussing their forthcoming plans. Yet, she could never have anticipated being thrust into a small, dark room, still grappling with her surroundings when a chilling command infused with palpable disdain pierced the air. Kneel. What was the meaning of this? Why should she kneel? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she noticed Yi Lanxuan slowly lowering himself to the ground beside her. Stunned, she then heard the voice outside continue. Have your wings grown too strong? Why did you not return at the appointed time? Do you wish for my demise? Are you eagerly awaiting my end? What appointed time? Xue Sanqian had accompanied him throughout his journey, yet in his moment of peril, no reinforcements had appeared, and now he dared to lay blame upon her return? On what grounds? She opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. The only one who could command Yi Lanxuan to kneel was his biological mother. This was clearly a dialogue between mother and son, and her interjection would hold no validity, both emotionally and logically. Step outside and wait. Yi Lanxuan murmured after a prolonged silence. I wanted to stay with him, she thought. However, upon meeting his gaze, those eyes, imbued with a chilling clarity, yet hinting at an unspeakable sentiment, she detected a fleeting glimmer of vulnerability, a trace of fragility. Was it merely an illusion? Perhaps not. If she were in his position, she too would wish to shield such a scene from prying eyes, especially from those with whom she shared a closer bond. Very well. I shall wait outside. With that, Xue Sanqian turned and exited, only to be met by the slightly bewildered gaze of a middle-aged woman. Good day, Auntie. Xue Sanqian greeted awkwardly. He brought you back? It was a question she felt was somewhat rhetorical. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Pondering this, Xue Sanqian decided to grant them privacy, retreating to observe from a distance. She nodded and chose a path away, creating space between herself and the small dark room. The second princess actually brought you back. Just as she was peering from her secluded spot, a familiar voice emerged from behind her, revealing Yinzi. You're just in time. Xue Sanqian tugged Yinzi back behind a gnarled tree. It must be noted that the scenery here was utterly desolate. Glancing around, there was scarcely a single tree, save for this withered trunk that offered minimal concealment. What is happening? What do you mean, what is happening? Xue Sanqian gestured toward the small dark room. Yinzi immediately assumed a position of indecision, a familiar posture for him. Always? Well, this time seems to be different. In what way? Yinzi sighed. The second princess has unexpectedly brought you back, which will undoubtedly provoke Xiannu. Oh, Xiannu is the second princess's mother, and she typically forbids her from calling her mother. What? What does that even mean? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Just as Xue Sanqian attempted to untangle her thoughts, the sound of whipping emanated from a small black room ahead. Crack! Crack! What are you? Don't you realize? How dare you bring the girl back? Who do you think you are? Xue Sanqian was startled and was about to step forward when Yinzi grasped her arm tightly. Yinzi, aware that his actions might be overstepping, quickly waved his hand and shook his head. No. If you go in, the second princess will only suffer more. Is it just because I was brought back? Xue Sanqian asked, puzzled. Not specifically targeting you. When the second princess was still a minor, she once brought home a little white rabbit, and Xiannu punished her severely for it. Why? Because it was unworthy. Xue Sanqian was incredulous, laughing in anger. Bringing back a little white rabbit can be related to worthiness? What kind of logic is that? Yinzi frowned that time. The second princess dared to contradict Xiannu for the first time, and despite being beaten to a pulp, she insisted on keeping that little white rabbit. What happened afterward? Xue Sanqian was unaware that Yilan's son had once kept small pets. It died. Xiannu killed it? Yinzi shook his head, hesitating to divulge further. Since you've come this far, if you don't tell me how the little rabbit died, I could advise you on how you might meet your end instead. Why are you threatening me now? Yinzi's lips twitched. It was no wonder they said women were hard to deal with. There was truth in that. Forget it. There is nothing to hide. It was indeed the second princess who caused its death, though it would be more accurate to say it died because of her. No living creature can survive in her presence. As Yinzi spoke, yet another series of whips struck within the small black room, and a faint scent of blood mingled with a unique cold fragrance wafted out. Xiannu's relentless curses continued to escalate. How dare you? How dare you? Do you not realize you are a monster? Do you not know? Must I beat some sense into you? Xue Sanqian understood that Yilan's son possessed a unique constitution. He certainly did not wish to harm the little white rabbit. Yet his attempt to save it became its demise. Indeed, he had not initially comprehended how his nature differed from others. He was born a naive child, capable of innocence and the desire to connect with small lives. He was not a monster. Even if he were, he possessed thoughts and feelings. A monster? It was merely a label imposed upon those who were not accepted by society. In her eyes, some individuals, though human, could be far more terrifying than any monster. How long will this continue? Xue Sanqian spoke coldly. She was already somewhat irate. Even if Xuen was Yi Luanshuan's biological mother, she could not so overtly inflict torment upon him, especially in her presence. She could only endure so much longer. The sun was still hanging in the sky, casting its last light. Before he could utter another word, a sudden gust of wind swept past him, revealing a delicate figure sprinting towards the small dark room. Indeed, she was running with haste. "Young lady, please stop," Yinzi exclaimed, stamping her feet in distress. Xuen was already in a fit of rage. This reckless act would only escalate her fury. It was no longer sunset. It threatened to lead to dawn instead. This was no jest, and such occurrences had transpired before. Xue Sanqian could hardly concern herself with the consequences any longer. What had been her last thread of patience was shattered by the mere mention of sunset. How could she allow the one she cherished to endure such torment? Moreover, the one inflicting the torment was his own mother. How could he possibly retaliate? She could scarcely fathom the agony this process inflicted upon him. Chapter 86. He is not a monster. The whip wielded by Xuen was evidently no ordinary implement. It was understandable. How could a mundane object inflict harm upon Yi Luanshuan? As Xue Sanqian drew closer, she noticed that as the whip arced through the air, it bore a sharp spike that glimmered like it was forged from diamond. She anxiously shifted her focus to Yi Luanshuan, only to find that he bore no visible wounds. It appeared he had summoned a protective barrier with his internal energy, and the whip, upon striking this shield, radiated an intense heat, pulsating with an unusual energy. The true injury did not stem from the whip itself, but rather from this searing force. Had he borne the brunt of the blows with his flesh, it might have resulted in mere superficial wounds. Yet, he chose to withstand the impact with his internal energy, inadvertently intensifying the damage inflicted upon him. The metallic taste of blood emanated from his mouth, a testament to his internal injuries. As the next lash was about to descend, Xue Sanqian grasped the whip, the sharp pain jolting her into clarity as the pointed object pierced her palm, accompanied by a wave of heat that was both painful and stinging. Xue paused, perhaps taken aback by her fervor or simply unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. She furrowed her brow at the composed young girl before her. "What are you doing?" "That question ought to be posed to you. Have you beaten him enough?" "I am disciplining him." "Why should you intervene?" "Should you truly be disciplining him, then I would have no grounds to interfere. But what you are doing is abuse." "Abuse?" Xue suddenly threw her head back in laughter. "Abuse? Young lady, do not be deceived by his outward appearance. Do you know what he is? He is a monster. Be silent." "He is not." Xue Sanqian gazed at Xue in disbelief. How could she utter such words? Calling him a monster so casually, the very thought left her breathless, and she could hardly imagine him growing up in such an environment. "He is not. He is not. Ah ha ha ha. My dear girl, is he threatening you? Or does he possess some leverage over you that compels you to speak on behalf of a monster?" Yi Lanshuan's brow furrowed slightly. "I have already told you. He is not. Even if you were his biological mother, you have no right to call him a monster." Xue Sanqian seethed with anger, forcefully yanking the whip, blood pouring from her palm, trickling down the whip's length, staining the sharp diamonds above. "Does it hurt?" "Naturally it does." Yet those repeated accusations of monster pierce her heart even more. Xian Nu paused momentarily, then seized her arms with both hands, shaking her insistently. "Have you been placed under some curse? Have you suffered a fate similar to mine? Is that true? What are you talking about?" Xue Sanqian felt dizzy from the shaking. The dimly lit small room made everything seem more disorienting. However, the fierce glint in Xian Nu's eyes jolted her back to reality. She couldn't shake the feeling that Xian Nu's mental state was quite precarious. Perhaps she had long since lost her sanity? "I'm like this. I'm not yet married. That night, that thing, it was not human. It appeared out of nowhere, invaded my body, and then I became pregnant, unable to rid myself of it. I want to die, but I cannot. I cannot die no matter what." Xue Sanqian was taken aback, and Yi Lanshuan, who knelt on the ground, was equally stunned. It was the first time he had heard his mother speak in such a manner. Previously, he had innocently asked who his father was, only to be met with his mother's disgusted gaze each time. He had assumed she merely disdained the man in question. But now it seemed he had underestimated the depth of the situation. He truly was a monster. "Little girl, I do this for your own good. You must distance yourself from him, or he will bring about your ruin. You must escape, as far away as possible. He is a monster, truly a monster. You are surely under his control, unaware of it. Awaken from this stupor." Xian Nu fervently shook the young girl before her, her gaze reflecting a fleeting clarity amidst the chaos, as if she were looking into a mirror of her former self, pleading for help, yet also striving for self-redemption. Xue Sanqian stood frozen, the whip slipping from her grasp. She felt somewhat dazed, not due to Yi Lanshuan's identity, but because of Xian Nu. She was bewildered. Had she erred? Was she in the wrong? If such a fate befell her, would she truly not find herself in a similar predicament? For those who pursue freedom, the greatest intolerance lies in being coerced and having no choice. Thus, Xue Sanqian found it impossible to condemn Xian Nu. How could one understand another's suffering without having walked in their shoes? This is the crux of life. Amidst existence, where is the absolute right or wrong? It is merely a matter of striving. Yi Lanshuan slowly closed his eyes. What more was there to struggle against at this point? The truth about his monstrosity had become painfully clear. What exactly was he? From whence did he come? And why was he born? Was it for destruction? If so, if this was the very purpose of his existence, could he still be with her? "I am sorry for your plight, but I am not you. I'm not under his control. I truly love him very deeply. I want to be with him." Snow 3000 lowered her gaze. Acknowledging the thoughts swirling within her heart, whether they be desires or obsessions, she accepted them. The Xian maiden released her embrace, shaking her head as she stepped back, pondering the impossibility of harboring affection for a monster. Yet, in this world, nothing is truly impossible. Her very existence was a testament to that paradox. As Snow 3000 knelt to examine Yi Lanxuan's injuries, she questioned, "You have always been astute. How could you act so foolishly this time? Why resort to internal power?" Yi Lanxuan remained silent, merely casting a glance at his unscathed attire. In that fleeting moment, Snow 3000 understood. He was concerned that the clothes she gifted him might suffer damage. Her eyes, already reddened, could no longer conceal the tears that brimmed within, choking back her emotions. She implored, "What holds more significance to you, the clothing or your own well-being?" Yi Lanxuan lifted his gaze, but offered no response, silently affirming to himself that he was a monster, impervious to death and corruption. However, the clothing could be ruined, and, if that happened, it would vanish entirely, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. Embracing him tightly, Snow 3000 could no longer contain her tears. "Yi Lanxuan, let me share a secret. I too am an existence that should not be. Hence, we are perfectly matched. I shall never abandon you, no matter the time or place." Her heart trembled at the memory of his earlier gaze, instilling within her a sense of dread. Perhaps he was reminded of the little white rabbit he had once forcibly kept. But she was not merely a white rabbit. Even if she were, it would be one that had transformed. Seeing his lack of response, she bit down fiercely on his neck, leaving a faint mark tinged with blood, then tenderly licked the wound, urging him to awaken. "Wake up. Even if I must die, I will remain with you." Chapter 87. The Trapped Beast in the Boundless Darkness. A flickering light swayed, resembling a firefly, fragile and poised to shatter in the wind. Often, he found himself uncertain whether the hope of life was worth the torment of existence. His night was too dark, which perhaps allowed him to perceive that feeble glimmer, dreamlike and intoxicating. Yet, such a minuscule light could hardly withstand the relentless darkness, destined to fade into the depths without leaving a trace. "Wake up. Even if I must die, I will remain with you." The dimmed eyes briefly caught a glimmer of light. However faint, it still fought for survival. Had he not been forsaken? A warm droplet fell upon his neck, brushing against the bite mark. A sensation that should have felt numb unexpectedly stirred his very soul. He looked down to see her tears cascading gently. Indeed, she was made of water. "Why are you crying? You want to die," he murmured. "You want to die. But does that mean it doesn't hurt? Does it hurt?" Once it had, and perhaps it still did, but having grown accustomed to pain dulled its sting. "No," he answered, albeit hesitantly. Let's consider it a truthful response. Yet, did his heart remain unscathed? Did a monster possess a heart? Was it truly a heart, or merely a mechanism pulsating to sustain life? He found himself unable to answer that complex question, one he had never wished to contemplate. Yet she compelled him to ponder it repeatedly. So was it a heart? Xue Sanqian inhaled deeply, clutching the person in her embrace tighter, yet the pain was overwhelming. The night was still, and Yi Lanxuan found himself at a loss for words and actions, for never had anyone suffered because of him. The helplessness he felt was profound. Unaware of her anguish and uncertain of how to respond, he couldn't help but mock himself, realizing the extent of his ignorance. "God is Xian. If you do not administer sufficient punishment, he will become uncontrollable when he rises to power." A chilling, enigmatic voice echoed from the shadows. Xue Sanqian was momentarily taken aback and turned to locate the source of the sound. However, the darkness of the room obscured her vision, rendering her unable to discern anything. Her gaze shifted to Goddess Xian, who appeared remarkably composed, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. He cannot continue like this. A monster must embody its monstrous nature, lest it endanger everyone, she muttered, bending to retrieve a thorny whip from the ground and raising it to strike Yi Lanxuan with great force. "Stop! You shall not strike again," Xue Sanqian exclaimed in fury, for Yi Lanxuan's lack of resistance did not imply her own compliance. Channeling the cold energy within her, she summoned 3-headed water serpents to her side, both parties refusing to yield. At that moment, the whip emitted a scorching red light. Though it did not directly repel the serpents, the crimson aura spread forth, entwining them and attempting to erode their pure, shadowy essence. In the next instant, Xue Sanqian felt as if tiny insects were writhing within her, crawling through her meridians, flesh, and bones, gnawing mercilessly. She endured, beads of sweat forming on her brow, until another strike from Goddess Xian sent tremors through her very core. So this is the agony of resisting with internal power. A torment he had borne alone for countless days and nights. Blood erupted from her mouth as her frail body succumbed, collapsing beside him. Just as another lash was about to descend, Yin Luanxuan shielded her, catching the whip barehanded. "Dare you defy me?" Goddess Xian seethed. The chilling voice resurfaced, indicating that the taming was insufficient, suggesting a visit to the cave of 100 snakes. The name sounded vaguely familiar, reminiscent of a forbidden place within the Xian Palace. The mention of the cave of 100 snakes invoked a primal instinct in Yin Luanxuan. The dark energy within him began to surge chaotically, as if attempting to flee or activate its defenses. "You cannot go," he asserted, his tone laced with urgency as he faced Goddess Xian. They must be taken together. He must learn his lesson, understand his identity, and his mission, came the cold response. Goddess Xian nodded stiffly, and in an instant, a shadowy figure emerged, whisking the two away. The small dark room returned to silence, the scent of blood dissipating, while Goddess Xian remained, her calm expression gradually tinged with anxiety. "Ah!" She screamed frantically, her arms wrapped around herself, curling into a corner. Behind the withered tree outside, Inzi cautiously peeked out. Upon hearing Xuan's cries, he realized that the punishment of the second princess had come to a temporary halt, as it always did. With a resigned sigh, he abruptly awoke, an urgent desire to confirm something propelling him towards the small dark room. No one was there. Had the second princess been imprisoned in the 100 Serpents Cave? How long had it been since he last visited? No, that was not the crux of the matter. In such a place, even someone as formidable as the second princess would emerge barely alive. Had that young woman been confined there alongside her? The 100 Serpents Cave, a forbidden ground in Xuangu, was rumored to be filled with innumerable venomous snakes, many of which were on the brink of extinction. There existed an unwritten belief within Xuangu regarding this place. Those who had survived its depths were said to comprehend the forbidden techniques that transcended limits. For instance, the ghost will spell of Yilanxuan could be classified as such. Yet, no matter how powerful these transcendent techniques were, one needed to possess life to wield them. Thus, for centuries, only Yilanxuan had truly ventured into the 100 Serpents Cave. Of course, now there was another. Amidst the damp, dark, and oppressive surroundings, Xue Sanqian struggled to raise herself. This was indeed the place. The herbs that Yilanxuan had gathered must have been procured here. "Yilanxuan, are you well?" The first thing Xue Sanqian sought upon waking was the sight of Yilanxuan, and fortunately, he was right beside her, sparing her any exertion. However, something seemed amiss. Yilanxuan turned to her at the sound of her voice, his expression chillingly devoid of humanity, resembling a beast fixated on its prey. Around his neck, a black ring had appeared, obscuring her view of his throat, yet she could detect a scent of blood mingled with a cold fragrance. At that moment, the only words that came to her mind were, "Trapped beast." "Yilanxuan, are you all right?" A hiss filled with menace was her only response. In that instant, she could clearly see his pupils transforming, glowing with an otherworldly purplish-red hue, his gaze still void of emotion. What had transpired? Had he faced something before her awakening? Chapter 88. The Fate That Awaits. Stay calm. The more dire the situation, the more one must maintain composure. Xue Sanqian surveyed her surroundings. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and aside from herself and Yilanxuan, the faint blue luminescent stones barely illuminated anything else. First, she checked for any injuries on her own body. To her relief, aside from a few superficial abrasions, she was relatively unscathed. Casting a glance at the unusually vigilant Yilanxuan, she pondered what changes might have occurred within him. Perhaps he had experienced an acute stress response upon entering this specific scenario. In such instances, it was prudent to allow him time to become familiar with her presence, avoiding any rash actions that might provoke further distress. She chose to settle beside him and enter a meditative state, introspecting the condition of her Dantian's dual flames. Though she had sustained internal injuries earlier, her introspection revealed no abnormalities. It appears that the treasure known as the Yin Miao from the immortal medicine sect is indeed an extraordinary specimen. Its continuous vitality has spontaneously healed the internal injuries previously sustained. Not only is the blue flame unharmed, but she also notices that the red flame seems to have grown slightly larger, with a small cluster of deeper, dark red flames struggling and swaying at its core. It is highly likely that it has captured and refined the searing energy that had invaded her body. Regardless of the circumstances, one thing is certain: she is unharmed. Xue Sanqian slowly opens her eyes, focusing her gaze on Yi Lanxuan, attempting to communicate with him. Yi Lanxuan, I am Xue Sanqian. Xue Sanqian. Yi Lanxuan's expression remains unchanged, devoid of any emotion. He merely tilts his head, resembling a curious beast inspecting an object before it. Oh dear, could she be truly odd? Why does she find him so endearing? A longing to ruffle his hair, to kiss and embrace him stirs within her. Cough. Now is not the time for such thoughts. The future stretches long ahead. Returning to seriousness, she suspects that the black ring around Yi Lanxuan's neck is affecting her. Therefore, she quietly approaches him, inching closer over an extended period, careful not to startle him, until she is at a sufficient distance to touch the black ring. She fixates on the black ring at his neck, mentally counting down, and then suddenly exerts force, ready to pull it away. Zzz. As her fingers make contact, black currents surge outward, seemingly insignificant yet astonishingly powerful. Just a couple of strands numb her arm instantly, leaving it devoid of sensation. The first attempt to remove the black ring ends in failure, but Xue Sanqian, undeterred, grits her teeth and tries again and again. On her third attempt, Yi Lanxuan, who had been silently observing, suddenly bares his teeth at her, his expression a mix of dissatisfaction and warning, fierce and intimidating. Xue Sanqian falls into deep contemplation. Even if she can endure the black electricity emanating from the ring, prolonged contact renders her hand numb, making it difficult to exert force. Setting aside the question of whether sheer strength would suffice, it is simply not